My name is Lee Fan. I died in a car accident, which was pretty disappointing, not even an interesting death. But then I woke up in another world full of magic. Sounds great, right? Well, not exactly. I came here in my real body, so I had no money, no identity, nothing. Then a system appeared in my head. The bond system. It told me I had to make friends with other races to unlock rewards. It gave me a starter gift, but it was just a basic first aid kit. The only useful thing inside was a special pill that could save someone from death. The system kept talking about bringing peace between all the races: elves, dwarves, orcs, sea folk, dragons. I didn't care at all. Why would I risk my life for that? But then, the system started showing me images of beautiful women from each race. I tried to resist, but I couldn't. Fine. I agreed to be a peace ambassador. Stupid reason, I know. 3 days later, I was already regretting it. All I'd done was chop wood in a dangerous place called the Forest of Sin. This forest sits right in the middle of 4 empires: humans, elves, dwarves, and orcs, and they all hate each other. I was living in a tiny settlement called Sin Town, right at the edge of the forest. Every day I chopped wood and sold it for 5 copper coins, barely enough to buy 3 pieces of cheap black bread. I even had to steal a hatchet just to do the work. That evening, the town was strangely quiet. Usually the streets were full of rough men drinking and fighting. But tonight, everyone had gathered in the town square. I went to see what was happening. It wasn't a fight. It was a merchant. But he wasn't selling normal goods. He was selling people. Slaves. He was a slave trader. In this world, every race hated each other. Orcs looked down on humans. Humans hated orcs. Elves thought they were better than everyone. Dwarves disliked all tall races, and dragons saw everyone as food. Wars and slavery were completely normal here. That night, I pushed through the crowd to see what the slave trader was selling. When I looked into the cage, my breath caught. It was an elf girl, green hair, pointed ears, emerald eyes. She was real, even covered in dirt and wounds, wearing clothes made from a sack. She was still beautiful, but she looked broken. Her eyes were empty, like she had given up on everything. For a moment, our eyes met. I saw nothing but despair in hers. She stared at my dark eyes for a while, probably because they looked unusual to her, then turned away. The fat merchant noticed me looking and offered her for 5 gold coins, calling it a special deal. The system chimed in too, telling me to buy her, and that healing her could earn her loyalty. 5 gold coins. That was 50,000 copper coins. I made 5 coins a day. I'd need 30 years of chopping wood to afford that. I stepped back into the crowd immediately. People around me were whispering. They said the merchant didn't even bother putting a restraint collar on the elf. That's how badly injured she was. If she could survive, he would have taken her to a big city and sold her for 50 gold coins. Nobody wanted to spend 5 gold coins on someone who might die. But listening to all this, an idea started forming in my head. I smiled to myself and quietly left the square. I waited until 4 in the morning. My life here was miserable. A full day chopping wood for 5 copper coins, for coins on bread hard as stone, 1 coin to sleep in a stable. I could die any day from monsters or cold. I needed to activate my system. Without it, I had nothing. I thought of 2 plans. First, I could sell my healing pill to the trader. He'd pay good money for it because it could save the elf. Then I could use that money to buy a cheaper slave, like a dwarf, and activate the system that way. But the problem was obvious. What if the trader just killed me and took the pill? I couldn't trust a man like that with my life. So I chose the second plan. I would rescue the elf myself. At 4 in the morning, I finally made my move. I'd already scouted the inn where the trader was staying and planned my route. I crept through the dark streets, sticking to the shadows. Somehow, sneaking around felt natural to me. When I reached the inn, I climbed the wall and peeked inside. The cage wagon was parked by the stable with 3 guards watching it. But it was late, and all 3 were half asleep, heads drooping. Perfect. I pulled out a slingshot I'd made from a branch and some rubber tubing from my medical kit. I used to be pretty good with slingshots as a kid. I placed the healing pill in it, aimed carefully, and let it fly. The pill sailed right through the cage bars and landed on the elf's chest, slipping into her clothes. I couldn't believe the shot. It was perfect. The elf's eyes snapped open, and for a second, they burned with the sharpness of a warrior. But that strength faded quickly, and she looked weak again. Then she noticed the pill. She sniffed it and seemed to understand it was medicine. She looked around and spotted me on the wall. I smiled, pointed at the pill, then at my mouth, telling her to swallow it. Then I jumped down and left. My plan was simple. I'd overheard the traders talking earlier. They hadn't put a restraining collar on her because she was too injured. They were afraid it would kill her. But that meant if she healed, nothing would hold her back. So all I had to do was get her the pill and let her do the rest. I didn't wait for her at the valley exit. I didn't ask for anything. I just went back to where I was staying. The elf swallowed the pill. Her wounds healed instantly. Every cut, every scar, gone. She was shocked. She said only the sacred medicine of her people could do something like that. Then she acted fast. She used vine magic to choke the 3 guards unconscious, broke the lock with more magic, and escaped over the wall. She ran to the valley entrance and stopped, looking back toward the town. She was searching for me. She waited, but I never showed up. She couldn't understand why a human would help an elf for nothing. After all, humans and elves had been enemies for ages. In the end, she turned and disappeared into the dark forest, heading west toward the Elven Empire. While the elf was escaping, I went back to the stable. Then I heard the system notification. She made it out. My gamble paid off. My plan was simple. Selling the pill to the trader was too risky. He might just kill me. But giving it to the elf for free? That was smarter. Even if elves hate humans, saving someone from death creates gratitude. That's just how living beings work. And I purposely didn't meet her at the exit. By asking for nothing, I made her trust me even more. All I needed was a tiny bit of friendship to activate the system. And it worked. The system came alive. A shop unlocked, and I got a stats panel. My numbers were all ones, basically the weakest possible. But my spirit doubled from 1 to 2 thanks to the elf bond. And I got a talent called Nature Affinity, which makes me slightly stronger in forests. Other abilities like longevity and magic were still locked. I used a life-saving pill worth 1,000 bond points, and got 1 single bond point in return. 1. When I opened the shop and saw that the same pill cost 1,000 points, I almost choked. 1,000 points. I could have bought a computer with that and lived comfortably in this world. Or I could have bought several combat techniques and started getting stronger. But the shop was impressive. It had food, crops, tools, books with weird titles, and even electronics from Earth that somehow worked here. No modern weapons, though. There were also potions and fighting techniques from this world, but those were expensive, 50 points for a basic technique. I felt sick thinking about how I'd spent the most valuable thing I had on a stranger and only got 1 point back. If I'd known, I would have just bought a cheap dwarf slave from a trader instead. I sat in that dark stable, heartbroken, waiting for the sun to come up. The next morning, the whole town was buzzing. The elf had escaped. The slave trader was furious, but everyone assumed her companions rescued her. No one suspected me. With my dream of easy riches gone, I went back to chopping wood. But this time, something felt different. My nature affinity talent was working. I felt stronger and faster inside the forest. I finished a full load in half a day and sold it for 6 copper coins. Progress. I thought about hunting magical beasts. Even the weakest one could feed me for a month. But a first-level beast required stats above 10 to fight, and mine were mostly 1s. 1 hit would probably kill me. So I dropped that idea. After days of eating black bread harder than bricks, I was desperate for real food. I decided to go a bit deeper into the forest to find some wild animals. The outer area was completely different from the edge. The trees were enormous, the plants thick and tangled. I had to hack my way through with my hatchet. After about 10 minutes, I spotted an animal trail, a narrow one, which meant small creatures. Good. I could handle small. I built a simple stone slab trap from what I'd learned watching survival videos. I didn't expect much. The trap was crude, and I'd left my scent all over it. I went back to chopping wood, planning to check it at sunset. But when I came back, I couldn't believe it. The trap had actually caught something. A fat rabbit with a broken hind leg. It was just sitting there, not even trying to run. I didn't question my luck. All I could think about was roasted rabbit. 7 or 8 pounds of meat, enough for days. I grabbed it by the ears, already imagining the taste. But the moment I took a step, an arrow flew right past my nose and slammed into the tree next to me. The tail of the arrow was still shaking against my cheek. I turned slowly toward where it came from. Up in a tall tree stood a small figure holding a bow, aiming straight at me. My heart was pounding. That arrow could have gone through my head if she'd wanted. Running was pointless. No one outruns an arrow. So I raised my hands to surrender. But that seemed to scare her more. I realized this was another world. Maybe raising your hands here looked like a threat, like how a red panda stands up to look bigger. Luckily, she calmed down and jumped from the tree, 10 meters high, landing perfectly. Definitely not human. She was a beastkin. A small girl, maybe 14 or 15, barely 1.5 meters tall, wearing animal hide clothes. She had long silver hair, a cute face, 2 sharp wolf ears on her head, and a fluffy silver tail. She looked adorable even while trying to be scary. She pointed her bow at me and said, "Human, hand over everything you have, a robbery." I almost laughed. I was so poor I had nothing but a hatchet and the clothes on my back. My first aid kit was safely stored in the system space. I put down the hatchet. She got impatient and yelled at me to hurry. So I started taking off my clothes. She turned red and shouted, "Shameless human. What are you doing?" I told her that besides the hatchet, clothes were literally all I had. Then she said something that surprised me. She'd placed that rabbit in my trap on purpose, as bait to lure out a hunter. She needed medicine for her injured sister. I wasn't a hunter. I was just a woodcutter. When she realized that, her face fell completely. She muttered about her sister's wound, and I could see she was close to breaking down. I tried to sneak away, but she caught me instantly. She drew her bow again, voice shaking with emotion. She said humans had attacked her father, forcing her and her sister to flee, and now her sister was poisoned. If she couldn't save her sister, she'd take me down with her. Crazy logic. But the arrow never came. I could see the hesitation on her face. She couldn't actually do it. So I took my chance. I told her I was a doctor and could help. It wasn't entirely a lie. I did save someone just yesterday, even if the pill did most of the work. I spoke with confidence, and it worked. She lowered her bow slightly and warned me, "If you're lying, I won't forgive you." It was meant to sound fierce, but honestly, it was kind of cute. I followed where she pointed, not daring to argue with the girl holding the bow. The wolf girl led me to a hidden cave about 10 minutes away. Inside, by a campfire, her older sister lay unconscious on a bed of animal hides. She looked about 20, with the same silver hair and tail. She wasn't moving. The little wolf girl dropped her tough act immediately. She knelt beside her sister, holding her hand, looking like a scared child. I asked what happened. She told me her sister was bitten by a poisonous snake. I checked the ankle, 2 puncture wounds, the skin around them already dark. The poison had been spreading for a while. I moved fast. I took off my belt and tied it tight above the wound to slow the poison. The wolf girl freaked out when I lifted her sister's skirt to reach the bite, but I shouted at her to be quiet if she wanted her sister saved. She backed off. I borrowed her dagger, heated it over the fire, and cut a small cross into the bite to open it up. Dark blood oozed out. Then I leaned down and sucked the poisoned blood out with my mouth. The wolf girl was shocked. She could see how dangerous that blood looked, but I knew snake venom is mostly harmless if swallowed. It only kills when it enters your bloodstream. After several rounds, the blood finally turned red again. But her sister was still in danger. Some venom had already spread through her body. I didn't know what kind of snake did this. The wolf girl didn't either. She'd found her sister already collapsed. I asked her to take me to where her sister usually hunted. People say the antidote often grows near where the snake lives. We found the spot, but I couldn't recognize any of the plants around me. So I checked my system shop. Real antidotes cost 10 bond points. I only had 1. But I could afford a book about treating ordinary snake venom on this continent. I bought it, and the knowledge instantly filled my mind. Using what I'd just learned, I found several useful herbs nearby. We gathered them and rushed back to the cave. But the moment I stepped inside, I felt cold metal against my neck. A dagger was pressed right against my throat. The moment I stepped inside, a dagger was at my neck. Anna, Dina's older sister, had woken up. She was weak, but still dangerous. Dina was overjoyed to see her sister awake and explained everything. But Anna's face only grew more suspicious. She told Dina that humans were cunning and that I might lead slave traders back to capture them. She wanted to knock me out and leave. I said no. The dagger pressed harder against my skin. Anna thought I'd revealed my true intentions. But before she could do anything, she collapsed. The venom was still inside her, and moving around had made it spread faster. Dina turned on me, accusing me of hurting her sister. I almost lost my temper. I explained that the poison wasn't fully removed yet, and if Anna kept moving, it would reach her heart and kill her. I held up the herbs I'd just gathered. Dina's eyes lit up, but Anna shut her down again. She said I couldn't be trusted. The herbs might be dangerous. I might have already called for backup. She told Dina that even if she died, Dina had to survive for their people. They both started crying. It felt like I'd walked into some kind of tragic drama. I tried to speak, but Anna cut me off. We will never trust a human. The prejudice between races here was unbelievable. But I wasn't even from this world. I was a regular guy from Earth. I wanted to walk away and let them regret it. But this was also a rare opportunity, and I wasn't going to let my emotions ruin it. So I challenged Anna directly. I asked her what would happen to Dina if she died. Could a child really survive alone in this forest? Anna tried to argue that their Silver Wolf clan were natural hunters, but I shot back. If they were so strong, how did she get bitten by a snake? Could she promise the same wouldn't happen to Dina? She had no answer. Anna was too stubborn, so I turned to Dina instead. I asked her simply, did she want to watch her sister die? Of course not, she said immediately. I told her to hear my plan. Anna tried to stop her, but Dina stood firm for the first time. Sister, you're the only family I have. I don't want to lose you too. Anna went quiet. Dina turned to me, her silver eyes sharp like a predator's. A clear warning that if I was lying, I wouldn't survive it. At first I was only helping because Dina forced me. But now I genuinely wanted to save Anna. Not out of kindness, but because saving both sisters meant bond points and new racial talents. That was my fastest path to getting stronger. I told them my plan. Their biggest fear was that I'd betray them to slave traders. So I said, tie me up. While Anna takes the medicine, Dina watches me. If anything goes wrong, she kills me instantly. Simple logic. If I was after money, I wouldn't risk my own life. They were stunned. They never expected me to suggest something like that. But it made perfect sense, and after exchanging a look, they agreed. Dina started tying me up, but she was too gentle. I actually had to teach her how to tie the knots properly. The two sisters gave me the strangest looks, a tied-up man giving rope-tying lessons. They probably thought I had some weird hobby. But eventually the ropes were tight. I couldn't move at all. Anna chewed the herbs and swallowed them. She got dizzy, which meant they were working. Then she fell into a deep sleep. Now we just had to wait. While waiting, I watched Dina. Beast folk were fascinating. 4 ears total, 2 wolf ears on top, and 2 human ones on the sides. And that big fluffy tail looked incredibly soft. Other than the ears and tail, they looked completely human. It was like they were designed to be adorable. By morning, Anna was awake and looking much better. Her color had returned. Beast folk bodies were truly impressive. She'd probably fully recover in a day or two. Then Dina walked toward me with a dagger. My heart dropped. Were they going to kill me now that I'd helped them? But no, she just cut the ropes. I stretched my aching body and checked my system. 10 bond points from the sisters. 10. The orc talent had activated too. My strength doubled to 2, and I got a new skill called Beast Form. It could temporarily double all my stats. No side effects. That was basically a superpower. The soreness vanished. I felt light and strong. Totally worth spending the night tied up in a cave. After Anna recovered, the sisters showed me a tiny bit of trust. Dina caught that same rabbit again. The poor thing hadn't even escaped overnight, and they roasted it over the fire. I was starving for meat, but the moment I bit into it, I nearly gagged. No salt, no spices, nothing. Just tough, gamey rabbit with a horrible smell. Meanwhile, Dina and Anna ate like it was perfectly normal. When they noticed I'd stopped eating, Anna assumed I was looking down on them. But I just asked, do you not use salt? They went quiet. Turns out, salt was incredibly rare on this continent. The sea folk controlled the oceans and attacked anyone who tried to collect seawater for salt. Big cities had some, but out here in the forest, it was almost impossible to get. Anna hadn't eaten salt in so long that it had weakened her body. That's partly why a common snake was able to bite her. I checked my system shop. A pack of salt cost just 1 bond point. I bought it. Then I awkwardly pretended to pull it out of my clothes. Not the most dignified move, and sprinkled some on my rabbit. Finally, I could eat. The sisters stared at the salt like it was treasure. Dina whispered, why is it so white? I've never seen salt this beautiful. Even Anna was swallowing hard, clearly desperate for a taste. I handed the pack over. They sprinkled a tiny bit on their meat and took a bite. Their faces melted into pure bliss. The system chimed, 2 more bond points. just from sharing salt. Incredible. I thought about it for a second. If I just pulled out salt from the start, I could have earned 100 points by now. But then I reminded myself, showing off rare things in a lawless place like this was a fast way to get killed. Better to keep it quiet. The rabbit was about 5 or 6 gene. I ate less than one. Dina and Anna devoured the rest, then licked their fingers clean, savoring every last bit of salt and oil. Anna stared at my bag of salt, clearly wanting more, but she forced herself to hand it back to me with a pained expression. Then Dina spoke up. She thanked me for saving her sister and asked, almost embarrassed, if I could sell them some salt. Even just a tiny bit. I said yes immediately. They both grabbed my hands, pressing close, eyes wide with hope. Their tails were wagging like crazy. It was honestly overwhelming. They were both very pretty and very close. I stepped back quickly before I lost my composure. Anna carefully took out a small clay jar and scooped maybe 50 grams of salt into it. Less than a tenth of my bag. I told her to take more, but she refused. She said that was all she could afford. She handed me 2 small black crystals, magic cores from monsters she'd hunted, each worth about 2 silver coins. That's when I learned how insane salt prices were here. 50 grams cost more than 2 silver coins. A full gene of salt would run over 2,000 copper coins, more than I'd earn in 10 months of chopping wood. The system told me it could absorb the magic cores and convert them to bond points, but I chose not to. Not yet. I didn't want to reveal the system's existence. I looked at Anna's tiny portion of salt and felt something. These 2 girls had been surviving without salt for who knows how long. I grabbed my bag and poured it into her jar until it was full, keeping only half a bag for myself. Honestly, trading half a bag of salt for 2 magic cores worth maybe 2,000 yuan was ridiculous. Back on Earth, I'd be called a scammer. But here, they were grateful. Dina was beaming. Anna tried to give the extra salt back, stubborn as always, but I talked her into keeping it. She even suggested I could sell salt to others in the forest for good money. Her attitude toward me had completely changed. Yesterday, she held a dagger to my throat. Today she was almost teasing me. Beast folk really were straightforward. Once they decided you weren't a threat, they treated you with genuine warmth. Even when they got the worst end of a deal, they still thought of others first. Simple, honest, and kind. I couldn't help but respect that. Anna mentioned that many people in the Forest of Sin needed salt. That caught my attention. She and Dina explained how the forest actually worked. The Forest of Sin was much bigger than I thought. Each of the 4 empires had its own settlement near their border. Humans had Sin Town, elves had theirs, dwarves, and orcs too. But not everyone could enter their own race's settlement. Outcasts, dark elves rejected by their kind, human witches, dwarf criminals, weak orcs, all ended up scattered throughout the forest. There were also smaller races like giants and vampires. Hundreds of people, all desperate for salt. I realized this was a huge opportunity. More races meant more chances to build friendships and earn bond points. But I only had 11 points total, and I needed 50 just for the cheapest combat technique. I couldn't afford to spend points on salt recklessly. I said goodbye to the sisters, promising to meet them tomorrow. I asked them to introduce me to other races in the forest. They agreed right away. Back in Sin Town, I sold my firewood for 6 copper coins. Not nearly enough for salt. But I still had those 2 magic cores from Anna. To trade them, I went to the Mercenary Guild, the biggest, fanciest building in town. To do business there, I had to register as a mercenary first. Simple process: give your name, put your hand on a special stone that reads your attributes. While there, I bribed a staff member with a copper coin and pestered him for half an hour about how training worked in this world. Here's what I learned. Every race has its own training method. Elves use magic, communicating with nature to cast powerful spells. Orcs cultivate something called vitality from their blood and bones, giving them incredible strength and healing. Dwarves literally hammer their own bodies until they're harder than metal. And humans train combat energy, basically internal martial arts power that can strengthen your body or flow into weapons. The catch? You can only learn your own race's method. A human trying dwarf training would get crushed. Orc vitality could make a human explode. Elf magic could destroy a human's mind. I'm human, so combat energy is my only option. That was disappointing. I'd been dreaming about casting magic spells. Imagining making water appear when thirsty, fire when hungry, building a house from earth magic. But even elves can only master one type of magic in their lifetime. So much for my fantasy. My dream of learning magic was dead. Combat energy was my only path. The guild staff explained how training works. Every race's power system depends on basic attributes: strength, constitution, agility, and spirit. When you reach level 1, all your attributes multiply by 10. So if you start with higher base stats, you become incredibly powerful later. That's why the guild tests everyone. Most people have about 5 total attribute points. 6 or 7 means good talent. 8 or 9 is genius level. 10 or above means you're chosen by the gods. Royalty would personally invite you. I had 6 points. Good talent, nothing spectacular. But here's what excited me. I started with only 4 points. The elf friendship gave me 1 extra spirit point. The orc friendship gave me 1 extra strength point. If every new race adds another point, I could eventually surpass everyone. The attribute test matched my system panel exactly. I got my mercenary certificate with a small 5% discount on purchases. Then I checked salt prices. 10 silver coins per gene at the guild. That's half what Dina and Anna pay outside. With my discount, I could buy a gene for 9 silver coins and 50 copper. Buy low, sell high, easy profit, right? Wrong. Salt purchases were limited. Without combat energy training, I could only buy 5 gene per year. Barely enough for myself. So I gave up on being a salt trader and kept the 2 magic cores instead of selling them. Back at the stable. Yes, still sleeping with horses for 1 copper coin a night. I also learned something infuriating about combat energy. Anyone can learn it, but you need a technique manual. And those are all controlled by noble families. The only way to get one without being noble-born is to sign a contract becoming a noble's servant. These contracts are enforced by actual gods and can never be broken. Basically slavery with extra steps. My only real option was buying techniques from my system shop. But I needed 50 bond points, and I only had 11. So I tried absorbing a magic core, hoping for a decent boost. The system absorbed it in 3 seconds. The core turned to dust. Then the notification came. Congratulations, host, you gained 0.1 bond points. 0.1. I nearly lost my mind. Are you serious? You stingy little system. The next morning I went to the cave, but Dina and Anna were gone. The fire was out, the bed was gone, everything. They'd left right after I did yesterday. I couldn't blame them. Orcs are cautious, and trusting a human is hard for them. But they didn't even leave a message. That stung. I left the half bag of salt in the cave for them and walked away. For 3 days I went back to chopping wood and exploring the forest edges, hoping to meet other races. Nothing. Just human mercenaries on guild missions. I was too close to human territory. I did see a level 1 beast get hunted by a mercenary team. The thing was terrifying, basic stats above 10. 10 of me couldn't beat 1. This place was dangerous even at the edges. Then I started thinking about that salt I'd left in the cave. I told myself I just wanted to get it back. Couldn't waste good salt, right? So I headed toward the cave. But I got turned around. What should have taken 30 minutes took an hour. That's when I noticed a huge pile of animal dung on the ground. Fresh. Something big was nearby. A roar shook the trees behind me. I turned and saw it, a unicorn wolf. Level 1 magical beast with blood-red eyes and nearly 20 agility points. My agility was barely 1. No way I could outrun it. But I wasn't giving up. I activated beast form. My stats all doubled. Strength went to 4, agility to 2. Still nowhere near enough to fight it, but maybe enough to buy time. I ran. The wolf closed the gap in seconds and lunged at my neck. I'd expected that. I rolled sideways, and as it flew past me, I threw a handful of salt straight into its face. Salt, not dust. I'd pulled it from the system shop in that split second. It hit the wolf's eyes perfectly. The beast crashed to the ground, shaking its head wildly, completely blinded. I didn't wait around to admire my work. I ran as fast as I could toward Sin Town. The wolf kept chasing me. Its eyes were red with rage. The salt trick worked once, but I couldn't rely on it forever. The second time it charged, I faked the throwing motion without actually throwing anything. The wolf flinched and closed its eyes, giving me a few more meters. Smart, right? But the third time, it didn't fall for the fake. So I threw salt for real again. It howled in pain. I kept running but couldn't see Sin Town anywhere. I'd walked an hour to get out here. There was no way I'd make it back in minutes. Then my beast form ran out. My speed dropped by half. My legs were shaking. I was running on fumes. The wolf caught up again. This time I used my last trick, fireworks I'd bought from the system shop for 2 bond points. The explosive crackling sound terrified the wolf so badly it collapsed on the ground, trembling. But when it opened its eyes and saw just red paper scraps on the ground, it realized I'd fooled it again. The wolf went completely insane. No more caution, no more flinching. Pure rage. It came for the 5th time. I had 8 bond points left, nothing useful to buy, and no energy to run. So I stopped. I pulled out my machete and faced the wolf. If I was going to die, I'd at least hurt it first. That was my answer to death. Take a piece of your enemy with you. The wolf charged. I braced myself. Then an arrow whistled through the air and slammed into the wolf's right eye. The wolf screamed and leapt back. I stumbled away too. We both looked toward where the arrow came from. Up in a tree stood Dina, lowering her bow. And next to her was Anna, staring straight at me with her silver eyes. I stared at the 2 sisters, and then all the exhaustion hit me at once. I collapsed on the ground, completely spent. Anna didn't waste time. She vanished from the tree, so fast I couldn't even track her, and appeared next to the wolf. One stab of her dagger through its skull, and the beast that nearly killed me just dropped dead. The whole fight lasted seconds. Watching that, something burned inside me. I wanted power. Real power. Enough to control my own fate. Later I learned why they'd left the cave. Anna told Dina they couldn't risk trusting a human. Their father had once trusted a human, and because of that, the Silver Wolf clan lost a battle and became outcasts. That's why the sisters were hiding in this forest in the first place. After killing the wolf, Anna threw the carcass over her shoulder and started walking north without saying a word to me. Dina passed by with a worried look, but stayed silent too. They were ignoring me. I wanted to walk away proudly. But in my condition, even a normal animal could kill me. So I swallowed my pride and followed them. 5 minutes later, the cave. I'd been lost this whole time, just minutes away. If I'd found it earlier, I never would have run into the wolf. If I hadn't run toward this direction by accident, the sisters never would have saved me. Inside, they still didn't speak. Anna skinned the wolf, took the horn, the pelt, the magic core, then roasted the whole thing over the fire. The silence was unbearable. I felt like a criminal being judged without words. Finally, I spoke up. I thought you left, Anna answered calmly. We did. Then we came back. I relaxed a little and joked, can't bear to part with me. She gave me a look of pure disdain. Then she got serious. She said she and Dina needed my help to survive in this forest and do certain things. But she had one question. Human, can I trust you? Her silver eyes locked onto mine. I poked at the fire with a stick, thinking fast. She probably wanted salt, the one thing I could provide. And through her, I could meet other races and earn more bond points. This was exactly the opportunity one needed. I couldn't let it slip away. Anna asked if she could trust me. I told her trust isn't built with words. Let time decide. I suggested we start as friends, even without full trust. She went quiet. Then she said something that surprised me. She told me my courage against the wolf earned her respect as an orc warrior. She held out her hand. Dina ran over too, wanting in. We shook hands. Friends, officially. Then Anna casually mentioned I could leave that half bag of salt in the cave as a symbol of friendship. She had a sly little smile. So much for orcs being simple-minded. Building relationships really does cost money. The system went wild with notifications. True friendship established. Their favorability hit 1 star, which meant I'd earn 1 bond point from each of them every day just by interacting. Plus a bonus 20 points for reaching 1-star favorability with another race for the first time. My total jumped to 30 bond points. Only 20 more to buy a combat energy technique. We ate roasted wolf meat together. It tasted terrible, but I was too happy to care. Dina caught me smiling and kept pestering me about why. I made a clumsy excuse that almost got me in trouble, but Anna stepped in. Then Anna asked the real question, did I have salt? I said yes, a few pounds. Their eyes went wide. They thought I might be the town leader. I told them no, just special channels. Anna got serious. She said they wouldn't take salt for free and asked what I wanted in return. I laid out 2 conditions. First, introduce me to other races in the forest, any race, not just orcs. Second, I'd sell salt for magic cores at 70% of what Anna offered last time. 14 silver coins per gene instead of 20. I'd still make a good profit since my real cost through the system was only 10 silver coins worth of bond points per gene. I thought it was a fair deal. But Anna hesitated. Dina asked why I insisted on meeting other races myself. She offered to sell the salt for me. But that would defeat my whole purpose. I needed direct contact. She got suspicious. Anna too. I panicked and blurted out the first excuse that came to mind. Because I like beautiful women from other races. The cave went dead silent. I couldn't take it back, so I doubled down. I said I loved all kinds. Elegant elves, cute dwarves, fluffy-eared orcs. Human women were too ordinary for me. My dream was to marry a woman from another race. Dina and Anna stared at me with their mouths wide open. Then Anna whispered to Dina that my tastes apparently included pigmen and giants too. They both gasped in horror. Anna later pulled Dina aside and warned her never to be alone with me. Not my proudest moment. But it worked. They stopped questioning my motives. We headed north into the forest. Anna said she'd introduce me to some orcs first, the weak ones who'd been kicked out of the orc empire. They couldn't enter the orc settlement and desperately needed salt. Along the way, Anna explained how every race had outcasts living in the forest of sin. Humans had witches, women who awaken a special inheritance that lets them practice alchemy. They can create poisons, antidotes, metals, even life itself. But long ago, witches caused a disaster so terrible that humans nearly lost their place on the continent. After that, any witch discovered gets burned alive. So they flee to the forest. Elves had dark elves, elves born with dark magic. The ruling light elves see dark magic as the opposite of everything they stand for. So dark elves were rejected and eventually split off entirely. Dwarves had criminals, and dwarf laws are absurdly strict. Even getting into a drunken fight can get you exiled. Since dwarves love drinking, plenty end up in the forest. And orcs had the weak. Orc society runs on strength. Weak orcs, those born smaller or frilier, have no status. When winter comes and food runs low, they're the first ones thrown out. All these outcasts share one thing. None of them can enter their race's settlement, and all of them need salt. I was curious whether Dina and Anna were also weak orcs. They read my expression immediately. Dina got angry, bared her teeth, and told me they were geniuses with combined base stats of 9. Just 1 point short of chosen by the gods. Her tail was wagging proudly, so I showered her with compliments until she turned red and hid behind Anna. Then I asked why they didn't just go to the orc settlement to buy salt. The mood dropped instantly. Anna sighed and told me the truth. They were from the Silver Wolf tribe, one of the strongest orc tribes. But during a war, humans and some other orcs betrayed them. The tribe was branded criminal. Some became slaves, others became fugitives. That's why the sisters couldn't enter any orc settlement. Anna and Dina wanted to uncover the truth about what happened and get revenge. But they needed allies. Their plan was to unite the weak orcs scattered throughout the forest. Individually weak, but together they'd be a real force. Salt was the key to winning them over. Then Anna apologized to me. She admitted she'd spent 3 days watching to see if I'd lead slave traders to the cave. I hadn't. She'd been wrong about me. I told her to forget it. We were friends now. Anna pulled Dina close and made a quiet request. If something happened to her someday, would I help Dina? Dina's eyes went red immediately, insisting she'd never leave her sister's side. Watching them, I straightened up and nodded seriously. After half a day of walking, we reached a huge meadow full of small hills and knee-high grass. It was strangely quiet. No animals, no sounds, nothing alive in sight. Anna pulled out a tiny bone flute and blew into it. No sound came out, probably ultrasonic, beyond human hearing. Then I saw it. A pair of long white rabbit ears popping up behind a hill. Then a face with red eyes peeked out cautiously. Then more appeared. Fox people, snake people, cat people. Over 100 orcs emerged from behind that one small hill. They weren't hiding behind it. They were underground. That's how these weak orcs had survived out here, living beneath the surface where no one could find them. Every orc was fascinating to me. Rabbit people, fox people, cat people, they mostly looked human with animal features. But the snake people were something else entirely. Scales, snake tails, forked tongues. Before I could observe much, a blue blur came racing toward me from the hill. I tensed up, thinking I was about to be attacked. But Dina and Anna just covered their foreheads and groaned like they already knew what was coming. It was a snake girl, tiny, even smaller than Dina. She stopped right in front of me, and we stared at each other like we were both looking at exotic animals. "This is a snake person, and this is a human," we said it at the same time. Then, without warning, she wrapped her snake tail around me like a real snake. My arms and legs were completely pinned. Her scales were cold against my skin. She was pretty, slim eyebrows, big blue snake eyes, cute nose. But when she smiled, I saw transparent fangs dripping with what looked like venom. A chill ran down my spine. She acted sweet and innocent, calling me Big Brother, but her tail kept tightening. She was testing me, playing with me like a cat with a mouse. She asked my name. I told her Li Shu Shu, a fake name, just to mess with her. Then she asked me to give her a name since she supposedly didn't have one. I knew it was a trap. Whatever I picked, she'd reject it. So I said, "How about Ego?" Basically, puppy. Her smile froze. I explained with a straight face that dogs are humans' best friends, so the name showed deep affection. She wasn't buying it. She suddenly remembered she already had a name, Xiaoqing, but I kept calling her Ego. Again and again. She held it together for a while, but eventually snapped. Her snake pupils went wide, her fangs gleamed, and she looked genuinely dangerous. I wasn't scared. I was already planning to buy Realgar from the system shop, snake people's weakness. But Anna stepped in before things escalated, telling us both to stop. Xiaoqing reluctantly unwrapped herself from me. My whole body was numb, bones cracking as I moved. I shot her a look. She glared right back. Round 1. I'd call it a draw. Xiaoqing warned the orcs not to trust me. Anna called me her guest, but Xiaoqing kept insisting I was dangerous. When she realized my real name was Li Fan, not Li Shu Shu, and that I'd tricked her into calling me Uncle, she was furious. Dina and Anna tried not to laugh. Anna confirmed I was a trusted friend who came to sell salt. Xiaoqing couldn't argue with Anna's decision, but she bet me that no orc would buy from a human. If I failed to sell, I'd owe her 3 gene of salt. If I won, her nickname would be Ego forever. She agreed without hesitation. The orcs on the hill kept their distance. Even after Dina and Anna vouched for me, nobody came forward. I needed to break the ice. I divided 5 gene of salt into 70 small portions, 1 portion per magic core. Then I announced loudly that the first person to trade would get a free bag of salt, as thanks to Princess Anna's generous heart. Anna looked confused and glanced down at her own chest, misunderstanding the word. Dina did the same, wondering why I hadn't mentioned her. Still, nobody moved. Xiaoqing looked smug. Then a tiny fox boy stepped out from the crowd. His name was Myuki, young, thin, fur dull, eyes tired. An elder named Grandpa Mu Feng grabbed his shoulder, warning him not to trust humans. But Myuki said his mother was injured and hadn't had salt in too long. She couldn't even stand anymore. He needed this chance. He walked up to me. I handed him a bag of salt. He tasted it and his eyes went wide. He'd never had salt that wasn't bitter and sour. He grabbed it and ran home to his mother. The other orcs started talking excitedly. I announced that the second and third buyers would also get a free half bag to share, this time thanking Princess Dina. Dina smiled. Grandpa Mu Feng came down next with another fox person. Silent, cautious, but they took the salt. The ice was finally breaking. Xiaoqing watched from the side, furious. Her bet was slipping away. My plan worked perfectly. I offered the 4th through 10th customers 2 bags of salt for just 1 magic core, double the value. The orcs couldn't resist anymore. They rushed forward, afraid of missing out. After those 7 deals, the rest lined up and bought at the normal price of 1 bag per core. All 70 bags sold out in under 10 minutes. From complete distrust to eagerly buying, 10 minutes was all it took. Xiaoqing was grinding her teeth. She'd lost the bet. The nickname Ego was officially hers. She looked like she wanted to disappear. Dina and Anna were impressed, but also giving me strange looks. I'd kept loudly thanking their generous hearts, and they seemed a bit embarrassed about it. I didn't care about any of that. I was reading my system notifications. Fox people, 13 bond points. Rabbit people, 22. Cat people, 19. Snake people, 9. My orc talent jumped to 6.5%, and beast form got upgraded. Now it doubled all my stats instead of just adding 1 times. My total bond points hit 88. Plus I had 40 first-level magic cores, and over 40 magical beast pelts from orcs who didn't have cores. Huge success. But I knew the next harvest wouldn't be this easy. First-time bond points come cheaply. After that, I'd need to build real friendships, 1-star favorability, before earning points again. Still, with over 100 orcs here, there was more to gain. As I was about to find Dina and Anna, I noticed something. Behind a hill, a pair of long white ears and red eyes were watching me. A rabbit girl, about 13 or 14. But unlike Xiaoqing's cunning stare, her eyes held only pure curiosity. No fear, no suspicion at all. I waved at her, just being playful. She hopped right over and looked up at me like I was the most interesting thing she'd ever seen. I stared down at her, completely caught off guard. I'd only meant to wave. This little rabbit had absolutely zero sense of danger. I waved at the rabbit girl just for fun, but she hopped right over. Before I could say anything, Xiaoqing slid in between us, arms spread wide, shielding the rabbit girl behind her. Little White, stay away from this human. He's the most wicked person alive. I shot back. Who's wicked? Come here, Ego, and introduce me to your friend. That set off another round of arguing. Xiaoqing claimed that even though she lost the bet, she never agreed to actually respond to the name Ego. Technically, she was right. I was so frustrated I could have screamed, but she was too good at twisting words. Little White stepped past Xiaoqing and tugged my sleeve. Big brother, did you need something? I panicked. I had no reason for calling her over. So I quickly bought a pound of carrots from the system shop and pulled one out of my clothes. Carrots didn't exist in this world. Everyone stared at it like it was treasure. I gave the first one to Little White. She bit into it. Crunch, crunch, eyes squinting with happiness. Then I gave one each to Dina and Anna. Even as wolf people, they loved it. Fresh vegetables were apparently rarer than meat here. Xiaoqing watched everyone eating, pretending she didn't care. But I could see her swallowing. I teased her, want one? Ego? She refused stubbornly, but she was clearly suffering. Then she made a mistake. She bragged that no matter what I did, Little White would always like her more than me. She was Little White's best friend, and nothing could change that. I couldn't resist. I proposed another bet, same terms as before. If Little White liked me more, Xiaoqing had to respond to the name Ego from now on. She agreed instantly, completely confident. I walked over to Little White and asked, who do you like more, me or Xiaoqing? Xiaoqing was grinning, certain she'd win. Then I pulled out another carrot and waved it in front of Little White. Xiaoqing's grin froze. Little White hesitated for exactly 1 second. I like Big Brother a little more. Xiaoqing turned to stone. Her eyes went blank. Her soul left her body. From that day forward, the Beastman tribe lost a snake girl named Xiaoqing and gained a loser officially known as Ego. Not only Little Green was stunned by Xiao Bai's reply. Li Fan was also stunned at the same time, but for a different reason. He was surprised by the system's notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining friendship with the Rabbit Tribe. Bond points 1. Ding! Xiao Bai from the Rabbit Tribe has a liking level of 1 star. Interacting with her daily can earn 1 bond point. Ding! Interacting with Xiao Bai grants 1 bond point. Li Fan didn't expect that Xiao Bai's feelings were genuine. Her favorability level immediately reached 1 star. He even wondered if Xiao Bai was truly a straightforward and honest child. Or maybe, this is just how food lovers are. Either way, it was good news. Unfortunately, he couldn't stay here forever, so he couldn't earn that 1 bond point every day. Xiao Bai puffed out her cheeks after finishing the carrots, and it seemed like she was full. As expected of a foodie, she got sleepy after eating. Big brother, Xiao Bai is sleepy now. I need to go back and sleep. Goodbye, big brother. Li Fan said goodbye to Xiao Bai, who then returned to the cave beneath the hill. The orcs living here built a network of tunnels underground, created by the rabbit people who are good at digging, to defend against monster attacks. These tunnels are complex and connect many exits, like a maze, which can block most enemies. Many powerful monsters have been trapped and killed inside. Unfortunately, the orcs do not yet fully trust Li Fan, so he hasn't had a chance to see this underground maze himself. Li Fan looked back and saw that Dina and Anna had not returned. Their goal was to work with the local orcs to form a strong group, preparing for the future revenge and revival of the Silver Wolf tribe. Right now, the two of them were inside the cave, talking with the orcs. Li Fan had nothing to do, so he had to stay put and wait patiently. Luckily, there was a little snake girl nearby. Seeing her defeated look, Li Fan didn't feel bored. After a while, Xiaoqing seemed to recover from her earlier disappointment. She looked around and saw that Xiaobai was gone, leaving only the annoying human, who was still mocking her. Xiaoqing didn't give Li Fan a good look. Xiaobai was her best friend, and she knew her well. Xiaobai's eyes were only interested in sleeping or eating. If the human in front of her hadn't shown her a strange carrot she'd never seen before, Xiaobai wouldn't have betrayed her. Everything was because of this human named Li Fan. From the start, Li Fan had been targeting her. Now everyone else had carrots to eat, but she didn't. She thought, humans are really bad. Thinking of this, Xiaoqing felt more and more wronged. She had never felt this way before, and her eyes started to turn red. She was just a child, and being treated unfairly made her feel very sad. Li Fan saw this and realized he shouldn't be angry at a child. He sighed, stood up, and turned to walk away, as if he couldn't bear to see Xiaoqing about to cry. But he accidentally dropped a leather bag on the ground. Xiaoqing watched Li Fan's figure walk away, then looked at the leather bag nearby. She wanted to remind him, but suddenly remembered something and pouted, turning her head away. After a moment, Xiaoqing thought Li Fan would come back to take the animal hide bag, but she never saw him again. She looked again at the bag she had left behind, then walked over to it. Humph, careless human. Losing it was your own fault. Now, this belongs to me. Xiaoqing rarely showed a smile. She opened the bag, and her eyes filled with surprise. Inside, she found 2 small bags of salt and a juicy, fresh carrot. Animals that can't reach the gathering place often lack salt, and Xiaoqing was no exception. She wanted to buy some, but because of her past actions, she felt shy about asking Li Fan for salt. She didn't know what to do at first. Luckily, now she had salt. She looked at the 2 small bags of salt with a look of amazement. How amazing! Salt is actually snow white. A smile spread across Xiaoqing's face. She carefully stored the salt away, then picked up the carrot. After some hesitation, she took a small bite. Not that tasty, huh? Even as she said that, she kept holding the carrot, biting into it happily. Seeing this scene, Li Fan might have wanted to comment. A snake eating a carrot? Oh my goodness. Before she knew it, Xiaoqing had chewed through most of the carrot. Her feelings of grievance disappeared. As she kept biting, Xiaoqing suddenly snorted loudly. Humph, nasty human. Do you think I don't know you left these things on purpose? Forget it. I'll pretend it's your apology for being rude. I'll reluctantly accept it. Hee. Yeah, this carrot is pretty good. Meanwhile, not far away, Li Fan heard a system notification. Ding. Congratulations, the host has gained friendship with the Snake People tribe. Bond points 1 ding. Xiaoqing from the Snake People tribe has reached a 1-star favorability. Interacting with her daily grants 1 bond point. Ding. Interact with Xiaoqing to gain 1 bond point. Seeing the system message, Li Fan's mouth curled into a sly smile as he muttered to himself. Little girl, trying to fight me? You're just in my grasp. Ha! That evil laugh was so intense it almost felt like it was disrespecting the word human. After more than an hour, Dina and Anna finally came out of the underground cave. Li Fan didn't know what they discussed with the orcs, but both looked upset. He wisely chose not to ask. Then the 3 of them started heading back. It was nearly half a day's journey, but before it got completely dark, they returned to the cave. Li Fan couldn't stay overnight in the cave. Before leaving, he looked at his loot, 40 first-level magic cores and 43 pieces of beast fur. The magic cores were fine. He could keep them on himself. But the 43 pieces of beast fur, even tied tightly, were a big bundle. At this moment, Li Fan realized that the system space could only store items bought from the system shop. To store the beast fur, he needed to open a storage space using bond points. He checked the price. Wow, 100 bond points for just 1 cubic meter. Li Fan gave up immediately. In the end, he decided to leave most of the fur in Dina and Anna's cave. He took all the magic cores and 5 pieces of first-level beast fur with him and returned to the town of Sin. That night, Li Fan sold the fur at the mercenary guild. Although he didn't practice fighting energy, the fur came from the lowest-level beast, so no one suspected anything. Each piece sold for 50 copper coins, and Li Fan successfully earned 250 copper coins. Finally, today he moved out of the stable and checked into the town's only inn. Damn it. This broken inn costs 5 copper coins a day, and that's without meals. Li Fan looked at the small room, less than 10 square meters, with only a bed and a table, and shook his head helplessly. It's better than the stable, but I only have 2 silver coins and 56 copper coins now. I can't stay here long. I need to sell more beast fur. Thinking this, Li Fan didn't rush to find Dina and Anna. He hadn't forgotten that his bond points were finally enough to buy a fighting energy technique. Starting today, he would become a fighting energy apprentice. Human fighting energy techniques are divided into 6 levels, from 1 to 6. Each level increase multiplies your basic attributes by 10. The basic attributes of a level 1 fighting spirit apprentice are 10 times those of an ordinary person, and a level 2 fighter's attributes are 10 times those of a level 1 apprentice. Therefore, while basic attributes are important, the realm or level is equally crucial. Even if you are talented enough to be chosen by the gods, it is very difficult to fight across different levels. Li Fan's basic attributes are quite high, and he even has a powerful skill called beast transformation. However, he can never defeat a level 1 fighting spirit apprentice or a level 1 magical beast. Because of this, he has long wanted to cultivate fighting spirit. Li Fan eagerly found a yellow rank fighting spirit technique in the system shop and without hesitation spent 50 bond points to buy it. Suddenly, the method to cultivate yellow rank fighting spirit appeared in his mind. Following the instructions of the technique, Li Fan sat cross-legged on the bed, then formed hand signs and began his first cultivation. After buying books from the system shop, Li Fan discovered a big advantage when purchasing knowledge-related items like techniques. That is, when you buy a technique, the system integrates all its knowledge into your mind, as if you have studied it for many years. With this method, even without anyone teaching him, Li Fan found it very easy to learn. Soon, under the correct cultivation method, Li Fan managed to produce his first strand of fighting spirit. In his first attempt, he cultivated a strand of fighting spirit in just a few minutes, which anyone would think was impossible. But Li Fan truly achieved it. He didn't get carried away. He knew this was just the beginning, and the real challenge was still ahead. Li Fan changed his cultivation method and continued with another set of hand signs. The fighting spirit he just cultivated entered his dantian. The fighting spirit kept spinning inside his dantian, eventually forming a vortex. Then, the vortex started to rotate, and Li Fan could clearly feel a strong pull coming from his dantian. Under this pull, a special energy from the surrounding air was continuously absorbed, entering his dantian and merging into the vortex. The vortex kept growing and strengthening. 1 inch, 2 inches, until 9 inches. Finally, after a whole day of cultivation, the fighting spirit vortex reached 10 inches. At this moment, Li Fan suddenly opened his eyes wide. In an instant, a golden light burst from his eyes, then slowly faded away. Wow! Is this the strength of a level 1 battle chi apprentice? Li Fan exhaled a deep breath and looked at his hands. He could feel that he was vastly different from before practicing. An indescribably strong power was flowing inside him. Feeling the battle chi in his dantian, although it was his first time touching battle chi, Li Fan felt he could control it easily. With just a thought, battle chi would surge from his dantian and appear in any part of his body. Then he could feel that the part of his body was strengthened, filled with endless power. Battle chi was like his child, obediently following his commands. Li Fan thought that if his battle chi wasn't still too weak to leave his body, he could even turn it into a horse, what people call battle chi transformation horse. He then glanced at his system panel. Host, Li Fan, Realm, Level 1 Battle Chi Apprentice, Strength, 20, Constitution, 10, Agility, 10, Spirit, 20, Talent, Elf Race Talent 0.1%, Orc Race Talent 6.7%, Talent Skills, Natural Affinity 0.1, Beast Transformation 3, Bond Points, 40. Sure enough, all basic attributes were multiplied by 10. At this moment, he already had the strength to easily overpower the original one-horned wolf. With his 2 talent skills, probably only a few level 1 magical beasts could beat him. Now, I am truly terrifying. Outside the sinful forest, Li Fan held a machete, his eyes fixed on the one-horned wolf in front of him, not daring to relax for a moment. His growth in strength didn't make him arrogant. The first thing he thought of was to quickly get familiar with his current power. Battle was undoubtedly the most effective and efficient way. Li Fan still remembered how he was chased all the way by the one-horned wolf like a dog. Now that he met it again, he and the one-horned wolf could be considered enemies meeting in anger. Roar! The one-horned wolf's blood-red eyes fixed tightly on Li Fan, and it kept growling lowly. It sensed a threat. The beast's instincts told it that the human in front of it was very dangerous. It hesitated, unsure whether to run away or attack. Soon, it made a decision. Roar! With a loud roar, the one-horned wolf moved its limbs quickly toward Li Fan, then opened its big mouth to bite. The wolf was still very fast. Li Fan hurriedly used his internal fighting energy. In an instant, his whole body was filled with strength. Even though Li Fan was now a level 1 fighting energy apprentice, his attribute points had increased 10 times. Plus, he had the talent, natural affinity. His agility reached 11 points. But compared to the nearly 20 points of agility of the one-horned wolf, he was still a bit behind. Fortunately, Li Fan's mental strength was very high, reaching 22 points. A high mental value is very important, even for humans who don't use magic. The higher the mental strength, the stronger a person's willpower, and their reaction speed also improves. With 22 points in mental strength, Li Fan's reaction was far faster than the wolf's. Although the wolf was fast, Li Fan managed to dodge to the side just in time. Then, taking advantage of the wolf's moment of confusion, Li Fan swung his broken axe toward the wolf's waist. Clang! A clear breaking sound. The axe cut into the wolf's waist, but it hit bone and broke instantly, leaving only half of the axe in his hand. Damn, this ordinary weapon really isn't good enough. I must get a better weapon someday. Li Fan didn't have time to curse. The wolf had already turned around and charged at him. The injury made the wolf almost crazy. It ignored everything and lunged at Li Fan. Li Fan's high reaction speed once again proved useful. This time, he didn't dodge. Instead, he charged forward and rolled underneath the wolf with a somersault. Holding the half-broken axe tightly, Li Fan used it like a dagger and stabbed at the wolf's belly. With a puff, the axe pierced into the soft belly of the wolf. There's no bone here, right? Li Fan sneered fiercely and suddenly pulled the axe back. In a tearing sound, the unicorn wolf's belly was torn open, creating a nearly 1-meter-long gash. Its internal organs spilled out onto the ground. Soon after, the unicorn wolf took its last breath. Seeing that he easily defeated a unicorn wolf, Li Fan felt a bit proud, even though he expected it. Roar! 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 Before he could enjoy his victory for long, 3 unicorn wolves suddenly jumped out from the woods behind him. Li Fan was surprised. He didn't realize that unicorn wolves are social animals. It seems that he was lucky to escape last time because he ran far enough. Li Fan remained calm. The situation wasn't too bad or too good. Fighting one unicorn wolf, Li Fan relied on his quick reactions and found it easy to handle. But fighting 3 wolves at once, all faster than him, was a different story. It was risky. Well, I might as well test how strong my beast transformation skill is now. The beast transformation skill is Li Fan's secret weapon. He didn't plan to use it often, preferring to improve his fighting skills naturally. But now he knows the wolves are social animals. If the fight drags on, they might surround him with more wolves, and that would be disastrous. So, he decided to fight quickly and decisively. The 3 wolves worked together very well, spreading out and slowly closing in from 3 directions. In such a situation, it's easy to forget everything else and focus only on survival. Beast transformation, Li Fan didn't hesitate. He immediately activated his beast transformation skill. In an instant, except for his face, his entire body grew fine black fur. He looked like a gorilla, with exaggerated muscles bulging all over his body. At that moment, a powerful force seemed to explode inside him, almost bursting his body. This force was wild and uncontrollable, crashing inside him like a storm, unlike his usual fighting energy, which obeyed his commands. Beast transformation truly is a skill of the orc race. Without their strong physique, I wouldn't be able to handle it. Li Fan could feel that if he didn't release this inner power, he might really be torn apart. Without hesitation, he poured all his strength into the transformation. His entire body turned into a blur, moving so fast that even the agile unicorn wolf with nearly 20 agility couldn't see clearly. In an instant, cold light flashed across the 3 unicorn wolves. Before they could understand what was happening, their abdomens suddenly tore open, and their internal organs spilled out onto the ground. The 3 unicorn wolves let out weak howls, then slowly lost their breath. Li Fan, who had just retracted his wooden knife, looked at his system panel. Host, Li Fan, Beast Transformation State, Realm, Level 1 Fighting Spirit Apprentice, Strength, 66, Constitution, 33, Agility, 33, Spirit, 66, Talent, Elf Race Talent 0.1%, Orc Race Talent 6.7%, Talent Skills, Natural Affinity 0.1, Beast Transformation 3, Bond Points. 40. These values are the result of the dual enhancement from Natural Affinity and Beast Transformation. With such incredible numbers, the death of the 3 unicorn wolves is well-deserved. After roughly understanding his limits, Li Fan quickly ended his beast transformation. Even though only a few seconds had passed since he started and finished, he still felt a stabbing pain all over his body. Beast transformation skill is powerful, but it exceeds my body's limits. If my orc race talent continues to grow and further boosts beast transformation, I might not even dare to use it anymore. Li Fan didn't expect the skill's strength to give him such a headache. But this problem is easy to solve. As long as he keeps improving his strength and reaches level 2 fighting spirit, his constitution will surpass 100. Then, using beast transformation again will be safe. Thinking of this, Li Fan felt motivated. When he returned, he would continue practicing fighting spirit. But before that, he needed to tidy up the scene. Li Fan looked at the bodies of the 4 unicorn wolves. Each beast's corpse was valuable. Li Fan was short on money, so he immediately started collecting the bodies with his broken wooden knife. However, after a few minutes, he gave up. The knife couldn't cut off the unicorn wolf's horn, and even the fur was hard to cut. In just a few minutes, the remaining blade of the knife was battered and uneven. It was clear it was no longer usable. Li Fan couldn't stay here any longer. Who knows if he would be surrounded by a group of one-horned wolves if he waited a little more. Should I take these 4 one-horned wolves to Dina and Anna? No, I can't bother Dina and Anna with everything. If I do, they might see me as someone who relies on others and is weak. In the strong-minded orc tribe, that's a deadly mistake. To build friendship and gain their favor, I must avoid this. It seems I can only carry all of them back. But that might make me stand out. I hope no one notices that I suddenly learned how to use fighting energy. At this moment, Li Fan was glad he had no acquaintances in the town of Sin. I also need to think about my weapons. No matter how many small knives I have, they won't be enough against monsters. I need a good weapon. I heard dwarves are best at forging and building. If I get a chance to befriend them, I must ask them to make me a good weapon. Thinking of this, Li Fan used a rope to tie the 4 one-horned wolves together. Let's go. With a light shout, Li Fan carried the nearly 1,000-pound wolves on his back, though he was a little strained. Not long after, Li Fan returned to the town of Sin, carrying the wolves straight to the mercenary guild. Many people looked at him, but when they saw he was carrying only the lowest level 1 wolves, they quickly looked away. Li Fan smoothly entered the mercenary guild and approached the staff there. Coincidentally, it was the middle-aged man who had registered his mercenary badge last time. He seemed to not remember Li Fan and simply asked him to show his badge as part of the procedure. The middle-aged man froze when he saw the badge. Almost instinctively, he asked, "You haven't trained fighting energy? How did you kill these wolves?" When Li Fan registered his badge last time, he indeed hadn't trained fighting energy. This information was recorded on the badge, which is why the man was surprised. Li Fan didn't explain. Instead, he extended his right hand, channeling fighting energy into it. Then he suddenly clenched his fist. With a loud bang, it was as if the air around him had been shattered. This single act was enough to prove that Li Fan was now a strong person with fighting energy. Seeing this, the middle-aged man, although understanding why Li Fan could kill the one-horned wolf, became even more curious. There weren't many people in the evil town, so the middle-aged man didn't see many visitors each day. At first, he didn't recognize Li Fan, but now, after seeing his mercenary badge, he gradually remembered that this ordinary person was the same one who had just registered for a mercenary badge a few days ago. He also remembered that Li Fan had bribed him with a large sum of 1 copper coin to learn about fighting energy, which almost made his throat smoke from the excitement. At that time, this young man was just an ordinary person. Why has he suddenly become a fighting energy apprentice with fighting energy now? The middle-aged man kept his composure on the outside, but his eyes slowly narrowed at this moment. Although the middle-aged staff member was curious inside, he didn't ask much in the end. He knew that even if he asked Li Fan, he wouldn't tell him, so he just recorded the matter. Li Fan's one-horned wolf was then successfully bought by the mercenary guild. The magic core of the one-horned wolf was worth 1 silver coin, its fur 50 copper coins, and its meat 50 copper coins. The wolf meat, which was not valuable, was finally calculated at 1 silver coin for several hundred pounds. In the end, Li Fan earned a total of 9 silver coins, which was quite a profit. Now, with a total of 11 silver coins and 56 copper coins on him, he wouldn't have to worry about the hotel expenses for a long time. Indeed, hunting magical beasts was one of the most profitable activities in the evil forest. As for why it was one of the most profitable, there was also a more violent trade, selling slaves. Compared to buying slaves for shameful purposes, Li Fan now preferred to continue practicing. Although his strength had instantly increased many times, being a level 1 fighting energy apprentice was clearly not his end goal. He would definitely become stronger. Back at the inn, Li Fan began to continue practicing fighting energy. But soon, he suddenly frowned. It wasn't that his training had a problem, but that his progress was very slow. He had just trained for nearly an hour, yet the whirlpool of fighting energy in his dantian hardly changed. The process from level 1 fighting energy apprentice to level 2 fighter involved continuously absorbing fighting energy into the whirlpool in the dantian, which would eventually condense into a liquid form of fighting energy. Once he condensed exactly 10 drops of liquid fighting energy, he could break through to level 2 fighter. He had just practiced for an hour, and the energy vortex showed no signs of gathering liquid fighting energy. Maybe I was too impatient. It's true, I just broke through and immediately wanted to keep advancing. Things don't happen that fast. Li Fan began to practice patiently again. For 3 days straight, besides eating, sleeping, and taking care of basic needs, he stayed in his room. After continuous day and night training, on the 3rd night, Li Fan suddenly stood up sharply, with a look of confusion in his eyes. There's nothing. The energy vortex isn't showing any signs of gathering liquid fighting energy. I can feel the vortex slowly gathering energy, but it's too slow. It might take a month to gather even a drop of liquid fighting energy. At this rate, it might take a year to reach the 2nd level of fighters. Li Fan frowned, thinking about how he had just advanced to level 1 as a fighting energy apprentice. Now he was told it would take over a year to reach level 2. Anyone would doubt if something was wrong. He wondered if he misunderstood the fighting energy technique. After studying for a while, he was sure that the system's knowledge transfer was perfect, and his understanding of the fighting energy technique was correct. After searching for a while and finding no reason, Li Fan had to give up for now. He decided to visit Dina and Anna tomorrow. First, to start a new round of salt trade. Second, because he hadn't been able to extract bond points from Dina, Anna, or even Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing for a long time. Third, to learn from Dina and Anna about why his progress was slowing down. Although beastmen and humans use different cultivation methods, some things are similar in the end. Maybe he could find an answer. The next day arrived quickly. Li Fan left the small town of Sin early in the morning. After making sure no one was following him, he slowly headed toward the cave where Dina and the others were. In the human empire, the most valuable slaves besides elves are beastmen. Elves are naturally beautiful, either handsome men or beautiful women, and are loved by wealthy people. Beastmen are similar. Male beastmen may not always be handsome, but they are brave and strong, making them the best slaves in the fighting arena. The female orcs are not only cute, but also have a wild beauty that is different from elven beauties. They are also highly desired by humans. In addition, the sea tribes are also very attractive to slave traders. Unfortunately, since they live in the ocean, capturing them is very difficult and costly, so they are not the preferred choice for slaves. Therefore, elves and orcs, being the most valuable, are the main targets for slave traders. Once their whereabouts are discovered, slave traders will do everything they can to catch them. Li Fan is now very aware of this and is careful. There is some distance between him and the mountain cave. He takes out a bone flute from his pocket, the same one Anna used as a signal last time. Li Fan blows into the bone flute, but no sound comes out. Soon after, Dina steps out from behind the trees. Li Fan, you're here. Dina looks very happy to see him. Since they got Li Fan's salt, her weak body has recovered, and she now looks lively and full of energy. Li Fan is happy to see the cute Dina and replies, I found some more salt. Do you and your people still need it? Yes, of course we need it, Dina answers. At this moment, Anna also comes out of the cave. Unlike Dina's lively spirit, Anna is calmer and more composed. She is not cold, but has the aura of a cool beauty. With her devilish figure, she can be called a mature beauty. Li Fan doesn't dare to stare too long at her ample figure and changes the subject, asking, How much do you need? Without hesitation, Anna replies, As much as you have. Li Fan is a bit surprised. He knows that, including the orcs on the plains, Anna's group has only about 100 people. At 6 grams of salt per person per day, they would need at most about 30 pounds of salt per month. Li Fan knows Anna isn't someone who makes big claims, so when she says she needs as much as you have, she really means it. Even if it's hundreds or thousands of pounds of salt, she will take it. But why does Anna need so much salt? Could she know other orcs who also need salt? This concerns Li Fan's bond points, so he naturally wants to ask. The result was beyond Li Fan's expectations. Anna said, Winter is coming in 2 months, so we must start preparing. Then Li Fan learned that winter on the magical continent is different from that on Earth. On Earth, temperatures rarely drop very low, and it snows occasionally. As long as you wear a few more clothes, you can still go out for walks every day. On the magical continent, when winter arrives, temperatures gradually fall to terrifying levels. Heavy snow can even freeze a grown adult to death within an hour. Most wild animals and monsters also go into hibernation, and all crops freeze and die. Food will become extremely scarce. If the situation is serious, the 4 great nations in the evil forest might evacuate everyone and wait until spring to return. During this time, no salt will enter the evil forest. To survive the winter, they must prepare enough salt in advance. That's why Anna said they should get as much salt as possible. It's for the next 3 or 4 months. Even if they have thousands of gene, a Chinese weight unit, of salt, Anna wouldn't think it's too much. All the thousands of gene of salt would require over 1,000 points of bond value to exchange. Because of the price difference, Li Fan can sell 1 point of bond value for 1.4 points of bond value. It seems profitable, but there is a big problem. Even if the trading partner is a beastman tribe that hunts for a living, their magic core supply is limited. They can only exchange some salt for monster skins and materials. For example, in the last trade, Li Fan exchanged 5 gene of salt, which is 5 bond points. But in the end, he only got 41st level magic cores from selling the salt. The rest was monster skins and materials. The 41st level magic cores, after being absorbed by the system, only give 4 bond points. So, while his money might keep increasing, his bond points are running out. This is not what Li Fan wants. If he keeps trading like this, he will soon run out of bond points and won't be able to supply salt. Without salt, he can't get magic cores, and his connection with the beastmen will break. All his efforts will be lost. Li Fan couldn't think of a solution at the moment, but he couldn't tell Dina or Anna about this. Li Fan only said he would try to find ways to get more salt. With Li Fan's reassurance, Anna seemed to feel more at ease. Li Fan took the opportunity to ask Anna about the reason why his training speed suddenly slowed down. What? You have already learned fighting energy and even advanced to the 1st level of fighting energy apprentice. Anna was the first to lose her composure, her voice unsteady. Li Fan nodded. Is this really so strange? What? Li Fan, you learned fighting energy and even reached the 1st level of fighting energy apprentice. Suddenly, Dina also exclaimed in surprise. Li Fan scratched his head. He didn't expect Dina and Anna to react so strongly, as if they had seen a ghost. Seeing this, both sisters seemed to understand that Li Fan was acting without common sense again. This kind of situation had happened many times before, so they explained, human fighting energy, orcs blood energy, elves magic, and dwarves body forging. These are different kinds of power, but the difficulty of training is roughly the same. When Dina and I first sensed the blood energy, it took us nearly 10 days. From sensing the blood energy to reaching level 1 of Orc Warrior, it took about half a year. Because of that, Dina and I are among the best talents in the Orc tribe. Those with worse talent might take several years to reach level 1 of Orc Warrior, which is normal. And you, only in a few days, went from an ordinary person to a level 1 fighter, and you're asking what's strange. Anna almost laughed at Li Fan's ignorance. Dina, standing nearby, simply called Li Fan a pervert. Li Fan was stunned after hearing this. Was it really so hard to go from 0 to level 1 fighter? If he told Dina and Anna that he only trained for 1 day, or rather, just a whole day, and then advanced to level 1, they would probably explode with shock. Li Fan didn't mention this because it was too unbelievable. But the real problem was, if it only took him such a short time to go from 0 to level 1, it meant his training talent was very good. So why did it take him a whole year to go from level 1 to level 2? If he needed a year, how long would it take others to advance from level 1 to level 2? I took 5 years, and Dina only took 4.5 years to successfully reach level 2. Of course, our speed is still among the fastest for orcs. Li Fan immediately understood after hearing this that his cultivation speed was truly extraordinary. He was 4 or 5 times faster than Dina and Anna, who were the fastest cultivators. Such a cultivation speed probably even surpasses that of the so-called chosen ones. Li Fan thought for a moment and believed that his rapid progress was likely related to the talents of the elf and orc races that he had unlocked. The bond system always has many hidden features, such as drastically increasing basic stats. Now that it can also speed up cultivation, it's not surprising. It's quite powerful. However, even after considering this, he still didn't understand why his cultivation speed had slowed down. From level 0 to 1, it took a whole day. From level 1 to 2, it took a whole year. Could it be that his incredible cultivation speed only worked from level 0 to 1? Li Fan didn't think so. He asked Anna indirectly about what factors might affect cultivation speed. Anna thought for a moment and quickly replied, "There are many factors. First, talent. Talent is the most important factor and even determines your future limit. Ordinary people with limited talent might never be able to improve beyond level 3. Second, resources. External help can naturally speed up cultivation. For example, as orcs, if we have powerful herbs that strengthen the body, our cultivation of energy and blood can be several times faster. We don't necessarily need herbs. Eating the meat of strong magical beasts can also help. There's also magic cores, which contain the essence of magical beasts. Unfortunately, you can't absorb them directly. They need to be purified with special medicine to become pure energy that everyone can absorb. Third, the level of cultivation techniques is also very important. There are 4 types: ordinary, fine, legendary, and mythic. The lower the quality of the technique, the slower the cultivation speed in the later stages. The better the cultivation method, the faster the progress and the stronger the power gained. A normal level technique, once trained to level 1, can increase a person's body strength tenfold. The high-quality energy and blood technique that Dina and I practice also boosts body attributes by 10 times. But because of the purity difference, 1 high-quality energy and blood unit can equal 3 normal units. So, when trained to level 1, the actual increase can reach 30 times. As for legendary and mythic level techniques, I have hardly heard of them. Perhaps they only exist in stories. Every time Anna mentions these so-called common knowledge, I learn something new. This time, I realize there are many secrets to cultivation. Based on the 3 factors Anna mentioned, I thought about my own cultivation method. The system shop shows that I am practicing a yellow grade technique. Could there be better techniques above the yellow grade? Thinking this, I secretly opened the system shop to check. To my surprise, I found something. Profound level combat energy technique. 500 bond points. There really are better techniques. Just from the name, I can tell these techniques are sorted by the order of heaven and earth, corresponding to mythic, legendary, high quality, and normal levels, as Anna said. However, this sneaky system has hidden the higher levels of techniques. Right now, I can't find earth or heaven level combat energy techniques in the shop. I hesitated and clicked on the profound level combat energy technique. Ding! To practice a profound level combat energy technique, you must first learn a yellow level technique. Ding! The system detects that the host has already practiced a yellow level combat energy technique, meeting the requirements. Ding! Your bond points are insufficient. You cannot purchase the profound level combat energy technique. Wow! It turns out that these heaven earth, and yellow techniques must be learned step by step. Does that mean if I want to practice a heaven-level technique, I first need to master all the lower levels? Earth, profound, and yellow? Yellow-level techniques cost 50 bond points, profound level 500, and heaven level 5,000. It's easy to imagine that earth-level techniques would require 5,000 bond points, and heaven level even 50,000. Seeing these numbers, I realize the true meaning of a long way to go. I finally understand why my cultivation speed suddenly slowed down. The yellow-grade combat energy technique is too low-level, which affects my progress. However, he also found a solution. Using rare treasures and magic cores to help with training can speed up progress. But he doesn't have rare treasures, and the magic core needs a medic to purify it, which he can't do right now. So, there's one more difficult method left. Buying a high-level fighting energy technique. Alright, everything has returned to the starting point, no bond points. No matter how much time passes, the system always makes Li Fan understand that bond points are everything. They are his foundation and his stepping stones toward a better future. To build bonds, he must keep making friends with different races and create a world where many races live peacefully together. This was the future the system wanted when Li Fan first linked with it. Thinking this way, Li Fan feels like he's always being controlled by the system, constantly working toward the future it desires. Of course, Li Fan can resist. The system hasn't shown any signs of intelligence. It seems to just follow a set program. So, if he wants, Li Fan can give up completely. He doesn't care about bond points. He'd rather chop wood, eat black bread, and live in a stable. He could do that, and the system wouldn't punish him. But if Li Fan wants to survive in this dangerous world and achieve his dream life, he must work hard to earn bond points. And this seems to be exactly what the system wants. Everything feels too perfect, as if it was all planned. Li Fan begins to suspect that his crossing to this world wasn't an accident. Maybe someone or some entity analyzed his personality and desires, then chose him, who had just died unexpectedly, to travel here and become the system's master. Who exactly did this? And what is their ultimate goal? Li Fan believes he will find out as he keeps growing stronger. Right now, he can only tell himself that this annoying system is just a helpful tool designed to serve him. Thinking this way makes him feel a little better inside. Even so, Li Fan secretly vows that if he ever meets the person who planned all this, whether they mean well or badly, he will punch them with all his might. He will kiss their face, at least twice, once on the left cheek and once on the right. How much salt did you bring this time? After Anna explained the speed of her training, she quickly asked about the salt. Li Fan took out the prepared salt. This time, he exchanged a total of 10 gene of salt. As a result, his bond points dropped to 32, with 2 points gained from his interactions with Dina and Anna today. Anna looked at the 10 packs of salt, and her eyes lit up. So much, Li Fan didn't reply. He was worried that if too many people traded with him this time, he would run out of bond points to exchange for salt. If he couldn't get the salt, he wouldn't be able to earn more bond points later. If the orcs couldn't survive the winter because of this, it would be a big problem. Dina and Anna didn't notice Li Fan's worry. They immediately headed to the grassland where the orcs were. This time, Li Fan also became a fighter, so the three of them didn't have to walk slowly for half a day. With the support of fighting energy and vitality, it only took a little over an hour for Li Fan and the others to reach the grassland again. As Anna blew the silent bone flute, the orcs appeared quickly. This time, after an initial alert around them, they no longer guarded Li Fan closely. Instead, they seemed eager to trade with him. Li Fan immediately took out all 10 gene of salt. The price was the same as last time. 14 first-level magic cores for 1 gene of salt. The trade went smoothly. During the process, Li Fan gained another 30 bond points, meaning 30 orcs who hadn't traded before completed their transactions. He gained new friendships and bond points. Li Fan's bond points suddenly increased to 62. At the same time, the orc tribe's talent level reached 9.7%. Last time, the beast transformation became stronger because the orc tribe's talent jumped from 0.2% to 6.7%. Li Fan felt that if the orc tribe's talent exceeded 10%, there might be new changes. He wasn't sure whether the beast transformation skill would continue to improve or if new orc tribe talent skills would appear. Li Fan naturally hoped for the second option. Otherwise, he wouldn't benefit beast transformation might become too powerful, making him afraid to use it. The trade ended quickly. Besides the invisible gain of bond points, Li Fan also received 5 second-level magic cores and 36 first-level magic cores. The rest were all beast skins and materials. The value of a second-level magic core is 10 times that of a first-level core. Li Fan tried to have the system absorb a second-level magic core, and the bond points gained were also just 1 point, exactly 10 times the amount from a first-level core. As a result, he spent 10 bond points on this transaction, but only gained 8.6 bond points in return. The rest could only be converted into money. Sure enough, if this continues, his bond points will keep decreasing. The more Li Fan thought about it, the more headache he had. Hey, stupid Li Fan, you clearly made money. So why do you look so upset? Is there some bad plan you haven't completed? A clear, cheerful voice suddenly sounded beside him. Li Fan turned his head and saw that only the snake girl, Xiao Qing, could be there. Li Fan grinned and said to Xiao Qing, "It's Ah Go. Long time no see. I missed you, and I don't have any bad plans. I'm just trying to figure out how to help you all get more salt before winter." When Xiao Qing heard the name Ah Go, her scales on the lower half of her body almost bristled. She glared at Li Fan fiercely, wishing she could bite that annoying tongue of his and make it rot. Li Fan was more afraid of her gaze than she was of him. Not joking. He once boasted, "My gaze can destroy gods." Li Fan immediately glared back and said, "What? Are you trying to cheat again, Ah Go?" Hearing this, Xiao Qing suddenly remembered the bet she lost to Li Fan the second time. Her fair face darkened with mixed emotions. But clearly, Xiao Qing was a brave girl. After a long while, she finally said with a look of grievance, "All right, I'm here, Ah Go." Seeing the little girl get angry, Li Fan reached into his embrace and also used 1 bond point in the system shop to exchange for 5 carrots. He took one out and handed it to Little Green, saying, "Why are you angry, Go? Come on, Uncle Li will give you a carrot to eat. Don't be mad." Little Green glanced at the carrot but didn't move. Li Fan was surprised that the girl could resist the temptation of the carrot, especially since fresh vegetables are rare in the entire Forest of Sin. For a meat-eating orc, resisting the urge for vegetables was impressive. Just as Li Fan was thinking this, Little Green suddenly reached out quickly and snatched the carrot, then bit into it immediately. Li Fan rolled his eyes and asked, "Where's Little White?" "I also prepared a carrot for her." Li Fan's carrots weren't just for exchange. They were a way to talk to Little Green and Little White. Every day, their interaction would give him 2 bond points, and he could also increase their good feelings toward him. It was a good deal. Little Green didn't answer. Instead, she puffed out her cheeks filled with carrots and looked at Li Fan cautiously. Her green snake eyes had a look, like a god of destruction. No, like, don't even think about getting close to Little White. Li Fan had his own plan. He took another carrot from his pocket, broke it into 2 pieces, and the juicy carrot almost dripped with juice. He shouted, "Such a delicious carrot. I wonder if anyone wants to eat it." His voice attracted the attention of several nearby beast men, but since they had never seen a carrot before, they didn't dare to approach blindly. Suddenly, a white rabbit head popped out from a hill on the plain. Next, Li Fan saw Little White, sleepy-eyed, wobbling toward him. Seeing that Little White didn't seem fully awake, Li Fan placed the broken carrot under her nose. Her nose twitched a few times, and before her eyes even opened, she bit down on the carrot in Li Fan's hand. As she chewed, Little White slowly opened her ruby-like eyes. She chewed the carrot and said, "Oh, it's Big Brother. Long time no see." Has it been a long time?" Little White doesn't remember. "It feels like I just slept, but also like I slept for a long time. It seems that besides sleeping, all she thinks about is eating." Li Fan helplessly tapped a rock on Xiao Bai's forehead. Notification, congratulations. You interacted with Xiao Bai. Bond points 1. All right, I've gained full favor from the 4 sheep with 1-star ratings. Xiao Bai, who was hit on the head, looked a bit wronged, but as Li Fan handed her the other half of the carrot, her expression instantly brightened. She obediently sat beside Li Fan, munching on the carrot. The deal was done, and I had collected the wool. At this moment, Li Fan felt free again. Dina and Anna went back to the cave to talk with the local orcs, just like last time. Li Fan patiently waited. Suddenly, a sound came from beside him. He turned his head and saw that Xiao Bai, who was dozing, was making noises from her belly. She had just eaten a carrot, and now she was hungry again? Li Fan looked up at the sun and realized it was already noon. At the same time, Xiaoqing somehow brought a bunch of roasted meat. The orcs lacked many things, but they had plenty of monster meat. Every day, they hunted monsters. Valuable cores and pelts were kept, but they lacked salt, so they couldn't store the meat for long. They hunted only as much as they could eat. Recently, to trade for salt with Li Fan, the orcs had been hunting more often. Though individually weak, their team hunts had yielded good results. Now, they had a large amount of monster meat. If they didn't eat it all soon, it might go to waste. Li Fan didn't hold back. He took some and tasted a few bites. Sure enough, with good quality salt, the meat's flavor improved, but it still wasn't very tasty. This was also because Li Fan's palate had been spoiled by the fine cuisine of the 21st century. On Earth, food was often heavily seasoned with various spices, making it delicious even if not very healthy. Li Fan thought, next time, I might try exchanging for some condiments. Maybe some braised pork, hot pot, fried chicken, so the girls can try Earth's delicacies. Actually, Li Fan was craving those himself, but the bond points were too precious. He had been reluctant to exchange them. Unlike the picky Li Fan, the little green and white creatures beside him are eating happily. Since they started using Li Fan's high-quality salt, all the food seems very delicious to them. Even the food from the Orc Empire can't compare to this. Seeing Li Fan stop eating after just a few bites, Little Green became curious and asked, "Stinky Li Fan, why aren't you eating anymore? Do humans only need to eat such little food?" Li Fan couldn't say he didn't want to eat because it tasted bad, so he casually replied that he had eaten on the way. However, Little Green seemed to see through Li Fan's true feelings and snorted. "Humph, humans only care about the food they eat. No wonder your population is the largest, but your country is the weakest." She looked at Li Fan, expecting a reaction. When he didn't respond, she thought he was angry and quickly added, "Of course, you're different from other humans. Luckily, you have your salt, or we might have started eating poisonous salt." Poisonous salt? Li Fan heard this strange term. Does the other world also produce such weird salt? Little Green didn't think much and explained, "There's a cliff on the east side, and below it, there's poisonous salt. The salt looks like black-brown crystals. Many animals lick it when they want salt. Animals can lick it without harm, but for us orcs, humans, dwarves, and elves, licking it causes diarrhea, and licking too much can be poisonous." When she mentioned this, Little Green looked worried, and even Little White shivered. It's clear that this so-called poisonous salt left a deep impression on both of them. Maybe thinking about how she suffered from licking poisonous salt, Little Green lost her appetite and put down her roasted meat. Every winter, if we don't prepare enough salt in advance, we have to rely on that poisonous salt to survive. But that salt is toxic. A dwarf, called a sinner, kept buying it because he couldn't get real salt. He ate that poisonous salt every day. When he was found, he was already dead, and his whole body was purple. It was terrifying. Li Fan listened and fell into thought. For anyone who couldn't reach the gathering place, surviving in the forest of sins was very difficult. Even if you were just a child, there was no hope of luck. Xiaoqing and Xiaobai are clearly used to this now. They quickly forget about the poisonous salt from earlier. After tasting the salt, they become very hungry and continue to attack the grilled meat. I don't know how much time has passed, but Li Fan suddenly stands up quickly, with a look of disbelief in his eyes. "It's a salt mine." "Yes, it must be a salt mine. What else could it be?" As Li Fan speaks, he shows an overly excited and exaggerated smile. This makes Xiaoqing and Xiaobai nearby think that Li Fan might have suddenly fallen ill, and they step back a few paces. Salt mines are formed when ancient seawater or lake water dries up. Usually, salt mines are buried underground for hundreds of meters, but some are exposed on the surface. These salt mines contain not only salt, but also many impurities, so they can't be eaten directly. Otherwise, as Dina said, it could cause mild stomach upset or, in worse cases, poisoning and death. However, Li Fan vaguely remembers that after dilution and filtering, salt mines can be used to extract edible salt. He doesn't remember the exact steps, but his system shop allows him to exchange for various books, and he can find the extraction process in any of them. So, this means I can easily get a lot of edible salt. Li Fan thinks this, and his heart beats faster with excitement. He suddenly picks up Xiaoqing, wanting to give her a big kiss for bringing him such great news. Xiaoqing is startled by Li Fan's sudden action and forgets to resist. It looks like Xiaoqing might lose her first kiss. But luckily, Li Fan ultimately can't bring himself to do anything to Xiaoqing, who is so young. He just holds her tightly and spins her around a few times before setting her down. However, all these actions leave Xiaoqing stunned for a long time. She takes a while to recover from her shock. It's understandable why Li Fan reacted so strongly. His biggest problem now is the lack of salt. Salt is extremely important in this cursed forest. The scarcer it is, the more valuable it becomes. Having control over salt means he now holds unimaginable wealth and countless bonds. In just a moment, most of Li Fan's big problems seem to have a solution. How could he not be excited? After feeling excited, a new question appeared in Li Fan's mind. Xiaoqing mentioned the salt mine, which could produce endless salt if filtered. Should he tell Dina and the other orcs that the salt mine can be turned into edible salt? Li Fan hesitated but finally decided not to say anything. It wasn't because he thought no one would do anything for themselves. He was worried that if he told them, it might cause unimaginable problems. It's easy to understand why. If the orcs learned that poisonous salt can be turned into edible salt, would they be satisfied after getting enough salt to survive the winter? Of course not. Orcs are simple-minded, but that doesn't mean they don't have their own plans. Faced with endless wealth from salt, honest orcs would definitely try to gain benefits from it. And if the secret that poisonous salt can become edible salt gets out beyond the forest of sin, the entire magical continent, which is short on salt, would be unable to resist the temptation of endless salt. Li Fan knew well that the forest of sin would soon become a target. At that point, not just the 4 great clans, but almost all other races, except the sea tribes that don't lack salt, would focus on it. War would be unavoidable. Soon, the forest of sin would turn into a hellish place and disappear from the magical continent forever. Li Fan knew he must not reveal this secret and must hide it at all costs. Later, Li Fan carefully inquired about poisonous salt from Xiaoqing. Finally, before Dina and Anna returned, he figured out the location of the salt mine. Then, Li Fan pretended to be normal and followed Dina and Anna back. After parting from the sisters, Li Fan first took some magic cores and beast pelts back to the town of Sin. He exchanged 10 beast pelts for 5 silver coins, then headed toward the location Xiaoqing mentioned. The salt mine was not close to the town of Sin, which was good news for Li Fan, as it reduced the risk of being discovered. However, this also increased the chances of encountering monsters. Fortunately, the salt mine is still located on the outskirts of the evil forest. Even if monsters are encountered, they are only level 1 monsters. With Li Fan's current strength, dealing with level 1 monsters is very easy. After shaking off a level 1 monster, the red-toothed wild boar, Li Fan finally reached the cliff that Xiaoqing mentioned. Below the cliff, there are indeed dark brown crystalline rocks. Li Fan touched these rocks, then licked them with his tongue. Yuck, yuck, yuck. They are extremely salty, bitter, and astringent, but it's clear that this is a salt mine. It's a salt mine from which edible salt can be extracted. There are about a dozen of these crystalline rocks, each about the size of a small mountain. They probably weigh at least hundreds of thousands of tons, and even the smaller ones could yield several tens of thousands of tons of salt. Several tens of thousands of tons of salt. Li Fan was stunned. That's enough salt for millions of people to use for a whole year. A person only needs about 4 gene, roughly 2 kilograms, of salt per year. So, several tens of thousands of tons of salt could supply millions of people for a year. Even in the vast, evil forest, could there really be millions of people? This is an enormous wealth. Li Fan sensed that if he used it well, it could be his chance to rise. Without getting lost in the joy of sudden wealth, Li Fan picked up a nearby stone and knocked off a few pieces of dark brown crystals from the salt mine. These crystals weighed about 10 gene, around 5 kilograms, enough for practice. Li Fan quickly left the salt mine area with the salt and headed toward a small river he knew. When he reached the riverbank, Li Fan first checked the surroundings. After confirming no one was nearby, he used 1 bond point in the system shop to buy a book about filtering salt from the salt mine. Knowledge flooded into his mind, and in the next second, Li Fan knew exactly what to do. The reason salt mines can't be eaten directly is that, besides salt, they contain many impurities like nitrates and phosphates. Eating salt alone is harmless, but consuming nitrates and phosphates can cause severe diarrhea, and eating too much can be deadly, like the dwarf who turned purple and died. Therefore, the most important step in extracting salt from the mine is to filter out the harmful substances. The first step is to dissolve the salt in water. Li Fan did not hesitate. He used 4 points of bond value from the system to exchange for 2 large stainless steel barrels. First, he crushed the salt mine with stones by the river, then transferred the black-brown powder into the barrels. He added water to the barrels and kept stirring. When the new powder could no longer dissolve in the water, the dissolving process was complete. The second step was filtering. Li Fan also exchanged a large amount of cotton cloth from the system shop. He used the 2 barrels and the cotton cloth to filter the solution repeatedly. Visible impurities in the solution were gradually filtered out, and the color of the solution became lighter. When the liquid in the barrel turned a light color, Li Fan knew that further filtering with cotton cloth was no longer useful. Cotton cloth could only filter out large particles. To remove harmful substances, he needed charcoal. Just like charcoal can filter clean water, Li Fan continued to spend 1 bond point from the system shop to exchange for a lot of charcoal. He had already spent 7 bond points on this filtering process, but he thought it was worth it. If he successfully filtered out the salt, he would gain thousands of bond points in return. He didn't mind the trouble and filtered the solution in the barrel several more times with charcoal. In the end, only a light blue liquid remained. Li Fan dipped his finger into the liquid and tasted it. It was salty, but not bitter. He succeeded. As long as he boiled this light blue solution dry, he could get salt. Of course, the salt obtained this way still contained some impurities and was considered rough salt. To get the fine salt he exchanged from the system, he would need to purify the rough salt further. Li Fan already knew the process of refining rough salt from a book he exchanged in the system, but it was too complicated and he lacked the tools, so he temporarily gave up. Anyway, rough salt was still edible. The salt produced on the magical continent was even worse than the rough salt Li Fan extracted. At least his rough salt didn't have a bitter taste. Li Fan then extracted all the remaining salt from the salt mine, ending up with 3 gene of rough salt from 10 gene of salt ore. It was about what he expected. He returned to the salt mine at the foot of the cliff and knocked down nearly 100 gene of black-brown salt ore. With his aura, this weight was nothing to him. Carrying the 100 gene of salt ore, he returned to the riverbank. All the salt mines were processed into crude salt in the usual way. Before nightfall, Li Fan collected a total of 33 gene of crude salt. The 33 gene of crude salt filled a small bag. Li Fan wrapped it tightly in animal hide before carrying it back to the small town of Sin. The next morning, he took the crude salt to find the Dina sisters. He blew a bone flute, and after a moment, Dina stepped out from behind the trees. Seeing Li Fan, she looked surprised and asked, "Li Fan, why are you here today?" Li Fan held up his package and said, "I just got some salt." "More salt?" Dina was even more surprised, and judging by the size of the package, this batch was quite large. Last time, Li Fan took 3 days before coming to trade salt. Dina and Anna thought he needed time to bring the salt into the town. But this time, only a day had passed, and Li Fan had already gathered a lot of salt again. Could they have guessed wrong? Having salt is good. Dina didn't think much of it, and led Li Fan toward the cave. Inside the cave, Anna was resting. According to Dina, recently Anna has been preparing for winter for both of them, and helping the beastmen on the plains hunt magical beasts to ensure these, weaker, beastmen can survive the winter. Besides that, Anna often goes out to look for other, weaker, beastmen nearby. Winter is a very serious problem for the beastmen tribe. Many, weaker, beastmen don't make it through until spring. Anna has been very busy these days. Li Fan felt a bit embarrassed to wake Anna, so he and Dina waited quietly nearby. Suddenly, Li Fan noticed a huge magical beast carcass inside the cave. He looked at it for a long time and thought it might be a cow. He wasn't sure because the cow was so large, probably weighing thousands of gene, with exaggerated muscle lines, and it had 2 straight horns on its head. Without a doubt, it was a magical beast. Dina saw where Li Fan was looking and said, "This is a level 2 thunderbolt. It can release lightning attacks, and is one of the strongest among level 2 magical beasts. My sister took some effort to kill it. It will be our food for the next few days. Beef. Li Fan looked at Lei Mang Niu and suddenly remembered various beef dishes from Earth. Unfortunately, on Earth, even the most common beef costs dozens of yuan per gene. When Li Fan had just graduated, he could only afford beef noodles, especially braised beef noodles, which sold billions of servings a year but used up only a small part of a cow. He then vowed that once he had enough money, he would eat the finest beef to his heart's content. Sadly, he soon had a car accident and traveled to another world. Thinking about this, he realized he had died without ever having enjoyed his favorite food. Li Fan quickly shook his head to dismiss this sad memory and continued to look at Lei Mang Niu, thinking that the beef in this world might also be good, especially since it was meat from a magical beast, rich in energy and protein, at least 10 times more than ordinary beef. Making a steak from it should be quite delicious. Li Fan couldn't help but swallow saliva. Seeing his eager expression, Dina caught him in the act. She covered her mouth to hide her smile and pointed at Lei Mang Niu. If you want to eat it, just take some. Anyway, my sister and I can't eat much, and if it spoils in a few days, we'll just throw it away. Orcs don't have good ways to preserve meat. Usually, they eat what they hunt, whenever they hunt. This is also why they need to hunt frequently. During the food-scarce winter, they hunt a lot before winter arrives. When winter comes, the natural cold acts like a freezer. Just throw the meat on the ground, and by the next day, it will be frozen solid. As long as they prepare enough food, they can survive until spring next year. Eating has always been one of the most important parts of life because you need to eat for a lifetime. Since it's something you do every day, it's natural to care about it. For the Orc tribe, eating is especially important because they love to eat a lot. Unfortunately, they don't know how to cook delicately. When they get meat, they either roast it or boil it, and sometimes, when they're very hungry, they eat it raw. Li Fan definitely wouldn't do that. The country he was born in valued good food, eating enough, and eating well. So, how should he cook beef to make it tasty? A simple and delicious way is to pan-fry it, like making a steak. Li Fan first went outside the cave to find a flat stone. After washing the stone clean, he placed it on the campfire. During the stone preheating, Li Fan borrowed a dagger from Dina and cut 2 pieces of ribeye steak with a section of rib bone, known as the famous tomahawk steak. To enjoy a satisfying meal, nothing beats a tomahawk steak. Seeing that the stone was already heated, Li Fan first placed some fatty meat on it to fry. Once the fat started to melt, he coated the entire stone with the rendered oil. At this moment, Li Fan reached into his pocket and took out a bottle of black pepper he had just exchanged from the system shop. Black pepper and beef are a perfect match. Good quality beef only needs a little salt and black pepper to become a top-tier dish. Li Fan evenly sprinkled black pepper on both sides of the tomahawk steak. Then he took out some coarse salt from his animal hide bag. This time, he specifically used homemade coarse salt. He sprinkled the coarse salt on both sides of the steak and then rubbed it together with the black pepper to mix well. Next, Li Fan placed the steak on the smoking hot stone. Sizzle. The sound of oil bubbling at high temperature immediately filled the air, followed by a tempting aroma wafting out. Dina, who had been indifferent before, was instantly drawn to the smell. She sniffed, and her silver eyes brightened sharply as she stared intently at the steak. The meat of the Thunderbull was indeed tastier than ordinary monster meat, but in Dina's view, it was only slightly less gamey and softer in texture, not much different from regular monster meat. But what was going on with the steak in front of her now? Dina stared, and despite herself, she swallowed hard. Although she was once a princess of the Silver Wolf clan, her eating habits still favored roasting and boiling. The wild and bold cooking style of the Orc race made their flavors always uniform. However, Li Fan's special method now made the monster meat emit such an enticing aroma. What was that black powder just now? Dina could swear she hadn't smelled such a fragrance even on high-level monster meats. Undoubtedly, it was thanks to this special method and the black powder. After a moment, 2 medium-rare tomahawk steaks were ready. At this stage, the meat was the most tender and juicy. Li Fan, after many days, saw delicious food from Earth again. He couldn't resist. Relying on his body strengthened by fighting energy, he took a big bite without hesitation. This bite surprisingly burst with juice, with light red liquid splashing everywhere. Dina's eyes widened in amazement, and her mouth started to water uncontrollably. The steak was still red and very soft, almost melting in the mouth. Li Fan almost couldn't resist swallowing his own tongue. In less than a minute, he finished a large, axe-shaped steak about the size of his palm. Li Fan quickly picked up the second one. Dina, seeing this, slightly opened her mouth, then shyly retracted her hand. Her cute, bashful expression was very charming. Li Fan found her reaction amusing and decided not to tease her further. He handed the steak over to her. At first, Dina pretended to be reserved, but after taking a bite, she turned into a hungry wolf. She probably could finish the steak in less than a minute. Li Fan then took a dagger and headed toward the bull, which weighed thousands of pounds. The steak from this bull could be cut into at least a dozen pieces, enough for them to eat. Dina had just finished her steak when Li Fan was already preparing several more portions. Next, the steak sizzled again on the stone. Perhaps attracted by the delicious smell, Anna woke up at this moment. Watching Li Fan cook the steak, Anna remained calm and composed, but the tempting aroma still piqued her interest. After tasting a bite, the mature Anna also fell for the delicious steak and joined Li Fan and Dina in their feast. They finished all the steaks, and the three of them sat on the ground, exhausted and clutching their stomachs. Ding, congratulations. Dina's affection for you has reached 2 stars. Interacting with her daily grants 10 bond points. Ding, congratulations. Anna's affection for you has reached 2 stars. Interacting with her daily grants 10 bond points. Ding, your interaction with Dina and Anna has increased your bond points by 20. Li Fan was surprised. He didn't expect Dina and Anna's affection levels to reach 2 stars at this time. Was it because of the recent trading? No, it was probably also thanks to the steak. In this food-scarce place, what could be more tempting to a beast man than delicious food? This had been proven before. When he only gave Xiao Bai a carrot, Xiao Bai's affection level immediately rose to 1 star. Later, Xiao Qing experienced a similar situation. On Earth, it's common to see beautiful young women unable to resist delicious food and end up being taken in by others. To win someone's heart, you just need to win over their stomach. If I had known it was so easy, I would have already prepared a lot of good food to make Dina and her sister plump and healthy, which would have quickly increased their favor. But it's not too late now. A 2-star level of favorability gives enough bond points, 10 points per day per person. With Dina and Anna, in just 25 days, I could accumulate 500 bond points, enough to exchange for a powerful martial skill. Having this steady large amount of bond points, I also don't plan to ignore the orcs on the plains. Trading salt for magic cores doesn't give many bond points, but continuing to trade salt can increase the orcs' favor. Once hundreds of orcs' favorability rises, the daily bond points will become a big gain. I understand that I need to think long-term. After digesting the food in my stomach, I took out some coarse salt and handed it to Anna. Anna looked at the salt in the animal hide bag. She could tell at a glance that this coarse salt was not as good as the fine salt I had given before. She dipped her finger into it and tasted it. There was a difference in flavor, but not a big one. So, are you planning to use this kind of salt for future trades? Faced with Anna's question, I nodded without hesitation, even pretending I had already thought of this in advance. Yes, from now on, I will use this salt for trading. I can also provide fine salt, but getting it takes more time. Since you need a lot of salt now, I chose this coarse salt instead. The main difference between coarse and fine salt is just the level of purification. The taste isn't much different. The steak we just ate was seasoned with this coarse salt. Recalling the delicious steak, Anna couldn't help but swallow her saliva and said, "You're right. This coarse salt is also rare and good, much better than the salt sold in the gathering places. I think they will agree to continue trading. So, the price will stay the same. 14 level, 1 magic cores for a pound of salt. Is that okay?" No, I immediately rejected. Anna was slightly surprised, then nodded and said, "That's true. The coarse salt we sold to the Orc Empire previously, at 1 gene, could sell for 50 first-level magic cores. We've really taken a big advantage from you. This kind of coarse salt is much better than other salts, so the price should naturally go up. But you also know the current situation of the Orc tribe. Most of the orcs on the plains are considered weak, and most of them don't even have the strength of a first-level warrior. It's hard for them to get more magic cores. If possible, At least let us owe some debt first. I promise that by next spring, we will pay you back double. Li Fan understood that Anna had misunderstood. For Li Fan, coarse salt was a no-profit, time-consuming business. Selling this kind of salt, with 14 first-level magic cores per gene, made him feel like a vampire, which he didn't like. Of course, he couldn't give it away for free, or Anna might suspect he had other motives. Li Fan thought for a moment and then said, I don't plan to raise the price. Coarse salt isn't as good as fine salt, so I decide to sell it to you at 10 first-level magic cores per gene. This price was carefully considered by Li Fan beforehand. 10 silver coins per gene is a normal salt price on the magic continent. The orcs wouldn't lose out, and Li Fan would still make a good profit. Only through this kind of mutually beneficial deal could the trade last long, and their friendship could deepen through repeated exchanges. However, Anna was clearly surprised by this answer. She opened her mouth in shock. Whether it was the fine salt before or the coarse salt now, Anna thought that Li Fan could easily sell it at a high price to the human nobles if he wanted. But he chose to sell it cheaply to them, the orc tribe. If Li Fan had a purpose, it would make sense. But he had always appeared sincere. Perhaps his only goal was what he mentioned before, his liking for beautiful women from other tribes. Thinking of this, Anna couldn't help but blush slightly. An unbidden thought flashed through her mind. Could Li Fan be doing this because of me? The moment this thought appeared, Anna felt her ears heat up. She quickly shook her head and pushed the strange idea out of her mind. Then, Anna solemnly said to Li Fan, Thank you, Li Fan. From now on, you will be our forever friend among the orc tribe. Li Fan looked at Anna, whose face was flushed and didn't think much. He smiled and said, I am happy to be friends with the orc tribe forever. After saying this, Li Fan could feel that Anna was trusting him more and more. As for Dina, honestly, she was still too young. Since Li Fan saved Anna, she hadn't doubted his character. Her favorability only increased to 2 stars now because of Anna's influence. Without Anna, her favorability might have already reached 3 stars. On the hill of the grassland, Li Fan's return after a day again sparked discussion among the orcs. But when they heard Li Fan was here to trade salt, their enthusiasm immediately surged. When Li Fan showed the coarse salt and announced the price, the orcs' enthusiasm reached its peak. For these weaker orcs, fine salt was tasty, but they truly valued low prices. They preferred to buy coarse salt because it was affordable and also tasted good to them. The trade went smoothly. This time, 35 orcs who had not traded with Li Fan before appeared, giving him 35 points of bond value. Now, almost all the orcs here had traded with Li Fan. Besides increasing their favorability, he couldn't gain more bond points from them. Additionally, these 35 orcs provided Li Fan with a 3.5% boost to his orc talent. The system notification sounded. Congratulations! The host's orc tribe talent has exceeded 10%, activating rapid recovery for orc talents. Host, Li Fan, Level 1 Dual Spirit Apprentice, Strength, 210, Constitution, 110, Agility, 110, Spirit, 210, Talents. Elf Tribe Talent 0.1%, Orc Tribe Talent 13.2%, Talent Skills. Natural Affinity 0.1, Beast Transformation 3, Rapid Recovery, Healing Speed for various injuries 5, Bond Points. 112 It was clear that rapid healing was a skill that enhanced the body's natural healing ability. Li Fan remembered that Anna was able to move normally just 2 days after removing the snake venom. For an ordinary person, they might have had to stay in bed for a week. This was undoubtedly thanks to rapid healing. The effect of rapid healing is definitely not as good as the emergency potion Li Fan used to save the elf. However, emergency potions are single-use items, while rapid healing is a passive talent. In Li Fan's view, the value of rapid healing is much higher than that of a 1,000 bond points emergency potion. If that elf had the rapid healing talent, it could probably recover and escape without needing the potion. Li Fan clearly understands the value of this talent, so he is very satisfied. After completing the trade, Li Fan called Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai over. He asked the orcs for some beef and cooked several steaks on the spot. The taste of the steaks was surprisingly impressive to Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing, especially Xiao Qing, whose big eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to understand why the monster meat she was tired of eating could suddenly taste so delicious in Li Fan's hands. Xiaobai didn't care about that. She just ate silently. After all, saying more might mean eating less. In the end, the two little girls ate nearly 10 pounds of steak. After finishing, they lay on the ground, unable to move. Although their affection levels hadn't reached 2 stars yet, Li Fan felt they were close. He thought that after a few more visits, these two little lambs could grow into big sheep, making it more fun to take from them. Afterward, Li Fan and Dina Anna left the orcs' grassland. When they came, Li Fan only carried a bag of salt. On the way back, he was carrying a small mountain of packages. After trading 33 pounds of coarse salt, Li Fan received 100 level, 1 magic cores, and nearly 500 pieces of monster pelts. Now, Li Fan had over 200 magic cores and 640 pieces of monster pelts. Such a large amount of pelts was not only difficult to sell, but also hard to store. The caves where Dina and Anna lived could still hold them, but the pelts had a smell. If they kept so many in their place, could they still live comfortably? Li Fan decided to take all the pelts with him. However, he didn't bring them directly into the town of crime. Instead, he stopped a few hundred meters outside. At this moment, Li Fan looked at his system panel. His bond points had already reached 112. Li Fan clenched his teeth, enough to exchange for storage space. The so-called storage space is actually a space ring. A space ring can store and release everything except life itself. It is a very useful tool and is something every mercenary dreams of. This kind of space ring is not unique to the system, but they are rare. According to Anna, only noble members of the orc tribe have them. Anna was supposed to have one after reaching adulthood, but unfortunately, the Silver Wolf tribe had an incident before that. Such a precious item can be exchanged in the system shop for only 100 bond points, and its internal space is a full 1 cubic meter. Li Fan's bond points are not many. To get the advanced level fighting energy technique early, he shouldn't have exchanged for it. The problem is, whether it's a large amount of beast fur or salt mined from salt deposits. These are secrets Li Fan doesn't want others to discover. Having a space ring would greatly help avoid being found out. Although he was reluctant to spend 100 bond points, Li Fan ultimately decided to exchange for it. Li Fan held the space ring and waved it at the pile of beast fur in front of him. In the next moment, all 640 pieces of beast fur disappeared. Fortunately, most of these furs came from small beasts. Li Fan desperately stuffed them into the space ring, finally managing to fit them all inside. Li Fan looked happy. Around the salt mine, there are often stranded outsiders eating poison salt, so Li Fan always had to double-check that no one was nearby. With a magic tool like the space ring, his next salt mining trip would be much safer. Usually, storing beast fur in the space ring is extremely safe. Thinking of this, Li Fan took out 10 pieces of beast fur from the space ring, then stored the ring back into the system space. He returned to the town of Sin with the 10 pieces of beast fur. At the mercenary guild, he exchanged the 10 pieces of beast fur for 5 silver coins. Li Fan had to do this every few days. There was no other choice. His beast fur was too much, and the town of Sin had no fur buyers. The only trading partner he could think of was the mercenary guild. Even though he was very careful, Li Fan knew that taking out 10 pieces of beast fur every few days would still attract some attention. However, he was quite lucky. Recently, the middle-aged man who handled his mercenary permit always came to pick him up. It seemed the man noticed that Li Fan didn't want to attract too much attention, so he quickly completed the transactions to save Li Fan trouble. Because of this, Li Fan even bribed the man with a large sum of 1 copper coin. 10 days passed quickly. During these 10 days, Li Fan's life mainly revolved around a few things. He extracted coarse salt, traded with orcs, and while increasing the bond points with Dina, Anna, Xiaoqing, and Xiaobai, he also cooked food for them to improve their favor. Additionally, he traded animal pelts with the mercenary guild and practiced fighting energy. In 10 days, Li Fan provided nearly 500 gene of coarse salt to the orcs. This was because he didn't dare to go to the salt mine too often. Otherwise, the amount could have been even greater. As a result, the orcs wouldn't need salt for a long time. Li Fan also gained over 1,000 first-level magic cores and nearly 1,000 pieces of magical beast pelts. The magic cores were easy to carry because they were small, but the beast pelts were different. Each was a large bundle weighing several jin. After collecting over 1,000, Li Fan had nowhere to store them. During this time, Li Fan also tried to trade the beast pelts with the mercenary guild. But if he suddenly brought out hundreds or thousands of pelts, it was easy to imagine that he would immediately attract the attention of the entire town's mercenaries. Unsurprisingly, his body would be found in the forest the next day. To protect himself, Li Fan could only trade about 10 pelts every 1 or 2 days. His money kept increasing, and now he had over 40 silver coins. With a little more saved, he could even buy a dwarf slave. However, the number of beast pelts kept growing, filling up the space in his 1 cubic meter ring. Originally, he should have more, because in these 10 days, Li Fan gave away so much salt that the orcs had already given him all their magic cores, leaving only their accumulated pelts. Seeing this, Li Fan was too lazy to ask for more pelts and decided to buy on credit. The orcs were happy to agree. Because of this, Li Fan gained their gratitude, and even 10 orcs who liked him enough reached a 1-star favorability. In contrast, Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai, the white-eyed wolves, ate countless delicious foods from Li Fan over 10 days, but their favorability never reached 2 stars. This made Li Fan very angry. However, Li Fan could feel that his relationship with the 2 girls was becoming closer. Xiao Qing, the proud and shy girl, no longer argued with Li Fan every time they met. Xiao Bai, on the other hand, would stick to Li Fan like soft clay, never letting go. Of course, Li Fan knew deep down that these 2 girls weren't just clinging to him because they liked him. They were also eager for the delicious food he made. Li Fan didn't mind. Gaining someone's trust is like winning their heart. He had already captured their stomachs, and with a 2-star favorability, how far could he go? In these 10 days of effort, the biggest gain was in bond points. During this time, Li Fan earned a total of 270 bond points from Dina, Anna, and the Grassland Beastmen. Dina alone provided 200 points. Now he was only halfway to the bond points needed to exchange for the powerful mysterious level technique he dreamed of. Although he could practice the yellow level fighting technique, it was too slow to satisfy him. After 10 days of training, he still hadn't cultivated his first drop of liquid fighting energy. It would probably take at least half a month. To quickly improve his strength, the mysterious level fighting technique was essential. Well, this is a rare, relaxing moment. Li Fan leisurely strolled through the town of Sin. The beastmen didn't need salt right now, so he didn't need to extract coarse salt, and he had no reason to go to the grasslands. After taking what he could from Dina and Anna, he returned to Sin. The town wasn't a tourist spot and had no special scenery worth seeing. Although he had time, Li Fan decided to go back to the inn. Usually, he would leave early in the morning and only return at night. Today, he returned early, and just as he was about to go to his room, he unexpectedly met a familiar person. A well-fed man was walking toward him. Li Fan recognized him as the slave trader who once sold elves. The trader saw Li Fan too. He looked at him for a few seconds, then suddenly brightened up and quickened his steps toward Li Fan. "Hey, isn't this the customer from last time?" "Hello. As you know, I am a slave trader. My name is Charlie," he said politely, extending his right hand toward Li Fan. Li Fan didn't expect that the other person, who had only met him once, would still remember him after more than 10 days. He has to admit that some merchants are really good at their job. They remember potential customers very well. Li Fan thought about the elf thing. Not wanting to attract Charlie's attention, he reached out and shook hands with him, then acted like he didn't want to talk much. Charlie didn't mind. Before leaving, he said to Li Fan, "Dear guest, although we didn't make a deal last time, if you still want to buy slaves, remember to come find me. I just received a new batch of good goods. Trust me, if you want to buy, you'll find something you like among my stock." Then, slave trader Charlie waved goodbye and hurried out of the inn. Li Fan felt something was strange. As he had said before, there are many bad guys in the town of evil, but good customers are rare. How could a slave trader think of coming to a place like the town of evil to sell slaves? Li Fan hadn't figured out why Charlie was here when a man with a rough face, looking like a butcher, came over. "Guest, you haven't paid for your room today," he said. This man was actually the inn owner. He used to be a notorious mercenary but retired after an injury. His reputation still remained, so only someone like him would dare to open an inn in the town of evil. The inn's fee could be paid in advance for several days, or even a month, or paid daily. If paid daily and you forget to pay one day, your room would be cleared immediately and your belongings thrown out. Li Fan chose to pay daily. Since his things were stored in a space ring, he wasn't worried about losing his room. He happily paid 5 copper coins for today. The owner seemed to appreciate Li Fan's attitude and offered him some information about Charlie the slave trader. Usually, slave traders don't come to the town of evil to sell slaves. But Charlie, that fat pig, was invited here this time. Howard, the nephew of the Lord of Winter City, was sent here for a family test. Howard needs people, so he called in a slave trader to buy some slaves as his subordinates. Right now, Charlie is rushing to meet Howard. This also shows that Charlie currently has a group of slaves, some of good quality. If someone wants to buy slaves, they can go see Charlie. After saying this, the boss patted Li Fan on the shoulder with a smile and left. Li Fan looked at the sneering face of the boss and felt that he might be a messenger for Charlie. Otherwise, why would he tell him all this? Li Fan was somewhat interested in buying slaves, but he only had about 40 silver coins. He couldn't sell all his beast skins at once, so he couldn't afford much. With his current wealth, he could only buy a dwarf, and probably a laborer dwarf who doesn't know how to forge. Thinking of this, Li Fan lost interest and returned to his room. The Mercenary Guild has the most luxurious building in the town of all evil. The second most luxurious building is next to the guild, a large estate. The estate is called Carton Manor, owned by the famous Lord of Winter City, Lanny Carton. Now, it is Howard Carton, Lanny's nephew, living there. At this moment, inside Carton Manor, Howard, with silver hair, sat grimly on a sofa. His sharp triangular eyes looked fiercely at Charlie, the slave merchant. Charlie felt like a poisonous snake was watching him. His clothes were soaked with cold sweat as he avoided Howard's gaze. Howard silently stared at Charlie for 5 minutes. When Charlie's legs trembled and he almost fainted, Howard finally spoke. "Tell me, Charlie, what's going on?" Charlie trembled and then whispered, "Young Master Howard, this was an accident." An accident? Howard's face darkened further, as if he could squeeze water out of it. Dozens of elf slaves, goods worth over 1,000 gold coins, all lost. Only a half-dead dark elf was caught. And you call this an accident? Charlie, do you know? I really want to cut you into pieces and feed you to my dogs. Charlie shivered all over and almost kneeled on the spot. He knew very well that Howard was serious about cutting people into pieces and feeding them to dogs, as he had done such things many times before. Charlie didn't want to be fed to the dogs, so he hurriedly explained, "Young Master Howard, you can't blame me for this. To carry out your plan, we pretended to be bandits and successfully attacked the elves' gathering place. We had already captured many elves, and once we transported them into the Empire, we could exchange them for a lot of gold coins. But I don't know who leaked the information. Over 10 days ago, a badly injured wood elf was rescued by her companions. Some elves then learned the truth. Just as the elf slaves were about to enter the Empire's territory, all the slaves were kidnapped. If it weren't for the dark elf being despised by the elves, that dark elf would have been rescued too. No one expected that Charlie, a slave trader, was not in the small town for selling slaves, but was secretly working with Howard's nephew, the town lord, to carry out a plan to kidnap elves. Although they were working together, it was obvious that Charlie's status was far below Howard's. At this moment, Charlie carefully looked at Howard's expression and saw that he wasn't angry. Only then did he nervously continue. "So, this isn't entirely my fault. It's all because of the person who leaked the information." Howard frowned when he heard this. Although there were constant conflicts between elves and humans, the nephew of the border town lord disguising himself as a bandit to attack and kidnap people could cause serious trouble, even war. Howard grew more annoyed. It seemed he had been unlucky this time. His plan had backfired. Who exactly leaked the information? Charlie looked troubled but didn't dare to lie or hide the truth. I don't know. I'm still investigating." Howard was stunned by this statement. In the next moment, his sharp eyes revealed a frighteningly cruel look. Howard sneered angrily. Haha, so what you just said was just your guess. Maybe no one leaked the information at all. It's also possible that your carelessness allowed the wood elf to escape, which then led to her rescue by her companions. Is that right? As Howard spoke, Charlie's face turned extremely pale. He quickly explained, "No, young Master Howard. That wood elf was only a level 2 warrior. She resisted fiercely and was almost killed on the spot. Such injuries wouldn't heal immediately. It's likely her companions rescued her. So, someone must have leaked the information to her friends before that. Fortunately, Li Fan was not present. If he had been there, he might have realized that he accidentally disrupted a case of elf trafficking while trying to activate the system. Howard didn't care about Charlie's explanation. All he knew was that his plan had failed, and the failure was because of Charlie. Basically, your greed caused this. If you hadn't wanted to sell even the dying wood elves, we wouldn't have been exploited, and we wouldn't have lost the elves or leaked our secrets. Charlie, have I been too kind lately? Do you think my tasks don't matter anymore? Howard's kindness? Charlie thought that was the funniest joke he'd ever heard. Of course, he dared not say this in front of Howard. Charlie could only desperately promise to find out who leaked the information as soon as possible. Seeing the murderous look in Howard's eyes, Charlie couldn't hold on any longer. He knelt on the ground and begged bitterly. After several moments of changing expressions, Howard finally seemed to hold back his anger. He scolded, "You have 3 days to find out who leaked the information. I want to personally punish him to death. Now, get out of here." Charlie took this as a great mercy and quickly ran away. After Charlie left, a middle-aged, strong man came out of the room next to Howard's. The man looked at Howard, who was gloomy, then spoke. "Young master, are you really going to let Charlie go? You probably can't find the leak, and in the end, he'll just pick a scapegoat and kill him, then hand him over to you." Howard pressed his hand against his temple, looking pained. "I can't kill him for now. Uncle Katan's test for me is to earn 1,000 gold coins before winter comes. If I do that, Uncle Katan will agree to let me manage the Winter City Trading Guild. The requirements aren't high, which is why Uncle Katan doesn't allow me to bring too many family members. Otherwise, why would I need these useless slave merchants?" Howard then became a bit frantic. "I had already captured 30 elves, but Charlie messed everything up. Almost all the elves escaped, leaving only a dying dark elf behind. If I didn't still need him later, or consider his behind-the-scenes slave family, I would have skinned him alive today." Howard's once handsome face twisted into a fierce expression. "No matter what, I can't fail this test. The elves will be on guard after this sneak attack. Trying to strike their gathering place again is too risky. Even the orc and dwarf strongholds have heard rumors and increased their defenses. Our best hope now is the weak orcs and the sinners dwarves. Kai, I trust only you now. You must find out information about these weak orcs and sinners dwarves." The middle-aged man called Kai nodded and then left the room. Inside, Howard remained with a grim face. His eyes turned red as he muttered to himself, "No one can stop me from completing this test, not even if I have to do anything." At Carton Manor, Charlie didn't leave immediately. He probably would do as Kai said, find someone to be the traitor, kill them, and hand them over to Howard. But he wanted to act properly, at least pretend to follow the plan. So, he decided to take the captured dark elf with him and question her about the traitor. If he could find the traitor this way, that would be best. If not, he would kill both the dark elf and the unlucky person, giving Howard an explanation. Charlie went down to the manor's underground prison, which had 3 levels. The first 2 held people who had offended Howard. The third held slaves. He headed straight for the 3rd level. The deeper he went, the darker and damper it became, with a strange smell, mold, feces, and rotting flesh. The mold was natural, but the feces and rotten meat belonged to the slaves. That was how most slaves were treated and their fate. Walking on the muddy ground, Charlie used the lantern's light to see a woman with dark skin and white hair in a corner of a cell. That was the dark elf. The tan skin and white hair were typical of her kind. He remembered his men mentioning that this dark elf had come to save other elves, but was abandoned at a critical moment because the leading elf was a light elf. The conflict between light and darkness was so difficult to resolve that Charlie couldn't understand it fully. However, he sneered at the fact that the dark elf had abandoned her own kind to save herself. Those elves seemed pure and holy, but in the end, they were no different from humans or even his own kind, the slave traders. Thinking this, Charlie carried his oil lamp and looked into the prison cell, finally seeing what the dark elf looked like. TSK. Even though Charlie was a seasoned slave trader who had seen many terrible scenes, he couldn't help but sigh when he saw the dark elf's condition. Since she was captured, she had been tortured day and night. Her left eye was blind, and the tendons in her right hand had been cut. Whips, knife wounds, branding iron scars. Her whole body was covered with injuries. These wounds were even worse than those inflicted on the wooden elf earlier. How did she survive? Charlie couldn't help but marvel at the miracle of life. The dark elf wasn't a particularly strong race, and with such injuries, she should have died many times over. Yet, she was still alive. He could faintly hear her weak breathing. No wonder Howard was willing to hand her over for questioning. At this moment, Charlie realized that the tortured dark elf couldn't survive much longer, which was why Howard didn't care about her. But even so, this dark elf can't be questioned anymore, right? Charlie was annoyed, but after thinking for a moment, he ordered his men to take the dark elf away. His men entered the cell, roughly grabbing her by the collar and lifting her up. The dark elf, battered and unconscious, didn't wake up from the commotion. Anyway, she's just a pretext. If she dies, it doesn't matter. Charlie, feeling lazy, paid no attention to her life or death and told his men to carry her out of the dungeon. After leaving Carton Manor, Charlie and his men took the dark elf to a small estate on the west side of the town of Sin. This estate was rented recently for the purpose of holding his other slaves. He was supposed to live there too, but after the incident with the wooden elf being rescued, he was worried that her companions might come back for revenge. So, he stayed in an inn instead. With his men and the dark elf, Charlie entered the estate and then went down into the basement through a corner of the estate. This estate also has a dungeon. In the town of Evil, having a dungeon in the estate seems like a rule. In fact, Charlie rented this estate because of that reason. After bringing the dark elf into the dungeon, Charlie ordered his men to lock the elf in the innermost cell. Then Charlie looked around at the other cages. These cages held dozens of slaves. Most of them were human slaves, with a few dwarves and orcs. As Charlie told Li Fan before, he had a batch of high-quality slaves. Of course, he did not plan to sell these slaves in the town of Evil. I thought Howard's invitation was a good chance, so I decided to bet everything on it. I even exchanged all my family's assets for these slaves. But now, since I haven't completed Howard's task, I dare not leave. If I leave this terrible place, I can't sell these slaves, and I will go bankrupt. Charlie sighed in the dungeon. According to his plan, he should have already captured the elf for Howard, and he would have taken the elf and the slaves to a big city like Winter City to sell. He would then make a big profit and secure his position in the family. But the rescue of the wood elf ruined everything. Now Charlie was cornered and desperate. In the dungeon, only his murmurs could be heard. No, I must sell these slaves. Anyone who can buy them, I will sell to him. Could a low-level member of the mercenary guild have such information? Yes, I know some details about the orcs. Please help me report this to young Master Howard. What? Bart, are you here to cause trouble? If even you know this information, the higher-ups in the guild must know it too. How could your guild be unaware? Think carefully, daring to play tricks on young Master Howard. Do you know what that means? Be careful, or he might skin you alive. I dare not. I really wouldn't dare to tease young Master Howard. I truly know some information, and I believe only I and the entire guild knows it. But I will only tell young Master Howard about this. All right, wait here. This is an important matter, and the young man doesn't dare to act on his own. In the end, he decides to report it to Howard first. In the study of the estate, Howard looks at Bart carefully. Bart, originally from Winter City, is a low-level worker in the mercenary guild. 3 years ago, he offended a baron from Winter City and was forced to be transferred to the town of Sin. Sin is a paradise for treasure hunters. Whether hunting rare magical beasts or accidentally capturing exotic creatures, it's enough to make a big profit. But these activities are not related to the work of the mercenary guild staff. For someone like Bart, working here means taking risks for no real benefit. He probably only hopes to return to Winter City and settle his grudge with the baron. This is roughly what Howard has learned about Bart from the investigation. Howard doesn't think someone like Bart would dare to deceive him. Since he's asking for help, the information he has is likely true. Thinking this, Howard feels a bit hopeful. Just yesterday, he sent Kai to look for information, and today someone has come to deliver it. Howard suddenly feels that his luck might not be so bad after all. He takes a deep breath to calm himself down and then asks, "Tell me, Bart, what do you know about the orc tribe?" Bart stands in front of Howard, bowing his head carefully. This is the first time he's met someone as important as Howard. Despite his fear, he also sees a chance to return to Winter City from him. This made him feel very excited inside. He quickly replied, "Young master, I think I have a way to find the orc tribe, and most likely it's those weak orcs who can't enter the orc gathering place." "What? Are you serious?" It just so happened that these were the weak orcs he was looking for. Howard, no longer able to pretend to be calm, immediately stood up from the sofa. His triangular eyes fixed tightly on Bart, as if daring him to lie. If Bart dared to deceive him, he would tear him apart in the next second. Bart shivered and swallowed hard before carefully saying, "I wouldn't dare lie to you, young master," but Howard already knew what Bart wanted this time. He quickly said, "I know what you need. As long as your information is true, I will send someone to bring you back to Winter City. Not only will I help you settle your feud with the Baron, but you might also earn a big reward from me." Bart was overjoyed and said, "Thank you, young master." "Thank you." Howard waved impatiently, not in the mood to listen to more nonsense. "Stop wasting time. Just tell me, what is the information?" Seeing this, Bart took a deep breath and shared what he had discovered over the past 10 days. "Young master, recently a stranger came to the town of Sin. At first, he was just an ordinary person, but in just a few days, he became a level 1 fighting spirit apprentice." Howard's eyes widened in shock. Then he glared at Bart and scolded, "How is that possible? In just a few days, he went from an ordinary person to a level 1 fighting spirit apprentice? Do you think I'm an idiot?" "No, he must have been hiding his strength, and you didn't notice. Otherwise, if someone could rise from level 0 to level 1 in just a few days, the entire human empire would be buzzing about it. The old folks at the Imperial College would be alarmed." Bart also thought that might be the case, so he didn't argue. Howard's face turned sinister. "Your information probably isn't just that, right? What the heck does this have to do with the orc tribe?" Bart hurriedly shook his head. "No, young master. I only noticed that man because of this. The information about the orc tribe came after I saw him." Howard looked impatient and scolded, "Hurry up and tell me clearly, or I'll skin you alive." Bart felt Howard's anger and quickly shared his findings. "That man is named Li Fan. Because he suddenly advanced to the first level of Fighting Spirit Apprentice, I have been watching him ever since. There is indeed something suspicious about him. Every few days, he brings a batch of monster pelts to trade at the Mercenary Guild. He trades quite a few each time, so I paid more attention to him. Later, whenever he appeared, I would go over and greet him. One day, I noticed something strange about the monster pelts he traded." Howard looked confused and asked, "What was strange?" Bart looked shocked and said, "I found some of the pelts had special scratch marks. These marks weren't made by monsters. They looked like 5-finger human-like scratches. I've worked at the Mercenary Guild for many years, and I can tell these scratches weren't made by ordinary humans. Only someone with fighting spirit above level 3, reaching level 4 Great Battler, could leave such marks with their fighting spirit released. But how could a level 4 Great Battler attack a level 1 monster and use fighting spirit outwardly?" Bart was proud of his analysis and said, "So, the only other possibility is that these scratches were made by orcs. As you know, orcs have fingers just like humans. They cultivate a power called chi and blood, which makes their teeth and nails as sharp as blades, capable of creating effects similar to fighting spirit outward release. So, anyone with such scratches must be an orc. Among the pelts Li Fan sold, I found 5 with these scratches. I am sure that Li Fan has had significant contact with orcs. He must have obtained so many monster pelts directly from them." Howard listened, his eyes gradually shining with realization. Bart's analysis was correct, and the fact that orcs would trade with a human like Li Fan meant they couldn't trade openly in their gathering place. This is exactly what weak creatures like orcs would do. Howard became more convinced the more he thought about it. Suddenly, his face changed. "Oh no, you found out. The Mercenary Guild probably has too," Bart smugly said. "Don't worry, young master. I always go to meet Li Fan myself. I secretly hid all the pelts with scratches. Only you and I know about this. Good job, Bart. You did very well this time. If I really discover a large group of orcs, you will definitely be rewarded." Howard rarely shows a smile and gently pats Bart on the shoulder in praise. Bart is immediately surprised and grateful, saying, "Thank you, young master." Howard nods and then gives an order. "Next, I will send someone to follow Li Fan and see if we can find any traces of the beastmen. You should go back first, pretend nothing has happened, and don't show any signs of suspicion. Yes, young master. All right, go now. Understood. Seeing Bart leave, Howard quickly calls Kai to withdraw the request to search for the weak beastmen and the criminal dwarfs, so that Li Fan doesn't overhear and become alert. When the sun was hot on his back, Li Fan finally got out of bed. Since he was not short of money and no longer traded salt, his daily activities became quite limited. Besides practicing fighting energy, he mainly spent his days shearing Dina and Anna's sheep and cooking meals for the sisters to improve their good feelings. As noon approached, Li Fan tidied up and, as usual, left the small town of Sin, heading toward the cave where Dina and the others were. But as he walked, Li Fan suddenly frowned. The elf race's talent, natural affinity, is not only a boost to all attributes, but also a gift that makes people feel close to nature, like elves, and become natural children of the forest. Because of this, natural affinity increases all attributes by 0.1 times in forest environments, including perception. Of course, Li Fan's natural affinity talent level is still very low, so both the boost and his harmony with nature are minimal. Even so, at this moment, natural affinity is enough for him to sense some abnormalities around him. Moreover, the orc race's innate sixth sense is also warning him. Today, something feels unusual around him. Li Fan thought for a long time before suddenly realizing what the abnormality was. It is that today, the surroundings are quieter than usual. Li Fan can easily guess that something is following him. Is it a monster or a human? Most likely, it's a human, and a very skilled tracker with strong abilities. After all, Li Fan was always very careful when visiting Dina and Anna. This time, he was no different, but he was still silently followed. If it weren't for the unexpected abilities of the elf and orc talents, Li Fan might still be unaware of the danger. Li Fan kept thinking of ways to escape, but he never stopped walking. As he got closer to the cave, he suddenly stopped. He took out a bone flute from his pocket and quickly blew into it. The flute made no sound, as if it was broken. Li Fan wasn't in a hurry. He just stood there, waiting after blowing the flute. Time passed slowly, but there was no sound or movement around him. After about 10 minutes, Li Fan looked disappointed and shook his head. Then he turned around and started walking back. About 5 minutes into his retreat, suddenly a fist shot out from the shadow beside him. Li Fan was startled and quickly stepped back, but the fist was very fast. Just as it was about to hit him, Li Fan activated his beast transformation talent. Instantly, his body grew black fur. At the same time, all his attributes tripled. Host, Li Fan, beast transformation state. Level 1 martial spirit apprentice, strength, 66, constitution, 33, agility, 33, spirit, 66, talents. Elf talent 0.1%, orc talent 13.2%, talent skills. Natural affinity 0.1, beast transformation 3, rapid recovery 5, bond points. 312 with his current 4 basic attributes. Very few level 1 martial spirit apprentices could compare to him. But the speed of that fist was still faster than Li Fan at this moment. His face changed. He realized he was facing a level 2 fighter. In the next moment, he couldn't avoid being hit in the chest. A sharp pain struck his chest, and it felt like his heart stopped beating for a moment. Then Li Fan was thrown back, crashing into a big tree. Blood burst from his mouth. Li Fan endured the pain in his chest, got up, and looked forward with alert eyes. Not bad. A level 1 fighting spirit apprentice was able to block my punch. You should be proud. At this moment, a man dressed in leather armor stepped out from the shadows among the trees. He was about to say more, but when he saw Li Fan's current appearance, he froze in surprise. The next moment, he pointed at Li Fan in shock and said, "Why do you suddenly have hair growing on your face?" "No, your whole body is covered in hair." "I see. You're a lowly half-orc hybrid. No wonder you have connections with the orc tribe." Clearly, the man misunderstood, but his words gave Li Fan a good excuse. Li Fan didn't argue. He looked at the man with a cold smile. The man, seeing this, looked confused and said, "Why is this lowly half-orc still smiling?" "Never mind, I'll find out soon enough. Now, follow me quietly and tell me everything you know, especially about the orc tribe. Don't try to hide it." or I'll make you understand what pain really is." As soon as he finished speaking, an arrow sliced through the air with a sharp sound, flying quickly toward the man's chest. The man was startled and instinctively dodged to the side. But in the next moment, a graceful orc appeared beside him at several times his speed, holding a dagger pressed against his neck. The man looked at her in disbelief. He was controlled in an instant. Could this orc be a level 3 expert? No, level 3 experts are much more terrifying. This orc was a level 2 expert, and she was probably practicing a top-tier technique. Top-tier techniques are rare, and only nobles have access to them, whether human or orc. How could an orc noble appear in the sinful forest? The man couldn't understand, but he dared not move anymore. It seemed he couldn't catch that kid. He needed to find a way to leave first. He thought to himself, before Li Fan and the others could speak. He said, "Who are you? Why did you attack me?" "I only acted because of a grudge with that man over there. This has nothing to do with you. I advise you not to interfere. I'm from the Winter City Lord's mansion. If you hurt me, the City Lord definitely won't let you go. A large army will sweep through the sinful forest, and no one will escape. I suggest you let me go now." Smack before the man could finish, Li Fan slapped him hard and cursed. "Go to hell. You're full of nonsense. Do you think I didn't hear what you just said? You're actually here for the orc tribe, and you're just pretending to be innocent." The man was slapped and immediately wanted to get angry, but a dagger pressed against his neck made him dare not move. He could only glare with hatred at Li Fan. A lowly half-orc dared to slap his face. If he managed to escape, he would make sure the other person paid dearly. Li Fan was momentarily stunned. Then he grinned. What a foolish person. Even after being caught, he still shows a desire to fight back. Probably, the City Lord's mansion in Winter City gave him confidence. But Li Fan would soon make him understand that the City Lord's mansion isn't all-powerful. The man's purpose in following Li Fan was obvious. He was after the orc tribe. However, how he discovered Li Fan's connection to the orcs was unknown. This point was very important. It largely determined the safety of the orc tribe and whether Li Fan could return to the evil town in the future. Li Fan didn't rush to ask questions. Instead, he cooperated with Dina and Anna to tie the man up tightly. Since he was a level 2 fighter, to prevent him from breaking free, Li Fan had Anna dislocate the joints of his hands and feet. Anna didn't know how to dislocate joints, but she was very strong. With a loud "ah," the man completely lost his ability to resist. After that, Li Fan and the others took the man away from Evil Town and found a remote area with little activity. Next, it was time for the interrogation. Li Fan, feeling lazy to play riddles, directly asked the man, "Tell me, why are you following me?" The man, at this point, still didn't seem to realize how serious the situation was. Enduring the pain in his limbs, he stubbornly replied, "I didn't follow you. How dare you attack someone from the City Lord's mansion?" Smack. Li Fan slapped him without hesitation, using all his strength. Even though the man was a level 2 fighter and couldn't defend himself, his left cheek instantly swelled. His decisive action surprised Dina and Anna. In their eyes, Li Fan had always been a calm person, but today he seemed different. Dina even felt a bit afraid of Li Fan at this moment. Unlike her, Anna quickly accepted Li Fan's current state. After all, she remembered how Li Fan had shown a fierce side when cornered by the unicorn wolf, biting into the enemy even in death. She understood early on that Li Fan was not as gentle as he appeared. Deep inside, he hid a strong and ruthless nature. The beastmen, who value strength above all, did not dislike such a person. In fact, they admired him. Anna said nothing. She simply moved Dina nearby and did not interfere, allowing Li Fan to do as he wished. Li Fan continued to ask the man, "One more chance. Tell me, why are you following me?" The man seemed to realize his situation and finally showed some hostility in his eyes. He suddenly had an idea and said, "I wasn't specifically following you. I just thought you might be an easy target, so I followed to see if I could get something." This excuse sounded more convincing than the previous ones, but since the man had already revealed that his target was a beast man, his words now seemed like weak excuses. Li Fan didn't hit or interrupt him this time. He had already given him a chance, and since the man didn't value it, Li Fan decided to take things seriously. Thinking this, Li Fan suddenly turned to Anna and said, "Lend me your dagger for a moment. By the way, you and Dinara should go somewhere else and rest for a while." Anna immediately understood Li Fan's meaning. After hesitating for a moment, she handed her dagger to him, then took a somewhat confused dinara and walked away into the distance. As for Li Fan's safety, there was no need to worry. The man's joints had been dislocated, so no matter what Li Fan did, he posed no threat. Seeing Dinara and Anna walk away, Li Fan then approached the man with the dagger in hand. Li Fan considered himself not a bloodthirsty person, nor even particularly cold. He had hardly killed any chickens or ducks, so he couldn't be emotionless about killing. But all of this was based on one principle: others could not threaten his life. If someone violated this principle, Li Fan would show them how cruel he could be to stay alive. Just like now, Li Fan knelt in front of the man, holding a shining dagger with a cold gleam, and looked at him with a blank expression. Faced with Li Fan, the man finally felt a little scared. He was about to speak, but Li Fan's dagger had already swung out. A cold flash of light cut near his little finger. In the next moment, the tip of his little finger was sliced off. The man's face changed instantly, but this level of pain was not enough to make a warrior of his rank cry out. He could endure it silently. Li Fan didn't care about his reaction. He asked again, "Are you going to tell me now?" The man squinted at Li Fan and suddenly sneered. He had already figured out that Li Fan had never really killed anyone, nor seen much blood. Otherwise, why would he only cut off his fingertip? Such a small injury could only scare children. Someone who has never seen blood wouldn't dare to kill, right? The man believed that Li Fan wouldn't dare to kill him in the end. Besides, the man's confidence also came from his pride in the Winter City Lord's mansion. Winter City is the only border between the town of evil and the outside world. If he offended Winter City, when winter comes, Li Fan would have nowhere to go and would end up freezing to death in the forest of evil. With these 2 points, the man gradually regained some confidence and ignored Li Fan's question. Li Fan waited for a moment but saw no answer. Looking at the other's expression, he understood his choice. Li Fan seemed to have expected this. He spoke calmly. "Very well, let's continue." Next, Li Fan's dagger flashed with cold light again. The man, whose joints were dislocated, couldn't dodge, so Li Fan also cut off his ring fingertip. Although he knew he wouldn't die, watching his flesh being sliced off piece by piece made the man very uncomfortable. The man glared at Li Fan angrily. Just as he was about to speak, Li Fan suddenly grabbed his clothes and tore a large piece of fabric. Under the man's puzzled gaze, Li Fan stuffed the cloth into his mouth. Li Fan smiled again, as if explaining to him, "I told you I was interrogating you, right? So, before I ask questions, you're not allowed to answer even if you want to." The man froze and made muffled sounds, trying to say something. But unfortunately, Li Fan didn't give him a chance. Since he wasn't asking questions now, even if the man wanted to confess, he wasn't allowed. Oh, that's right. Li Fan suddenly remembered something interesting and said to the man, "If this is just a simple interrogation, it's a bit boring. How about we play a game? I won't explain how to play. I'll just show you right here." Hearing Li Fan's strange words, the man sensed something was wrong, but with his mouth blocked, he couldn't speak. Li Fan then started his game. 1, 2, 3. Li Fan read out a number every second at a steady pace. When he reached 3, Li Fan waved the dagger in his hand. Next moment, the man's middle finger's tip was cut off. At this point, the man had lost the tips of 3 fingers, and blood dripped from his hand. Li Fan didn't stop. He kept counting. 1, 2, 3. Again, he read a number each second at a calm speed, and when he reached 3, Li Fan swung the dagger again. This time, the man lost the tip of his index finger. The man finally became scared, making muffled sounds and trying to speak. But unfortunately, he didn't get a chance to speak earlier, and now he couldn't just say what he wanted. Li Fan ignored him because he hadn't allowed the man to answer yet. Until he gave permission, the man couldn't speak. The game would continue. Li Fan was lucky to be born in a peaceful time, so he had never interrogated anyone before. He probably didn't know how to do it properly, but he was a bookworm. As a bookworm, he had read strange books by odd authors, which contained knowledge he would never use in real life. He once read about ways to interrogate enemies and wondered how he would do it if he had to. Thinking about it, he actually came up with some methods, even though he thought he would never need them. Today, he ended up using one of those methods. The method was a bit cruel, and the process made Li Fan feel uncomfortable, but he wouldn't stop. He understood very well that showing mercy to enemies was the same as cruelty to himself. 1, 2, 3, 1 second per number, slow and steady, neither fast nor slow. After 3 seconds, a flash of cold light appears, followed by a slice across the finger pad. Humans have 10 fingers, so this process can be repeated up to 10 times. During this, the man can endure the pain in his hand, but watching his flesh being cut away piece by piece makes him almost break down. It feels like being tortured slowly. He knows exactly when the dagger will strike and when his flesh will be cut. Li Fan. 1. The man. Oh, there are only 2 seconds left. Li Fan. 2. The man. Only 1 second left. What should I do? Li Fan. 3. The man. No. 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 He's coming. He's coming. Suddenly, another slice cuts through his finger pad. In just half a minute, Li Fan has cut off all 10 finger pads. Half a minute isn't long. It should pass quickly. But for the man, each second feels like a year. The pain isn't unbearable, but the mental torment is what makes him break down. He struggles, screams, even considers confessing, but with his mouth blocked, he can only make muffled sounds. Because Li Fan said, "I haven't asked questions, and you're not allowed to confess." This is a madman. The man is completely terrified, losing all his previous confidence. His proud city lord's mansion now seems unimportant. All he wants is to speak. After cutting off the man's 10 finger pads, Li Fan feels it's enough and pulls out the cloth gag from his mouth. The man is stunned and immediately starts cursing loudly. "You're a madman. You're crazy." But to his surprise, the cloth gag is put back over his mouth again. The man is frozen in shock. Li Fan just grins, smiling like a demon, and says, "What a pity. You wasted your rare chance to speak. Now let's start the next round." The man opens his eyes wide, showing disbelief. He desperately screams and makes muffled sounds, as if saying he was wrong, willing to confess, and ready to answer all of Li Fan's questions. However, Li Fan still did not allow the man to answer. In Li Fan's view, the man's reaction just now showed he was not afraid enough. In this situation, the man might make up other lies to deceive him. Some lies Li Fan can tell apart, but others he cannot. Anyway, there was still a long time before nightfall, so Li Fan had plenty of time. He was not in a hurry to find out the reason. He wanted to make this man more afraid to ensure that the information he obtained was true. All your finger pads are cut. Next, it should be your toes. Let's begin. 1, 2, 3. Ugh ugh ugh. Humans have 10 toes. At 3 seconds per toe, he could endure for half a minute. Even after all the toe pads were cut, there was still plenty of flesh on the human body. Li Fan had no worries about running out of places to hurt. In fact, this man wouldn't last that long. After cutting off all 10 toe pads, as soon as Li Fan tore the cloth from his mouth, the man completely surrendered. Soon after, Li Fan clearly learned that this man was named Babu, a second-level fighter who practiced an ordinary fighting energy technique, and he also learned about Howard, Charlie, Kai, Bart, and everything else. Could the rescued wood elf be the one I saved with the emergency medicine pill? I didn't expect to accidentally save dozens of elves. Too bad I didn't get any bond points, Li Fan muttered in dissatisfaction, then swung his dagger and stabbed it into Babu's chest. Babu, who had just confessed, looked at him with disbelief and fear. He had clearly told everything. So why did this man named Li Fan still kill him? Of course, Babu didn't know that from the moment he was caught, Li Fan never intended to let him go. Anyone involved in slave trading had enough reasons to be executed 1,000 times over. From Babu's confession, Li Fan also understood that Howard would not let him go. If Howard caught him, after extracting information about the orc tribe, he would either be killed on the spot or turned into a slave. Therefore, Li Fan would never show mercy to these people. Although it was his first time killing someone, feeling the warm blood on his hands, Li Fan couldn't help but tremble all over. But that's okay. He would get used to it gradually. This is a world where strength rules, filled with villains who treat lives like commodities, much like slave traders. He will have many chances to adapt. Half an hour later, Li Fan took out a bone flute from his pocket and played it steadily. Soon, he saw Dina and Anna's figures. The bone flute can not only summon the sisters, but also send some messages. After realizing he was being followed, Li Fan used the flute to notify the sisters. A steady sound means safety, while a quick, urgent sound indicates danger. Because of this, the sisters appeared just in time after Li Fan drew out the follower. Anna, who returned to the sound of the bone flute, looked a bit surprised. She thought she would face a very bloody scene when she returned, even hesitating to let Dina go back to the cave first, since Dina was still a minor. But when Anna saw Babu's condition, she realized the situation was much better than she had imagined. Babu only had some blood on his hands and feet, and his only fatal wound was a single cut through the heart. Curiously, although he hadn't been badly mistreated, Babu's stiff face was full of fear and disbelief, as if he had experienced unimaginable terror before dying. What did Li Fan do? Did he ask this man about his purpose? Anna asked worriedly. Li Fan recounted everything from the interrogation. When she learned that the root cause was just a few scratches on some beast skins, Dina immediately exclaimed, "Your sister said humans are cunning, but I didn't expect you to be so clever, catching even the tiniest traces. Humph, I need to be more careful in the future." She shot a glance at Li Fan as she spoke. Li Fan didn't argue. It was good that the girl became more cautious. Compared to this, how to deal with Howard and others next was the most important thing. "You mean you're going back to the evil town?" Anna asked in shock. Li Fan nodded. After thinking carefully, he realized that although the evil town had become a dangerous place because of Howard's presence, he seemed to have no choice but to return there again. Of course, he could also choose not to go back and stay with Dina and Anna in the evil forest to survive. But if he did that, as long as Howard was alive, he could never enter the human gathering places again. The next time he wanted to trade salt, he wouldn't have a good excuse for the salt that appeared out of nowhere. Also, Dina and Anna are orcs, but he is human. If one day Dina and Anna decide to return to the orc tribe to find out the truth about the betrayal of the Silver Wolf tribe, what should Li Fan do then? Follow Dina and Anna back to the orc tribe? He was afraid he would be torn apart by many orcs who hated humans. So, even though Li Fan can move freely in the evil forest and stay between humans and orcs, he can never fully leave the human gathering place, the evil town. Dina, who was nearby, didn't think so much. When she heard Li Fan was going back to die, she quickly advised, "You just killed Babu. If you go back now, won't you be caught by that bad man Howard right away?" Li Fan shook his head and said, "No, Howard won't send people to catch me. If he does, he might alert the orcs connected to me. To catch the orcs, he can't afford to target me." Anna looked a bit confused. "Babu was killed by you, so that means you've already alerted him. Why would Howard still be afraid of alerting you now?" A sly smile appeared on Li Fan's face. He pointed to Babu's body on the ground and said, "Who says I killed this man?" Seeing Dina and Anna's puzzled looks, Li Fan explained, "When I was questioning Babu, I deliberately didn't hurt his bones with a dagger. Now, if you, Anna, take his body to the inner areas where level 2 or 3 magic beasts often appear, what will happen?" Anna thought for a moment and suddenly understood. The blood on the body will quickly attract monsters. The monsters will eat Babu's body completely, leaving only the remains. Then, if you guide them a little, Howard and the others will eventually be lucky enough to find the remains, and based on the clothes, they can identify that these are Babu's remains. At this moment, Howard would notice that Bob's remains show no injuries caused by weapons, only bite marks from monsters. Therefore, his only conclusion is that Bob, the unlucky guy, was accidentally caught by a monster while tracking you and ultimately died in its mouth. Additionally, Howard would realize that Bob died in the inner area where level 2 and 3 monsters are active. He would instinctively think that the orc is hiding in that inner zone. Yes, Li Fan nodded. For this plan, he even had to give up the loot on Bob. Moreover, based on the interrogation of Bob, Howard's only companions were 5 level 1 fighting apprentices, 2 level 2 fighters, and 1 level 3 battle master named Kai. Bob had already died at the hands of one of the level 2 fighters. Howard's remaining men are quite strong in the town of Sin, but they are not enough to explore the inner area filled with level 2 and 3 monsters. So, Howard can't afford to be caught off guard. He can only follow me, relying on me to lead the way, so he can find the orc tribe in the vast inner zone. This way, my safety is assured. Anna was stunned after hearing this. The plan was so tightly connected, as if Li Fan had already calculated everything after realizing he was being followed. He used the different rhythms of the bone flute to warn her and her sisters, then lured Bob out as bait to draw out the tracker. They worked together to capture Bob without triggering a fight. He then skillfully interrogated Bob without harming his bones, faked Bob's death using monster disguise, and created doubt to mislead Howard into thinking the orc tribe was hiding in the inner zone. This prevented Howard from attacking him easily. Next, the initiative was in Li Fan's hands. He could use this opportunity to lure Howard into continuing to follow him, then set an ambush to eliminate Howard and his group in one strike. Dina, standing nearby, clearly didn't understand. She widened her white eyes, showing an innocent expression. But Anna had already grasped Li Fan's entire plan. She even found it a little terrifying. This man seemed even more impressive than she had thought. The phrase, "humans are cunning," was most fitting for him. At this moment, Anna silently vowed that even if she parted ways with Li Fan in the future, she must never become his enemy. The plan was set. Next, it was time to carry it out. Li Fan carried Bob's body and, along with Dina and Anna, headed toward the inner area of the evil forest. On the way, the chances of encountering monsters increased significantly, as expected. Within half an hour, they met 3 monsters. Fortunately, the highest level was only level 2. Compared to Dina and Anna, who had trained in a top-grade energy and blood cultivation technique. Even though they were both level 2, their abilities were boosted 30 times, 3 times that of ordinary level 2 fighters. Most level 2 monsters were no match for the 2 sisters. A few hours later, the 3 arrived at the inner area of the evil forest. Li Fan casually threw Bob's body onto an open space. Then he rolled around in the nearby grass a few times, so some weeds and flowers that only grew in the inner area would stick to him. Finally, Li Fan just needed to walk back from here to the evil town. Howard, who had been looking for Bob, would follow the footprints and clues on Li Fan to find Bob's remains, falling into Li Fan's trap. After thinking it over several times and confirming the plan was good, Li Fan, Dina, and Anna started heading back. More than half an hour later, Li Fan, Dina, and Anna had reached about 1 kilometer from the evil town. The sisters Dina and Anna could not enter the town. Just as Li Fan was about to say goodbye, Anna suddenly asked, "So, are you a half-beast?" Li Fan was surprised. He knew Anna had seen him use beast transformation to deal with Bob. Although it was a misunderstanding, it didn't harm Li Fan and might even be helpful, as it explained the origin of his beast transformation skills. Li Fan was about to admit it, but suddenly thought, perhaps in the future, he would unlock unique talents of the elf race, or even those of dwarves, dragons, giants, vampires, and other races. How would he explain that? His eyes lit up, and he quickly came up with an idea. He said to Anna, "Yes, I do have the bloodlines of both humans and beast people." Anna had already guessed this. She nodded calmly in response. Although humans and beast people often didn't get along, love across races still existed. Otherwise, how could the half-beast race exist? Although both humans and orcs look down on mixed-blood half-orcs, Anna believes that strength is the most important. Li Fan's skills are improving quickly, and he is clever. He will definitely become a strong person in the future. Anna naturally does not look down on him just because he is a half-orc. Anna also considers whether to comfort Li Fan and tell him not to worry about his bloodline. But before she can say anything, Li Fan surprises her with his next words. Li Fan continues, "I not only have human and orc blood, but also elf, dwarf, dragon, and many other kinds of bloodlines. So many that I can't even count them all." Dina and Anna are stunned, completely shocked. Li Fan doesn't care about their reactions. For his own convenience later, he decides to tell a big lie. He says, "My family has a strange tradition. All the men in our family like women from different races. Whether they are elves, dwarves, dragons, or sea creatures, we like all foreign women. Over generations, this has led to me having blood from many different races." Hearing this, Dina and Anna are like thunderstruck, their faces pale and their bodies trembling. Can it be true? The 2 sisters open their mouths wide and stare at Li Fan with wide eyes. Even their tails, which are always wagging, stop moving. At this moment, Li Fan's family seems incredibly mysterious to them. Li Fan just stepped through the valley entrance into the town of evil. Suddenly, He notices someone walking quickly away nearby. In the past, Li Fan wouldn't care about this person, thinking it had nothing to do with him. He was just a nobody in the town of evil. But now, after learning about Howard, Li Fan suspects that this person is probably Howard's spy. His guess is correct. The spy, after seeing Li Fan, immediately returns to the Carlton estate to report the news to Howard. So, you only saw Li Fan return alone, but not Babu? Yes, young master. Howard frowns at this. Next to him, Kai speaks up. Young master, could it be that Babu was discovered by Li Fan, or even killed? Howard thought for a moment and shook his head. Bob probably wasn't discovered. If Li Fan really found out about Bob's spying, why would he return openly to the town of crime now? Kai considered this and agreed. Then he said, Young master, should we catch Li Fan and question him directly? Howard hesitated. Although this was the most effective way, it also risked mistakes. If Li Fan had regular contact with the orcs, suddenly capturing him would definitely alert the orcs. This matter involved orc intelligence, so there could be no mistakes. If the orcs were alerted and ran away, all their plans would be ruined. Howard decided he needed to find out where Bob was before taking any action against Li Fan. He quickly ordered Kai, Don't alert Li Fan for now. Kai, have Hake secretly follow him and find out where Bob is. Hake was another second-level fighter under Howard's command. His strength was even higher than Bob's, and he was one of Howard's most trusted subordinates besides Kai. Kai immediately went to find Hake. Soon, an ordinary-looking man left Carton Manor and headed toward Li Fan's location. Hake quickly found Li Fan. Li Fan, to avoid raising Howard's suspicion, went as usual to the mercenary guild after returning to the town of crime to sell tin beast pelts. What was different now was that Li Fan watched Bat, who was still as enthusiastic as ever, with a cold smile in his heart. Li Fan hadn't noticed before, but Bat's constant friendliness was because he had discovered Li Fan's secret. Li Fan had even spent 2 copper coins to bribe Bat. If it weren't for Bat, Li Fan wouldn't be in so much trouble now. Once he dealt with Howard, he planned to settle this score with Bat. Li Fan didn't stay long at the mercenary guild. After selling the beast pelts, he turned and went back to the inn. Coincidentally, he saw Charlie, the slave trader, coming back from outside. From Bob's mouth, Li Fan learned that Charlie was also Howard's subordinate. He initially planned to ignore him. However, Charlie saw Li Fan at this moment. At this time, Charlie's mind was only thinking about how to sell his group of slaves. So, when he saw Li Fan, his eyes lit up, and he quickly approached this potential customer. Oh, we really are destined to meet, sir. We've met by chance for 2 days in a row. Such fate must be guided by the gods. So, are you considering buying slaves now? For the sake of divine guidance, I will give you the best deal. Charlie was always like this, starting to promote his slaves as soon as he met someone. Li Fan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. What divine guidance? Living in the same inn and meeting 2 days in a row. Is that really strange? This slave trader really puts a lot of effort into selling his slaves. Just as Li Fan was about to refuse, he hesitated suddenly. He thought about it, and actually developed a slight desire to buy a slave. Not for anything else, but to improve his strength. Right now, Li Fan wanted to get stronger, and the best way was naturally to increase his realm and become a level 2 fighter. But due to time constraints and the level of his fighting energy technique, he couldn't do it quickly. However, Li Fan had a system, so he naturally had other ways to improve his strength. He had already studied his bond system thoroughly. The bond system has 2 main functions. First, as long as you form a friendship with a different race, you can gain bond points. These points can be used to increase favorability, which can be maintained daily through interactions. These bond points can be exchanged in the system shop for various items. Second, when you form a friendship with a previously unfamiliar race, not only can you increase your basic attributes, but you also gain the race's innate skills. The strength of these skills depends on the depth of the bond and the number of members involved. For example, if Li Fan can buy a dwarf slave from Charlie, the slave trader, and then establish friendship with the dwarf, Li Fan can gain a dwarf race innate skill and immediately get 1 point of basic attributes. If luck is on his side, he might gain a powerful talent skill like Beast Transformation, which would greatly increase his strength. It could even allow Li Fan, as a level 1 fighting apprentice, to fight a level 2 fighter without losing. This would be a very important boost for Li Fan right now. After hesitating for a moment, Li Fan said to Charlie, I might consider buying a slave, but I need to see the slaves you have first. If I find one suitable, I will buy it. Charlie was very happy. Now, anyone willing to buy his slaves was like his best friend, dear brother, or even his long-lost father. Charlie quickly replied, Yes, yes, yes. The slaves I have will satisfy you. I will take you to see them right now. However, Li Fan shook his head and said, It's too late today. Please take me tomorrow morning. Charlie was surprised and looked at the setting sun still hanging in the sky. It wasn't even evening yet, so how could it be too late? But since his biological father had spoken, Charlie had to obey. He quickly said, All right, sir. I will wait for you at the inn entrance tomorrow morning. Li Fan nodded and ignored Charlie, who had suddenly become overly eager. He planned to buy a slave the next day mainly because of money issues. Li Fan only had about 50 silver coins now, which made it hard to buy a dwarf slave. So, he needed to prepare in advance. If everything went well, he might also sell some monster pelts that he couldn't use. Outside the inn, Hackton watched everything and sneered. This was definitely an interesting scene. He didn't expect the target he was following to be trading with a slave merchant under Lord Howard's command. If used well, Lord Howard could control Li Fan's actions. Hack thought it was necessary to report this. But first, he needed to find out why Babu had disappeared. Howard was in the town to complete a test from the Lord of Winter City. Because of this, he could only bring a limited number of subordinates. Howard spent a lot of money to hire experienced old mercenaries for the test, and Hack was one of them. An experienced old mercenary can often play an important role. For example, now Hack knows the easiest way to find Babu is to follow Li Fan's recent movements. Knowing Li Fan's recent actions is something Hack is good at. Hack carefully observes Li Fan from a distance. Soon, he notices some rare plant residues on Li Fan's clothes, which seem to only be found inside the evil forest area. He also looks at Li Fan's shoes, noticing some dirt stuck on the sides. After Li Fan leaves, Hack steps forward and picks up a piece of dirt that fell from Li Fan's shoe. He first rubs it with his fingers, then smells it close to his nose. Then Hack closes his eyes to think for a moment. Soon, he opens them and mutters, I didn't expect this kid to have been inside the evil forest. Could the orc tribe Howard is looking for be hiding there? The inner area has level 3 magical beasts. Babu hasn't shown up yet. Did something go wrong? Hack glances toward the inn. Seeing that Li Fan doesn't plan to leave today, he heads toward the outskirts of the evil town. Outside Evil Town, Hack follows the clues on Li Fan and finds traces of his return after a short search. He then follows these clues into the inner area of the evil forest. After more than an hour, he finally enters the inner zone. A few more minutes later, he discovers a bloodied, partially eaten corpse. Hack's face changes. He quickly searches the blood-stained clothes on the body. Soon, based on the belongings found on the corpse, he confirms that this is Babu, who was also a level 2 fighter. Seeing this, Hack's expression keeps changing. Finally, he takes off his coat, wraps the corpse in it, and quickly heads back toward Evil Town. Howard looks at the corpse in front of him, his face very grim. His triangular eyes turn red, and he seems ready to explode. He isn't upset because Babu is dead. He's angry because his already limited manpower has become even smaller, especially since Babu was his third strongest fighter. Howard took a deep breath, then slowly calmed his anger and said, So, based on your judgments, Bob was killed by a beast. Kai and Huck nodded together. Kai quickly said, It shouldn't be wrong. I just carefully checked Bob's remains and found no signs of weapon wounds or any fight marks with humans. All the marks are from beasts. Bob is a level 2 fighter, and even Li Fan, a level 1 magic apprentice, couldn't have killed him with a surprise attack. The weak orcs wouldn't have a level 3 expert. All the evidence shows that Bob was killed by a beast. Maybe he was careless and was ambushed from behind while tracking Li Fan. Howard scolded angrily, Fool, but he felt helpless. Then he remembered the key point and asked Huck, Did you find any orc traces near Bob? Huck shook his head. No, but Bob died inside the inner area of the sinful forest. I think the orcs are probably hiding inside that area. The inner area? Howard asked with doubt. That place has level 3 beasts. How can the weak orcs, who can't enter the orc gathering place, survive inside? Huck's rich experience came into play again. He said, "Young master, orcs survive by hunting. They understand the habits of many beasts and know how to drive away surrounding monsters. Even the weaker orcs can find ways to live inside. But that makes it very hard for us to find their traces. With just us, we can't move freely inside the sinful forest." Howard nodded and looked worried. "So, it seems we can only wait for Li Fan to lead us to the orcs." "Yes, young master. During this time, we should not let Li Fan realize we are here." "And when will that be?" "In a month and a half, winter will come. This year is a rare year of divine punishment, which happens once every 10 years. Winter will last over 5 months, and temperatures will be lower than usual, possibly causing monster uprisings. If we can't catch the orcs before winter, we will have to retreat to Winterhold City. My test will then fail. So, no matter what, we must catch those orcs as soon as possible." Howard's face remained as grim as ever, and his tone became firm and unquestionable. Seeing this, Kai said, "Young master, don't worry. Since winter is coming, those orcs are probably trying to gather supplies like salt. I think Li Fan will soon go back to the orcs' hideout. If Li Fan hasn't gone there before winter arrives, we can just catch him and question him directly. It might scare the orcs, but at that point, we won't need to worry about that." Howard's expression slightly improved after hearing this. At that moment, Hack suddenly spoke up. "Young master, I just found some interesting information. It might help us lure Li Fan to go to the orcs' hideout sooner." Howard immediately became alert and asked, "What information?" Hack quickly explained the conversation between Li Fan and Charlie. "Once Li Fan buys Charlie's slave, we can have Charlie secretly give the slave a blood frenzy potion. When it activates, only the orcs can counter it. Since Li Fan has connections with the orcs, he must know about this. To save his slave, he will seek help from the orcs. Then, we can follow him to find the orcs' hideout." Howard listened carefully, his eyes widening. A cold smile appeared on his lips. "Good idea. The blood frenzy potion is rare, but catching an orc is worth it." He quickly ordered someone to call Charlie over. The next day, Li Fan woke up early, which was rare for him. To improve his strength, he didn't dare to be lazy like usual. As soon as he left his room, he saw Charlie waiting for him at the door. Strangely, Charlie's face seemed less anxious than yesterday. Yesterday, he was eager to buy Li Fan's slave at all costs. Li Fan didn't mind and followed Charlie toward the estate he rented. Once inside, Li Fan followed Charlie straight to the dungeon. The strong, unpleasant smell in the dungeon made Li Fan frown, but he said nothing and continued to follow Charlie, listening as Charlie kept describing the slaves in the cages. "Sir, look at this human slave. He is young and strong, the best kind of worker. You only need to feed him twice a day, simple black bread and water, and he will work for you, bringing in many times the value you pay. Such a good slave can be bought for just 50 silver coins. Over here is a young girl slave. She just turned of age and, after training, is very good at serving. If you like, you can take her for only 80 silver coins. Don't think it's too expensive. We put a lot of effort into training her. And secretly, I can tell you she's a virgin. She's a perfect choice." Seeing that Charlie seemed eager to introduce all his slaves, Li Fan interrupted him directly, saying, "Today, I am only interested in slaves from other races." Charlie was pleased to hear this. Racial slaves cost more than human slaves, so the profit from them is higher. Naturally, Charlie was happy. He quickly led Li Fan deeper into the dungeon. "Would you like to see this orc slave? This male orc from the cow race is the second strongest among all my slaves, with the strength of a level 2 warrior. But don't worry, we've fitted him with the latest restraint collar. As long as you control the collar, you can easily control him. And he's not expensive. Only 20 gold coins if you want to buy him." Wow, compared to human slaves, this orc's price is dozens of times higher. No wonder slave traders and Howard are eager to capture orcs. The reason for the high price is probably related to the orc's strength. Being a level 2 warrior, he can easily defeat several level 1 fighters like Li Fan. So, the high price makes sense. Li Fan looked at the orc in the cage, feeling a bit tempted. A level 2 strength would be a huge help for him now. Plus, this slave is an orc. If Li Fan takes him to Dina and Anna, the orc would likely be willing to serve him wholeheartedly. Of course, Li Fan would have to give the orc his freedom in return. The orc was a good choice, but the 20 gold coins price was enough to scare Li Fan away. He didn't have enough money, even if he sold everything he owned. The orc tribe had already established a friendship with him, so gaining another orc friend wouldn't significantly improve his strength. It was better to prioritize other different races. Li Fan directly asked Charlie, "I don't want orcs. Do you have any other race slaves?" Charlie looked surprised. Besides elves, orcs are the best choice for a different race slave. Since Li Fan still has connections with the orcs, he was surprised that Li Fan refused the orc slave in front of him. Charlie couldn't understand, but it was also good that Li Fan didn't want the cow-type orc slave. The blood frenzy potion is special to make, and only the orc race can produce it. If Li Fan bought a cow-type orc, it would be hard to give the potion to that orc. Thinking about this, Charlie took Li Fan to see some dwarf slaves. Dwarves are very similar to humans, but they are generally shorter. No adult dwarf is taller than 1.5 meters, almost like little people. Even though they are short, their faces often look very mature. Small bodies with very grown-up faces are common among male dwarves, who usually have big beards and look like little old men. Female dwarves are more normal in appearance. Although they are also short, some parts of their bodies develop normally, so many female dwarves have a youthful face but large breasts. However, female dwarves are still hard to attract human buyers. Dwarves are a race that trains their bodies and love forging and building. Most dwarves are very strong, like young bulls. Many female dwarves are also very muscular, despite their youthful faces and large breasts. Buyers who like this kind of woman are rare. This is why dwarf slaves are usually cheaper than elves and orcs. Charlie had 9 dwarf slaves, mostly males. 5 of them had no combat ability, level 0, and 4 had level 1 strength. None had level 2. Level 0 dwarves usually cost 80 silver coins each, while level 1 dwarves cost 4 gold coins each. Li Fan thought for a moment. Actually, any dwarf could help him unlock the dwarf race bond, so he could buy the cheapest level 0 dwarf. After the level 0 dwarf was purchased, it was only useful for helping him activate the dwarf tribe bond. After that, it had no other use, and might even become a burden later. Li Fan didn't want to buy a dwarf only to abandon it immediately. If he bought a level 1 warrior dwarf, at least it wouldn't be a burden when escaping. Thinking about this, Li Fan was about to choose a level 1 dwarf when he suddenly remembered what Charlie had just said. Among Charlie's slaves, the orc of the 2nd level of warrior strength is only the 2nd strongest, and the strongest isn't even among the dwarf slaves. Could it be that Charlie's most powerful slave is actually a human? Curious, Li Fan asked Charlie about it. Charlie hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly said, "My strongest slave isn't human. It's an elf." Li Fan immediately understood that the elf Charlie mentioned was probably the dark elf. He had heard about the dark elf from Babu, and was shocked. A dark elf, who had separated from the elf race long ago, was willing to risk danger to save their former elf kin. Meanwhile, the high and noble light elves, who were considered the rulers of the elf race, would betray their savior out of prejudice at the last moment. The so-called proud and pure elf race was ultimately not much different from humans, full of scheming and fighting. At that moment, Li Fan saw that the elf race was just like that. But the dark elf was what really caught his attention. He decided he wanted to see this dark elf with his own eyes. Li Fan deliberately showed interest and said to Charlie, "An elf slave? I want to see this elf. If she's suitable, I'll buy her." Charlie didn't look surprised. Instead, a hint of worry appeared on his face. That dark elf wasn't his slave at all. Howard had given him her for interrogation. He dared not sell her to Li Fan casually. Moreover, this dark elf knew about his plan to disguise himself as a bandit and attack the elf gathering place. If she told Li Fan about it, and Li Fan, who had connections with the orc tribe, became suspicious, it could ruin Howard's plans. Charlie was sure that this time, Howard would definitely cut him into pieces and feed him to the dogs. He could only wait for Howard to make the decision. Charlie thought for a moment, then forced a smile on his face and said to Li Fan, "Elves are very valuable slaves. I will prepare first, and if everything is suitable, I will take the guests to see them." Charlie prepared to leave, first taking Li Fan back to the ground, while he himself entered the large house within the estate. Inside a room of the house, Howard was sitting on a sofa, waiting. If Li Fan saw him, he might be surprised to find Howard here in this estate today. "Knock, knock, knock. Young Master Howard, it's Charlie. I have something to ask you." Howard had come to this small estate specifically for Li Fan. Hearing the knocking, he looked at the door with curiosity and said, "Come in." As soon as Charlie appeared, Howard asked, "So quickly, you completed the deal with Li Fan? Did you give his slaves the frenzied blood potion to drink?" Charlie quickly shook his head. Seeing Howard about to get angry, he hurriedly explained, "Li Fan hasn't decided which slave to buy yet." "Really? He doesn't want to buy slaves anymore." "No, it's just that he seems interested in buying that dark elf." "What?" Howard was also very surprised to hear this. He was about to tell Charlie to refuse Li Fan, but the words caught in his throat, and he stopped. Perhaps this wasn't a bad thing. Howard thought carefully for a moment. The more valuable the slave, the more Li Fan would cherish them. If it was an ordinary slave worth only a few silver coins, he might give up if problems arose. But what about an expensive, high-quality slave? The most valuable in the entire dungeon was naturally that dark elf. If Li Fan bought him, he would definitely be reluctant to abandon the dark elf. And if the frenzied blood potion were to activate, Li Fan would likely seek help from the orc tribe for the dark elf. This would trap him in his own scheme. As for the dark elf, who was near death at this moment, the effect of the frenzied blood potion could temporarily solve the problem. Thinking this way, Howard felt he was making the best choice. The only concern was that, like Charlie, Howard also worried that the dark elf might reveal their plans to capture the elves, which could alert Li Fan. Howard seemed to remember something and called out outside the room, "Kay." Soon after, Kay quickly walked over to Howard. "Young master, is there something you need? I remember you have a special potion that can make someone mute, preventing them from speaking for a month." "Yes, young master. Give this potion to Charlie." Kay took a small metal bottle from his pocket and handed it to Charlie. Then Howard said to Charlie, "Charlie, before letting Li Fan meet the dark elf, first make the dark elf mute so she won't say anything she shouldn't. Then feed her the frenzy blood potion and let her meet Li Fan. Remember, you must make sure Li Fan buys her, even if the price is lower. Do your best to sell her to Li Fan. Don't let me down this time." Charlie nodded quickly and hurried away with the metal bottle. Howard watched Charlie leave and asked Kay, "Is the frenzy blood potion really ready?" Kay nodded seriously. "Yes, young master. The potion I gave Charlie is diluted, so its effect is weaker, but it can delay the side effects. It should take about 3 days before the dark elf's potential is fully drained. That way, Li Fan won't have problems right after buying her, and he won't suspect us." Howard nodded with satisfaction. "Good." Then he looked out the window and muttered, "Li Fan, this time you better fall into my trap obediently." In the dungeon, Charlie carried 2 types of potions and headed toward the deepest cell. In the cell at the very bottom, the dark elf lay on the ground like a pile of rotten mud. No matter how many times he came, every time Charlie saw this injured dark elf, he would immediately wonder if she was already dead. But each time he pressed his ear close to her, he could hear her faint, barely noticeable breathing. This girl is still alive. Why is she still alive? How is it possible? Although he had experienced this several times, Charlie couldn't help but marvel at the dark elf's resilience each time. While sighing, he mercilessly pinched open the dark elf's mouth and then poured poison from a metal bottle into her mouth. The dark elf was forced to swallow the poison. After coughing a few times, she stopped moving. But Charlie knew that the dark elf was now mute. After that, Charlie took out a collar from his pocket. This was a restraint collar used to enslave others. Rumors said the origin of these collars was very amazing, even claimed to be a gift from the gods. No one truly understood how these collars worked. Everyone could only make them in the way the gods supposedly taught. Even collars made this way still had magical power. As soon as a slave wore the collar, it would suppress them. The owner could control the slave freely. If the slave resisted, the owner could activate the collar to fully control and suppress them. Under this pressure, weak slaves couldn't even stand, and to avoid punishment, they would obediently submit to their owner. The restraint collar is really made for controlling slaves. "Is this technology truly a gift from the gods?" Charlie said casually, then placed the collar around the dark elf's neck. He hadn't put the collar on her earlier because he was worried it might kill her with its suppression. Now he was about to give her the so-called blood rage potion, which would make her temporarily recover like a flicker of light before fading away. Naturally, he needed to put the collar on her first. Thinking this, Charlie took out the bottle of the so-called blood rage potion from his pocket. It was a bright red liquid, glowing with a hot aura even without heating. The liquid inside the glass bottle seemed to boil, constantly swirling like boiling blood. Charlie uncorked the bottle, and a strong smell of blood hit him. He accidentally inhaled a breath, and immediately felt his heartbeat quicken, his blood rushing through his body rapidly. Under this stimulation, Charlie felt a surge of strength flowing out of him. But instead of feeling comfortable, his whole body was torn apart by a sharp pain. Just taking a breath of the gas caused such a strong reaction. Damn, this was diluted. If it hadn't been, one breath might have killed me instantly. It's funny, though, this is also a kind of divine-given skill. Charlie looked at the blood frenzy potion in his hand with fear, while ruthlessly opening the dark elf's mouth and pouring the potion inside. The moment the dark elf drank the blood frenzy potion, her body suddenly began to convulse. She seemed to scream, but since she was silenced by poison earlier, she couldn't make much noise. Only faint moans could be heard. Soon, a hot, bloody-smelling mist burst from her body. It felt like blood fog was pouring out of every pore on her skin. Charlie couldn't help but step back a few paces. Then he saw the dark elf's entire body turn a strange dark red, and her wounds were healing rapidly. This healing was faster than when wood elves took emergency pills, allowing small wounds to close instantly. This continued for about a minute, and the dark elf finally stopped struggling. For several minutes afterward, she remained still. Charlie thought she might have passed out, but suddenly she twitched and slowly crawled up from the ground. Seeing this, Charlie finally relaxed. "Follow me, guest. The elf slave is just ahead." Charlie led Li Fan toward the dark elf's cage. In the dim dungeon, only Charlie's oil lamp provided faint light. They walked to the end of the dungeon, where the dark elf was held. Under the faint light, they saw a very mature woman. Her figure and aura could only be described as mature. She sat quietly in the cell, leaning against the wall, seemingly resting. Li Fan learned from Babu that this dark elf had been severely tortured. He expected to see a very brutal scene, but the reality was different from his expectations. The dark elf didn't look badly hurt. Through her partially covered clothing, Li Fan saw that her wounds were few, and she did not have the dying breath that Bobo mentioned. She was just a bit thinner. If her tan skin and white hair hadn't shown she was a dark elf, Li Fan would think she was just another unrelated elf. As Charlie's oil lamp moved closer, the light caught the dark elf's attention. She opened her right eye and tilted her head to look at him. That eye was a rare black color, like Li Fan's. Their three black eyes looked at each other. People say eyes are the windows to the soul, but in that right eye, Li Fan saw no emotion. It was calm, like a still lake, without any ripples. Even though she had been betrayed, caught, and questioned, and now was about to be sold, her right eye stayed peaceful. She showed no anger or hatred, nor any desire to live. It was as if she was a wise monk who had seen through worldly things, free of desire. Her left eye was shut tight. A scar crossed her face over that eye, and it was completely blind. Her right hand was similar. Its tendons had been cut and not treated, so her hand hung limply, powerless. Soon, the dark elf looked away and leaned against the wall, closing her eyes to rest. She didn't care about Li Fan and Charlie outside the cage. Li Fan stared at her for a long time, so long that Charlie had to remind him. "Sir, it seems you're very interested in this dark elf. How about buying her? I can give you a big discount. For just 30 gold coins, she's yours. It's a rare chance. Dark elves are few in number and roam across the magical continent. Many people never see one in their whole life. They are very valuable. Plus, she's quite strong. At her peak, she was a level 3 expert. Not many can match her in the town of Sin. Though she's injured now, she still has level 2 strength. With her here, you'll be much safer in this town of Sin." Charlie kept bragging. Li Fan quickly replied, "Injured? Her left eye is blind, and her right hand is useless. Those aren't small injuries. I bet she can't even beat that ox beast now." Charlie immediately recognized that Li Fan was trying to lower the price. In fact, Li Fan did have this idea. At first, Li Fan learned from Babu that the dark elf was badly injured and near death. Given that, he was curious but didn't plan to buy her. However, now the dark elf was in much better condition than Li Fan expected, and her strength was strong enough to be a helpful ally. Most importantly, The dark elf would never team up with Howard. An enemy's enemy is a friend. After considering all this, Li Fan decided he wanted to buy her. Since he wanted to buy her, his first goal was to lower the price. He couldn't pay 30 gold coins. But Charlie was not a new merchant and wouldn't let Li Fan get his way easily. Now, customer, you can't say that. The dark elf's injuries are serious, but as a natural assassin, she can push her body to the limit. Losing one eye might affect her a little, but since she is skilled with both hands, she can use her left hand just as well as her right. If you buy her, you won't need to treat her injuries, and she can immediately help protect you. Selling her for 30 gold coins isn't expensive. Li Fan was surprised to learn that dark elves had such talents. He had never heard of this before. Curious, but he couldn't show it now, or it might hurt his bargaining. So, Li Fan quickly started to counter Charlie. So what if she has combat ability? If all I cared about was fighting strength, I would buy the orc from earlier, who isn't injured. The reason I want this dark elf is because you don't understand. Look at her scars, almost like she's been disfigured. Her body is covered in scars, as if she rolled through a field of knives. Even though dark elves are rare, you wouldn't get a high price for her in the human empire, right? If used well, many flaws can become advantages, like being flirtatious. At this moment, Li Fan was hinting to Charlie that he was interested in her body. His reason for wanting to buy the dark elf was because of her body. With this reason, he could greatly reduce the importance of her fighting ability, and her scars and injuries could be used as bargaining chips. Sure enough, Li Fan's words made Charlie hesitate. Charlie clearly understands why elf and orc women can fetch high prices among humans. Most humans who buy elf and orc women do so for those reasons. From this, the dark elf is definitely not worth 30 gold coins right now. Charlie clenched his teeth and said, "All right, since I already offered you the best deal before, you can take the dark elf for only 20 gold coins. By the way, this dark elf is still a virgin. Just turn off the lights, and you'll still have a good experience." Cutting the price by a third was a good result, but 20 gold coins was still too much for Li Fan. Li Fan had no choice but to smile and say, 20 gold coins? With that money, I could buy 25 of those young slaves from earlier. Aren't they also pure? And now, you're asking 20 gold coins for a scarred dark elf? Li Fan looked incredulous. Charlie also looked surprised. Wow, a rare dark elf, once a level 3 warrior at her peak. If she had no flaws, he could sell her for 200 gold coins, and people would rush to buy her. Now, even with some flaws, how could 20 gold coins still seem expensive? If Lord Howard hadn't insisted that Charlie sell the dark elf to Li Fan, Charlie would have already driven Li Fan away. This time, Charlie didn't back down. Li Fan also refused to give in. Next, the two of them seemed like bargaining women at a market, arguing back and forth for a long time. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. "Master Charlie, Lord Kai wants to see you." In the dark dungeon, this sudden voice startled Li Fan, and even Charlie's fat body trembled. They looked toward the sound and saw it came from a servant in the estate. The servant repeated, "Master Charlie, Lord Kai wants to see you. He has questions about the slaves." Hearing the name Kai, Li Fan was momentarily stunned. He had heard the name Kai from Babu. He was Howard's personal guard and a level 3 expert, capable of killing Li Fan instantly. Why would this person come here? Could Howard already know that he was coming here to buy slaves from Charlie? Since Howard personally got involved, there must be a problem with this slave deal. In an instant, Li Fan thought of many things, but he dared not show it on his face. After all, in Howard and the others' eyes, Li Fan had no idea about Howard, Kai, and the others. This might be why Kai dared to let his servant reveal his name directly. And the reason Kai asked his servant to come in and report was not really because he had something to do with Charlie, but because Howard was using this to remind Charlie not to forget what he had told him. At this moment, Charlie finally remembered Howard's previous instructions. Yes, his main goal today was to sell the dark elf to Li Fan, but his usual habit made him start bargaining with Li Fan. Perhaps Howard guessed this would happen, so he had his servant use Kai's name to remind Charlie. He almost messed up Howard's plans again. Charlie secretly wiped the sweat from his forehead, then calmed himself and replied to the servant, "Got it. Tell Lord Kai I will be there soon. The slaves I prepared for him have arrived. Please wait a little longer." After that, Charlie turned to Li Fan and said, "Well, you're lucky. As you can see, I have another big client coming soon for a deal. I'm too lazy to bargain with you. I'll sell this dark elf to you for 10 gold coins. Li Fan was not pleased with this. There was definitely a problem. Li Fan knew the relationship between Kai and Charlie. Charlie's words were just an excuse to sell the dark elf cheaply. Charlie, no, I should say Howard, seems very eager for me to buy the dark elf. A thought flashed through Li Fan's mind. He sensed a conspiracy. Is Howard playing a double game? Li Fan quickly dismissed this idea. One thing he was sure of was that the dark elf would never be working with Howard. Since that's the case, Li Fan decided to buy the dark elf. First, the dark elf was indeed a good helper, a natural assassin, and also a natural bodyguard. After all, assassins understand assassins best. Having such a dark elf around would greatly improve Li Fan's safety. Since this is Howard's plan, if Li Fan decides not to buy the dark elf at this time, no one can predict whether Howard might become desperate and act against him. Additionally, there is an advantage for Li Fan. Now he knows Howard wants to sell the dark elf to him, so perhaps the price for the dark elf could be lowered a bit. Li Fan smiles and says to Charlie, who offers 10 gold coins, No, the dark elf situation is too bad. I think I can only offer 5 gold coins. Hearing this, Charlie's eyes widen in disbelief, unable to believe someone would offer such a price for the dark elf. Charlie is so angry he wants to refuse immediately. He really wants to refuse. But he can't, because young Master Howard ordered him to sell the dark elf to Li Fan no matter what. In the end, Charlie can only comfort himself, thinking it's Howard's dark elf, and lowering the price isn't his concern. With this thought, Charlie suddenly feels enlightened. All right. Before Charlie can finish saying, all right, Li Fan quickly notices Charlie's willingness to compromise. Seizing the opportunity, he continues before Charlie agrees. If I buy the dark elf for 5 gold coins, you also have to give me a level 1 dwarf. Yes, the 5 gold coins aren't just for the dark elf. Charlie must also give him a level 1 dwarf. Since there's a chance to get a good deal, Li Fan wouldn't pass up the opportunity to take advantage of the other person. At that moment, Charlie feels like he's about to be overwhelmed with anger. He's never seen such shamelessness before. The dark elf isn't Charlie's property, but the dwarf is. A level 1 dwarf can sell for 4 gold coins on its own. So, is the remaining 1 gold coin the actual price for the dark elf? Charlie is furious at Li Fan's shamelessness. No way. As Charlie speaks, a nearby servant suddenly interjects, Master, it wouldn't be good to keep Lord Kai waiting too long. Charlie's anger is suddenly suppressed by the servant's words. Even so, Charlie stubbornly says, Impossible. I can only give you a level 0 dwarf, at most. Li Fan almost hears Charlie's frustrated growl as he says this. Li Fan secretly sneered, then finally pretended to be reluctant, nodded reluctantly, and agreed to the deal. Soon, Charlie opened the dark elf's cage. The dark elf was still sitting in the corner, resting her eyes, and did not react at all to the scene of Li Fan and Charlie bargaining earlier. Come out, Charlie scolded the dark elf from outside the cage. But after waiting several seconds, there was no response from her. Li Fan had long been holding back his anger and was about to lose his temper. At this moment, Li Fan stopped Charlie. He hesitated for a moment and then stepped into the dungeon. Li Fan squatted face to face in front of the dark elf. She finally opened her right eye. The 3 black eyes looked at each other again. The dark elf's right eye remained calm, as always. What's your name? Li Fan asked the dark elf. As expected, she did not respond. Li Fan nodded, seeming to understand her thoughts at this moment. Suddenly, Li Fan reached out his right hand and grabbed her left hand. The touch was cool and soft. Li Fan clenched her cold hand, then stood up and pulled her up with a force. During this, the dark elf did not resist at all. Seeing this, Li Fan said nothing and directly led the obedient dark elf out of the cage. Silent, disillusioned with the world, desperate. Whatever it was, Li Fan was not worried. He was confident that he would find a way to earn her trust. If words couldn't do it, he would take a long time to achieve it. With the dark elf, Li Fan and Charlie went to choose a level 0 dwarf. Li Fan's requirements for the dwarf were simple, healthy body, preferably strong. In the end, he chose a particularly muscular middle-aged male dwarf. Next was naturally the payment. Charlie sighed in relief. He could finally send away this damn robber, buying a dark elf and a dwarf for 5 gold coins. What else could you call it but theft? Seeing Li Fan reach into his pocket, Charlie waited for him to pay so he could send this robber away immediately. But at this moment, Li Fan said something. Well, I actually don't have that much money. No money? What does that mean? Charlie was stunned for a long time after hearing this. When he finally reacted, veins bulged on his forehead. Just as Charlie was about to lose his temper completely, Li Fan quickly said, although I don't have enough money myself, I can offer something in exchange. Charlie felt this was the most frustrating deal he had ever made. But thinking about Howard's demands, he could only grit his teeth, suppress his anger, and ask, I wonder what you plan to offer as compensation. Animal fur, the fur of magical beasts. Li Fan answered without hesitation. Charlie hesitated for a moment after hearing this, then sneered and said, Customer, I am not just an ordinary trader. I have no interest in buying animal fur. Not interested? No, you will be. Li Fan grinned and interrupted before Charlie could reply, saying, If I offer enough profit, why wouldn't you accept it? Charlie was surprised. The word profit touched his business instincts. He hesitated again for a moment, then finally asked, How much profit can you give? A merchant cares only about profit. As long as the profit is enough, they don't care whether they are selling animal fur or slaves. After all, making money is what makes a good merchant. Seeing Charlie was slowly convinced, Li Fan continued, You know the market price for magical beast fur outside, right? Charlie nodded. Of course. The fur of level 1 magical beasts is worth 60 copper coins, while level 2 magical beast fur is worth 6 silver coins. These are the prices in the human empire. Naturally, the mercenary guild doesn't buy fur at these prices. In the town of Sin, the mercenary guild only pays 50 copper coins for level 1 magical beast fur. Li Fan squinted, secretly pleased. He didn't know the actual market prices in the human empire, so he deliberately mentioned these figures to get the market price from Charlie. With the market price in mind, Li Fan felt more confident and said, In that case, how about I sell you each piece of level 1 magical beast fur for 40 copper coins? Selling to the mercenary guild is an option, but Li Fan didn't want to attract Howard's attention again because of large quantities of magical beast fur. Therefore, Li Fan focused his attention on Charlie. Since Howard and the others already suspected that Li Fan had connections with the orcs, Li Fan decided not to hide his batch of orc pelts anymore. He took the opportunity to use Charlie's help to get rid of all those pelts. When Charlie heard the price Li Fan offered, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Buying for 40 copper coins and selling for 60 copper coins meant a 50% profit, enough to tempt all merchants with such a high return. In fact, Li Fan's deal carried little risk. Thinking this, Charlie gradually became interested. Seeing this, Li Fan dropped another big offer. I have nearly 900 first-level orc pelts and 50 second-level pelts. If you're willing, you can buy all of them at the same price as before. What? So many? Hearing this, Charlie couldn't hold back anymore. With such a large amount of pelts, he could turn around in the human empire and make nearly 3 gold coins in profit. With this money, even if his current batch of slaves suffered losses, he still had a chance to recover. Thinking of this, Charlie finally agreed to Li Fan's deal. Li Fan had already taken out the pelts from his space ring before leaving in the morning and placed them in the inn room. He brought Charlie and his men to the inn, waiting for them to take all the pelts away. Once that was done, the transaction was successfully completed. Both Li Fan and Charlie were satisfied with this deal. Charlie gained enough profit. Li Fan only lost a batch of useless pelts. But he not only gained a dark elf and a dwarf for free, but also received 60 silver coins from Charlie. In a way, it was like buying slaves and getting silver coins for free. For a moment, Li Fan's total assets finally exceeded 1 gold coin, reaching an impressive 1 gold coin and 10 silver coins. After buying the 2 slaves, Li Fan's first order of business was to let them take a bath. Washing away the dirt on their bodies gave them a sense of cleansing their spirits. Li Fan thought this was a good way to help the slaves relax and shed their tension. After bathing, the dwarf looked cleaner but still appeared as a small old man. He didn't give Li Fan a good look because he was captured by a human slave trader from the dwarf gathering place, which made him a slave. Naturally, he wouldn't look kindly on Li Fan. The dark elf had no such prejudice. Her expression was always calm and unchanged, never giving Li Fan a bad look. After bathing, she seemed to have unlocked a seal. The scars on her face didn't hide her mature aura. Combined with her cold personality, She was undoubtedly an icy beauty. With her attractive figure and long, shapely legs, Li Fan was stunned when he first saw her. She was more charming than a beauty queen on earth. Li Fan swallowed hard, almost having inappropriate thoughts, and quickly recited in his mind, "A gentleman loves beauty and takes it rightly. Without virtue, desire is harmful." Suppressing these evil thoughts, Li Fan then decided the future for the two slaves. He looked at the dwarf slave. Facing the grumpy dwarf, Li Fan spoke, surprising the other immediately. "I've decided to set you free." The dwarf was stunned for a long time and didn't respond. After a while, he suddenly trembled and looked at Li Fan with disbelief, asking, "Human, what did you just say?" Li Fan repeated, "I said I've decided to set you free, which means I give you your freedom." This time, the dwarf was sure he hadn't misheard. He looked at Li Fan with even more disbelief. Even the calm dark elf nearby couldn't help but glance at Li Fan. Li Fan truly intended to let the dwarf go. To prove this, he immediately began to unlock the collar around the dwarf's neck. The collar had a blood recognition feature. After buying the dark elf and the dwarf, Li Fan gained control over both collars. He reached out and touched the dwarf's collar, and it instantly loosened. The dwarf stared blankly at the collar on the ground, still unable to believe what was happening. Li Fan didn't bother explaining further. By the next morning, Li Fan left the inn with the dark elf and the dwarf. After leaving the inn, Li Fan naturally sensed that someone was watching him. However, he didn't care and pretended not to notice, continuing forward with the dark elf and the dwarf. Even though the dwarf was about to leave soon, Li Fan felt he should build some goodwill first. So, Li Fan kindly took the dark elf and the dwarf to a bakery and bought several white breads costing 5 copper coins each, then bought some juice and roasted meat. He spent a total of 50 copper coins to prepare a hearty breakfast for the dwarf. The dwarf ate the breakfast silently and cluelessly throughout. After eating enough, they could naturally set out on their journey. Li Fan immediately led the dark elf and the dwarf toward the valley entrance. At this moment, Li Fan could clearly feel that more and more people were following him. He still didn't mind. He had no intention of leaving the small town of Sin today, so these followers would surely be disappointed. At the valley entrance, Li Fan threw some dry food and water to the dwarf. Then, he turned back with the dark elf, leaving the confused dwarf behind. Wait a moment. Just as Li Fan's figure was about to disappear, the dwarf behind him suddenly spoke. By now, the dwarf seemed to finally realize that Li Fan truly intended to let him go, though he didn't understand why. Perhaps because dwarves are often looked down upon by other races, they have always been one of the most united and loyal races on the magical continent. Dwarves value friendship greatly. The dwarf now looked at Li Fan with complicated eyes. After a moment, he suddenly shouted loudly, "Human Li Fan, my name is Dorg. If I truly gain my freedom, I swear in the name of the dwarf god, Dorg will never forget your kindness." Li Fan smiled when he heard this, then casually waved his hand and left gracefully. The dwarf watched Li Fan walk away until he could no longer see him. After confirming no one was around, he ran with all his might toward the dwarf gathering area in the south. After seeing off the dwarf, Li Fan returned the same way he came. He could feel the surrounding surveillance gradually decreasing, probably because they realized Li Fan had no intention of seeking out the orcs, and these watchers had hidden themselves to avoid disturbing him. Therefore, Howard, who was originally full of hope, was naturally furious when he heard the news. Charlie was also angry. Charlie couldn't understand why Li Fan let the dwarf go. If it was another slave, Li Fan might have just released him, but this dwarf was a slave Li Fan had tricked from him. In the end, Li Fan tricked him out of a slave just to free this one? Charlie was so angry that he became even more round in shape. Unlike the hot-tempered Howard and Charlie, Li Fan, upon returning to the inn, was waiting happily. He was waiting for the system's notification sound. Li Fan bought this level 0 ordinary dwarf to unlock the dwarf race's talents. So, how can he quickly gain the dwarf's friendship? He had faced this problem before, when he wanted to gain the elf's friendship. He used the same method for the same problem. Although Li Fan is human, he carefully bought you and gave you freedom, and he expects nothing in return. Isn't that enough to earn your friendship? The truth is, the best method is one that can be reused. By evening, the dwarf had probably escaped to a safe place. The dwarf's gratitude and the system's notification arrived at the same time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 1 point of dwarf tribe bond value. Detected dwarf tribe bond. Activating dwarf tribe talent. Host basic physique. 1 Li Fan quickly opened his attribute panel. Host, Li Fan, Realm. Level 1 Battle Chi Apprentice. Strength, 210. Constitution, 210. Agility, 110. Spirit, 210. Talents. Elf race talent 0.1%. Orc race talent 13.2%. Dwarf race talent 0.1%. Talent skills. Nature affinity 0.1. Beast transformation 3. Rapid recovery 5. Poison resistance. Dwarves who have trained their bodies to the limit have strong resistance to toxins, immune to level 1 toxins, and have some resistance to levels 2 to 3 toxins. Bond points. 312. Li Fan looked at the panel, and, like when he first unlocked the system, he felt both satisfied and dissatisfied with the result. I am pleased that the basic attribute points have increased by 1. Now his total basic attributes are at 7 points. If he gains just a little more, he will officially become a genius. However, it is a bit difficult for him to get the next attribute point. He probably needs to look at races like the sea folk, vampires, or dragons. I am disappointed that this time he received the talent skill, Poison Resistance. Poison Pit is important in many situations, but it is not what Li Fan needs right now. He needs a talent skill like Beast Transformation that can instantly boost his fighting power. Complaining won't help, so Li Fan decided not to dwell on it. Since the system cannot be trusted, Li Fan has no choice but to find his own way to deal with Howard. At least now he has the help of a dark elf. If he plans carefully, he might be able to rely on himself to defeat Howard and his group in one strike. While Li Fan was thinking about his plan, he suddenly noticed that the dark elf didn't look well. Although Li Fan couldn't see her face clearly because of her skin color, he noticed that since this morning, her walking seemed strange. Now, the strange behavior was even more obvious. It was as if the dark elf was holding back something, and her steps were unsteady. Could it be that her hidden injury has flared up again? It's very likely. After Howard captured her, she must have been severely interrogated. Seeing this, Li Fan quickly told the dark elf to rest on the bed. He even paused his plan against Howard temporarily. If the plan failed because the dark elf suddenly collapsed, it would be a disaster. Li Fan thought she would recover slowly after resting. But on the 3rd day, he found that her condition had worsened. Now, the dark elf could hardly stand. Her body was trembling constantly, soaked in cold sweat, as if she was submerged in water. Despite this, she did not let out a scream. She was not unwilling to scream. She simply could not. Seeing that the dark elf had lost consciousness and still made no sound, Li Fan finally realized that she had been silenced by poison. Moreover, her condition was not just a relapse of her dark illness. It was very likely that she had been poisoned. Why would Howard and his group do such a thing? The answer is not hard to guess. Howard and their group's goal has always been the orcs. The reason they went to so much trouble was clearly to force Li Fan to find the orc tribe. From this, Li Fan continued to reason. Although I don't know what tricks the dark elf was using, the orc tribe must have a way to solve this problem. Otherwise, how could they force me to find the orcs? Li Fan suddenly understood everything. Seeing the trembling, curled-up dark elf, he was furious and clenched his teeth tightly. Howard, you better watch out, Li Fan growled softly. After hesitating for a moment, he still carried the dark elf on his back and took a rope to secure her. To save the dark elf, he had to find the orc tribe. Even if Li Fan was cold-hearted and chose not to save her, Howard, who failed in his plan, would become aggressive. He would be forced to go to the orc tribe. At this moment, Li Fan realized he had no choice. Now, Li Fan's only advantage was that, although it seemed like the enemy was in the dark and he was in the light, he already understood all of Howard's plans. If he used this advantage well, he still had a chance. Before leaving the inn, Li Fan put on a large hooded cloak over himself and the dark elf, hiding their figures. But as soon as Li Fan stepped out of the inn, he keenly sensed some faint, watchful eyes on him. Expecting this, Li Fan did not back down. He knew a cloak alone wouldn't hide him from all eyes. He carried the dark elf straight toward the valley entrance. Soon after, in Carton Manor, the spies reported Li Fan's trail to Howard. Finally, he's caught. This time, We can't let him escape again. Hake, standing nearby, immediately said, "Young master, let me go this time. I can definitely find the orc tribe." To ordinary people, tracking a level 2 fighter and a level 1 apprentice was enough. But after the last incident with Babu, Howard would never be careless again. He shook his head on the spot and said, "No, this time I want everything to be foolproof. Kai, you and Hake go together. A level 2 fighter and a level 3 warrior are tracking Li Fan, a level 1 energy apprentice. Li Fan is also accompanied by a dark elf who is a burden. Now, there can be no more mistakes. If there is another error, Howard might just eat the sofa he is sitting on." With Howard's strong determination, Kai and Hake also stopped looking down on Li Fan. They immediately set out, chasing after him. Li Fan moves straight into the evil forest, heading toward its inner area. He doesn't know who Howard sent to follow him this time. Honestly, if Li Fan were Howard, he would send the strongest Kai to do the job. Li Fan can only assume that Kai is behind him. Level 3 warrior. All attributes amplified 1,000 times. Just hit him with your head. For the first time, Li Fan feels so powerless. He dares not ask Dina and Anna for help. Even though these sisters practice top-quality energy and blood techniques and have genius-level talent, they are still only level 2 and cannot cross the boundary to fight Kai. The only possible outcome would be total destruction. So now, Li Fan must rely on himself to shake off his pursuers. This is extremely difficult. In front of absolute strength, most struggles seem pointless. It's no exaggeration to say that Kai, standing still, is unbeatable by Li Fan. Faced with this impossible situation, being chased but unable to escape, fighting but unable to win, Li Fan can only keep moving toward the inner area of the evil forest while thinking of a plan. He's close to the inner zone now. Luckily, he hasn't encountered any monsters along the way. But once he reaches the inner zone, the chances of meeting monsters will increase greatly. And if he does, it will likely be a monster above level 2. Just one encounter, and Li Fan will be doomed. Li Fan stops walking. Kai and Hake, who are following him, also stop. They haven't seen the orc yet, so they can't reveal themselves now. They keep a distance, watching Li Fan from afar. In their eyes, Li Fan suddenly reaches into his clothes, pulls out a bunch of strange bottles, and begins to sprinkle some of them on himself. He holds several bottles and throws their contents over himself, then grips the rest, continuing to walk while scattering the liquids to the sides. Kai sniffed the air and detected a strange, pungent smell. He asked Hack, "What is that strange smell? Do you know what he's spreading?" Hack shook his head. Although he was an experienced mercenary, this was the first time he encountered such a strange smell. Hack thought for a moment and guessed, could it be some secret potion used by the orc tribe to drive away monsters? Li Fan is only a level 1 combat energy apprentice. Without such a secret potion, how could he have crossed the inner area and found the orc tribe? Kai found this idea reasonable. The orc tribe might have a mysterious way to repel monsters. They hadn't known what it was before, but now it seems likely that it was this secret potion. Both of them remained cautious and continued to follow Li Fan carefully. Suddenly, after spreading this secret potion, Li Fan's pace slowed down. Sometimes, he would stop deliberately, as if waiting for something. Just when Kai and Hack were getting impatient, a loud roar of a monster suddenly echoed around them. The sound was full of anger and a strange emotion. Kai and Hack frowned when they heard it. However, the roar was still some distance away, so they didn't pay too much attention. Roar, roar, roar. Over the next period, the roars of monsters increased in number and grew closer to their area. Hack's face changed. It seems like these monsters are coming toward us. What's going on? Didn't that kid use the secret potion to drive them away? Kai also kept thinking. Then he suddenly realized something and shouted, "Wait, maybe that kid didn't just use the secret potion to drive away the monsters." Hack's expression changed again. "Are you saying those monsters were attracted by him? That doesn't make sense. He shouldn't know we're following him. Why would he do something so reckless?" At this point, Kai finally guessed the truth. He immediately scolded Hack, "Idiot. Babu was definitely killed by that kid. He knew we were here from the start. We've been played. Now, let's catch that kid together." While Kai was saying this, Li Fan suddenly started running full speed toward the direction where the monster roars were loudest. Trying to escape from Kai alone was impossible for Li Fan, especially since he still had a dark elf with him. So, Li Fan needed some help. In the Forest of Sin, besides orcs like Dina and Anna, the only creatures that could help Li Fan were the less intelligent magical beasts. But how to make these beasts cause chaos and create a chance for Li Fan to escape was a difficult problem. The simplest way was to use the smell of blood. As long as the blood smell was strong enough, it would surely attract a group of bloodthirsty magical beasts. However, the blood smell couldn't hide from Kai and Hake's noses. Before the beasts were attracted, Li Fan's small tricks would be discovered, and he would be caught. Therefore, Li Fan needed a special, secret potion that Kai wouldn't notice but could attract the beasts. Li Fan didn't have such a potion on him, but the system shop had it. This secret potion is also known as a beast aphrodisiac. Li Fan spent over 100 bond points to buy all the aphrodisiacs he could find, including a dozen bottles of animal aphrodisiacs used on Earth for breeding animals. Just now, Li Fan opened dozens of bottles of aphrodisiac and scattered them around. Even though most magical beasts are active at night, under the influence of so many aphrodisiacs, they couldn't stay calm. To hell with this, let's get the party started. Goddammit, beasts, drink this aphrodisiac and then go wild. Li Fan grinned wickedly as he listened to the increasingly loud and aggressive roars of the beasts around him. He turned and charged toward the densest area of the roars. Kai and Hake quickly followed, but they had kept their distance at first to avoid being seen by Li Fan. Now, they couldn't stop him instantly. But Kai and Hake weren't worried. The beasts were right in front of Li Fan, and they didn't believe he would dare to rush into the herd. After all, charging into a group of aroused, angry beasts would only end with him being torn apart. However, Kai and Hake soon realized they were wrong. Li Fan truly dared to do it. Seeing a dozen furious beasts with bloodshot eyes blocking his way, Li Fan didn't slow down at all. Instead, he sped up and charged straight into the beasts. Is he crazy? This made Kai and Hake hesitate. Among the monsters ahead, most were level 2, but facing a dozen angry level 2 monsters going wild at once. Even Kai wasn't sure he could escape unscathed, let alone Hake. Kai saw that Hake wanted to retreat, so he quickly said, "Hake, if you retreat now and cause Lord Howard's plan to fail, can you take responsibility for the consequences?" Hake's face showed a struggle. After all, Howard's plan shouldn't be more important than his life. Seeing this, Kai continued, "We don't have to fight to the death. The monsters are right in front of us, and they won't let that kid go. If we work together to catch him, then retreat after, it won't be too risky." Hake finally made up his mind. Both of them charged forward with all their strength. The distance between them and the monsters quickly closed. At this moment, Li Fan was less than 10 meters from the monster group. Li Fan kept walking without stopping. Kai and Hake's eyes widened in surprise. They thought that in the next moment, Li Fan would either be knocked away by the monsters or torn apart. But as they expected, the scene of Li Fan being stopped by the monsters did not happen. Li Fan charged straight at the dozen or so monsters. Each monster, with glowing red eyes, also charged at him without hesitation. But as they got close to Li Fan, the monsters suddenly backed away wildly, as if Li Fan was carrying something terrifying. Under Kai and Hake's amazed gazes, Li Fan passed through the monster group without any obstacle. Even more surprising, although the monsters let Li Fan go, they were extremely angry and turned their attention to Kai and Hake nearby. Next, a dozen monsters lunged at Kai and Hake. The two immediately fell into a fierce fight. Li Fan, hearing the sounds of fighting, roars, and curses behind him, let out a small sigh of relief. But he still didn't dare stay in this area full of monsters for too long. After all, he had only used some small tricks to make the monsters retreat just now. It's well known that monsters, like wild animals, have a keen sense of smell. Besides spraying countless pheromone attractants, Li Fan also poured a whole bottle of industrial alcohol and several bottles of different foul-smell agents on himself. It can be imagined how strong and intense the smell on Li Fan is now. Therefore, when those magical beasts got close to Li Fan, they immediately choked on the strong, irritating smell coming from him. The powerful scent made them sneeze and back away quickly. Using this small trick, Li Fan finally escaped from Kai and Hake's pursuit. But this is only a small method. If he encounters a magical beast that isn't bothered by the smell, Li Fan has no way to escape. Li Fan dared not stay in one place and quickly ran toward the outskirts of the evil forest. Until night fell, Li Fan finally circled around and reached the nearby cave where the Dina sisters were. During this time, to avoid leaving traces of his scent, Li Fan took off and discarded his clothes and those of the dark elf. Luckily, his space ring still had spare clothes, or else Li Fan would have had to meet the sisters completely naked. Li Fan didn't go straight into the cave. Instead, he stopped to catch his breath. Although he had the strength of a level 1 combat apprentice, carrying a tall dark elf for most of the day was exhausting. If it weren't for the healing ability of natural affinity, Li Fan might have collapsed by now. He calmed his breathing and then took out a bone flute, playing a steady, safe melody. Soon after, he saw the surprised faces of Dina and Anna come out to greet him. The reason for their surprise was simple. It was almost dark, and this was the first time Li Fan had come to find them at this hour. Li Fan was probably in too much of a hurry to go back. Could it be that he planned to stay overnight with them? Thinking this, Dina and Anna looked at Li Fan with strange expressions. Li Fan, too tired to care much, tore off his cloak and revealed the still unconscious dark elf behind him. Seeing this, the sisters immediately knew something was wrong. Without saying a word, they quickly led Li Fan and the dark elf into the cave. Li Fan quickly explained everything that had happened and shared his guesses about the dark elf's condition with Dina and Anna. Then Li Fan asked, "Can you tell what kind of poison she might have been poisoned with?" Anna frowned after hearing this and walked toward the dark elf. Looking at the trembling body of the dark elf, Anna couldn't tell what kind of poison she had been affected by. Anna hesitated for a moment, then gently placed her palm on the dark elf's abdomen. Suddenly, a fierce red energy surged from the dark elf's stomach into Anna's hand. This red energy did not harm Anna. Instead, she quickly absorbed it. The scene stunned Anna. It seemed she had discovered something. Not only Anna, but Dina, who was watching nearby, also changed her expression instantly. Their silver-white pupils widened like beasts, filled with countless bloodshot veins. This was the first time Li Fan saw the two sisters so angry. Then, Li Fan heard Dina and Anna growling together in anger. "Howard, we swear in the name of the beast god, we will not let you go." The blood rage potion is a kind of stimulant similar to an energizer. People who take the blood rage potion can temporarily unlock their potential, improving their condition while minimizing negative effects. Even a dying dark elf can still move normally for a while after taking the potion. However, this potion is very powerful. It first stimulates the user's potential, but later it exhausts it. If not treated in time, it can cause irreversible damage to the body. In severe cases, it can be fatal. But what made Dina and Anna so angry was not just the side effects of the blood rage potion. It was how the potion was made. According to Dina and Anna, the potion was made from orcs who had trained their blood and energy, and it couldn't be made from dead orcs. This even involved a war between orcs and humans. Many years ago, some humans possessed special techniques granted by gods. Using these divine techniques, they could produce the blood rage potion from living orcs. The blood from the orcs used as ingredients would gather in their hearts over several days, causing them great pain before they died. When their hearts were opened, a liquid formed from the essence of the entire orc's body could be obtained. This liquid, full of the power of violent energy and blood, was what they called the blood rage potion. The blood frenzy potion acts as a stimulant for humans and a kind of supplement for orcs, who can even directly absorb and refine it. This is why only orcs can handle the blood frenzy potion. When this divine gift first appeared, countless orcs were captured by humans and turned into the potion, which directly led to a full-scale war between the Orc Empire and the Human Empire. In the end, the Human Empire was nearly destroyed, and the Orc Empire was severely weakened. Because the Elven and Dwarf Empires still watched closely, the Orc Empire chose not to deliver a final blow to the humans. They only agreed to destroy all people and things related to the blood frenzy potion, or else the war would restart. In reality, the Human Empire did not fully keep this promise. The leaders knew that once wars between nations stopped, it wouldn't be easy to restart them. So, the blood frenzy potion only disappeared on the surface, but secretly, it was still being passed around. The recovering Orc Empire was helpless about this. They questioned the humans, but the humans would never admit it. However, one thing is clear. All orcs share the same attitude. Anyone connected to the blood frenzy potion is their enemy for life. Although Anna and Dina were angry now, they didn't forget to save the person first. Anna placed her hand on the dark elf's stomach again, guiding out streams of bright red energy. But she did not absorb this energy. Absorbing the energy from the blood frenzy potion can make orcs grow stronger quickly, but it also means consuming the blood and flesh of their own kind. It's like devouring their own people. Anna would rather die than absorb this energy to increase her strength. While guiding the bright red energy from the dark elf's stomach, she also dispersed it around the cave. Suddenly, the entire cave was filled with a mist of blood. Just one small breath from Li Fan made him feel excited all over, but his muscles ached as if they were being torn apart. Ugh, Li Fan gasped in pain, taking a deep breath, and looked at the dark elf, thinking, has this guy been silently enduring this pain many times over the past few days? Thinking about it, Li Fan felt a surge of anger inside. This anger wasn't caused by absorbing blood mist, but because he was now a little upset. As Anna guided out the bright red energy, the dark elf's body began to change. Her body was visibly shrinking at a fast rate. In just a moment, her once curvy figure had become so thin that only skin and bones remained. Li Fan could clearly see the shape of her bones on her face and other parts of her body. At this point, Li Fan truly believed that the dark elf was a mummified corpse sealed for thousands of years. Just when Li Fan was worried she might die from losing too much weight, Anna's hand on the dark elf's abdomen finally stopped releasing bright red energy. Anna withdrew her hand, but her face showed no relief. She sighed instead. Li Fan sensed something was wrong and quickly asked, "How is she?" Anna looked at Li Fan, hesitated for a moment, then said, "The remaining effects of the blood frenzy potion have been completely released. But before that, the potion had already drained her potential completely. Plus, she was already badly injured. Her body is now worse than a torn sack, especially her internal organs. I can't do anything. Unless we have the legendary holy medicine of the elves, she won't last long." Li Fan was stunned and looked at the dark elf with a blank expression. He realized something. The dark elf in front of me is going to die. Li Fan had killed before, but that was an enemy. Killing an enemy made him afraid, but he wouldn't hesitate. Now, a fellow elf he had known for just a few days was about to disappear right in front of him. Life is so fragile. She was fine just a few days ago. Li Fan understood how fragile life was, but he couldn't accept it. Is the real fairy tale that good people get no reward? She was captured trying to save her former kin. Even when caught, she refused to reveal her people's whereabouts. She's a good person. How can a good person just die like this? Li Fan clenched his fists tightly, not noticing that his nails had pierced his skin. No, she can't die. I don't believe good people get no reward, and she is my slave. I haven't even spoken a single word to her, nor seen her express any emotion. She can't just die like this. The next moment, Li Fan muttered to himself in a trance-like state. A firm look flashed in his eyes, and he decisively walked toward the emaciated dark elf. Li Fan knelt in front of the dark elf, his gaze shifting to the system panel. I remember seeing a healing potion in the system shop when I activated the system. Thinking this, Li Fan searched the system shop quickly and found his target. Low-grade healing potion. 10 bond points. Li Fan immediately exchanged for one. At this moment, Li Fan no longer cared about revealing himself. He directly took out the low-grade healing potion in front of Anna and Dina. It was a bright red liquid, similar to the blood bottles in games, or a wild blood potion. When Dina and Anna saw it, they were startled. However, when Li Fan opened the low-grade healing potion, the two sisters quieted down because they didn't smell the violent, bloodthirsty energy typical of a wild blood potion from this liquid. Li Fan supported the dark elf with one hand and held the healing potion to her lips with the other. As expected, the dark elf couldn't open her mouth at this moment, not even instinctively swallowing. Li Fan was never one to be sentimental at such times. Without hesitation, he poured the healing potion into his own mouth and pressed his lips to the dark elf's mouth to kiss her. The effect of the low-quality healing potion was quick, and soon a touch of redness appeared on the dark elf's face. However, after careful observation, Li Fan noticed that her condition had not improved much. In fact, her breathing was still weakening, and her body seemed to be getting colder. Can't the low-quality healing potion save her? He wondered. Li Fan, not willing to give up, bought 3 more bottles of the low-quality healing potion from the system shop and fed them all to the dark elf. But the results were still minimal. She was still slowly heading toward death. Li Fan was silent for a moment. Just when Dina and Anna thought he would give up, he turned his attention back to the system shop. Since there was a low-quality healing potion, there should also be a mid-quality one. He had looked for it before, but didn't find it. This time, he found it immediately. Mid-quality healing potion, 100 bond points. Is it because I had to buy the low-quality potion first for the mid-quality one to appear? The system is just playing tricks, Li Fan muttered. He checked his bond points. Originally, he had over 300 points. He spent 100 on an aphrodisiac, gained 20 from interactions with Dina and Anna, and used 40 to buy 4 bottles of the low-quality potion. Now, he had 192 points left. That's just enough for 1 mid-quality healing potion. It has to work. He kept repeating this to himself in exchange for the mid-quality potion. It was a dark red liquid, slightly deeper in color than the low-quality one. Although the system liked to play tricks, the quality of the items it sold was trustworthy. Li Fan took a sip of the potion and leaned toward the dark elf. Glug glug. The dark elf swallowed the entire bottle of liquid. Li Fan held his breath, waiting for her reaction. Soon, her face gradually regained color, and her breathing seemed to stabilize. He reached out and pressed his hand on her chest. Her heartbeat was not strong, but steady enough. Is she saved? Li Fan was unsure, but he did everything he could. He didn't have enough bond points to buy more mid-grade healing potions, so he could only wait and see if the Dark Elf's willpower would hold. The Dark Elf's condition was temporarily stable. Li Fan relaxed, but also started thinking about his next move. Although he had discarded his clothes before finding Dina and her sister, he still left traces behind. If Howard had subordinates skilled in tracking, it would only be a matter of time before they found this cave. Li Fan told Dina and Anna about this. Anna was very decisive. After hearing this, she didn't blame Li Fan but immediately said, "Let's retreat to the plains for now." Li Fan naturally agreed. The next morning, Li Fan first checked on the Dark Elf. The Dark Elf's condition was still poor. Li Fan used 20 bond points from Dina and her sister and looked at his own bond points, which had reached 112. He then bought a mid-grade healing potion from the system shop. After giving it to the Dark Elf, her condition improved significantly and finally stabilized completely. Now, her life should be safe, Li Fan thought. To save the Dark Elf, Li Fan almost used up all his bond points. Although he felt a bit sad, he swore he would never regret it. Since the Dark Elf couldn't eat to regain strength, Li Fan didn't hesitate and spent 2 bond points to buy some nutritious food to feed her. After that, Li Fan carried the Dark Elf on his back and headed toward the plains with Dina and Anna. With Dina and Anna, who were experienced hunters, Li Fan no longer had to worry about leaving too many traces and being tracked by Howard. The scenery of the plains remained the same, but as winter approached, the lush green grass turned a bit yellow. Anna blew a bone flute, and soon the orc tribe hiding underground appeared. Li Fan immediately spotted the little girl Qing, who was clever and lively. When she saw Anna, she looked in her direction. When she saw Li Fan, her blue snake-like eyes seemed to brighten suddenly. In the next moment, she moved like a real snake, twisting her body left and right as she crawled over. "Hey, smelly Li Fan, I thought you wouldn't come anymore after we stopped buying your salt." "Humph, a greedy guy. So, are you trying to trick us, the orcs, again with your magic cores?" Before, during each trade, Li Fan would always cook something delicious for Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai to gain their favor. During that time, the little girl's snake tail had become noticeably rounder, and she was living a happy life. But later, when the orcs no longer needed salt, Li Fan had no reason to come, and Xiao Qing thought Li Fan only cared about his own benefits and turned against the snake people. That's why she greeted Li Fan with a sarcastic tone every time they met. Li Fan smiled and said, "I just missed you, so I came to see you." "Ah, go." When Li Fan said the first part, Xiao Qing was happy, but when he said the last 2 words, her face suddenly fell. She immediately opened her mouth and showed her shiny, sharp fangs, biting at Li Fan. "Oh, you bite as soon as you see me. Ah, go. You say you're not a dog? I'll bite you to death." the snake venom of the snake people is proportional to their talent and strength. Xiaoqing, although only a level 1 warrior, looked like she might not be low in talent. But Li Fan didn't dare test her venom with his own level 1 poison resistance. Li Fan quickly stepped back. Seeing Xiaoqing stubbornly refuse to stop, Li Fan also got angry. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a carrot, blocking Xiaoqing's mouth. The next moment, Xiaoqing quieted down. She happily chewed on the carrot, but while eating, she occasionally glared at Li Fan. Li Fan was amused and a little annoyed by her. Ding! Congratulations to the host for interacting with Xiaoqing of the Snake People. Bond points 1. The system prompt sounded just as Xiao Bai suddenly appeared, seemingly smelling the carrot from nowhere. Xiao Bai first drooled as she looked at Xiaoqing's carrot, then quickly turned her head, her ruby-like eyes moistening with tears as she pitifully looked at Li Fan. Big brother, all right, here you go. Li Fan didn't wait for Xiao Bai to speak and handed her another carrot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for interacting with Xiao Bai of the Rabbit People. Bond points 1. At this moment, Li Fan remembered that in this area, there were 10 orcs whose favorability towards him had already reached 1 star. These are all just wool. Li Fan naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity. Coincidentally, these orcs had gained a 1-star favorability with Li Fan, so they came forward to greet him. Ding! Congratulations, the host's bond points with have increased by 1, another 10 notification sounds rang out. Li Fan's bond points have once again reached 22. Originally, I could only gain 20 bond points per day from Dina and Anna. Now I can get an extra 12 points each day. That makes 32 points daily. I should be able to save up 500 bond points soon. My escape plan is working out well. At this point, Li Fan even had to thank Howard for giving him an excuse to come to the plains and gather wool. On the plains, Anna was explaining what had happened to 2 elder orcs. This place was home to many different kinds of orcs. Usually, these 2 elders coordinated everything, keeping things orderly. You could say these 2 elders were the leaders here. Whether Li Fan and the Dark Elf could stay depended on the attitude of these 2 elders. While listening to Anna, the 2 elders looked in the direction where Li Fan was. At this moment, Dina, Xiaoqing, and Xiao Bai were walking beside Li Fan. The 3 girls looked at the Dark Elf with curiosity. Dark elves are rare, especially in the Forest of Sin. Including Anna and Dina, it was the first time they saw a Dark Elf. They couldn't help but want to see what a Dark Elf looked like. However, the Dark Elf was in a very bad state now. The 3 girls knew their limits and didn't disturb the Dark Elf, who might be unconscious or asleep. Xiaoqing looked at her for a while. Seeing that the Dark Elf showed no signs of waking up, she lost patience. When she looked up, she saw the 2 elders examining Li Fan. Xiaoqing blinked her big eyes and immediately understood what the elders were looking at. She curled her snake tail and approached Anna and the 2 elders. Speaking to one of the snake-like elders, she said, "Old man, haven't we traded with that human enough times? Why are you hesitating? Just agree to let them stay." The snake elder was so angry at Xiaoqing's words that his beard stood up and he roared, "What did you call me? I am your grandfather." Little Qing was not afraid and immediately said, "Okay, old man, that's enough. Hurry up." The snake man elder was so angry he almost pulled out his beard. Next to them, the rabbit elder Bai Qi looked back at Xiao Bai beside Li Fan and then at Qing Mu, who was glaring and blowing his beard in anger. He felt relieved. Fortunately, Xiao Bai from Bai Qi's family was very obedient and wouldn't say such things. Of course, Xiao Qing from Qing Mu's family was also obedient. Well, he smiled, barked, and was respectful. In the end, whether because of Dina's sisters or Xiao Qing's obedience, Li Fan and the Dark Elf were allowed to stay here. But this didn't mean Li Fan had fully integrated into the orc tribe. On the contrary, if he couldn't earn their trust, his future life would be full of difficulties. Li Fan carried the Dark Elf on his back and followed the orcs toward the cave entrance. This was his first time entering a cave, and he was curious like a child. The orc tribe's underground hideouts were all dug by the rabbit people, who were good at digging. This cave also had the characteristics of a rabbit burrow. The entrance was hidden. The tunnel was narrow and winding, with multiple secret exits. It was perfect for hiding and, in case of danger, also great for defending or even trapping and killing intruders. Inside, The cave was much larger than Li Fan expected, with several separate rooms, each with a ventilation hole. The only inconvenience was that it was not very convenient when needed. That night, the orc tribe held a welcome party for Li Fan and the Dina sisters. The event was still underground, but this time in a large, specially dug cavern. The orcs didn't have alcohol. The wine made from grains was a luxury here. However, they had plenty of meat, piled into small hills that made anyone's mouth water just by looking at them. Li Fan knew very well that these meats had only been seasoned with coarse salt, which made them just edible. He wasn't criticizing the orcs' food. He understood that this formal welcome was arranged by Bai Qi and Qing Mu to help him fit into the tribe. Li Fan naturally wouldn't miss this chance. His eyes sparkled as he came up with an idea. Li Fan quickly spent 10 points of bond value and bought several pounds of barbecue ingredients from the system shop. Just as he was about to find a grill to give these orcs a taste of Chinese-style barbecue, Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai, as if they had expected it, had already brought over a device similar to a grill. Seeing the two girls' mouths watering, Li Fan began to suspect. Could this so-called welcome be a trap set by these two greedy girls? Li Fan's mouth twitched, but in the end, he decided to take action. Skewers of beef and lamb, human-flavored pork belly, raw kidney, spicy chicken wings, and meat connected to bones. One after another, the carefully prepared skewers sizzled on the charcoal. The smell of grilled meat started to spread around, like a burst of fragrant bombs filling the entire cave hall. The orcs, who had been eating eagerly, all looked up. After sniffing the air, they turned their gaze toward Li Fan. Seeing the skewers in Li Fan's hand glistening with red oil, and then glancing at their own rough, large chunks of meat, the orcs suddenly felt that their own grilled meat didn't smell as good. Gulp, 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 gulp. Next, the sound of swallowing filled the entire cave hall. At this moment, the first batch of skewers in Li Fan's hand was finally ready. Xiao Qing, next to him, couldn't wait and reached out to grab one. With a snap, Li Fan slapped her hand away. Xiao Qing immediately glared at Li Fan in anger. Li Fan ignored her and slowly walked toward Bai Qi and Qing Mu, holding the first batch of skewers. "Two elders, this is the barbecue I made. Please try and see how it tastes." He divided the skewers into 2 portions and handed them to the 2 elders. Just a joke. Since he knew who was in charge here, he naturally wanted to bribe them a little. Li Fan understood these social customs. Although these barbecues weren't worth much, the orcs couldn't cook, so using them as a bribe was the best choice. Qing Mu seemed to remember how Xiao Qing called him a smelly old man because of Li Fan. He immediately looked displeased, as if he didn't want to accept the food. Bai Qi, on the other hand, had no such worries. He happily took a skewer from Li Fan and bit straight into a large piece of original flavor kidney. Bai Qi's teeth were good. With one big bite, the raw kidney immediately oozed oil. White Flag squinted and chewed, then suddenly opened his eyes wide and quickly finished eating a large piece of raw oil kidney. Next, he ate cumin-flavored pork belly, fruitwood grilled beef and lamb skewers, spicy chicken wings. The flavors of cumin, fruitwood aroma, spicy, hot, and fresh. Each skewer was a new taste for White Flag, making him doubt what he had eaten before. Before he knew it, he had finished a whole bunch of skewers. White Flag immediately looked at the other skewer in Li Fan's hand. Seeing this, Qing Mu, who had been watching, shivered and quickly took the skewer from Li Fan's hand before White Flag could act. Qing Mu didn't care about White Flag's disdainful look and, swallowing his saliva, bit into the large oil kidney. In the next moment, it proved the saying true. Trying Chinese-style barbecue can make even a divine being shiver. Qing Mu, despite saying he didn't want to, couldn't resist and happily finished the skewer. After bribing White Flag and Qing Mu, Li Fan didn't forget others. First, he arranged some for Dina and Anna, then for Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai. But Li Fan didn't give these 4 girls the large oil kidney. They probably didn't need it yet. Finally, Li Fan used up all the remaining barbecue ingredients and made a big batch of skewers. Although he couldn't feed every beast man, at least all of them got to taste it. After this, Li Fan clearly felt that the attitude of the entire Beastman tribe toward him improved a lot. Besides, there was another surprise. Ding, congratulations. The Iron Head of the Bull tribe has gained 1 star of favorability toward you. Daily interactions earn 1 bond point. Ding, congratulations. The Fox tribe. 5 notification sounds rang out, and 5 Beastman's favorability toward Li Fan reached 1 star. Now, Li Fan could earn 37 bond points every day. After integrating into the Beastman tribe, Li Fan's daily life became more regular. Besides taking care of the Dark Elves, he spent each day earning favor and cooking to improve relationships. After 3 days, Li Fan had accumulated 105 bond points. But the Dark Elf still showed no signs of waking up. Li Fan bought a medium-quality healing potion for the 3rd time. After feeding the potion to the Dark Elf, her condition only slightly improved, and she still hadn't woken up. How serious is this injury? The mid-level healing potion seems less effective. Could repeated use cause resistance? That makes sense. Healing potions aren't magic. For such a deep injury, rest and recovery are still the best options. Li Fan no longer insisted that the Dark Elf wake up soon, as he needed to gather bond points. To deal with Howard, he also needed to improve his strength. For a quick boost, he couldn't do without a powerful level of fighting energy techniques. 2 more days passed. After preparing a delicious breakfast for Xiao Qing, Xiao Bai, and the Dina sisters, the system suddenly sent a notification. Ding! Congratulations, the host. Xiao Qing's affection level has reached 2 stars. Interacting with her daily grants 10 bond points. Ding! Congratulations, the host. Xiao Bai's affection level has reached 2 stars. Interacting with her daily grants 10 bond points. Ding! The host interacted with Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai, gaining 20 bond points. Wow! These 2 ungrateful ones had been eating his food for over half a month and finally reached 2 stars of affection. Now, Li Fan could earn 55 bond points in a day. He checked his remaining bond points. There were 97 points left. That means in just 8 more days, Li Fan could finally exchange for a level of fighting energy technique. Feeling happy, Li Fan randomly ate a few bites, then went to check on the Dark Elf as usual. Over these days, Li Fan fully understood how difficult it was to be a caretaker. Since the Dark Elf was someone he wanted to save, he took responsibility for her care. So he handled all her eating, drinking, and bathroom needs. He did all the dirty work himself, even washing her clothes. In addition, to help her recover faster, Li Fan used 6 bond points daily to exchange for 3 nutritious liquid meals. Under his care, the Dark Elf's condition improved. Her face looked healthier, and her complexion was better. Everyone around noticed this. Dina, Anna, and Xiao Qing even asked him about it. Why are you doing so much for this Dark Elf you just met a few days ago? Regarding this problem, Li Fan had always been unable to answer before. Was it like he thought before, hoping good people are rewarded? Li Fan couldn't be sure. Until this day, he finally found the answer. Back in the cave room, Li Fan usually looked at the Dark Elf expecting to see her sleeping, but this time, he saw her quietly watching him with black eyes. The Dark Elf was finally awake. At that moment, Li Fan felt a strange emotion he couldn't quite identify. Was it satisfaction, pride, or something else? Or maybe he was simply happy to have saved a life. In any case, it felt very good. Maybe this is why he was able to do so much for the Dark Elf. Indeed, good people being rewarded makes me happy. The awakened Dark Elf remained silent. That was normal, since she was silenced by poison. Li Fan didn't know what to say to this Dark Elf, who was neither familiar nor unfamiliar. Their relationship was a bit delicate. Li Fan hadn't spoken a single word to her, but he had seen her entire body. Unfortunately, she wasn't very beautiful back then. Her skin was tight over her bones, with many scars on her rough body. But now, she looked different. She was almost plump and healthy. Li Fan shook his head, dismissing his strange thoughts. Since the Dark Elf didn't plan to communicate with paper and pen, Li Fan decided not to speak either. He took a nutritious meal from the system shop and fed her bite by bite. The meal was bland and tasteless, as expected, but the Dark Elf didn't complain at all. She cooperated very well. She opened her mouth when he fed her, like a well-behaved puppet. After eating, Li Fan thought for a moment and then took the Dark Elf out of the cave. The surrounding orcs saw that the Dark Elf was awake and looked curious. However, since she was a different race, the orcs remained cautious. Only Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai approached her. Li Fan led the dark elf to the back of a hill. The sun was rising, casting a warm light on their faces in this autumn day. Li Fan stretched lazily, then spent 2 bond points to exchange for a large bathtub from the system shop. He took out a stainless steel bucket he had bought earlier for filtering salt, filled it with water, and lit a campfire nearby to heat the water. It took him an hour to fill the entire bathtub with hot water. Li Fan found a set of his clean clothes from his space ring. Without worrying if they fit, he handed them to the dark elf. "Take a bath first." After saying that, Li Fan pulled away with Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai, who were very interested in the bathtub. The dark elf silently held the clothes Li Fan gave her, watching him disappear behind the hill. She seemed to pause for a moment, then reached up and touched her neck, where she should have been wearing a restraining collar. A master's collar was essential to control a slave, but hers had been undone at some point. Does this human not fear she might run away? The dark elf couldn't understand. She also couldn't understand why she survived despite her serious injuries. Was it also because of this human? She stood there for several minutes, her gaze distant and unfocused, lost in thought. In autumn, if you don't wear enough clothes, a breeze can make you shiver. Although the dark elf wasn't dressed warmly, the wind didn't seem to make her feel cold. At that moment, she looked down at the bathtub and reached in to scoop up some hot water. Such hot water might even warm a person's heart. Slowly, the dark elf took off her clothes and stepped into the bathtub. She closed her eyes as the hot water covered her head and wrapped around her whole body. It felt warmer than the sun. After bathing, the dark elf looked completely refreshed, almost like a different person. Her skin seemed to have absorbed moisture, becoming soft and smooth. Seeing this, Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai immediately exclaimed they wanted to take a bath too. Li Fan didn't bother to stop these 2 girls. He sat by the campfire and cooked some millet he had exchanged from the system. Indeed, it's better for a patient to eat some millet porridge to soothe the stomach. The slow-cooked millet porridge kept boiling until a layer of oil floated on the surface. Only then did Li Fan scoop a bowl and hand it to the dark elf. The dark elf was as obedient as ever. She took the bowl without caring if it was hot and opened her mouth to drink. Li Fan quickly took the bowl back, waiting until it cooled enough to drink comfortably. Then he handed it to the dark elf again. This time, she didn't rush to drink it all at once. She sipped slowly, a little at a time. Soon, after finishing the bowl of millet porridge, she looked a bit more energetic. Li Fan, before the small green and white elves finished washing and took away the pot, filled another bowl for the dark elf and himself. Each of them sat quietly, drinking their millet porridge. Li Fan felt this was probably the most relaxed time he had had since arriving in this world. He wondered if the dark elf felt the same way. The dark elf was already awake. Now, Li Fan had one less thing to do each day. This wise elf was very easy to care for. As long as Li Fan left her alone, she could sit quietly and daydream all day. To help her stomach, Li Fan still cooked millet porridge for her every day, adding some vegetables. He was thinking that in a few days, she might be able to eat some oily and hearty food. 3 days passed quickly. Carrying millet and vegetable porridge, Li Fan found the dark elf watching the sunset. He handed her a bowl of just right warm porridge. With nothing else to do, Li Fan sat beside her, watching the fiery sunset slowly disappear. The dark elf held her bowl of porridge. Until the sun was completely out of sight, she didn't move it. Li Fan thought she couldn't be hungry, but he remembered she hadn't eaten any meat or oily food in nearly 10 days. If it were him, his taste buds would be dulled from lack of variety. It was probably time to give her something different to eat. Just as Li Fan was about to take the bowl from her hands, suddenly a voice sounded in his ear. "Why did you save me?" The voice was natural, but it startled Li Fan. Who's talking? Li Fan looked around, realizing it was the dark elf beside him speaking. But wasn't the dark elf supposed to be mute from poison? The next moment, Li Fan realized that the healing potion could cure even internal organs, so it could surely heal the throat. This meant that the dark elf could speak now. Li Fan rolled his eyes, feeling a bit speechless. But he didn't mind. Compared to before, it's a good sign that the dark elf can now talk. Seeing that Li Fan didn't answer her question, the dark elf spoke again, saying, "I thought I was going to die. The way I looked back then, even the priests of the elf race couldn't save me. Yet, you saved me. You must have paid a high price. Is that so?" In the past, Li Fan used his bond points very carefully, spending just 1 point at a time. But this time, he used hundreds of bond points in just a few days. So, why did you save me? The elf asked again. It's not like I hope good people are rewarded, right? Li Fan thought for a moment and said, I need a trustworthy partner. Partner? I am your slave, she replied. Li Fan shook his head. I don't need a slave. Slaves tend to run away, especially powerful elves like you, who can escape easily. Instead of a slave, I want a reliable partner. The collar of restraint could suppress a slave's strength, but if the slave's power surpasses the master's by a lot, unless the master keeps a close watch all the time, the slave might find a chance to escape. Li Fan certainly couldn't keep the dark elf restrained with the collar 24 hours a day. Moreover, compared to a master-slave relationship, he truly preferred having a trustworthy partner. The dark elf didn't seem to understand what Li Fan meant. In her impression, humans on the magical continent wouldn't have such strange ideas. You're very strange, and your eye color is also strange, just like the dark elves. You don't seem to be human. This is the first time I've seen a beast man accept a human into their group. The dark elf kept talking to Li Fan, saying some unimportant things. Suddenly, she showed a look of worldly wisdom and said something quite abrupt. Living is really boring. Boring? Li Fan only had one reaction to her comment. He chuckled softly. The world is vast, and there are countless interesting things. Living in the present and facing Li Fan makes it very difficult for you to survive or die easily. However, having desires and needs is quite simple. Li Fan does not allow you, a small dark elf, to become a monk. Thinking about this, Li Fan suddenly stood up and returned to the underground cave. The dark elf looked at Li Fan's departing figure. Whether it was an illusion or not, her only remaining open right eye showed a rare look of disappointment. But she didn't expect that after a moment, Li Fan would come back, carrying a round paper box in his hand. Li Fan was holding a bowl of instant noodles. He sat beside her and handed her the noodles, saying, Eat it. The dark elf didn't take it. Clearly, she wasn't interested in food right now. Li Fan didn't care and opened the lid of the instant noodles. A wonderful smell, unlike anything in a fantasy world, wafted toward the dark elf, and she saw the bowl filled with noodles. Li Fan was very proud. This wasn't just an ordinary bowl of noodles. He added a marinated egg, sausage, fatty beef, crab sticks, crispy pork, chicken leg, and cheese slices. If the bowl could hold more, Li Fan would have loved to add a whole roasted cow. Yes, it was just a simple bowl of noodles. Honestly, Li Fan himself had never eaten like this before. Faced with such a luxurious bowl of noodles, Li Fan didn't believe that you, a small native dark elf, could remain unaffected. Sure enough, although the dark elf initially didn't plan to take it, the tempting aroma made her swallow hard. Soon after, she finally took the bowl of noodles. She picked up a fork and started eating. It was like a scene from a gourmet comic. As she ate, she suddenly started crying. Li Fan wasn't surprised at all. Can she not cry? The delicacies of the 21st century, with their industrial flavorings and food additives, are overwhelming. Not to mention that the food in this world isn't very appealing, and the dark elf had been eating only liquid food for 10 days. Under these circumstances, even Li Fan himself would cry after taking a bite. A noble life is poetry and distant dreams, but before that, it's about eating, drinking, playing, and having fun. Eating, as a basic human desire, is an essential part of life. Li Fan believes that the magic of delicious food can give people the courage to keep living. Soon after, a full bowl of instant noodles with toppings was completely eaten by the dark elf, leaving no soup behind. Li Fan looked at the now tearless dark elf and said, Since you don't have anything you want to do right now, stay and help me. I need your strength. Of course, as a reward, I will give you a place to live, clothes to wear, and 3 meals a day, or even more. I won't hit or scold you, sell you, or hurt you. After all, I am not a master, and you are not a slave. If you're willing, we can be friends. Under the night sky, the dark elf didn't answer, but Li Fan seemed to see her nod. Li Fan thought he must have seen correctly, and the system's notification sounded. Congratulations, the host's favorability with the dark elf has reached 2 stars. Interacting with her daily grants 10 bond points. The next morning, Li Fan was woken up from his sleep by someone shaking him. When he opened his eyes, he saw the dark elf, Ing. Yesterday, she seemed like a monk, but after waking Li Fan, her first words were, "What's for breakfast?" Li Fan suddenly sat up, looking blankly at the ceiling, puzzled about how someone could change so much in just one day. Thinking again, Li Fan seemed to give up on overthinking and casually said, "Soy milk and fried dough sticks." 4 days passed quickly. Early in the morning, Li Fan reluctantly got out of bed. He was awakened by a feeling of being squeezed. He staggered out of the cave and was about to unzip his pants to urinate. At that moment, he seemed to remember something, so he looked at his side shadow and said, "At this time, shouldn't you move aside? Shadows usually don't speak." But Li Fan's shadow responded, "I don't mind. I mind," Li Fan replied without hesitation. After hearing Li Fan, there was a moment of silence around him. Then, suddenly, Li Fan's shadow rippled like a lake's surface. A figure made of black substance emerged from his shadow. The black substance eventually formed into a dark elf, Ing. Ing glanced at Li Fan and turned her head disdainfully. Li Fan saw this and twitched his mouth, but he could only find a good spot with favorable wind to vent and release water. However, the place he chose was somewhat against the wind, almost getting his shoes wet. Although it was due to the wind, Li Fan still sighed. Back in the day, I was the one who urinated Tin Zhang against the wind. Li Fan only dared to say this because he thought no one was around to hear. After putting on his pants, Li Fan quickly headed toward the cave. Today, he had an important task to do. Yes, he finally collected enough 500 bond points, and it was time to exchange for a top-tier fighting energy technique. When the dark elf shadow heard Li Fan's footsteps, she immediately turned around, chased after him, and was about to merge back into Li Fan's shadow. Li Fan hurriedly stopped her. "Why do you keep staying in my shadow all day?" After waking up, the dark elf had recovered well after several days of rest. Her injuries were almost healed, and her strength had greatly improved. She was expected to regain the strength of a level 3 warrior soon. However, her left eye and right hand had not recovered under mid-grade healing potions. Li Fan thought she would need high-grade healing potions for them to work. Although her left eye and right hand hadn't recovered, her shadow's strength remained powerful. Especially, the Dark Elf's dark attribute magic was extraordinary. Dark attribute magic has 3 abilities. 1. Stealth, a skill that can be used as needed. When using stealth, the shadow becomes very hard to detect, especially in darkness. Unless there is a huge gap in strength, others cannot find the shadow in stealth. 2. Merging shadows, the ability Li Fan just used. She can merge into the shadows of people or objects, making it difficult for outsiders to notice her presence in the shadow. 3. Devouring. Dark attribute magic can devour most things, including objects, and even a person's flesh and fighting energy. Each ability made Li Fan drool with envy. No wonder some say dark elves are born assassins. With stealth and shadow merging, assassination and tracking become as easy as picking things up. Of course, the devouring skill is also very useful. For example, the shadow can use dark magic to devour magic cores. The shadow can control the dark magic to only swallow impurities in the magic core, leaving behind pure energy that can be directly absorbed. This kind of thing normally requires a purification potion made by a potion master. Now that there is shadow, Li Fan can finally use the magic core to speed up his training. Combined with a top-tier fighting energy technique, he believes he will soon break through to level 2 fighter. For Li Fan, shadow is definitely a huge treasure. The only thing that gives Li Fan a little headache is that this treasure prefers to stay in his shadow. Yes, since that day, Shadow has been staying in his shadow all the time. She has also met with Dina Anna and other beastmen. However, when facing these people, Shadow always keeps her expression blank, hardly speaks, and only opens her mouth if you don't mention her. Sometimes she won't speak at all if she's not directly asked. She only talks a little more when alone with Li Fan, but it's really just 2 sentences. Li Fan has tried to persuade her, but she doesn't listen, like a stubborn mule. Li Fan's words are useless. He is worried not only about Shadow's future, but also about something else. If Shadow keeps staying in his shadow all the time, what will he do someday when he wants to do some craft work? Does she understand what privacy means? Oh, wait, this is another world, so it's fine. In the room, Li Fan eagerly exchanged for the top-tier fighting energy technique. Looking at his bond points dropping to just 2 digits, he felt a bit sad but couldn't resist the excitement of becoming stronger soon. The entire content of the top-tier fighting energy technique merged into his mind at this moment. Li Fan silently absorbed and understood it. Shadow watched curiously. She naturally didn't know that Li Fan had just learned a fighting energy technique that only nobles could study. With this level of technique, he might not be able to fight across realms yet, but at least he can resist when facing stronger enemies. Especially since Li Fan has 2 innate skills, natural affinity and beast transformation. Once activated, even if he can't beat a level 3 fighter, he still has a good chance to escape. All the knowledge of the top-tier fighting energy technique was quickly absorbed by Li Fan. Without hesitation, he began practicing. Because his previous fighting energy was cultivated with a yellow-level technique, he now needs to start over. But he has already trained once before, so he's not starting from scratch. The speed of his renewed training was very fast. Li Fan sensed that the energy whirl inside his dantian was growing visible to the naked eye. 1 inch, 2 inches. At the same time, in the room, Ing suddenly felt a pull on Li Fan's body, and then a stream of energy in the air was continuously drawn into him. Li Fan absorbed the energy very quickly, so fast that it was almost frightening. The surrounding air was affected by this. The air around Li Fan formed a huge vortex centered on him. For a moment, not only Li Fan's room, but also any connected passageways were filled with a strong gust of wind. The noise was loud and immediately caught the attention of all the beastmen inside the cave. Bai Qi and Qing Mu saw this and looked serious. They then glanced at Anna and Dina nearby. Anna and Dina were practicing high-level energy and blood techniques, similar to the top-tier fighting energy techniques. Plus, only Li Fan was a human here. They quickly guessed the reason. Their guesses surprised them greatly. After all, only nobles could learn top-tier fighting energy techniques. Could Li Fan, who had bloodlines from many different tribes, still be a human noble? The 2 sisters felt they were increasingly unable to understand Li Fan and became more curious about where he came from. Meanwhile, inside the room, Li Fan was still working hard on his training. In the end, he only took 1 hour to reach the first level of fighting energy using a top-tier fighting energy technique. Next, he aimed to break through to the second level of fighting energy. The difference between top tier and yellow tier was now clear. Before, it took Li Fan nearly a year to reach the second level of fighting energy. But now, after practicing the top-tier fighting energy technique, Li Fan believed that with enough effort, he could reach the second level in one go. Host, Li Fan level. Level 2 fighter strength. 2 times 10 times 10 times 3 constitution. 2 times 10 times 10 times 3 agility. 1 times 10 times 10 times 3 spirit. 2 times 10 times 10 times 3 talents. Elf race talent 0.2%. Orc race talent 13.2%. Dwarf race talent 0.1% skills. Natural affinity 0.1. Beast transformation 3. Rapid recovery 5. Level 1 poison resistance bond points. 10. The breakthrough in level and the change in cultivation method increased Li Fan's attributes from 10 times to 300 times. His rapidly increasing strength even made him temporarily unable to control his body. He pressed his hand lightly against the wall, and with a soft sound, left a clear palm print. Then, when he stood up, a gentle step caused the ground to crack. Your strength is increasing too fast. You should get used to it first, or else. A shadow emerged from Li Fan's shadow. She had been watching him closely these past 3 days, so she was the first to notice when he woke up. Although there's usually no danger on the orc's territory, her behavior still moved Li Fan deeply. Maybe that's why Li Fan is looking for companions. Li Fan withdrew his hand from the wall and asked her, or else what? She looked serious and replied, otherwise. You won't be able to cook for me anymore. Li Fan's face stiffened, then his mouth twitched. Fine, if he had the chance, he would definitely punch this dark elf Bang Bang. To adapt to his new strength, Li Fan had many ideas. After all, he's an experienced bookworm and always thinks of clever tricks. For example now, Li Fan found a river near the grassland. The deepest part was only 1.5 meters, but the water flowed very fast. He took off everything except his underwear and jumped into the river. Although it was close to winter and the temperature had dropped a lot, his increased strength made his body much stronger. He even developed resistance to cold. At this moment, he couldn't feel how cold the water was. Li Fan immediately began his training. The training was simple, practicing Tai Chi in the river. Modern Tai Chi is not suitable for combat, but is very good for self-cultivation and relaxation. As a national treasure, Tai Chi has many benefits, which Li Fan didn't need to explain. However, he had to mention that it is very difficult to perform Tai Chi perfectly. If he could successfully practice Tai Chi despite the flowing water, it would mean he was truly adapting to his own strength. To perform the most perfect Tai Chi, Li Fan had previously learned a little from a book, but he decided to buy a Tai Chi manual from the system shop using 10 points of bond value. A regular book only costs 1 point, but this Tai Chi manual required 10 points. Li Fan was puzzled, but didn't bother too much about the bond points. He closed his eyes and absorbed the Tai Chi knowledge pouring into his mind. As he absorbed and understood the knowledge, Li Fan noticed that this Tai Chi was different from what he had learned before. In short, the Tai Chi bought from the system was very complex. It made Li Fan think that modern Tai Chi had been simplified, so perhaps the system was offering the original, more complicated version. This meant that Tai Chi might not just be for self-cultivation, but could have more profound uses. No wonder it cost 10 bond points. Li Fan immediately started practicing. Tai Chi is not easy to learn, especially since he was in a rushing river and unfamiliar with his suddenly increased strength. With these three factors, Li Fan was far from showing the elegance of Tai Chi. Instead, he looked more like a drowning person struggling desperately in the water. The scene made Ying, who was watching nearby, stunned. She hesitated for a long time, unsure whether to help Li Fan ashore. Fortunately, the situation improved shortly after. After practicing for most of the day, Li Fan finally made some progress before nightfall. Now, the Tai Chi he performed showed some recognizable moves. It must be said that Tai Chi is truly beautiful, with each move embodying the principles of heaven and earth. Li Fan managed to display this beauty perfectly. The charm of Tai Chi still sparked Ying's curiosity, and she watched intently. As night approached, Li Fan and Ying returned to their underground cave. Of course, Li Fan didn't forget to take advantage of opportunities. He casually went to chat with all the orcs whose friendliness level was above 1 star. Once again, he gained 55 points of bond value. Plus, his friendliness level suddenly jumped from 0 to 2 stars. Thinking that he could earn 65 bond points every day, Li Fan realized that in less than 100 days, he could even exchange for a ground-level fighting energy technique. Of course, Li Fan wasn't in a rush to exchange for the ground-level fighting energy technique right now. The mysterious level fighting energy techniques were enough for him for the moment. Previously, he tried practicing as a level 3 fighter. He found that to become a level 3 fighter, he just needed to gather 100 drops of liquid fighting energy in his body. By practicing with the mysterious level fighting energy technique, he could break through again in about a month. This speed wasn't slow at all. According to Anna, a normal person takes about 10 years to go from level 2 to level 3. Even Anna, who was a genius and started practicing energy cultivation from a young age, was now 18 and still just short of reaching level 3. Compared to her, Li Fan was satisfied with his current progress. Moreover, gaining strength quickly wasn't always good. Otherwise, he wouldn't be practicing Tai Chi to get used to his body's power. He understood the principle that rushing often leads to failure. Besides, compared to exchanging for a ground-level fighting energy technique, Li Fan preferred to save up 1,000 bond points to exchange for a higher-level healing potion. With this advanced healing potion, Ying's left eye and right hand should recover, and her strength would definitely return to level 3. Then, facing Howard would be much safer. Being cautious is a good thing. Throughout history, reckless fighters often have short lives. Only cautious ones can survive for thousands of years. So, Li Fan decided to be a cautious person. 3 days passed again. In the river, Li Fan kept practicing Tai Chi. The Tai Chi techniques produced by the system were detailed down to every tiny movement, as if someone was performing Tai Chi in his mind. Therefore, even without anyone teaching him, Li Fan followed the images in his mind and made some progress every day. After 3 days of practice, his Tai Chi had finally begun to show a hint of its true essence. The core of Tai Chi is the use of energy, and when mastered deeply, it becomes the so-called Using a little force to move 1,000 pounds, you see Li Fan standing in the river with his feet apart in a horse stance. His feet seem rooted to the riverbed. Even though the water is very fast, he doesn't move at all. Next, Li Fan throws a punch. His hands move easily, but the water on the river surface is affected by his action. The fast-flowing river water begins to flow backward, forming a large circle around Li Fan. Within a 6-meter radius, all the water is influenced. Under Li Fan's guidance, thousands of pounds of water spin and roll, forming a Tai Chi symbol. Ding! Congratulations! The host has understood a layer of Tai Chi true meaning and learned the skill. 4 ounces move 1,000 pounds. 4 ounces move 1,000 pounds. When using Tai Chi to fight, you can borrow strength to reduce the enemy's force by 10%, increasing your own power. Host, Li Fan, Realm. Level 2 Fighter, Strength, 2-10-10-3, Constitution, 2-10-10-3, Agility, 1-10-10-3, Spirit, 2-10-10-3, Talents. Elf race 0.2%, Orc race 13.2%, Dwarf race 0.1%, Talent skills. Nature affinity 0.1, Beast transformation 3, Rapid recovery 5, Level 1 poison resistance, comprehended skills. 4 ounces move 1,000 pounds 10%, bond points. 190 Li Fan was surprised to learn a skill. He had thought all skills could only be gained through talents, but now it seems not to be the case. He concluded that his ancestors were truly impressive. Maybe he can learn other comprehension skills too. Li Fan isn't in a hurry to test. Practicing Tai Chi is enough for now. Since the skill, 4 ounces move 1,000 pounds, improves with his understanding, its power will increase greatly as he progresses. Right now, with just one layer of Tai Chi true meaning, he can reduce the enemy's force by 10%, turning it into his own strength. This means he can weaken the enemy's force by 20% in total. Even just one layer of Tai Chi true meaning has such power. If he masters it completely, he will be invincible. Of course, Li Fan was just thinking about how difficult it really is to reach a great mastery in Tai Chi. Even just imagining it made him realize how hard it must be. Every day, old men in the park practice Tai Chi. How long have they been practicing? Has anyone ever claimed that their Tai Chi has reached a great mastery level? At this moment, Li Fan slowly withdrew his hands. The Tai Chi diagram on the river surface continued for a few seconds before gradually disappearing. The water, which had stopped flowing, quickly moved downstream again. Li Fan then walked toward the shore. As soon as he reached land, he noticed that Ying's right eye was very round and wide. You, what did you just do? Why did a circle suddenly appear on the river's surface? An inherited skill from my ancestors? Martial arts? You can think of it as a skill that anyone can learn. Anyone can learn it? Ying was very surprised to hear this. On the magical continent, all races can only learn their own innate skills. Humans have combat techniques matching their fighting spirit. Orcs have battle skills with their energy and blood, elves have magic, and dwarves have enhancements on their bodies. But she had never heard of a skill that all races could learn. Ying naturally couldn't believe it, but she also didn't think Li Fan would lie to her. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Seeing Ying's surprised expression, Li Fan couldn't help but tease her. What? You want to learn it? I can teach you. When she heard this, Ying was even more surprised. Being able to easily move thousands of pounds of river water with level 2 strength already proved how powerful this skill was. The fact that anyone could learn it showed how valuable it was. Li Fan was willing to teach her without hesitation. Ying opened her mouth but didn't speak. Li Fan seemed to notice her hesitation and said, "The reason I want to become stronger now is to defeat Howard. For that, I need your help." "I will definitely help you," Ying replied almost immediately and without hesitation. "So, not only do I need to become stronger, but you also need to get stronger. The stronger you are, the greater our chance of winning. It also makes me safer. From this point, I'm teaching you this skill for my own sake." Ying no longer hesitated and nodded seriously. Li Fan smiled at her, but then his face suddenly became serious. "After I take revenge on Howard, the next time I will help you avenge yours." This statement completely surprised Ying. Ying opened her mouth but didn't speak. After a moment, she forced a smile and said, "I have no grudge to settle. Stop pretending. Do you think I haven't seen through you? A few days ago, Li Fan truly didn't realize this, but over the past days, he had gradually figured it out. The dark elf in front of him desperately wants revenge. Li Fan is not acting without reason. His conclusions are based on careful reasoning. Dark elves are not known for having strong vitality. However, despite suffering injuries that could have killed him multiple times, why is Ing still alive? Li Fan can't imagine how strong her willpower must be to keep her going. And Ing previously showed a very cynical attitude. How could someone so disillusioned have such strong willpower? So what exactly is keeping Ing alive? Li Fan thought for a long time and finally believed it was only anger and hatred toward the traitor. It proved that Li Fan's guess was correct. After a moment of silence, Ing seemed to give up her attempt to deny. She looked at Li Fan and slowly began to tell him her story. A long time ago, the Dark Elves separated from the Elven race. Since then, we Dark Elves have wandered across the magical continent. My father died when I was very young, protecting my mother. After that, my mother always hoped to return to the Elven race. Maybe because of this, she constantly told me about the pride of the elves. She often said that elves love and care for each other. Even though the Dark Elves left the Elven race because of the Light Elves, it didn't change the fact that all elves are family. I heard this so many times from my mother that I believed it was true. Until the day my mother passed away, she still told me that Dark Elves are also part of the Elven race. The bond of kinship should not be forgotten, and I must return to the Elven community. Because of this, when I met that wood elf and she asked for my help, I immediately agreed. However, just as we were about to escape, that light elf pushed me toward the enemy. I still remember the last words he said. If the Light Elves, who are part of the royal family, are saved by the Dark Elves, then someone in the clan will start arguing to make you, the inferior ones, go back. Hee. Actually, I already knew that the Light Elves really dislike us Dark Elves. But Ing suddenly clenched her teeth and looked very unwilling. But how could he stab me in the back at that moment? How could he do that right then? Because of that, what my mother always told me suddenly seemed meaningless. Interrogation is hard, but compared to being betrayed, and to the words my mother trampled on, it's nothing. Not worth mentioning. Hearing this, Li Fan seemed to understand why Ing looked so disillusioned when they first met. It wasn't just about disillusionment. It was because the betrayal by the Light Elves made her question her mother's teachings all these years, whether they were truly right. Things she believed in since childhood were completely overturned by a betrayal, and suddenly, everything seemed to matter less. But because of this, Li Fan felt that this matter couldn't just be let go. Just like he believes good people should be rewarded, he also wouldn't tolerate evil people getting away with it. Especially when that evil person is connected to someone close to him. Li Fan then smiled, a little frightening, showing 2 rows of very white teeth, and said, "So, you actually want revenge, don't you?" The Dark Elf's face showed hesitation. She hesitated for a long time before saying, I don't know. No, you do know. Li Fan was very sure, because he is someone who always seeks revenge for wrongs, and he can't let go if he doesn't settle the score. So he could see it clearly. You want revenge. At this moment, Li Fan looked like a tempting demon, constantly trying to stir Ying's desire for revenge. Ing, however, still showed a helpless smile. But what can I do to get revenge? Kill those elves who betrayed me? Yes, Li Fan answered without hesitation. Ing fell into confusion again. Initially, I risked my life to save them. Now, I am about to kill them. What was all my previous effort for? So, do you still think I want to kill them? Yes, they must be killed. Why? At this moment, Li Fan seemed unaware of what hesitation meant. Every word he spoke was filled with firm determination. You were in such a dangerous situation back then, yet you still held on and refused to die. Isn't that just to seek revenge? Stop denying it. What could be more motivating to keep someone alive than revenge? So, you just want revenge. Want those who trampled on your mother's beliefs to pay the price. You want revenge so badly that even death can't take you away. Then go ahead and seek revenge. We're not saints. Saving them was out of brotherhood. Killing them is out of personal grudge. I can save them, and I can also kill them. If it were me, next time I face such a situation, I would still save my people. And next time, if betrayed again, I would still come back to fight. Killing someone leaves me with a clear conscience. Saving someone leaves me no regrets. Betrayers can't make me give up saving others. And brotherhood can't let me forgive betrayal. After all, I live. For myself, my thoughts, my feelings, my sense of justice, my personal interests, my clear sense of right and wrong. If your heart is set on revenge, then you must see it through. If not, it will leave you with an unfulfilled feeling. Li Fan poured out everything he was thinking, just as he had said before. He hoped good people would be rewarded, and he would never allow evil to go unpunished. Return good for evil. How else can one repay kindness in the future? Li Fan didn't know if Ying had listened to his words, but he noticed that Ying's face was less confused than before. Without a goal, people become lost and stagnant. Just like Ying these past few days, seemingly normal, but with no real plans, only wanting to stay close to Li Fan's shadow all day. This is wrong. Li Fan didn't know if he could return to Earth, but he knew he would stay in this world for a very long time. It was decided that his companions must grow and improve alongside him. Otherwise, whether Li Fan wanted it or not, he would eventually leave someone behind. So, Li Fan really hopes that Ying can find a goal, even if it is for revenge. At least then, Ying will start moving forward again. Anna, can we have a little match? Early in the morning, Li Fan approached Anna and made this request. Although Li Fan has learned to control his strength, he still has little practical fighting experience. Right now, he has a lot of raw power, but in a real fight, he probably can't use even half of it. Anna is also a level 2 warrior, studying the same level of martial arts as him. Although Anna's basic attributes are slightly higher, Li Fan has the natural affinity boost, so the gap between them isn't big. Compared to Ying, Anna is a better opponent for Li Fan. So, Li Fan asked Anna for a match. Anna readily agreed. On the flat grassland, Dina, Xiaoqing, and Xiaobai also came over. The three girls stood at a distance, watching with interest as Li Fan and Anna faced off in the middle of the field. They were very curious about Li Fan's fight with Anna. They knew Anna's strength well. As for Li Fan, they knew he was also a level 2 warrior, but there can be big differences between level 2 warriors. What exactly can Li Fan do? The three girls stared intently at the two in the arena, afraid of missing anything. Especially Xiaoqing, whose green snake-like eyes widened with excitement as she stared at Li Fan, constantly muttering, "Hurry up and start! Hurry up and start!" Soon, the fight between the person and the beast on the field began. Suddenly, with a flash, Li Fan was knocked back and fell to the ground with a puff. "Huh? I knew it. Stinky Li Fan, you dare to challenge Sister Anna? She almost defeated a wild boar when she was 3. You can't compare to her. Ha!" Almost as soon as Li Fan was knocked away, Xiaoqing's eager laughter rang out. Li Fan knew there was a gap between him and Anna, but he didn't expect it to be so big. Hearing Xiaoqing's laughter made him feel even more frustrated, veins bulging on his forehead. Again, Li Fan was not willing to give up and charged at Anna again. Of course, he was quickly knocked back again. Once more, Xiaoqing's loud laughter echoed from afar. The fight continued into the evening. It's unclear how much Li Fan improved, but that day, Xiaoqing was carried back to the cave, clearly laughing. Li Fan couldn't forget her pain, clutching her stomach, her tail twitching constantly. He found it hard to understand at that moment. How much hatred did she have for him? Or was she just eager to see him suffer? Gaining real combat experience doesn't happen overnight. After 5 days, when Li Fan faced Anna again, he was no longer helpless. Over these 10 days, Li Fan's strength changed greatly. He not only improved his level, but also became skilled at controlling his body's power, and he gained more practical experience. Li Fan could honestly say that now, at the same level, he could fight at least 3 versions of himself from before. Today was the day to see his growth. Li Fan watched Anna carefully, spread his legs, steadied his stance, and rooted himself like a mountain. Anna had fought strong humans before, but this was her first time seeing Li Fan in such a strange fighting stance. Seeing that Li Fan had no intention to attack, Anna took the initiative. She slightly bent her body, lowering her center of gravity. In the next moment, she suddenly pushed off with her legs, like a wild beast rushing toward Li Fan. In midair, Anna spread her fingers wide, claws like sharp talons reaching for Li Fan's face. Li Fan had been through many battles these days, so he stayed calm. When he saw Anna's fingers about to grab his face, he suddenly raised his left hand and grabbed her wrist. Anna sneered. It was too late to stop her hand now. She suddenly exerted more force, trying to scratch Li Fan's face, while her right hand also turned into claws and reached out. Seeing that Li Fan couldn't block from both sides, just as Anna thought she would win this round, Li Fan's left hand, which was holding her wrist, suddenly released a strange power. In the next moment, Anna felt her strength in her hand suddenly weaken, while Li Fan's grip grew even stronger. The same thing happened to her other hand. At this point, Li Fan spun his hands in a circle, creating a strange force that began to pull at Anna's hands. Anna's hand, which was originally reaching for Li Fan's face, suddenly veered off course, narrowly missing and brushing past his cheek. She missed her target. At the same time, Anna's body was unexpectedly thrown into the air by an unseen force, causing her to land awkwardly on the ground. She was very surprised. "What is this? It's not human fighting skills at all," she exclaimed. Li Fan smiled proudly. The move he just used was called 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds, and it worked better than he expected. This was the first time Anna had been at a disadvantage in front of him. Li Fan believed that with more practice of this Tai Chi technique, he could match Anna in combat or even win. Seeing Li Fan's proud expression, Anna finally stopped underestimating him. His progress made her realize she needed to take him seriously. Thinking this, Anna took a dagger from her waist, held it in her hand, and pointed it forward. Li Fan's eyes widened. He quickly shouted, "Wait, that's not fair. You're fighting properly, so why are you pulling out a weapon?" Anna looked confused and said, "I'm better at attacking with weapons." "What? Are we only allowed to fight empty-handed?" Li Fan hesitated for a moment, then realized she was right. If he wanted real combat experience, he couldn't avoid using weapons. In fact, weapons are common in this world. Fighting without them is unusual. But Li Fan had no weapons. His only weapon was a machete that had helped him through tough times, but it had already been broken by the lone wolf and was no longer usable. "It seems I should get myself a proper weapon too," he thought. Not only Li Fan needed a weapon, but the dark elf Shadow also needed one, and Anna and Dina did as well. In this fantasy world, weapons are divided into 4 levels: ordinary, fine, legendary, and mythic. Anna and Dina's weapons are only ordinary level. As for Li Fan's machete, it wasn't even considered an ordinary weapon anymore. The importance of weapons is clear. Under the same force, getting hit by a punch and getting hit by a sword are very different. A good weapon is the fastest way for Li Fan to become stronger. To gain more combat experience, he needed a weapon. Without one, sparring would be less effective. Li Fan decided right then to get himself a good weapon. Although many races on the magical continent have blacksmiths, no race can compare to dwarves in the quality of their weapons. It can be said that 90% of the best weapons on the continent are made by dwarves. To get a good weapon, the best way for Li Fan is to find dwarves. However, everyone knows that these short-statured creatures are the hardest to get along with. It's not because they are proud, but because they have been looked down upon for their height and appearance for many years, which makes them very biased against other races. Even if you try to persuade them, when they refuse to talk to you, how can you convince them? Although Li Fan learned about this from Anna, he still wanted to try. Seeing this, Anna stopped persuading him and even offered to be his guide. Anna did this for a reason. She was very curious whether Li Fan could handle those stubborn dwarves. After all, Li Fan had successfully integrated into an orc group and formed a close friendship with a dark elf. Now, if he could also deal with a group of dwarves, it wouldn't be surprising. If Li Fan really managed to win over the dwarves, she might benefit too, and she wouldn't have to worry about weapons anymore. In the end, 4 people went to find the dwarves: Li Fan, Ing, Anna, and Dina, who insisted on going. Actually, Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai also wanted to go, but they were pulled back by Bai Qi and Qing Mu before departure. Seeing this, Li Fan felt a bit more at ease. Honestly, searching for dwarves might not be safe. If these 2 level 1 kids went along and something went wrong, Bai Qi and Qing Mu might have to fight him. For safety, Li Fan didn't plan to approach the dwarf settlement immediately. Their goal this time was the criminal dwarves. Anna and Dina didn't know the exact location of the criminal dwarves, but based on their experience, the criminal dwarves would be near their gathering places, just like the weak orcs. However, they were currently north of the sinful forest, while the dwarf settlement was south of the forest, separated by the central area of the sinful forest. The inner area of the evil forest is home to level 3 monsters, and no one knows how terrifying the central zone truly is. The four of us could only carefully go around the human settlement located to the east and then head south. During this time, we were very lucky to have Ing with us. Ing activated the stealth skill, which made her almost impossible to detect. She moved swiftly through the dense forest without making a sound. Only level 1 or 2 mercenaries could possibly notice her. With Ing leading the way, we avoided all human mercenaries and finally reached the southern edge of the evil forest safely. The climate in the south of the evil forest is warmer than in the north, but it is also much more barren. Anna said this was because there is a large mineral vein in the south. The presence of this mine caused the surrounding vegetation to be sparse. The dwarf settlement is built right on this mineral vein. Since the dwarf settlement has been confirmed, I think searching around it has a good chance of finding the criminal dwarf. The four of us split into 2 groups. Dina and Anna are natural hunters, so they don't need to worry much. Although I am still a beginner in this area, I can hold on to Ying's leg tightly, so I'm not afraid. We agreed to meet back at the starting point in 3 hours, then split up. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours passed. Ing and I searched the nearby area, but found nothing. When we returned to the meeting spot, we saw that Dina and Anna had already come back, but their faces looked worried. "Did you find anything?" I asked curiously. Even if we didn't find anything, the sisters shouldn't look so upset. Dina and Anna shook their heads at the same time. Then Dina quickly explained, "We saw the criminal dwarf, but what?" I asked. Anna took over and continued, "It's just that they seemed very cautious of us. Isn't that normal?" I asked, confused. Dwarves tend to be wary of outsiders, as Anna told me. It's natural for them to be cautious. Anna shook her head and replied, "This time is different. The criminal dwarves were clearly on high alert. We only wanted to ask them something, but they even attacked us directly." Li Fan was surprised to hear this. He quickly looked carefully at the 2 sisters several times. Seeing they were unharmed, he asked Anna, "What happened?" Anna looked thoughtful and said, "I don't know the full details, but I found a lot of bloodstains around those criminal dwarves. It seems they had a fight in the past few days, which is why they are so aggressive now. This was definitely not good news." At this moment, such an incident happened. Li Fan could imagine that asking the dwarves to help forge weapons would be much more difficult now. Li Fan asked curiously, "Who would attack these criminal dwarves?" "You said dwarves are one of the most united races. The dwarves in their gathering place shouldn't attack these criminal dwarves, right?" Anna shook her head again. She also couldn't figure out who would provoke these dwarves. Seeing this, Li Fan decided to go see the criminal dwarves himself. After all, in the country where he was born, there is a saying with magical power. "Since you're here." Half an hour later, Li Fan arrived at his destination. He saw a few desolate dwarf mountains. The mountains were full of jagged rocks, and many caves could be seen. It seemed the criminal dwarves lived inside these caves. Just as Li Fan was about to go forward to check, a shadow beside him suddenly stepped in front of him, then delivered a stylish side kick. With a clang, a large iron axe flying toward Li Fan's head was kicked away by the shadow. Li Fan looked at the iron axe on the ground, which was bigger than his head, and immediately broke out in cold sweat. He asked ahead, "Are you throwing that iron axe, or the silver axe, or the gold axe?" "No, you're throwing your sense of morality." As Li Fan cursed angrily, small but extremely strong dwarves, looking like green giants less than 1.5 meters tall, appeared on the stone pile in front of Li Fan. After all, these guys are big-faced and thick-necked, with bodies full of exaggerated muscles. Yes, both men and women look like that. Of course, their skin color is not green but the same as ordinary humans. However, due to years of forging, most dwarves appear with a dark, bronze tan. At this moment, a group of strong men and women are blocking Li Fan and his companions. They all stare at Li Fan with clear anger in their eyes. "Damn human slave traders, you dare to bring your slave-catching group here. This time, we won't let you escape again." The leader among the dwarves is a male dwarf wearing a horned helmet. His eyes are bright red, and he holds an iron axe in his left hand. Li Fan immediately notices that the axe in his hand is the same as the one used to attack him. He quickly confirms that this is the old Six who ambushed him. Although Li Fan is annoyed, he knows now is not the time to act impulsively. He suppresses his anger and explains to the dwarf group across from him. You misunderstand us. We are not slave traders, nor are we part of a slave-catching group. My name is Li Fan. I came here to trade salt with you. I am a salt merchant. Li Fan had planned from the start how to approach these dwarves. Since the criminal dwarves cannot enter the gathering place, Li Fan doesn't believe they lack salt. So, he plans to use salt as a trick to open the door to the dwarf community. But this time, the result was beyond Li Fan's expectations. Although the dwarves hesitated when they heard about salt, their eyes were soon covered with bloodshot veins. Despicable humans, you think we will fall for the same trick again? Li Fan looked confused at these words. Before he could explain, the dwarf wearing the horned helmet suddenly raised his iron axe high and shouted, "Brothers and sisters, no need to talk to this cunning human. Let's use our weapons to defend our people." As he spoke, more than a dozen dwarves rushed forward. Li Fan and his 3 companions were startled and quickly prepared for battle. Seeing that things were hopeless, Li Fan immediately decided to retreat with the 3 beside him. "Stop!" At this moment, a deep voice suddenly came from behind the dwarves. Li Fan listened and felt that the voice sounded somewhat familiar. While Li Fan was confused, a short, shirtless dwarf came out of a cave below the small mountain. He looked nervously toward Li Fan and the others, then suddenly ran happily toward them. "Human Li Fan, it's really you. I thought I heard wrong when I heard the name Li Fan." As he spoke, the shirtless dwarf bypassed several armed dwarves and came to stand in front of Li Fan. Li Fan looked at the dwarf with curiosity, and then suddenly remembered. Isn't this the dwarf named Dorg, who was bought as a gift by the slave trader Charlie a few days ago when he bought the dark elf shadow? The next day, Li Fan set Dorg free. He remembered Dorg had sworn to repay his kindness. Li Fan didn't think much of it at the time, since they probably wouldn't meet again in their lives. But unexpectedly, just over 10 days later, Li Fan met Dorg again. Seeing Li Fan remember, Dorg's face lit up with excitement. "Dorg, do you know this human?" At that moment, a dwarf wearing a horned hat suddenly asked. Dorg then remembered that the misunderstanding between them hadn't been cleared up yet. He quickly replied to the dwarf with the horned hat, "Gully, you misunderstand. They are definitely not slave traders, nor are they part of a slave-catching group. I was rescued by this human, Li Fan, or I would still be in the slave traders' prison." Gully, the dwarf with the horned hat, immediately became angry and scolded Dorg. "Dorg, you idiot. Do you forget how those slave traders found us? They pretended to release the dwarf slaves, and then secretly followed us to find our hideout. Do you want to suffer that loss twice?" But Dorg loudly retorted, "Gully, what do you mean? When I escaped back, did I bring back a human slave-catching group? Besides, can't you see the 3 people beside Li Fan? They are a orc and a dark elf. Do their necks have restraining collars? Even the orc and dark elf trust him, which proves he's definitely not a scoundrel like a slave trader." Gully fell silent after hearing this. He still couldn't understand why a human could be friends with orcs and dark elves. It was even harder for him to understand than dwarves not liking to drink. But Dorg was right. The orc and dark elf didn't have restraining collars on their necks, which showed they voluntarily became companions of this human. The orc tribe hates slave traders the most, so it's clear that Li Fan is definitely not a slave trader. Doge seemed to have convinced Gully, so he quickly pressed on. "Gully, I understand your worries, but our dwarves are known for being clear about their enemies. Do you want to cause the dwarves to be unfairly blamed just because of suspicion? Besides, Li Fan is my benefactor. I may not be strong, but I won't allow you to insult someone who has helped me." Gully looked at Doge's serious face, his expression uncertain. He wanted to get angry but remembered the terrifying girl and Doge's family, so he swallowed hard and said reluctantly, "Doge, maybe you're right, but this concerns the safety of all dwarves here. I hope you won't regret this later." "Humph, we're leaving." He turned away in displeasure, and the other dozen or so dwarves followed suit. However, their expressions remained unfriendly as they left, still looking at Li Fan. Li Fan could guess that trying to get these dwarves to help forge weapons would probably end in failure. "Li Fan, come with me. I need to treat you well." "Ha ha." Doge laughed heartily and led Li Fan toward a cave below the dwarf mountain. Along the way, more and more dwarves gathered around, mostly looking at Li Fan with suspicion. Honestly, being wary of a group of strong, sturdy dwarf men and women made Li Fan feel cold all over. He was worried they might attack all at once, leaving him no chance to even shout, "Stop!" Seeing this, Li Fan decided to try to ease the tension. He said to the dwarves, "Hello, I am a salt merchant. If you—" Before he could finish, the dwarves all turned and walked away. Li Fan looked confused. At this moment, Doge sighed and explained, "Sorry, Li Fan. It's probably because Gully and the others just had a disagreement, so they're extra cautious around you. But I promise, it's not intentional." Then Doge explained why the dwarves were so wary right now. Just 2 days ago, a dwarf escaped from a slave trader. It should have been a happy event, so we took the dwarf in immediately. However, no one expected this to be a trap set by the slave trader. The slave trader deliberately let the dwarf go. At the same time, his slave-catching team was right behind the dwarf, using this to find our location. They approached us pretending to be salt merchants, then suddenly launched an attack. That day, 9 of our brothers died in battle, and more than 50 of our people were captured, including 5 children. Gully's child was among them, which is why he has such a deep prejudice against humans. Because of this, we are now very cautious about trusting humans. Honestly, if you hadn't saved me, I wouldn't have come near you. Gully briefly explained why the dwarf tribe was so wary. As soon as Li Fan heard this, he sensed something was wrong. Dwarves have never been ideal slaves for humans. To be honest, humans don't really like these muscular beings, especially those dwarves who are below level 1. Such dwarf slaves, whether male or female, are usually just laborers at the bottom. So, slave traders generally don't waste effort capturing ordinary dwarves in the Forest of Sins. As for capturing dwarves above level 1, facing those fierce, body-strengthening fighters often results in heavy casualties, and the final harvest might not even cover the costs. This is why most slave traders don't bother with the dwarf race. However, this time, a slave trader did something that was both exhausting and unprofitable. There must be something strange about it. Moreover, when thinking about the slave traders and the slave-catching teams in the Forest of Sins, Li Fan's first thought was Charlie, that fat-bellied guy. If Charlie was involved, then Howard was definitely connected to this matter. Li Fan's guess was correct. It was Howard who did all this. In the Katoon manor of the town of Sin, Charlie carefully reported to Howard, "Master Howard, the operation to capture the dwarves went smoothly. After suffering the loss of 39 members of the slave-catching team, we successfully captured 50 dwarf slaves." Howard didn't even glance at Charlie and asked emotionlessly, "Are there any high-level forging masters among the captured dwarves?" What Li Fan didn't know was that ordinary dwarves might not be very valuable, but there was one type of dwarf who was different. That was the dwarf smiths with forging skills. Mercenaries rarely skimp on weapons and armor because their safety depends on them. To ensure they can survive each mission, they are even willing to borrow money to buy good weapons and armor. Imagine how valuable a dwarf with forging skills must be. Whether sold as slaves or used to forge equipment for profit, they can bring in huge amounts of money. Clearly, Howard's current goal was to find a dwarf smith. When Howard asked, Charlie's face stiffened, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. No, he stammered. "Good for nothing." Howard suddenly grabbed a cup in front of him and threw it at Charlie. The cup hit Charlie's head, opening a cut, and blood immediately flowed out. Charlie was so frightened he collapsed to the ground, looking at Howard with terror. Howard then walked up to Charlie, looking down at him with a triangular-eyed, sinister expression, and said coldly, "Charlie, I am very disappointed in you. First, you let the elf slaves escape, then you were played by Li Fan. Not only did you fail to catch the orc, but you also lost in Dark Elf. Do you know how much effort I put into finding out about a high-level forging master? I really wonder what I still need you for." Young Master Howard, the criminal dwarves and the weak orcs are different. The criminal dwarves are all lawbreakers, and their strength isn't comparable to the weak orcs. Among those criminal dwarves, there are several level 2 warriors. With my slave-catching team, capturing 50 dwarves is already the limit. Howard didn't accept Charlie's rebuttal. He also knew that Charlie was telling the truth. The members of the slave-catching team were all temporary mercenaries, mostly level 1 martial arts apprentices, so they couldn't handle the level 2 dwarves. Moreover, 39 mercenaries had died this time, and the value of 50 dwarves was not enough to cover the compensation. Worse still, after the casualties, very few mercenaries were willing to stay with the slave-catching group. Howard's face grew darker the more he thought about it. Could the plan to capture the dwarves also fail? After the elf slaves escaped, the attempt to catch the orcs failed because Li Fan ran away. Helpless, Howard could only place all his hopes on the dwarves. Just then, he received important news. A dwarf blacksmith with advanced forging skills had left the dwarf settlement and became a criminal dwarf. This was almost impossible in normal circumstances. After all, he wasn't just an ordinary dwarf blacksmith, but a master blacksmith. A dwarf with advanced forging skills is a valuable talent even in the dwarf empire. Even if they broke the law, they could sometimes be forgiven. Charlie didn't know why that master blacksmith became a criminal dwarf and was expelled, but this news definitely gave him hope to turn things around. A dwarf blacksmith with advanced skills is worth more than 1,000 gold coins. If I can catch him, Uncle Katan's test won't be a problem. This master blacksmith could even become my future moneymaker, bringing endless wealth. Thinking of this, Howard felt a surge of excitement. No, I must find a way to catch that master blacksmith dwarf, even if I have to use any means or take risks. Howard's eyes showed unprecedented determination. He suddenly sat at the table and took out a piece of paper to write a letter. He knew the consequences of sending this letter, but he no longer cared. Kay. As Howard called out, Kay entered the room. Howard handed him the note and said, "Take this to Winter City immediately." Kay nodded and walked to the window. With a whistle, a bird of prey very similar to a falcon flew in from the sky and finally landed on Kay's hand. Kay tied the note to the bird's leg and then released it. The bird circled the estate once before flying east, heading toward Winter City. Led by Dorge, Li Fan and the others entered a spacious cave. The cave was shallow. Walking past the entrance led to a large hall. Inside, there were only two simple shelters and a huge forge station. At this moment, the charcoal fire in the furnace was still burning fiercely. A woman in her early 20s was working hard, pulling the bellows beside the fire. Doge approached her proudly and introduced to Li Fan and the others. "Let me introduce you. This is my daughter, Tozina." Li Fan glanced at Tozina and immediately felt a bright spark. Li Fan was impressed not because Tozina was very beautiful, but because it was the first time he saw a female dwarf who wasn't a typical Barbie doll. Of course, Tozina's looks were not bad. Her skin was a deep bronze color, and her face was less soft and more angular than most women, with some attractive features. She wasn't the type to instantly wow people, but the more you looked, the more interesting she seemed. She was very easy to look at for a long time. She didn't have exaggerated muscles, but she was a bit stronger than most human women. You could clearly see the muscle lines on her arms, and her 8-pack abs were obvious under her clothes. She looked like a veteran military beauty. However, she was a little shorter, less than 1.5 meters tall, which was already quite tall among dwarves. If Li Fan had to say something about Tozina, it would be one sentence. Such a cool girl. While Doge was still introducing Tozina, she paid no attention to him. It seemed she had just been drinking. Her face was a little red, and she exuded a strong smell of alcohol. Despite this, she still worked quickly and efficiently. Her arms were tense, and she pulled the bellows with force, making it hiss loudly. The wood charcoal in the furnace glowed with a golden flame, and a metal strip in the middle of the charcoal turned red and then yellow at a visible speed. At this moment, Tozina stood up, grabbed the tongs used for forging, and picked up the metal strip. She moved to the forge station and swung her hammer, striking repeatedly. The metal strip kept changing shape under her hammer, and impurities like iron shavings were constantly removed. After about 10 minutes, the metal strip had become a short, 1-meter-long cleaver. Tozina quenched the cleaver and then examined it carefully for a moment. In Li Fan's view, the machete was very well made. The blade was shiny and flawless, with a beautiful shape. After being sharpened, it would definitely surpass his previous cleaver. TSK, however, Duchina looked at the machete with only disdain on her face. Next, she threw the machete onto the corner of the cave with a ringing sound. In that corner, there were dozens of similar machetes, clearly indicating that this wasn't the first time such a thing had happened. Only at this moment did Duchina glance at Li Fan and the others for the first time, just a quick look. Then, she walked over to the table beside the forging station, grabbed a bottle of wine, and drank it all in one gulp amid the sound of gulping. Afterward, China headed back to her home. Judging by her actions, she seemed ready to sleep, as expected. Doge felt a bit awkward seeing this scene. He quickly grabbed China and said, "Good girl, you should show some respect in front of outsiders, even to your old dad." China still didn't respond. Seeing this, Doge added, "Remember, they are your dad's lifesavers. You should be more polite." Hearing this, China suddenly stopped and looked at Li Fan and the others again. Then, she staggered over. She reached Li Fan and extended her right hand, saying, "So, the human your old dad mentioned is you. Anyway, you saved my dad's life. If I get the chance, I will help you forge a weapon." Her words sounded a bit arrogant, as if she was proud to help Li Fan make a weapon, thinking he would benefit greatly. Though confident, Li Fan had to admit that she was a very interesting dwarf woman. At first, she probably ignored him because he was human, based on the relationship between humans and dwarves. But when she learned that he was her dad's lifesaver, China quickly dropped her prejudice. Her words earlier were casual, but Li Fan could feel her sincerity. Clearly, she was genuinely grateful and willing to help him forge a weapon. From this, it was clear that this woman had clear principles and could be a good friend. Li Fan couldn't help but secretly sigh for the second time, thinking, her looks are truly worth it. Inside and out, she's a handsome girl. Thinking this, Li Fan also reached out his right hand toward China's hand. Suddenly, Li Fan's face changed sharply, turning a dark purple color. The shadow beside him immediately tensed up, and black magic aura spread around him. Even Dina and Anna looked alert. China on the opposite side was stunned at this, then quickly regained her composure, releasing her hand and saying, "Sorry, I forgot you're not a dwarf and used too much force." Li Fan grimaced and looked at his right hand, which was now purple and twitching from the pain. But Li Fan still forced himself to reassure the three women nearby, saying, "I'm fine, don't worry." If China had done this on purpose, Li Fan wouldn't just let it go. But he knew she didn't mean to. It was just a normal handshake. The only explanation for what happened is the dwarf's body strengthening technique. This technique makes dwarves much stronger in strength and defense than other races. Perhaps because China was also new to dealing with humans, she forgot to control her strength during the handshake with Li Fan. Thinking of this, Li Fan was quite alarmed. This was just her normal strength. If she used all her power, how terrifying would her strength be? No wonder the dwarf race focuses on body training. Li Fan's right hand didn't cause any trouble. At most, it just made Shadow give China a few glances. Shadow still kept his usual cold and silent attitude, so China didn't notice anything. In fact, Li Fan's hand wasn't worth causing trouble. Thanks to the natural affinity and the 5 times faster recovery from the quick recovery skill, his hand would probably be fully healed by tomorrow. Seeing that China had gone back to rest, Li Fan began explaining their purpose to Doge. "We came here to ask your dwarves to help us craft 4 weapons. Of course, I will pay for the work." Doge hesitated a bit when hearing Li Fan's request. It's not that he doesn't want to help, but Gully just finished talking with other dwarves. Since Gully is the leader of this group, his words are not easy to challenge. Li Fan quickly saw Doge's difficulty and confidently said, "I have a way to convince every dwarf here. Just tell me which dwarf has the best forging skills, and I will personally negotiate with them." Li Fan spoke confidently, as if persuading a dwarf was as easy as picking something up. But if it were really that simple, dwarves wouldn't be known for their bad tempers. Doge didn't want to hurt Li Fan's feelings. He thought it was good for the young man to face some setbacks. Thinking this, Doge smiled mischievously and said, "You have already met the best blacksmith here." Hearing this, Li Fan immediately understood Doge's meaning and looked surprised toward Dezina's home. Doge saw this and smiled proudly again, saying, "Let me introduce my daughter, Dezina. She is called a genius in forging and is the youngest senior blacksmith in the Dwarf Empire." When he finished speaking, 3 people besides Li Fan widened their eyes. Only Li Fan looked confused and asked, This senior blacksmith you mentioned, is she really amazing?" Anna, who knew Li Fan well, rolled her eyes and said, "Although I don't know what you mean by amazing, I can guess what you're trying to say. As for your question, you can just remove the word really." Li Fan instantly understood. She was very impressive. Li Fan thought it was very likely. From Duokina's recent actions, it seems she was also a drunkard. When a drunkard drinks, They no longer care about laws. The only strange thing might be, why would the dwarf empire be willing to expel such a talented person? Are the laws of the dwarves that strict? This question puzzled not only Li Fan, but also Dina Anna and the Three Shadows. Faced with their confusion, Doge suddenly sighed. All of this is my fault. At this, Doge took out a bottle of pale yellow wine from somewhere and took a big sip. Li Fan now understood that it was cheap barley wine, bought at a low price with the dwarves' hard-forged equipment. Li Fan had just tasted a sip. It was weak in alcohol and hard to describe in taste. Although he had never tasted horse urine, Li Fan thought it probably tasted like that. Such poor-quality barley wine was an essential part of every dwarf here. Dwarves could even go without salt. They would rather lick poisonous salt than go without alcohol. Li Fan's plan earlier had gone wrong. He shouldn't have said he was a salt merchant, but a wine merchant. If he had said that, his situation would have improved a lot. All Li Fan could say about this was, "Those damn crazy drunks." After finishing a whole bottle of cheap barley wine, Doge began to explain. I used to live in the imperial capital of the dwarf empire with Duokina. She has been obsessed with forging since she was young and became a master blacksmith at a young age. She is quite famous in the capital. Later, Duokina heard that the mineral veins in the dwarf gathering place often produced some precious ores. After discussing with me, we moved to the gathering place a year ago. When we first arrived, everything went smoothly. Thanks to Duokina's excellent forging skills, our life in the gathering place was not much different from the capital. She could also get more precious ores and forge more high-level equipment. The only problem was that the son of the gathering place's leader, Le, kept pestering Duokina. This situation continued until a month ago. I happened to have something to do and left the gathering place. I didn't expect that shortly after I left, I was captured by some human slave traders. Dozina believes that the whole incident was entirely the leader of the gathering place's fault. That day, she had just been drinking and caused a big scene at the leader's residence, even injuring the leader's son. This matter caused quite a stir, and many people knew about it. In the end, Dozina not only refused to admit her mistake, but also, in her anger, left the dwarf gathering place alone, planning to go and rescue me. Haha. Doge was telling the story when a burst of cheerful laughter interrupted him. Everyone turned to look at the source of the laughter, Dozina, who had just woken up. Seeing this, Dozina couldn't help but smile. She said while laughing, "Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just remembered something funny. Is there a twist?" Li Fan's sharp intuition immediately sensed something. Since he already knew that Dozina was the best blacksmith here, he naturally wanted to learn more about her. With this thought, Li Fan also smiled and said to Dozina, "Since it's so funny, why not share it so everyone can enjoy it?" But Dozina shook her head, seeming not very eager to share. Li Fan wouldn't give her a chance to refuse. He quickly looked at Doge, who had just taken out a bottle of cheap beer. In the next moment, Li Fan used a silent hand technique to grab a bottle of poor-quality beer and threw it toward Dozina. She instinctively caught it. She looked at the cheap beer and then at Li Fan. Haha. Dozina burst out with a hearty laugh. The next moment, she opened the bottle and took a few sips. With the alcohol, her words flowed more freely. "Interesting human. Okay, I'll tell you. Actually, the main reason I left the dwarf gathering place wasn't because I was angry, but because I injured the leader's son." Doge heard this and immediately asked angrily, "What? Did that old Linares kick you out just because of this?" Dozina seemed to think of something funny again and nodded with a smile. But Doge's face turned red with anger as he said bitterly, "That old fool Linares, who gave him the courage to personally expel a high-level blacksmith. I won't let him get away with it." Dozina laughed again, and this time she couldn't hold back, choosing to share the reason that made her laugh. "After my father was taken away by the slave trader, I was very angry. I went to the Lord's mansion to cause trouble and give my father a task. Lenas didn't see me at all, but Rate, that useless guy, came to find me willingly. That useless fellow actually wanted me to surrender to him in exchange for saving my father. He even tried to force himself on me at that moment." Doge seemed to be hearing this secret for the first time. When he heard it, his face turned from red to black, then purple. Even Li Fan nearby was worried that his head might explode from anger. But before Doge could speak, Quina took a few more sips of wine. Suddenly, she grinned, showing 2 rows of white teeth. With a very happy laugh, she said, "Haha, I couldn't stand that useless guy. I kicked him right then and there. That kick. That kick instantly burst his testicles. Yes, I burst 2 of them at once. By this point, Quina was laughing so hard she couldn't breathe, tears streaming down her face. From her laughter, it was clear she felt extremely happy at that moment. Li Fan's expression changed. Wow, he exclaimed. Wow. He had said before, a gentleman loves beauty and takes what is rightfully his. If not his, well, you know. But this sister really went all out. Indeed, she was impressive. Although he felt a bit uncomfortable below, hearing such a story made Li Fan feel very satisfied. He couldn't help but third time exclaim, she's really a handsome girl. Later, Li Fan understood what happened even without Quina telling him. They had defeated the leader's son. Even though Quina was a top-level blacksmith, she was useless in front of a crazy leader. Soon after, Quina escaped from the dwarf gathering place and joined a nearby group of criminal dwarfs. Doge also escaped not long after. Before he entered the dwarf gathering place, he met Quina. Naturally, Doge could only stay here now. I already know your purpose. Since you saved my father and I promised to help you, I will forge a weapon for you. Quina, recovering from her laughter, didn't like beating around the bush. She got straight to the point. Seeing such a straightforward girl, Li Fan also said directly, no, I want you to forge for weapons for me. Duo Qin glanced at Li Fan carefully and said seriously, I can only make 1 item. Doge seemed to notice the unusual tone between them and quickly explained to Li Fan, I'm not bragging about my daughter, but even a duke from the Dwarf Empire's capital came to ask Duo Qin to make equipment. She didn't bother with him. In the year she's been here, she hasn't crafted anything for others voluntarily. Now she's willing to make one for you, so you should be satisfied. Of course, your gratitude to me can't be paid with just 1 piece of equipment. Consider this item as a one-sided thank you from Duo Qin. I will still remember your kindness. Anna also secretly reminded Li Fan. Most blacksmiths have their own temper, especially high-level smiths like Duo Qin. Li Fan didn't respond to Doge. When he first gave Doge freedom, he never expected anything in return, and even now, that hasn't changed. He didn't plan to use gratitude to pressure Duo Qin. But since Li Fan went through so much trouble to come to the dwarves for equipment, he wouldn't stop halfway. He planned to get 4 pieces of equipment, so he had to get all 4. With this strange confidence, Li Fan said to Duo Qin, I said 4, so I must craft 4. Li Fan's attitude was a bit too firm. Even Dina and Anna wanted to persuade him to give up. As for Ing, she didn't care about these things. She had already returned to Li Fan's shadow without anyone noticing. When Duo Qin heard Li Fan's words, she frowned. She wouldn't let Li Fan do whatever he wanted just because he was her father's benefactor or dare to cause trouble. If she didn't kick him immediately, that was her restraint. Seeing her brow furrow and her about to explode, Li Fan had already prepared. He took out a space ring, and in the next moment, several bottles with a black 5-pointed star on them appeared in his hand. The bottles were quite large, only 500 milliliters each. Such a small bottle probably wouldn't satisfy a dwarf's appetite, but it cost Li Fan 5 points of bond value. This was the famous Chinese liquor, Heixin Erguo Tu. Duo Qin had never seen this kind of liquor, or rather, she had never seen a drink so clear and pure, like water. She looked at Li Fan with confusion. Li Fan didn't hide his excitement and immediately opened the lid of the dark-hearted Erguo Tu. In the next moment, a rich aroma of liquor, far more intense than beer, wafted out. Smell it. Duo Xina hadn't moved yet, but Doge was already sniffing eagerly, looking at the bottle of dark-hearted Erguo Tu with shock. The dwarf's body seemed cursed by the alcohol. Almost every dwarf develops a drinking habit. Many dwarves say that alcohol is their blood. Without it, they would dry up and die. Doge was undoubtedly a seasoned drinker, having tasted many kinds of alcohol. He always thought that all alcohol was the same, just different flavors. But this time, he felt he was wrong. Even from afar, he could smell the pure, flawless aroma in the air. The scent was so rich and lasting that it seemed to fill the whole space. If it were in his mouth, it might make him dizzy from the smell alone. As the aroma spread, Duo Xina also became less calm. She and her father had lived in the imperial city before and had tasted many fine wines. They had tried noble grape wines, common beer, rare honey brews, and the unique floral wines of elves. Different levels, different kinds. But none of these could compare to the aroma of the wine in Li Fan's hand. Its rich scent was like an exploding fire, stimulating every inch of her skin. Duo Xena felt as if countless ants were crawling over her body, making her crave the bottle of wine in front of her. Li Fan watched the two of them clearly and couldn't help but smile slyly, feeling that his plan was working. In this world, nothing is impossible to negotiate if you have enough bargaining chips. When dealing with merchants, benefits are the best chips. With diners, delicious food is the best chip. And when dealing with dwarves, who are naturally fond of alcohol, the best chip is fine wine. Giving merchants enough benefits can make them do anything for you. Offering diners good food can make them obedient and admit defeat. And giving dwarves good wine. Li Fan was confident that if he said he would craft 4 weapons, he could even make 10 pieces of equipment. This was Li Fan's confidence in persuading dwarves. Seeing Duo Xena's eager and hungry expression, Li Fan decided to give her a big surprise. Thinking this, Li Fan picked up the dark-hearted Erguo 2 and swung it toward the entrance of the cave. Most of the bottle of Erguo 2 was poured outside the cave. No, Doge let out a pathetic scream almost immediately. Xena also widened her eyes and angrily stared at Li Fan, as if he had done something terrible. Li Fan ignored her and waited quietly. After a moment, a dwarf happened to pass by the cave entrance. Suddenly, the dwarf stopped, looking confused and suspicious, constantly wrinkling his nose as if searching for something. Soon, more dwarfs appeared, second, third, and more, until the cave entrance was crowded with dwarfs. At this moment, Li Fan was confident that as long as he used the remaining half bottle of wine, he could instantly win the friendship of any dwarf present. Seeing that nearly 50 dwarfs had gathered outside, Li Fan stood up and said, "Dear dwarf friends, I am not only a salt merchant, but also a wine seller. This bottle of Black Star Erguo 2 is my product. I know some of you may not trust me, a human, but there is a saying in my hometown. When you go out, everyone is a friend. I want to make friends with you all. So, I invite you to try this bottle of wine. Would any of you like to give it a try?" The dwarfs hesitated at first, but only for a moment. These dwarfs are willing to drink alcohol, even daring to eat poisonous salt. So they wouldn't be afraid of drinking a stranger's wine, especially since it smelled so good. Immediately, one dwarf couldn't resist and shouted, "Step aside, let me try." He pushed forward and grabbed the wine bottle from Li Fan. Li Fan quickly hid the bottle behind his back. The dwarf's eyes widened, round as copper bells, and he angrily asked Li Fan, "Human, what do you mean? Human, what do you mean?" Li Fan rolled his eyes at this. "Just joking, your big mouth, and this half bottle of Erguo 2 is probably enough for you to drink in one go. This is a half bottle worth 2.5 bonds. Do you really think you can drink it all at once? Dream on." Li Fan ignored the dwarf's anger and calmly said, "Friend, extend your hand. Palm up." The dwarf frowned at this, not wanting to follow Li Fan's instructions, but the smell of the wine was too tempting. The dwarf clenched his teeth but still followed Li Fan's request, extending his right hand with his palm facing upward. "Be careful, don't spill it," Li Fan said as he poured a small amount of the strong liquor onto the dwarf's palm. In the end, he only poured about 10 milliliters, roughly the size of a bottle cap, then quickly retracted the bottle, looking regretful. Ugh! Everyone present, including Dina Anna, gasped in surprise at that moment. No one expected that a living being could be so stingy, especially the dwarf in front of Li Fan, who stared blankly at the small amount of wine left in his hand, then at Li Fan. In the next moment, it seemed as if fire was burning in his eyes. "Be careful not to spill it. If you do, I won't give you more." Just as the dwarf was about to get angry, Li Fan suddenly said this. The dwarf looked at Li Fan and then at the wine in his hand. He really wanted to splash the wine onto Li Fan's face and then take a sip of his own aged brew, but the aroma from his palm made him hesitate. It was as if a scale was constantly swinging in his mind. How could a dwarf warrior accept such humiliation? If he really drank it, the dignity of the dwarf race would surely cry. But it smelled so good. In the end, the dwarf transformed his anger into restraint, painfully taking a small sip of the wine from his palm. The strong liquor burned his throat with a spicy sensation, then left a slight sweetness, and when it reached his stomach, it felt like a burning fire. What a marvelous drink! The dwarf's face suddenly turned red, and he furiously frowned. This made the surrounding dwarves think he was poisoned. Only Li Fan knew that this was because these dwarves usually drank low-alcohol beer, and now they were drinking distilled, high-concentration liquor, which caused this normal reaction. As the other dwarves gradually grew restless, the dwarf suddenly spat out a mouthful of hot air, and in the next moment, his brow relaxed. Okay, good wine. As he spoke, the dwarf didn't forget to lick his palm before giving Li Fan a big thumbs up. At first, he thought Li Fan was stingy, but after tasting the wine, he understood. Such delicious wine couldn't be drunk casually. The dwarf laughed loudly and left, feeling that drinking this wine made his life worthwhile. Ding! Congratulations! The host has gained 1 point of bond with the dwarf race, increasing the dwarf talent by 0.1%. Li Fan watched the carefree dwarf leave and glanced at the system prompt. He grinned secretly and thought, it really works. If Li Fan only wanted to prove that Erguotu was good, he could just give it to Duokina to drink. So why did he go through so much trouble to do this now? Of course, it was for bond points. As the saying goes, a thief doesn't leave empty-handed, and a goose leaves a feather when passing by. Since Li Fan had come to the dwarf's home, he couldn't resist taking some benefits. That's right, none of the dwarves present today would escape. Not just dwarves. If he could get some benefits, Li Fan would take them all. Thinking of this, Li Fan suddenly smiled brightly and said, "Who wants to try next? I, I, I. All right, one at a time. Everyone will have a chance. Ding. Congratulations, the host has gained 1 point of bond with the dwarf race, increasing the dwarf talent by 0.1%. Ding. Congratulations. When more than half of the second bottle of Erguotu remained, all the dwarves outside the cave left satisfied. Li Fan also successfully gained 45 bond points, and his dwarf talent reached 4.6%. As long as a few more dwarves came and increased his dwarf talent to 5%, he would have the chance to obtain a dwarf talent skill again. Seeing this, Li Fan was content and returned to the cave. He was greeted by 4 gazes that looked at him as if he were a monster. Li Fan didn't care at all. He raised the half-empty bottle of Erguotu and said to Doga and Duokina, "Do you two want to try?" "Yes." Before Doga and Duokina could respond, Dina, who was nearby, spoke first. Her tail behind her was wildly wagging, showing her uncontrollable curiosity. But with Anna beside her, Dina naturally had no chance. Anna quickly grabbed Dina and said, "Dina, you're still young. This wine is a bit too strong for minors." However, what surprised Li Fan was that after scolding Dina, the usually calm girl suddenly turned to him and said, "But for me, as an adult, it's just right." Li Fan had never seen these 2 sisters drink alcohol before. Their reactions at this moment clearly showed they were curious about the dwarf's earlier behavior. Li Fan naturally wouldn't give alcohol, especially strong wine, to a minor or a newly adult girl. He looked at the sisters with a bit of frustration, but ultimately chose to ignore their unwillingness. Li Fan then turned to Doga and Dozina. Even Dina and Anna, who don't drink, look like that. So what about Doga and Dozina, who love alcohol? The father and daughter nodded without hesitation this time. Li Fan didn't act stingy this time. He took 2 wooden bowls from the table, poured a small amount into each, and handed them to Doga and Dozina. They received the bowls as if they were sacred objects, holding them with both hands, first smelling, then showing a look of bliss, and finally drinking carefully. Their reactions were similar to the dwarfs earlier. First pain, then a mix of pain and happiness, and finally complete satisfaction. In this moment of satisfaction, the father and daughter fell silent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 1 point of dwarf tribe bond. Dwarf tribe talent increased by 0.1% at this time. The system's notification sounded in Li Fan's mind. Among everyone present, only Dozina had not previously given Li Fan bond points, so this notification was surely triggered by her. Li Fan knew that the forging of weapons was now certain. Indeed, Dozina made a decision. As the woman Li Fan nicknamed, Handsome Girl, she was very straightforward once she decided. She immediately said to Li Fan, "Okay, I will forge for weapons for you, but you need to give me 2 bottles, no, 3 bottles, of this wine." Dozina's request stunned Li Fan. She only wanted 3 bottles of erguotu, but upon thinking carefully, Li Fan realized the reason. Although this black-hearted erguotu was just ordinary distilled liquor on Earth, widely available domestically, it was unique in this world. Perhaps in Dakina's eyes, this cheap, strong liquor even surpasses the tribute wine offered to the royal family. That's why she didn't dare ask for more. Li Fan thought for a moment and said to Dakina, "I'll give you 10 bottles of this wine, but I want you to forge the best equipment you can make." The reason Li Fan increased the offer was simple. As a senior blacksmith, he believed this wouldn't be their last deal. There's no need to ruin their friendship over small gains. Instead, he should offer a little more to gain her goodwill. This goodwill might bring him many times more benefits in the future. Moreover, 10 bottles of this cheap liquor only cost him 50 points of bond value. In his mind, he was still gaining a lot. Dakina looked at the 11 bottles of cheap liquor in front of her, feeling very satisfied. One of the bottles was only half full, and that was a gift from Li Fan. She was very happy with this and couldn't help but take a few sips right away. Although the liquor wasn't strong, it still made Dakina, who was used to beer, blush instantly. Refreshing, Dakina took a deep breath and, in the next moment, reluctantly put away the half-empty bottle. She then walked up to Li Fan with a serious expression and said, "Since I promised you, I will do it. Tell me, what equipment do you want to forge?" This girl is very principled. To keep her promise, she was willing to suppress her craving for alcohol and focus on forging the equipment Li Fan wanted. Li Fan was prepared for this. Before leaving the grassland, he had already thought about the weapons they each needed to forge. He even made model prototypes and finally drew sketches. Li Fan took out 4 draft sketches right then. Dakina looked at the 4 sketches in her hands and couldn't help but brighten her eyes because they were very detailed. From the requirements to the dimensions, everything was included. If she followed these sketches, she could finish the work quickly. Of course, even without sketches, she could still forge the equipment, but it would take more time. Dakina looked at the sketches several times and felt more confident in her mind. She nodded and said to Li Fan, "That's enough. Now, give me the raw materials, and I will help you forge the equipment as soon as possible." When Duogina finished speaking, Dina and Anna suddenly turned their faces away, looking embarrassed. Li Fan scratched his head at this moment, showing a simple, honest smile. Duogina was surprised and asked in shock, "You haven't even prepared the forging materials, and you want me to help you make equipment now?" Li Fan could only smile even more honestly. There was no way around it. Where could he get the materials? The system space could exchange some stainless steel, but in this world, forging equipment requires special ores. Using stainless steel to forge equipment would result in a final product that wouldn't even reach the common level. In simple terms, Li Fan had planned from the start to get something for nothing. Seeing this, Duogina roughly understood the situation. She almost laughed out of frustration. She had never met such a shameless person. Should she say, "No wonder they call humans clever"? She rubbed her head in headache, unsure what to do. Li Fan then approached with a cheerful smile and said, "I heard that you dwarves like collecting ores. I bet you have many good ores. Help me forge a weapon with your ores, and consider it as selling me the ores. I will pay for them." Collecting precious ores was one of the dwarves' only hobbies besides drinking. Their happiest moment was lying next to their ores, drinking good wine and sleeping. Li Fan bet that Duogina's treasured ores were probably stored near her residence. Duogina shot Li Fan a disdainful look and said, "Since you know dwarves like collecting ores, you should also know that we can't sell our treasured ores to you." Li Fan was quite dismissive of this. What does impossible mean? Just now, she said she couldn't forge for pieces of equipment for him. Nothing was impossible in front of Li Fan. He immediately told Duogina, "What's the point of collecting ores? It's better to collect wine." As he spoke, Li Fan started exchanging fine wines through the system. White wine, beer, grape wine, yellow wine, even medicinal wine. He found 3 to 4 different types of each kind. After Li Fan used a full 100 points to exchange for 20 bottles of wine, Dakina finally surrendered to these fine drinks. She couldn't understand how this man managed to get so many delicious wines she had never even heard of. Mother iron ore is the rare mineral Dakina keeps as her treasure. It is said that a single iron vein can produce at most 100 pounds, but Dakina has 500 pounds of it. She explained that when she defeated the son of the leader of the gathering place, she only took a few bottles of wine and this mother iron Oregon. She didn't expect that in the end, it would benefit Li Fan. While talking, Dakina had already started forging. To Li Fan's surprise, this forging process took a full 5 days. In Carlton Manor, Howard looked grim. He kept tapping his fingers on the table faster and faster, as if venting his frustration. It had been 6 days since he sent the message, and he had been waiting all that time. Those 6 days felt like torture to Howard. He worried constantly that the dwarf, the high-level forger, might have escaped back to the gathering place. But he could only wait patiently, since the town of Sin was far from Winter City. The hawk could fly back, but people couldn't fly over. Fortunately, Howard calculated that today the person he was waiting for should arrive. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Howard's face brightened, and he quickly said, "Come in." Cage entered the room. "Master Howard, they have arrived." Finally, Howard's previously grim expression eased, and he excitedly told Cage, "Let them in." Yes. Soon after, Cage led 6 people into the room. When they saw Howard, they all respectfully called out, "Young master." Howard couldn't help but show a fierce smile at this. These 6 were the only people he could rely on, and they were all his personal guards. Originally, under Uncle Cato's test, he couldn't use this group. But now, for that high-level forger's dwarf, Howard didn't care about anything else. Howard knew very well that when these people appeared in the town of crime, it meant Uncle Cadden had failed his test of him. He also realized he might not be able to take over the Winter City Guild. However, as long as he caught that dwarf, he could use his skills as a master blacksmith to create endless wealth. With enough wealth, he could even start his own guild. He had to catch that master blacksmith. So, after Charlie's failure, Howard didn't hesitate to give up the test and called all his trusted men to the town of crime. It was just to be absolutely sure. He was even worried someone might try to claim the dwarf's ownership of the master blacksmith. Howard even considered having all his family members, including Uncle Cadden, send people to help catch him. But Howard knew well that among nobles, there was little real family love. When faced with enough benefit, noble family bonds were as fragile as a merchant's stubbornness. If he really invited Uncle Cadden, the master blacksmith would end up in the hands of the strongest Cadden. So, Howard had to hide the news and only called his 6 trusted men. That was enough. Howard looked confident, as if victory was certain. These 6 trusted men, plus Kai and Hake. As long as these 8 men were there, Howard didn't believe any other force in this forest of crime could stand against them. These new and interesting designs on the blueprints completely changed her usual forging career. In the past, most blacksmiths would just copy old styles and recipes to make equipment. However, after seeing the 4 weapons designed by Li Fan, Xena thought that maybe she could add her own ideas when forging in the future. Perhaps she could create some fun and unique gear. The next morning, just 100 meters outside the dwarf settlement, Li Fan was fighting Anna. These days, the 4 of them had been living in a dwarf cave. Bored, Li Fan spent his time mainly teasing the 3 women to gain 30 points of bond each day and practicing combat with Anna to improve his skills. After waiting for 6 days, today, Xena finally arrived with the 4 finished weapons. All 4 eagerly took their weapons. Dina's weapon was a recurved bow. Such bows don't exist in the magical continent, so when Dina first saw the blueprint, she was very doubtful. But after trying a few shots with the recurved bow, she immediately hugged it carefully, like a child holding a new phone for the first time. No wonder Dina was so excited. Compared to her longbow, the recurved bow was smaller and easier to draw, but the power of the arrows shot remained just as strong. Its smaller size was perfect for her, who often hunted in the forest, and the easier draw meant she could shoot more arrows. This bow was a perfect fit for Dina. Anna's weapon was even more interesting. It was a design Li Fan thought of after a long time. Anna originally used a dagger, but her best skill wasn't with daggers. She was good with any close-range weapon. Li Fan designed a claw sheath for her, inspired by the wolf tribe's love of claw attacks, similar to Wolverine's claws. This was a new design on the magical continent, and Anna loved it at first sight. Wearing the claw sheath, Anna swung her hands wildly, sending streaks of cold light that seemed ready to tear the air apart. Li Fan could imagine that if she attacked him with those claws, she could tear him to pieces in seconds. Then there is Ying's equipment. Ying's strongest attribute is naturally dark magic, but elves do not need wands to cast spells. In addition to dark magic, dark elves are also very skilled in assassination and close combat. The most suitable weapon for Ying is a dagger. However, Li Fan also gave some advice. At this moment, Ying is holding two daggers, one large and one small, connected by an almost invisible transparent silk thread. This is exactly Li Fan's suggestion, the mother and child dagger. Ying can use both hands flexibly. Although her right hand cannot exert force now, once Li Fan exchanges for a high-quality healing potion, Ying's use of the mother and child dagger will greatly increase her fighting power. The silk thread connecting the daggers is made of a very strong material. It allows her to silently approach enemies and instantly entangle their necks for a perfect stealth kill. Normally, the mother and child daggers can also be thrown, then quickly retrieved with the silk thread. Ying really likes this design, but unfortunately, her right hand problem prevents her from trying it out fully. Finally, there is Li Fan's own weapon. Li Fan's most desired weapon is undoubtedly his sword. A sword that can cut through 30,000 miles of air. A sword that shines brightly across 19 continents. A sword capable of killing a person in 10 steps. A sword that leaves no trace over 1,000 miles. Being a carefree sword immortal has always been Li Fan's dream. But Li Fan also knows very well that mastering a good sword is extremely difficult. With his basic attributes and various talent boosts, he is more suited to simple, powerful blades. So, in the end, Li Fan chose a compromise. He asked Duo Chi Na to forge the Tang Hung Dao. The Tang Hung Dao has a straight blade, which perfectly matches Li Fan's aesthetic. Its design with one side sharpened makes the blade less likely to break. Li Fan's Tang Hung Dao is 105 centimeters long, with a 73 centimeter blade, 3 centimeters wide, and 1 centimeter thick. He swung it a few times. Its length is just right for chopping, whether wielded with one hand or two, making it very easy to handle. In every way, this Tang Hung Dao perfectly meets his requirements. At this moment, Li Fan seems to understand Dina's feelings. He carefully holds the precious Tang Hung Dao, touching it repeatedly. Dina, seeing the others busy playing with their weapons but not asking about their quality levels, could only feel a bit helpless and take the initiative to start explaining. All 4 of your weapons are made entirely from Mother Ironstone. I have used up my 500 gene of Mother Ironstone, but I have managed to upgrade these 4 weapons to a high-quality level. Just high quality? Li Fan asked confidently. Aren't you saying that your top blacksmiths can craft legendary-grade equipment? Hearing this, not only Duo Zeno was speechless, but Dina and Anna also covered their faces in frustration. Even Ying, who usually stands firmly with Li Fan, couldn't bear to look at him now. Finally, Anna kindly explained, "Do you think legendary-grade equipment is common?" The word legendary means that once such gear appears, it becomes part of stories and myths. It's not easy to forge. Even the 4 great nations combined can't produce 10 pieces of legendary equipment, Duo Zena added. Even top blacksmiths need to spend countless rare materials to forge legendary gear. Mother Ironstone is just a supplement, and gathering all kinds of precious materials still results in less than a 1% success rate. Do you really think these 4 weapons are legendary? Li Fan then realized how rare legendary equipment is. Nodding, he asked Duo Zena, "So, high-quality equipment is also rare? What's the difference between high-quality and normal gear?" Of course, it's rare. The worst high-quality gear is worth at least a few hundred gold coins. Duo Zena looked at Li Fan with a big smile and pointed at the Tang Hung Dao in his hand. The main features of high-quality gear are durability and power. For example, a normal weapon might break after about 10 hits against a high-quality one, which leaves little trace. High-quality weapons can even damage monsters above level 4, meaning if you want to hunt such monsters, you need either overwhelming strength or high-quality weapons. That's the main reason why high-quality weapons are so expensive. Listening to Duozena's explanation, Li Fan looked at his cool Tang Hung Dao and felt more and more satisfied. Without hesitation, he strapped it to his left waist. When needed, he could just grab it with his right hand and draw it instantly. Seeing that his goal for this trip had been achieved, Li Fan and Dina Anna discussed and decided to return to the grasslands. After all, they had stayed with the dwarves for a full 6 days just to get these 4 weapons, and they didn't expect it would take so long before leaving. Now that many days had passed, the unaware little Qing, Xiaobai, and the other orcs were probably getting impatient. Before leaving, Li Fan specially prepared a small barbecue for Dozina and Doga. Unfortunately, although the father and daughter ate very eagerly, Li Fan's attempt to increase their goodwill to 1 star failed. Li Fan could only bid farewell with some regret. On the way back, they still had to pass through areas where humans gathered, relying on the Shadow's stealth skill. Strangely, the 4 of them hardly encountered any human mercenaries along the way. Li Fan didn't know why, but as long as it wasn't related to him, he didn't bother to investigate. Bored, Li Fan casually checked his system panel to see how many more bond points he needed to buy a high-quality healing potion. Host, Li Fan, Realm, Level 2 Fighter, Strength, 2,300, Constitution, 2,300, Agility, 1,300, Spirit, 2,300, Talents, Elf Race Talent 0.2%, Orc Race Talent 13.2%, Dwarf Race Talent 4.6%, Talent Skills, Natural Affinity 0.1, Beast Transformation 3, Rapid Recovery 5, Level 1 Poison Resistance, Comprehension Skill, Chiliang Bafki Engine 10%, Bond Points, 656 this trip out. Thanks to interactions with the 3 girls who all had 2-star goodwill, Li Fan's bond points didn't decrease, but actually increased. Besides, the dwarf race talent also improved to 4.6%. Unfortunately, he was still a few points short. If it had reached 5%, he could unlock a new dwarf talent. This made Li Fan secretly decide that if he had the chance, he would go back to the dwarf race again. If he could learn some body refining skills from them, just thinking about Dozina's terrifying strength, his power would surely increase dramatically. As he was about to close the system panel, Li Fan suddenly paused, sensing something was wrong. He quickly looked carefully at his system panel. The dwarf race talent is 4.6%. No, wait, how can it be 4.6%? I remember clearly that after gaining Dozina's friendship, the talent should have reached 4.7%. Li Fan was stunned. He was sure he hadn't remembered incorrectly. Could it be a system error? But such errors had never happened before. It can't be that once a friendship is established, it would decrease if someone changes their mind, right? Li Fan thought that was unlikely. Besides, Anna had mentioned before that the dwarves are very united and value their feelings deeply. Since he had built a friendship with the dwarves, it was impossible for that friendship to turn sour just because Li Fan left for a moment. So, what exactly is going on? Li Fan thought for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. He looked at the system panel again, unwilling to give up. What? This time, Li Fan couldn't help but shout out loud, attracting the attention of the 3 women nearby. But at this moment, Li Fan didn't care about anything else. He was just stunned as he stared at his system panel. He saw that the panel showed dwarf race talent 4.5%. Within less than a minute, the dwarf talent percentage had dropped another 0.1%. Li Fan felt a bad premonition. While he hesitated, he saw the system panel show the dwarf talent decrease again by 0.2%. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. The rate of decrease was quite fast. What would happen if it dropped to 0? Li Fan didn't know exactly what would happen, but he knew he had to stop this from continuing. Ignoring the questions from the 3 women, he closed his eyes and thought deeply. The talent percentage has never decreased before. This time, it's dropping repeatedly. It must be caused by something that happened during this period. I haven't encountered any accidents on my journey, so I can rule out my own reasons for now. Then, it's more likely that there's a problem on the dwarf side. Each 0.1% in the dwarf talent represents a dwarf with whom I have established a friendship. In what situation would my friendship with a dwarf disappear? Resentment towards me. Impossible. The decrease in percentage only appeared after I left the dwarf settlement. Before that, I didn't do anything that would make the dwarves resent me. Wait, what if the dwarf who became my friend died? In that moment, Li Fan suddenly opened his eyes. He felt like he had found the answer. Yes, every 0.1% of the dwarf talent is linked to a dwarf who became his friend. If that dwarf dies, his dwarf talent naturally drops by 0.1%. So just now, 4 dwarves who had become his friends were killed in a row. Li Fan was shocked. He understood what this meant. Someone was attacking the dwarf group where Dozina was. What? The 3 women nearby were startled when they heard Li Fan's words. How do you know that? Anna quickly asked Li Fan. If Li Fan was someone who lied often, she wouldn't care. But she knew Li Fan was not the type to joke about such things, so this news was probably true. The only question was, how did Li Fan know? Li Fan shook his head. He couldn't reveal the system's secrets, so he couldn't explain where the news came from. Fortunately, Anna and the others weren't the type to press for answers. Seeing that Li Fan didn't want to say more, they changed the subject. Anna looked at Li Fan and asked, if Dozina and the others really were attacked, what do you plan to do? Li Fan was troubled by this question. Who would attack the dwarves? Thinking about the previous attack on the dwarf captured by the slave group, it was easy to guess that it was probably the work of that group. And that group was likely under Charlie and Howard's control. Thinking of this, Li Fan couldn't help but admire how crazy Howard was. First the elves, then the orcs, and now the dwarves. Howard was willing to offend the remaining 3 of the 4 great clans just for money. Faced with such a crazy person, Li Fan thought it was best to eliminate him in one strike. Otherwise, if he left trouble behind, it might come back to harm him later. But now, Dozina and the others were in danger, and Li Fan couldn't just stand by and do nothing. The only good news might be that Li Fan remembers Howard's strongest subordinates are only level 3 Kai and level 2 Hake. If this hasn't changed, with shadows present, rescuing people wouldn't be too risky. However, this isn't something Li Fan can decide alone. He immediately shared his guess with the 3 women, then said, let's all vote. The decision to go or not go will depend on the majority. I choose to go. Dina was the first to speak. She was the youngest and the softest-hearted. Having spent several days with Dozina, she had developed feelings for her. Also, the bow in her hand was forged by Dozina, so she decisively chose to rescue the people. Next was Anna, who seemed to think more carefully. She carried the mission to clear the Silver Wolf clan's name, which made her hesitate for a long time. After hearing Dina's choice, she looked at her with a mixture of helplessness and affection, then finally decided to go and rescue. Li Fan then turned his gaze to Ying. Whatever you choose, I will choose the same. Ying's answer was not surprising. Li Fan felt a headache coming on. The final decision was in his hands. He had to stay calm and carefully analyze the current situation. Ying had already recovered to level 3. Although her left eye and right hand limited her full strength, she could still hold Kai back. Li Fan, Dina, and Anna were all at level 2, practicing high-quality techniques. Facing Hake together, it would be very easy. Even if they found the situation impossible later, the 4 of them could escape easily. After analyzing the risks, Li Fan couldn't bear to abandon the handsome girl, so he said, let's go rescue her. Although the decision to rescue had been made, they still couldn't forget to be careful. Li Fan handed the bone flute used for communication to Ying. Ying then activated her stealth skill to scout ahead, while Li Fan and the others followed behind. As long as Ying detected enemies, she would blow the silent bone flute to warn them. The journey was smooth so far, with no unusual encounters. Until 2 hours later, when they were still a few kilometers from Dozina's residence. Anna and Dina suddenly moved their animal ears and reached out to stop Li Fan. Anna spoke, alertly looking around with Dina. Li Fan also placed his hand on Tang Hengdao's sword handle. Soon, Ying returned and said in her usual cold tone, I saw the dwarves. They are being chased by 50 humans and are fleeing toward the center of the Forest of Sin. Most of these humans are level 1, but there are 3 level 2 warriors and 1 level 3 warrior. The dwarves have only 4 level 2 warriors, so they can only keep running. Xena is among them. Ying's dark magic was indeed powerful. Using stealth and shadow blending, she quickly gathered clear information about the situation ahead. Although the strength of these slave-catching groups was a bit different from what Li Fan had guessed, it was still within his expectations. Li Fan thought for a moment and decided to try a sneak attack, aiming to kill one of the level 2 humans first. Then, with the 4 of them and the dwarves, they would have 7 level 2 warriors and 1 level 3 warrior. Enough to crush the slave catchers. Thinking this, Li Fan quickly led the 3 women toward the center of the Forest of Sin. They needed to be ready ahead of the slave catchers, aiming for a one-hit kill. Suddenly, a cold flash shot toward Li Fan unexpectedly. The cold light was very fast, reaching Li Fan in an instant, leaving no time for him to react. Fortunately, Ying sensed it immediately. Her dagger in her left hand blocked the cold light. At the same time, a figure was forced back by Ying. Who? Facing Ying's shout, the figure slowly raised his head. It was a small, skinny old man with a lecherous look and a very large mouth. Unbelievable. I didn't expect anyone here in the Forest of Sin to block my attack. The old man said this while grinning widely, sticking out his tongue to lick his lips, like a hunter seeing prey. He is Li Fan. Before Li Fan could speak, a voice came from behind the old man. Then, 3 figures appeared behind him. The 4 of them clearly looked like a team. Among them, on the left side, was a plain-looking man. When he saw Ying's appearance, his face suddenly changed. Huh, the dark elf didn't die after all, and he's almost recovered. How is that possible? Li Fan, how did you manage to save the dark elf? Li Fan frowned, clearly sure he didn't recognize the ordinary-looking man in front of him, but the man seemed to know him. Li Fan recalled Bob's description of Kai and Hack. He looked at the ordinary-looking man and asked cautiously, "Are you Hack? And who is Kai?" Hack seemed a bit surprised that Li Fan recognized him, but didn't care much. He said, "So Bob was killed by you." "That's right, I am Hack. As for Lord Kai, he's over there chasing the dwarf tribe." Chasing? Hearing this word, Li Fan suddenly understood everything. It turned out that the group capturing slaves to hunt dwarves wasn't really trying to kill the dwarves, but was driving them away, probably to keep the dwarves far from their gathering place. Then, the real experts of the slave hunting group were hiding here, waiting for the dwarves to come to them. But unexpectedly, before the dwarves arrived, Li Fan and the others fell into this trap. Li Fan's face suddenly changed at this thought. If that's the case, then the main force wasn't the 3 level 2 and 1 level 3 slave hunters, but these 4 people in front of him. How strong must they be? Hack saw Li Fan's change in expression and grinned, saying, "Did you guess that? No wonder you can deceive me and Lord Kai. You're clever. But unfortunately, even if you're smart this time, you can't escape. Lord Howard has sent out 4 level 3 warriors and 4 level 2 warriors." Hack smiled proudly and continued, "In this evil forest, no one can stop us 8. If we hadn't been worried about alerting the dwarves in the gathering place and causing a war, we would have captured dozens of dwarves already. But now, this has worked out well. You've unexpectedly brought out a big fish like you. Lord Howard has been thinking about you day and night. He's really looking forward to meeting you." Then Hack suddenly respectfully said to the other 3, i.e., Air and Old Boo, "Please don't kill Li Fan. This kid once tricked Lord Howard, and since then, Lord Howard has been thinking about him for a long time. If we catch him alive, Lord Howard's reward will definitely be generous. Old Boo is that sneaky old man. IE and Air are the other 2 level 3 fighters here, and surprisingly, they are twin brothers." The 3 of them hear Hake's words and all nod casually. After all, they are facing only a group of level 2 fighters, which is not worth their concern. Catching them alive is easy. Let's do it. The dwarves are almost here. Before they arrive, take care of these 4. We don't want to ruin Lord Howard's plans, says the sneaky old man Abu. He leads the charge toward Li Fan, with the twin brothers IE and Air close behind. Abu seems very interested in Li Fan, showing a sly grin as he slashes a dagger toward Li Fan's face. Ying tries to step in front of Li Fan to block him. At that moment, IE, on Abu's right side, rushes forward and stands in front of Ying. Meanwhile, Air charges toward Dina and Anna. With 4 level 2 fighters facing 3 powerful level 3 fighters, the situation is clearly desperate. At this moment, Li Fan forgets about Chi Lina. His only thought is to find a way to escape with Dina and the others. But in the face of overwhelming strength, his options are very limited. Li Fan feels completely helpless for the first time. He can't think of any good plan. Anxious and angry, he sees Abu's dagger about to strike. He angrily pulls out Tang Heng's sword and slashes at the dagger. Abu, the sneaky old man, looks at the sword with disdain and swings his dagger casually. Suddenly, there is a clang sound. Abu's face changes. His ordinary dagger, though knocked away by Tang Heng's sword, has a small nick the size of a fingernail on its blade. It's a high-quality weapon, Abu mutters, eyeing Tang Heng's sword with caution. If he gets hit by this weapon, even as a level 3 fighter, he could be seriously injured. But his caution doesn't last long. The next moment, Abu's eyes turn greedy. This is a high-quality weapon. If he can get it, his fighting power could increase by more than half. No, I must get this strange sword, Abu thinks. He narrows his eyes and stares fiercely at Li Fan. In the forest of evil, the moment both sides clashed, Li Fan and his companions immediately found themselves at a severe disadvantage. Shadow's left hand clenched the mother dagger of the twin daggers and swung it backhanded toward Ai in front. Ai wielded a thin sword, which, under his slender frame, created confusing afterimages as he continuously attacked Shadow. Ultimately, Shadow suffered losses to his left eye and right hand, and could only defend passively against Ai's attacks. Meanwhile, Dina and Anna faced off against Air. Ai and Air, being twins, used identical thin swords, and their sword skills were equally fierce. Air raised his hand, launching a storm of attacks like a violent wind toward Anna. Facing the rain-like sword shadows, Anna swung her claws, which transformed into afterimages, creating a series of metallic clangs in the air. Although her claws blocked many attacks, the pressure of their realm meant some sword shadows slipped through her defenses. At some point, Anna's arms were cut open in several places by tiny swords, and bright red blood flowed out instantly. Fortunately, Dina, about 10 meters away, shot arrow after arrow to support Anna. To avoid these arrows, Air had to pause his attack. This gave Anna a brief chance to breathe. Otherwise, she would soon fall under Air's sword. At this moment, the most unfortunate person was Li Fan. Old Ub, a sneaky old man, had his eyes on Li Fan's Tang Hung sword and immediately lunged at him without pause. Their first encounter lasted only a moment, and in the next, a cut appeared on Li Fan's face. The cut was close to his left eye. If it had been a little higher, his left eye might have been blinded. TSK to SK. What a pity, almost there, Old Ub said, still not stopping. In the next instant, he lunged again, moving so fast it was as if he used space teleportation, appearing instantly in front of Li Fan. He stabbed his dagger toward Li Fan, seemingly casually, but the speed was so fast, it was like a ghost. Beast transformation, Li Fan dared not hesitate. He instantly activated the beast transformation skill, and in a flash, black fur covered his entire body. Li Fan's overall attributes suddenly increased by an astonishing 900 times, just 100 times less than Abu, a level 3 warrior. At this moment, Li Fan was no longer helpless. He quickly grabbed Tang Heng's sword and swung it at Abu. Are you a mixed blood half-orc? Abu was shocked by the changes in Li Fan's body. He didn't expect such a situation to happen. He hurriedly raised a dagger to block in front of him. With a clear ringing sound, Abu's dagger was struck full force by Tang Heng's sword and was cut in half. Abu was terrified at this moment. He quickly retreated, keeping more than 30 meters away from Li Fan. He looked at Li Fan, surprised to find he was facing a mixed blood half-orc. The orc's beast transformation skill is very difficult to deal with. It can instantly boost all attributes several times. In the same level, this skill can even change the outcome of a fight instantly. Fortunately, Li Fan was only a level 2 warrior. Even with the beast transformation skill, he was still no match for Abu. However, Li Fan was holding a high-quality weapon. Combined with the beast transformation skill, it could already threaten his life, so he needed to be careful. Although Abu thought this, he didn't look very worried. He knew very well that the beast transformation skill had limits. As long as he exhausted Li Fan's stamina, once the transformation ended, Li Fan would still be at his mercy. At this moment, Abu looked at the dagger he had destroyed. A trace of pain flashed in his eyes. Ordinary weapons weren't cheap, at least a few gold coins to buy, and now it was ruined. Fortunately, as a warrior like him, he had prepared a backup weapon. Abu threw away the broken dagger in his hand, reached to his waist, and pulled out a new dagger. Holding the dagger, Abu didn't plan to give Li Fan any rest. He charged at Li Fan again. Li Fan's situation was also seen by A.E. and A.Air. The twin sisters finally noticed that both the Dark Elf and the Orc sisters were using high-quality weapons. During this time, their weapons had been hacked into jagged, uneven shapes. Due to the small size of the fine sword, the twin brothers did not carry spare swords. They quickly retracted their attack, trying to prevent their swords from clashing directly with the opponent's weapons. This is the advantage of high-quality weapons. When you have a top-tier weapon and your opponent does not, they have to be very careful. If their weapon is destroyed, their fighting ability drops significantly, and defeat is near. At this moment, the only person who hasn't made a move is Hake. Hake thought that with 3 warriors fighting, he wouldn't have a chance to act. But unexpectedly, all 3 battlefields had fallen into a deadlock. Of course, this deadlock was only temporary. A wise person could see that it wouldn't be long before Li Fan and the others would lose. However, cautious Hake still planned to act. He wanted to first deal with Li Fan, then the Orc's sisters, and finally the Dark Elf. He didn't want this to interfere with capturing the high-level blacksmith later. As Hake secretly approached Li Fan, clap clap, suddenly, dense footsteps sounded from the nearby forest. Hake's face changed. Could the dwarves have arrived? He guessed correctly. A few seconds later, 40 dwarves suddenly emerged from the dense woods behind. Led by Gully and Dazina, 4 dwarves rushed to the front and were the first to spot Li Fan and Abu. In an instant, Gully and Dazina and the other dwarves froze. They never expected to encounter Li Fan and others while fleeing, and it seemed Li Fan and his group were also fighting someone. What's going on? Dazina asked as she led the dwarves closer to Li Fan and the others. Abu, Ai, and Air also had to retreat upon seeing so many dwarves. Dina, Anna, and Ing managed to escape trouble and moved back to Li Fan's side. Li Fan let out a breath of relief and took the opportunity to cancel his beast transformation skill to conserve energy. He briefly explained the current situation to Dazina. What? These people are also here to capture us. Gully, who was nearby, was immediately shocked. He was also surprised that Li Fan and his group had come to rescue the dwarves, which led them into such a dire situation. For a moment, the leader of the criminal dwarves looked at Li Fan with complex eyes. Dakina remained calmer and focused on the main point. She noticed the difference in strength between the two sides and quickly said to Li Fan and the dwarves, "While the slave-catching team hasn't caught up, let's rush out now. It's too late. No one will escape today," came the reply. At this moment, Kai, along with 3 level 2 warriors and over 40 members of the slave-catching team, caught up. Abu and others immediately moved forward to join them. At this point, the two sides officially split into 2 groups. One was the human slave-catching team, consisting of 4 level 3 warriors for level 2 warriors and more than 40 level 1 human fighters. The other was the allied force of Li Fan and the dwarves, including 1 level 3 warrior named Ing, 7 level 2 warriors, and fewer than 40 level 1 dwarf fighters. The strength gap between them was clear at a glance. Faced with the overwhelming power of the enemy's high-level fighters, neither Li Fan and his group nor Dakina and the dwarves saw any hope of victory. Kai did not immediately order an attack. Instead, he let the slave-catching team and Abu's group slowly spread out, forming a circle to prevent anyone from escaping, especially to stop Dakina from fleeing. Dakina's eyes flickered with struggle. Finally, she moved closer to Li Fan and said, "Li Fan, you should run. They were originally after us dwarves. I'm already happy that you came to save us. Since there's no hope now, don't stay here and die with us for nothing. It's a pity. I wish I had drunk all the wine I brought earlier." As she spoke, Dakina's eyes showed genuine regret, not fear. Her words, along with those of the dwarves including Gully, were heard by everyone. Even Gully didn't say much at this moment. Dwarves value loyalty and feelings, and this fact is never questioned. Some of them might be scared or confused now, but no one would ask Li Fan and his group to stay and help them at this critical moment. Li Fan looked at the beautiful girl in front of him and sighed helplessly. If they really could escape, Li Fan thought he might just leave. But he also knew clearly that, in this place and time, if Dakina, as a high-level blacksmith, was the primary target of Kai and his group, then Li Fan himself was the second target. Perhaps they will let Dina, Anna, and even Shadow go, and maybe they will release all the dwarves except Dozina. But they will never let Li Fan go. It's because Lord Howard still secretly cares about Li Fan. Thinking of this, Li Fan felt hopeless. In the next moment, just like Dozina earlier, his eyes showed a struggle. In the end, Li Fan walked over to Dina and Anna and said, "Maybe you too should run away. It would be best if you could take Shadow with you." "I won't run," Shadow said almost without hesitation. His remaining right eye shone with firm determination. Although Li Fan had expected this, he couldn't help but sigh again. Then, Li Fan looked at Dina and Anna. At that moment, Anna also looked over. She looked at Li Fan deeply, her eyes full of struggle. Most of the time, Anna is a rational person. Her main goal is to find proof that the Silver Wolf tribe was betrayed. To do this, she needs to survive by any means. Whether for Dina or for the Silver Wolf tribe, she should have left with Dina without hesitation. But at this moment, Anna found herself hesitating. She looked at Li Fan again and suddenly asked, "If I and Dina run away, Li Fan, what about you? Are you going to stay here and wait for death?" "Wait for death? No way," Li Fan replied. "Then, I might not escape, but I can't just die for nothing. I have to find a way to bite off a piece of them." Li Fan said this with a grin, and a rare hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Hearing Li Fan's words, Anna was stunned. It reminded her that she admired Li Fan's hidden strength and decided to be friends with him. Yes, she still has Dina, who is Li Fan's friend, and Shadow and Dozina too. Friends shouldn't run away alone at this time. In that moment, Anna seemed to find the answer. Her expression became very firm, and she said to Li Fan, "I won't run either." Li Fan frowned. Since Anna thought he was her friend, and he truly believed Anna and Dina were his friends, he didn't want his friends to stay behind and wait for death. But before Li Fan could persuade her, Anna suddenly spoke softly. "Listen to me, Li Fan. We might still have a chance. I just tested that heir's strength, and I think I can defeat him." This surprised everyone around. No one expected Anna's strength to be nearly on par with a level 3 fighter. "However, I need some time. If there are other level 3 fighters nearby, they definitely won't just watch me succeed." Anna added this last part. Everyone believed what Anna said without doubt. Li Fan started thinking of a plan. While thinking, he said, "Ink can block a level 3 fighter. I can also use my beast transformation skill to distract Abu. That leaves one more." The enemy had too many high-level fighters. Even if Li Fan and the others fought hard, they could only hold off 2. But there was still one level 3 fighter they couldn't handle. Suddenly, Duo Xena stepped forward and said, "I'll draw away the last one." Everyone looked at Duo Xena, some hesitant to speak. Especially Doga, who opened his mouth but then lowered his head, clenching his fists tightly. Seeing everyone's worried looks, Duo Xena smiled. "Don't worry, I'm not going to die. You have to trust in our dwarf body training techniques. I also have other preparations. I won't say I can kill the enemy, but I can hold out for a while." Everyone didn't say much after hearing this. Right now, no one was holding back. Everyone was fighting desperately. Since Duo Xena had already spoken, there was no need for more words. At this moment, Kai and his team had already surrounded Li Fan and the others in the middle. Li Fan and Anna exchanged a silent look, and Anna nodded slightly. In the next moment, Anna suddenly charged toward Aer. Dina also followed closely behind, but this time her target was a level 2 fighter nearby, instead of Aer. Aer watched Anna rush quickly toward him, first surprised, then sneered. "You're asking for trouble." Aer drew his fine sword and charged at Anna. Not far away, Kai saw this scene. Seeing Aer clearly overpower Anna in strength, he naturally didn't worry much. The next moment, Aer and Anna were less than 10 meters apart. Aer decided not to hold back this time. He wanted to finish the fight quickly. So, Aer gathered his fighting spirit and used all his strength. Aer is not a genius, but he is very good at speed. Humans are naturally agile, and his basic agility points reached an uncommon 3. With his level 3 strength, a 1,000-fold increase made it 3,000 points. With this speed fully unleashed, it was no longer visible to the naked eye. Even Anna could only see a blur of afterimages. Anna's speed is not slow. She is a genius with a total basic attribute points of 9. Although orcs mainly rely on strength, Anna's basic agility is also high at 3. With level 2 strength and a top-quality health cultivation technique, her agility finally reached 900 points. If she were fighting an ordinary level 3 warrior, Anna might have a slight disadvantage. But unfortunately, Aer is not an ordinary level 3 warrior. Compared to Aer's agility, there is a huge difference. At this moment, Aer flashed behind Anna and swiftly stabbed his sword toward her back. Just when Aer thought Anna was doomed, she suddenly bent down and let out a low roar. Beast transformation. Next, silvery hair kept growing from Anna's skin. Beast transformation. With Anna's roar, Aer was so frightened by her sudden burst of aura that he quickly retreated. At this time, Anna's entire body grew long white hair. Meanwhile, her arms and legs seemed to change, taking on the curves of beast limbs. Soon after, Anna, on all fours, looked like a real silver-white wolf. Li Fan was stunned. Then he realized. Yes, the beast transformation skill comes from the orc race's talent. As a true orc, Anna can also transform, and her beast form is even more complete than mine. Its power might be greater than when I use it, Li Fan guessed correctly. Anna's beast transformation could boost all her attributes 4 times for a short period, combined with her level 2 strength and top-quality health cultivation technique. At this moment, Anna's overall power increased by 1,200 times, even surpassing the 1,000 times boost of a level 3 warrior practicing ordinary techniques. Since Anna can do it, does Dina also have that ability? This time, Li Fan was disappointed. Dina was currently fighting a level 2 human warrior. The opponent also used a fine sword and was trying to get close to Dina, who is skilled with a bow. Dina kept dodging and occasionally shooting arrows, forcing the opponent to retreat in embarrassment. The fight between them was very intense and close. Even so, Dina showed no intention of using the beast transformation skill. It's clear she wasn't choosing not to use it, but she couldn't use it yet. Li Fan knew that the beast transformation skill could only be used after an orc reaches adulthood, so Dina couldn't use it now. If she could, Dina would be able to challenge a level 3 warrior. How? At this moment, the beast-transformed Anna let out a long roar. In the next second, her silver eyes looked at Aer, and then she moved her 4 limbs, rushing toward him. Aer was startled and clenched his fine sword tightly. Unexpectedly, he couldn't keep up with Anna's speed this time. Thanks to the beast transformation, Anna's agility had risen to 3,600 points, 600 points higher than Aer. When Anna charged, Aer was a bit too late to block her. For streaks of cold light flashed, instantly tearing half of Aer's face and one of his ears to pieces. If Aer hadn't used his fine sword to block at the last moment, that attack could have been fatal. Aer let out a painful scream and kept retreating. At this moment, Aer saw that even though Anna was beast transformed, she still wore 2 high-quality claw covers on her front paws. It was these claw covers that had just torn his face apart. Aer was terrified, but anger and a strong desire for revenge surged in his heart. Kai was also watching Aer's situation. Seeing what was happening, he immediately wanted to step forward to help. Li Fan and the others wouldn't allow Kai to interfere with Anna's fight, and they quickly began their own plans. Get out of the way. I want to kill her myself. However, at this moment, Aer shouted fiercely to stop Kai, and Li Fan and the others paused their actions temporarily. Aer carefully touched the wound on his face. Just one touch made him grimace in pain, twisting his face painfully, which made the wound hurt even more. Aer felt like he was about to explode with anger. He didn't care about his looks. As long as he had strong power, he could get anything he wanted. But he also knew that with his face so badly injured and one ear gone, even if he healed, he would probably look like a monster. In the future, he would have to live under the strange looks of many people. Thinking of this, Aer's desire to kill Anna grew stronger and harder to control. He wouldn't let others interfere. He wanted to kill this beast woman himself, and he believed he had the strength to do it. Aer stared at Anna tightly. Suddenly, he took a deep breath and then quickly pulled back his right hand holding the small sword. Kai and the others seemed to realize what Aer was planning and stopped trying to help him. Li Fan felt uneasy about the scene, but he didn't understand what Aer was about to do. Anna also felt nervous. Maybe because she was facing Aer directly, her feelings were even stronger. She could sense that something dangerous was about to happen. But Anna wouldn't back down. Her beast transformation skill had a time limit, and she had to kill Aer quickly. Anna let out a low growl and charged at Aer again. Aer stood still, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, staring at Anna intensely. Soon, Anna was less than 10 meters away from him. Fighting technique, piercing strike. Suddenly, a loud shout came from Aer. In the next moment, Anna saw his small sword glow with a blinding white light. The light flashed sharply, and as Aer thrust his sword forward, it appeared right in front of Anna in an instant. Anna was startled. She swung her clawed gloves toward the white light. but the white light was too fast. Even though Anna's agility was 600 points higher than Ayer's, she couldn't catch up. In the end, Anna only managed to hit the back of the white light with her claws. The white light, which was aimed at her forehead, flickered and veered off course, shooting toward her left side. Next, Anna felt a sharp pain in her left shoulder. She quickly jumped back in alarm. Turning her head, she saw a round, bloody hole in her shoulder, as if someone had gouged it open, and bright red blood was pouring out. Anna looked scared. If she had been hit with that move just now, her head might have been torn open completely. This is a fighting technique developed from human fighting spirit. Its power is truly terrifying. Anna was still frightened, but became more careful as she watched Ayer. However, Anna didn't give up hope. Since she had seen this move before, she was prepared and wouldn't be easily hit again. Ayer also knew this. He wasn't in a hurry because he understood the weakness of the beast transformation skill. Even if he couldn't kill Anna immediately, he could delay her with fighting techniques. When the beast transformation time ran out, it would be Anna's end. Both of them stared at each other with their own thoughts, not daring to relax for a moment. At this time, Anna suddenly gave Li Fan a signal with her eyes. Li Fan immediately understood. It was Anna's signal for him to carry out the plan he had just thought of. But Li Fan was also worried about how long Anna's beast transformation would last, so he hesitated for a moment. Howl! Anna suddenly roared at the sky, then looked at Li Fan again. This time, her silver eyes showed determination, as if she was saying one thing. Trust me, Li Fan was stunned. The next moment, he took a deep breath and turned to look at Duo Chi Na. Next, you run south. I'll run north. Duo Chi Na nodded heavily and then smiled. Li Fan, don't die. Of course. You too, Li Fan and Duo Chi Na exchanged a look, then immediately ran in opposite directions, one south, one north. The shadow also moved, but this time it didn't follow Li Fan. Instead, it stayed behind Duo Chi Na. As the key figure in this hunt, Li Fan and Duo Chi Na's actions drew close attention from Kai. Seeing them trying to escape, Kai hesitated briefly before deciding to chase after Duo Chi Na. Only Abu, greedily eyeing the Tang Hung sword in Li Fan's hand, grinned widely and almost hurriedly chased after Li Fan. While chasing, Abu shouted to Kai and the others, I'm going after Li Fan. He's the one who ruined Lord Howard's plan. We can't let him go easily. Kai and Ai both frowned, knowing that the old man was after the knife in Li Fan's hand. However, they ultimately did not stop Abu. Their 2-level, 3 warriors were already strong enough to catch the dwarf, who was a high-level blacksmith. Based on this, capturing Li Fan at the same time would be a good thing. After all, Howard really hated Li Fan, so it would be a surprise for the young master. But Kai remembered Abu's strange habits and became worried about whether Li Fan could be captured alive. Kai shook his head lazily and waved his hand, leading Ai and the remaining slave-catcher team to stop Duozina. Seeing this, the dwarves immediately charged at Kai and his group under Gully's leadership. A fierce battle broke out. Gully, wielding 2 axes, fought off the human slave-catchers nearby while leading the 2 remaining level 2 dwarf warriors to block Kai's last 3 level 2 warriors. The remaining level 1 dwarf warrior was doing his best to hold back the slave-catcher members. This was part of their plan. As for Kai and Ai, the 2 level 3 warriors, Gully and the others had no way to stop them. They could only watch as they charged toward Duozina and Ing. Duozina never looked back while running south, even as Kai and Ai chased after her. Kai and Ai didn't want to let her escape. They immediately moved to block her. At that moment, Ing clenched her mother's dagger and threw her own dagger sharply toward Kai and Ai. The dagger, pulled by a silk thread, made a large arc in the air and aimed at Kai and Ai. Kai sneered, drawing his fine sword to cut the dagger. This dagger is also a high-quality weapon. We can't just block it, Ai warned, grabbing Kai to pull him back and avoid the dagger. Kai couldn't help but sweat coldly. If he hadn't dodged, and if his sword had been cut, he might have been injured or worse. Dark Elf. Kai's eyes flashed with a fierce look as he stared at Ing. Then he exchanged a glance with Ai, and together they charged at Ing. However, the shadow did not retreat at this moment. It needed to buy some time for Dezina so she could run far enough away. This way, even if Dezina was eventually caught, Kai and the others wouldn't be able to help immediately giving Anna a chance to defeat Aer. Watching Kai and Ae get closer, the shadow retracted the small dagger and held the mother dagger in her left hand, where black energy was flowing. The black energy covered the entire mother dagger at this moment. The shadow clenched the mother dagger tightly. When Kai and Ae approached, she suddenly swung it at them. Kai and Ae naturally wouldn't fight a high-quality weapon head-on. They dodged backward and immediately planned to attack the shadow. But at this moment, the black energy on the mother dagger seemed like flowing liquid, shooting toward Kai and Ae as she swung the dagger. Oh, Kai and Ae were both startled. They rolled to the side at the same time, barely avoiding the black energy. TSK. In the end, they couldn't dodge completely. Kai's left wrist was hit by the black energy. His clothes there dissolved into a large hole, and his skin was directly melted away, exposing red flesh underneath. This is troublesome. The dark magic of the dark elves has the power to devour. We can only avoid it, but we can't waste time. Let's use our fighting skills together to defeat her. Following Kai's words, Kai and Ae separated and moved to either side of the shadow. Then, both of them tightly gripped their thin swords, slowly pulling them back to their waists. White light gathered on the blades. Fighting skills are even more precious than fighting techniques. Most fighting skills, like fighting magic, are tightly controlled by nobles and only given to their most loyal followers to learn. The fighting skill mastered by the Lord of Winter City, Cardon, is called Piercing Strike. Therefore, Howard's subordinates all know this fighting skill. Piercing Strike is considered a powerful fighting skill. It not only has terrifying speed, but also the penetrating power that can even pierce through a dwarf's tough body. The biggest problem might be that it consumes a lot of fighting energy, so even level 3 warriors can't use it endlessly. However, Kai and Ae don't think a dark elf can withstand their combined use of the piercing strike. The shadow naturally chose not to fight directly with Kai and Ae. Instead, it stepped back and activated the Shadow Merge skill, blending into the nearby tree shadows. Kai and Ae were not in a hurry. They knew very well that the dark elf's most famous ability, Shadow Merge, was not invincible. They also knew that this move was not foolproof. Even if the dark elf merged into the shadows, she could still be hurt if struck. Combat Technique, Piercing Strike. Combat Technique, Piercing Strike. Both shouted loudly at the same time, their small swords just starting to move. The shadow was prepared. In an instant, it darted out from the tree shadows and hid behind a large tree. Seeing this, Kai and Ae could only temporarily aim their small swords at the big tree. In the next moment, a bright light burst out, and the tree was instantly pierced with 2 round holes about the size of fists. At this time, the shadow was hanging on the tree trunk. It looked down at the small hole only a few centimeters from her feet and couldn't help but sweat coldly. If the big tree hadn't blocked Kai and Ae's view, she might not have escaped such a fast attack. Although Kai and Ae were disappointed that they didn't kill the shadow, they successfully forced her to move aside. Without hesitation, they immediately turned their attention away from the shadow and chased toward Duokina. Whoosh! At this moment, the shadow threw another dagger toward Kai. Kai had to turn back and block the dagger. Seeing that the dark elf didn't plan to let him go, he immediately said to Ae, "I'll hold back the dark elf. You must catch that dwarf master blacksmith." While speaking, Kai charged toward the shadow, stabbing his small sword repeatedly at her vital points. The shadow no longer tried to stop Ae. She had delayed long enough. Now, as long as she could hold off Kai, it would be enough. Although the shadow had fought to buy Duokina more time, the gap in strength was too great. In just a few minutes, Ae caught up with Duokina. Facing Ae, Duokina remained calm. The place was far enough from Anna. It would take Ae several minutes to catch up if she wanted to return. At least, her goal of delaying Ae was already halfway achieved. From now on, she just needed to keep delaying. The longer she could hold out, the better. Although Duogina is a level 2 fighter, she possesses strength and defense far beyond that level. Her endurance is also several times better than most level 2 warriors, and her mental strength is more durable. This is one reason she was able to forge for high-quality weapons in just 5 days. Unfortunately, because she focused on forging, she did not receive the blessing of agility. If she had, she could have run much farther. Give up the fight. Don't worry, since you're a high-level blacksmith, we won't kill you. Just help Lord Howard forge equipment honestly, and you might gain some freedom. In the future, your status could even be higher than ours. Surrendering might not be a bad idea. Ai was persuading her while walking toward Duogina. Duogina wasn't fooled by these words. If she really fell into their hands, she knew her only fate would be to be kept in a dark place, endlessly helping them make equipment. She was too lazy to respond to Ai, and instead gently touched a black ring on her left thumb. Suddenly, a large iron hammer appeared in her hand. Space ring. Ai was very surprised. Then he thought, since the person in front of him was a high-level blacksmith, it wasn't strange for her to have a space ring. If he captured this dwarf, he might secretly keep the space ring for himself. Duogina looked at Ai with disdain, noticing his greedy gaze. She tightened her grip on the large iron hammer. This fight would definitely be very dangerous. She didn't know if there was still wine inside the space ring she carried. Indeed, good wine should be drunk early. Thinking of this, Duogina charged at Ai. Seeing this, Ai scoffed and stabbed his sword toward her abdomen. But Duogina ignored his sword and swung her hammer at Ai's head. Ai frowned, dodging the blow, and his sword attack on her continued. A clear clang sounded at the tip of her sword. Ai was stunned. Through the torn clothing, he finally saw that Duogina was wearing chainmail, and it looked like high-quality chainmail. Otherwise, with his level 3 strength, a single strike wouldn't have left it undamaged. Impressive, you're a high-level blacksmith. Good tools are abundant, and I guess this big iron hammer is too. Ai's greed grew even more as he watched Duogina raise her hammer to strike his head again. He suddenly became angry and quickly swung his small sword at Duogina's arm. Duogina's arm was not protected by chainmail. Still, Duogina ignored the danger and kept swinging her big hammer toward Ai's head. It looked like her arm was about to be cut off. At this moment, Ai suddenly realized something. He quickly withdrew his small sword and narrowly dodged Duogina's hammer. Haha, human, you want me to forge equipment, right? Cut off my arm and see if I can still help you make gear. Don't just cut it off. If you hurt me and leave a scar, your master behind you might not let you go. Duogina seemed confident that Ai wouldn't hurt her. She kept raising her hammer to hit Ai's head, showing no concern for her own safety. Ai was annoyed by her reckless behavior. If I can't hurt your hand, then I'll cut your leg. Suddenly, Ai noticed something. Duogina's lower body was also protected by chainmail. Ha ha ha. Duogina's mocking laughter followed. Ai's brow twitched. Seeing Duogina becoming more arrogant, he suddenly grinned fiercely. Let's see if your chainmail can block my fighting technique. In the next moment, Ai slowly pulled his small sword back toward his waist. Duogina immediately saw that Ai was about to use the piercing strike fighting technique. She took a deep breath, kept calm, and held her big hammer in front of her chest. Ai grinned again. Fighting technique, piercing strike. A flash of white light shot out, instantly piercing Duogina's abdomen. Ai deliberately avoided hitting vital spots, but this attack was enough to make the dwarf lose her ability to resist. However, after a ding sound, although the white light successfully pierced her chainmail, it stopped shortly after entering Duogina's abdomen. The next moment, Duogina, as if she had expected this, swung her hammer at Ai. Ai was startled, confused about why the chainmail pierced through but still didn't hurt the dwarf in front of him. Fortunately, he was fast enough to avoid Duogina's hammer at the last moment. Ai, retreating, looked uncertainly at Duogina's abdomen. There was some blood, but not much, clearly indicating that his small sword had only pierced her skin. Ai thought for a moment and then understood what had happened. It turned out that although his stabbing attack pierced the chainmail, it also used up most of his strength. When he then stabbed into Duogina's abdomen, her incredible dwarf resilience blocked the attack. As a result, unless Ai was willing to risk Duogina's life and attack her head or neck, he couldn't catch her alive in a short time. Thinking of this, Ai's face darkened. This was the first time he had faced such a frustrating fight. Seeing Ai's disappointed expression, Duogina couldn't help but laugh. Her high-quality chainmail, combined with the dwarf's amazing defense, along with Ai's reluctance to kill her, gave her the confidence to hold him back. In this way, her goal was truly achieved. Next, Duogina only hoped that Anna and Li Fan could handle things smoothly on their side. To the north of Duogina, Li Fan had been using the beast transformation skill since he started running away. After reaching level 2, his physical strength improved a lot, and his stamina was no longer what it used to be. He had been running in beast form for several minutes, and still hadn't reached his stamina limit. Unfortunately, Abu's basic agility was also 2 points, which after enhancement became 2,000 agility points. Li Fan's boosted agility was only 990 points, and soon after, Abu caught up with him. Actually, by now, Li Fan's goal of delaying Abu had been achieved. But Li Fan was thinking further ahead than Dezina. He knew very well that even if Anna still had some tricks up her sleeve, after killing Aer, she probably wouldn't have much strength left. After that, it was uncertain whether Anna could help Indo. Even if Anna still had the strength to help Indo kill a second level 3 warrior, could she still come to help Dezina and him? For level 3 warriors, none of them would be easy to kill all at once. So, Li Fan had known from the start that until the very last moment, no one would come to help him fight Abu. Li Fan not only needed to hold Abu, this level 3 warrior, but also had to find a way to kill him. Otherwise, it would naturally mean death. Li Fan thought about this and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's either you die or I do. Interesting. Damn, it's really interesting. Kid, do you think you can escape? The creepy old man Abu stared at Li Fan with a big, unpleasant grin. Li Fan didn't answer. He kept his eyes on Abu, thinking about other ways to deal with him. Seeing Li Fan silent, Abu suddenly showed an exaggerated smile. Are you trying to escape? Haha, I like people who don't give up easily because... Before Abu finished speaking, he suddenly rushed a few steps in front of Li Fan. At that moment, his creepy face twisted into a terrifying, fierce smile. Because it's more fun to torment you like this. While speaking, Abu swung a dagger toward Li Fan's stomach. Li Fan quickly grabbed Tang Hung Dao and slashed forward. Abu casually stepped back to dodge the attack, then happily raised his blood-stained dagger. His cloudy eyes looked at the dagger as if admiring a piece of art. It's obvious whose blood was on the dagger. Li Fan had already felt a stabbing pain in his stomach, with a cut about 10 centimeters long above his navel. Whether it was intentional or just because Li Fan's earlier strike forced Abu to retreat, the wound wasn't deep, just a layer of skin was cut. Li Fan clenched his teeth and stared at Abu. At this moment, Abu held the dagger horizontally in front of him. Then, under Li Fan's confused gaze, he opened his mouth and licked the blood on the dagger. TSK, the blood of the young is indeed tasty. Haha. Abu laughed and looked like he was enjoying himself. Is this old man still a crazy pervert? Just when Li Fan thought Abu would keep laughing for a while, Abu suddenly changed his expression. His figure flickered like a ghost and lunged forward. Li Fan wanted to block him, but was too late. In the next moment, Li Fan's left arm was cut open. Li Fan swung Tang Hung Dao, but Abu had already retreated about 10 meters away. Li Fan took the opportunity to look at his left arm again. There was a cut about 10 centimeters long, but it was shallow, just a scratch on the skin. When Li Fan looked at Abu again, Abu was licking the blood off his dagger. He noticed Li Fan's gaze and said teasingly, "Fresh blood is the tastiest. I once drank the blood of 3 girls with 1 cut. That feeling still stays with me. No, just thinking about it makes my throat itch. I'm so thirsty. I wonder if the blood on you is enough to quench my thirst." While speaking, Abu bent forward like a cat and lunged at Li Fan for the 3rd time. This time, he swung his dagger and cut Li Fan's leg, leaving a wound about 10 centimeters long, just a small cut through the skin. Again, Abu retreated to a safe distance before Li Fan could swing his sword. He seemed to enjoy this game of cat and mouse very much. He never attacked too much each time. Once he succeeded, he would step back to enjoy his trophy. On the 3rd time, Abu licked the blood off his dagger. Maybe because he was excited, his eyes gradually filled with bloodshot veins, and his gaze at Li Fan became more dangerous. Just as Li Fan felt a deep chill, Abu suddenly shook his head sharply. No, Kite said I should catch you alive, so I can't kill you. But Abu moved forward for the 4th time, this time slashing Li Fan's back. The wound was similar to before, and he retreated again before Li Fan could strike. Abu tasted the blood on his dagger for the 4th time. But, just to play a little, to quench my thirst, I think Lord Howard would be happy too. While speaking, Abu showed that unpleasant expression again, teasingly looking at Li Fan. His expression was like watching a lonely, helpless little deer. Haha, Howard would definitely be happy. What Abu didn't expect was that Li Fan suddenly smiled at this moment. He laughed and said, "He was played pretty well by me earlier. And didn't he have a subordinate named Babu?" Hearing this, Abu seemed a bit displeased. He wasn't interested in Li Fan's current expression. Li Fan didn't care what kind of expression Abu wanted to see. He continued, "It's funny that your name also has a Bu character. When I first met you, I carefully cut off Abu's fingertip. He was terrified and answered everything I asked. Your methods are much better than his now." "Really?" Abu's figure suddenly appeared behind Li Fan. This time, his dagger was on Li Fan's shoulder, cutting off a piece of flesh about the size of a palm. Next, Abu stepped back about 10 meters, holding the piece of flesh in his left hand. He suddenly opened his mouth and squeezed the flesh, forcing out all the blood, which he caught with his big mouth. "Huh," he exhaled contentedly. Then he turned to look at Li Fan and said, "Is this what you mean? But I'm not as petty as you, cutting off fingertips." Li Fan's face twisted in pain, making him want to scream loudly, but he forced himself to hold back. His face twitched from the pain, and he managed a weak smile. He said to Abu, "Your cut is big, but I've cut off 10 fingers and 10 toes from Babu. Why did you only cut a piece of my shoulder?" He then suddenly raised his left hand and pointed to his shoulder, continuing, "Come on, isn't there another shoulder here?" Abu heard this and sneered fiercely. "Then I'll fulfill you," he said. He could see that Li Fan was just pretending to be brave. But did this little brat think that pretending like this would scare someone like him? Abu quickly moved to Li Fan's left side, his dagger ready to slash at Li Fan's shoulder. Just as the dagger was about to cut through Li Fan's skin, Li Fan suddenly leaned to the left, bringing his neck right under Abu's dagger. In the next moment, Abu's dagger was about to cut Li Fan's neck, which would cause blood to spray everywhere. Without medical help, Li Fan would surely die. "Capture Li Fan alive," a voice echoed in Abu's mind. Almost instinctively, Abu withdrew his dagger. At that moment, a flash of sword light appeared. Abu only then realized that just as Li Fan's neck was leaning forward, Li Fan's right hand had already swung his Tang Hung sword. Abu watched as Tang Hung Dao got closer, and his eyes nearly burst with rage. He desperately backed away, and although he avoided the most dangerous part, a large piece of flesh was cut from his left shoulder, and he could even see some broken bones. "Ah!" A scream echoed through the dense forest. After a long while, Abu finally managed to stop his scream, but the pain in his shoulder kept intensifying, twisting his usually sly face. Looking at his shoulder wound, Abu saw that it had reached the bone, and he wasn't sure if it could heal. If it couldn't heal, it would definitely affect his future strength. The more he thought about it, the more furious he became, a burning anger filling his chest. Just then, Li Fan sent a message. "You only cut a layer of my skin, but I cut off a big piece of your flesh and even some bone. Looks like I'm a bit more ruthless, old man. You're asking for death." Abu responded with overwhelming anger to Li Fan's provocation. Li Fan grinned proudly, but secretly he kept his guard very high. He knew that the trick he just used could only work once. If he dared to do it again, Abu would definitely cut off his head without hesitation. But Li Fan didn't stop mocking him. Instead, he intensified his taunts, still trying to hold back in a life-and-death fight. "Even I, who haven't fought many battles, know that's not okay. Old thing, if you had trained longer than me, I could crush you with one finger." Abu understood this logic, but he had never taken Li Fan seriously before, which made him careless. Now, hearing Li Fan's taunts, he couldn't bear it. "Stinky kid, it looks like you really want to die. I'm just looking for you, you piece of trash. Fine, fine, if you dare. You're just a fool. Humph." Li Fan's words finally ignited Abu's anger completely. His eyes turned almost red with bloodshot. He twirled his dagger in his hand and gripped it tightly. Then, Abu slowly moved his right hand from his waist, pulling it back, and at that moment, the dagger shone with a dazzling white light. This was the opening move of fighting technique, piercing strike. Li Fan's breathing grew heavy at this moment, but he still showed a look of disdain on his face. Li Fan tilted his face up 45 degrees, looking down at Abu, then slowly uttered 2 words. "Good for nothing." Abu's eyes widened suddenly, and next, he charged toward Li Fan. 2 meters away from Li Fan, Abu shouted loudly. Fighting technique, piercing strike. Li Fan quickly raised his hand to block Tang Hengdao in front of his chest. But at this moment, a flash of white light appeared, stabbing toward Li Fan's unprotected abdomen. In an instant, the white light pierced through Li Fan's abdomen, emerging from behind his waist, then passing through a large tree, destroying it instantly. The white light then slowly faded away. Li Fan's abdomen was left with a large, fist-sized hole, transparent from front to back, like a hollowed-out tree. Abu sneered fiercely, looking at Li Fan with contempt. "Stupid brat who doesn't know his place. How dare you anger a?" Before Abu could finish, a hand suddenly grabbed his injured left arm. Abu looked up and saw Li Fan, blood covering his mouth, also showing a fierce smile. It seemed Abu guessed something. "Let go." As Abu roared in anger, his left arm suddenly exerted force, trying to break free from Li Fan's grip. But his left arm was injured just now, and he couldn't use much strength. Abu could only kick with both feet, trying to use brute force to pull his arm back. Using a small force to move a big object. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a strange force suddenly surged in Li Fan's hand, causing Abu's body to suddenly halt. In that instant, Li Fan bared his blood-stained teeth, summoning his last strength, and fiercely swung Tang Hengdao forward. A cold flash flickered past Abu's neck. The next moment, Abu's expression froze, leaving only a look of disbelief in the final instant. The surrounding silence fell into deathly quiet. Only the sound of blood dripping from Li Fan's abdomen could be heard. A few seconds later, blood suddenly appeared on Abu's neck, followed by a bloodline wrapping around his entire neck. In the next moment, countless streams of blood gushed out from the bloodline. Abu's head tilted and detached from his body with a thud, falling to the ground. At the same time, Li Fan slowly fell backward and finally collapsed onto the ground with a soft sound. In life and death battles, mercy is not allowed, but how can one easily anger their enemy? Haha. Li Fan wanted to laugh loudly, but he couldn't. All he could do was make a trembling sound. A fist-sized blood hole pierced through his abdomen, connecting his body. Through the blood hole, he could see broken intestines and some colorful, dirty substances. Blood was pouring out of his abdomen uncontrollably, and his mouth seemed unwilling, trying to spit out as much blood as possible. Li Fan felt his consciousness fading. The dizziness in his brain and the exhaustion throughout his body made him want to sleep immediately. No, he couldn't sleep. This thought flashed through his mind. Li Fan struggled to focus on the system shop and searched for a mid-level healing potion. Buy. At this moment, Li Fan was too weak to check how many bottles of mid-level healing potion he could afford. He could only desperately keep thinking about buying. Suddenly, bottles of mid-level healing potion appeared beside him one after another. Li Fan struggled again to reach for the potions, then disregarding everything, he desperately poured them into his mouth. Ugh! The mid-level healing potion tried to go down his throat, but blood was rising from his stomach at the same time. Li Fan could only hold a whole bottle of potion in his mouth, then cover his mouth with both hands, forcing himself to swallow the medicine. Next bottle. Each swallow was very difficult, and his strength was quickly draining. His consciousness was becoming blurry. Li Fan used all his remaining strength to swallow one more bottle, to take one more sip. At some point, he reached out to touch the bottles, but couldn't find the mid-level healing potion anymore. It was as if he had lost all motivation. He lay on the ground, unable to even move his fingers. At this moment, Li Fan could clearly feel his life force slipping away. But he also felt a burning sensation in his abdomen. Who will win? Death or the life-saving potion? Li Fan opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound. I should be able to survive, right? As soon as this question appeared in his mind, Li Fan's black eyes suddenly contracted. No, I must be able to survive. I will definitely survive. Definitely. It was as if he wanted to engrave these words deep into his mind, or perhaps he was just trying to convince himself to believe it. In any case, he kept repeating these words. At some point, Li Fan no longer had the strength to open his eyes, and his consciousness was severed in that moment. As his awareness faded, a few words still echoed in his mind. I will. Definitely. Survive. Damn you, slave-catching gang. What have you done to my son? I will kill you all. Gully roared as he charged at the second-level warrior of the slave-catching gang. wielding twin axes that shimmered fiercely, each strike empowered by the dwarf's blessing of strength. One of the gang's second-level warriors raised his shield to block, but he felt as if he was stopping a mountain. The clash of shield and axe made his internal organs shake, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Gully swung his twin axes even harder, each strike showing the true meaning of a reckless fighter. The second-level warrior of the gang secretly cursed, unsure how much longer he could hold on. Scenes like this were common in the ongoing large-scale battle. Every dwarf above level 1 had the blessing of physical training, but only trusted aids like Kai knew fighting techniques. Therefore, although the gang's numbers exceeded the dwarves, they were currently being overwhelmed. Without high-level combatants intervening, defeat was only a matter of time. Not far from the fierce battle between the dwarves and the slave-catching gang, Dina held a recurved bow, shooting an arrow at a rapidly approaching second-level warrior of the gang. While the warrior dodged the arrow, Dina created some distance between them, then prepared her next shot. Dina had been fighting like this for a long time. The two of them had hardly engaged in close combat, and the fight was not intense. Neither of them had been injured, making them the most relaxed fighters in this battle. Dina looked at Anna's situation and saw that Anna was not in danger. She then withdrew her gaze and focused on the enemy in front of her. "Howl!" Anna roared loudly, suddenly using her limbs to rush toward Aer. Her speed was so fast that even a level 3 warrior couldn't compare. Aer stared intently at Anna's white figure, holding his fine sword and quickly pulling it back toward his waist. Fighting technique. Piercing strike. Seeing this, Anna had to dodge sideways. With preparation and her incredible agility, Anna could avoid this technique without injury. But this was only possible when both kept their distance. Because of that, it was very difficult for Anna to attack Aer. They fought back and forth for a long time, neither of them wanting to decide the winner quickly. Instead, they waited, seeing who could hold on longer. The orc's beast transformation drained a lot of stamina and health, and fighting technique. Piercing strike also used up a lot of stamina and fighting energy. Now, both of them were near their limits. However, Anna's true strength was only at level 2, and eventually, she couldn't hold on any longer. Suddenly, Anna, transformed into a white wolf, staggered. Her white fur quickly shrank back into her body, and soon she returned to her orc form. Anna knelt on one knee, pale and gasping for breath. It seemed she had no strength left to stand. Seeing this, Aer was overjoyed. He had lasted longer, and this made him the final winner. Aer sneered as he walked toward Anna, raising his fine sword, ready to stab her. Whoosh! A sharp sound of air being cut echoed. Aer sensed danger and turned to see an arrow flying straight toward his head. He hurriedly raised his sword and slashed forward, knocking the arrow away. His gaze then shifted to the archer, Dina. In the next moment, Aer suddenly sneered. Behind Dina, a level 2 warrior from the slave hunter group, who had been fighting her, saw that Dina dared to attack Aer while fighting him. The level 2 warrior from the slave hunter group was furious. Taking the opportunity, he approached Dina with a wicked smile, raising his sword to kill her. However, Dina suddenly turned around. Her silver-white eyes, at that moment, narrowed like a beast's slit, making her look like a silver wolf ready to hunt. The next moment, Dina did not run away. Instead, she charged at the level 2 warrior of the slave-catching group. As they approached, Dina suddenly opened her right hand, transforming it into a claw, and reached toward the level 2 warrior. The warrior was startled and raised his sword to block. A metallic clang sounded. As expected from an orc's hand and claws, they struck the sword with a sharp metallic noise. But that was not the end. After Dina swung her claw, she raised her left hand, drawing a curved bow, and aimed it at the warrior. The warrior was about to raise his sword again to defend, but at that moment, Dina reached to her waist, pulled out a dagger, and quickly slashed toward his neck with her backhand. No, the level 2 warrior couldn't understand why Dina, who had been chasing him moments before, suddenly displayed such strong close combat skills. If she had this ability earlier, he would have been defeated long ago. Could it be that this orc girl has been hiding her strength from the start? Just as this thought appeared, Dina's dagger sliced open his throat. Blood splattered everywhere, but Dina didn't even look. She turned and rushed toward A2. acting decisively like a hunter who had experienced countless hunts. Tu watched this scene clearly and suddenly felt a bad premonition. But he thought, she's only a level 2 orc warrior. As long as she doesn't use the beast transformation skill, there's nothing to fear. Thinking this, he relaxed a little, but he didn't forget to raise his sword and prepare for Dina's charge. However, just as Dina was about to reach him, she suddenly stopped. Then she spoke softly. Chi and blood battle technique. Chi and blood battle technique. Tu was stunned. How could there be two voices? In the next moment, Tu realized that the other voice was from Anna behind him. But before he could turn around, two more sentences sounded. Shared life and death. Shared life and death. At that moment, a surge of bright red energy burst from Dina's body, representing the source of orc strength, chi and blood. As soon as chi and blood appeared, it shot toward Tu like a flash of blood-red lightning. When Aer looked terrified, he realized that the energy was just passing by him. Not far away, Kai seemed to remember something and shouted in fear. That's the orc tribe's energy technique, blood and life sharing. As he shouted, Kai also planned to go forward and help Aer, but he was immediately blocked by the shadow in front of him. Hearing Kai's voice, Aer was stunned and suddenly understood that from the beginning, these orc sisters had been preparing for this moment. He had been tricked. Terrified, Aer turned his head toward Anna, but just as he looked back, he saw Anna, who had been unable to move earlier, transform again into a white wolf. Then, the wolf's claws swung toward his head. Splash! It was like a watermelon being smashed open, with red and white splattering everywhere. In the next moment, Aer's headless body slowly fell backward. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Kai could only stand there, staring blankly at everything, then suddenly felt a very bad premonition. His feeling was quickly confirmed. Anna, who had just killed Aer, did not stop. After connecting her energy with Dina, she seemed to regain her strength, moving with incredible power. Meanwhile, Dina was gradually becoming weaker. Seeing this, Anna jumped and landed beside Dina. Dina immediately cooperated and climbed onto Anna's back. Their energy was now more tightly connected. Anna no longer hesitated and rushed quickly toward Kai. She wanted to kill Kai before she exhausted Dina's energy. Seeing Anna coming fiercely, Kai didn't hesitate and started to retreat. He couldn't understand how, despite their overwhelming strength, they might actually lose. Now, Kai just wanted to gather Ai and Abu quickly, so he could stabilize the situation again. The shadow nearby wouldn't give Kai that chance, and once again blocked his way. Get out of the way. Technique. Piercing strike. Without hesitation, Kai used his technique to force the shadow back, then aimed to reach Ai's position. Whoosh! At this moment, Dina, behind Anna, shot an arrow. The high-quality bow shot an arrow that no one dared ignore. Kai raised his sword, intending to cut the arrow away. Swish! A clear silk thread suddenly wrapped quickly around his hands, pulled by a dagger. It was the silk thread from the mother and child dagger. For a moment, Kai couldn't move. Then an arrow shot into his shoulder. Kai's scream just escaped, when Anna leapt into the air, looking down at Kai from above, then slashed downward with her clawed paw. No, Kai and Aer died, and the slave-catching group immediately lost their fighting spirit. With Anna and Ing working together, all the level 2 fighters, including Hake, were killed within minutes. The remaining members of the slave-catching group would soon be torn apart by the dwarves. They were no longer a threat, and it wasn't worth wasting more time on them. Anna and Ing exchanged a quick glance. They were very in sync. Without saying a word, Anna took Dina and headed south. Ing went alone toward the north. The reason was simple. Ing had level 3 strength, and with her dark magic skill, stealth, even if she couldn't defeat Abu, she could still manage to take Li Fan away. Similarly, Anna and Dina aimed to rescue Dazina, even if they couldn't beat Ai. But the final outcome was beyond their expectations. At dusk the next day, Li Fan's eyelids moved, then slowly opened. The first thing he saw was a stone ceiling. Li Fan moved his hands and slowly sat up. His body felt a bit uncomfortable, but he wasn't as weak as he had feared. He instinctively unbuttoned his shirt to check his abdomen. There was a scar about the size of a fist, with tender skin, clearly recently healed. "I'm alive," Li Fan exclaimed, then looked around. He was in a cave, covered and lying on thick beast fur. Li Fan lifted the fur, slowly stood up, and first stretched his body. After confirming he was okay, he let out a sigh of relief. Looks like the effect of the intermediate healing potion is pretty good. Li Fan glanced at the system panel. Host, Li Fan level. Level 2 fighter strength, 2 300 constitution, 2 300 agility, 1 300 spirit, 2 300 talents. Elf race talent 0.2%, Orc race talent 13.2%, Dwarf race talent 3.4% skill talents. Nature affinity 0.1, Beast transformation 3, Rapid recovery 5, Level 1 poison resistance insight skill. 4-2 to push 1,000 pounds, 10% bond points. 99 The dwarf race talent has dropped to 3.4%, indicating that several more dwarves have died since then. Originally, the bond points were 656, now only 99 remain. After killing Abu, Li Fan, in a semi-conscious state, exchanged all his bond points for intermediate healing potions. He didn't realize it at the time, but now he knows he exchanged 6 bottles. Actually, after drinking 3 consecutive doses of intermediate healing potion, the effect diminishes significantly. But Li Fan didn't care at that moment and drank all 6 bottles. He doesn't know if this saved his life or just wasted several bottles of healing potion. But compared to being alive, all these details seem unimportant. Li Fan also knows why his remaining bond points are 99 instead of 56. The answer is in the system's prompt window. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching a 1-star favorability with the dwarf. Interacting with them grants 1 bond point. Ding! It seems that after that battle, almost all the dwarves' favorability towards him increased to 1 star. Among them, Mozina's favorability directly reached 2 stars. From this, the final result of that fight should be good. I just wonder if Dina, Anna, and Ing and the others are hurt? Li Fan suddenly remembered this and hurriedly headed out of the cave. At this moment, a figure suddenly entered the cave. Li Fan almost bumped into the person, and both quickly stepped back. Li Fan then realized the visitor was the handsome girl Mozina. Seeing Li Fan wake up, Mozina's expressionless face immediately lit up with a bright smile. She suddenly flipped her hand from her space ring and took out a bottle of Erguo 2, handing it to Li Fan with a smile and saying, "Hey, friend, want to drink some wine? I invite you. All you can drink." It's not uncommon for dwarves to invite others to drink, but hearing the phrase, "all you can drink," from a dwarf's mouth is quite rare. Initially, Li Fan was a bit anxious, but when he saw Dezina's bright smile, he immediately relaxed. Dezina's smile indicated that Dina and the others were safe. Li Fan pushed the dwarf woman and said silently, "Who invites someone just injured to drink?" Dezina was surprised and asked curiously, "Really? When dwarves are sick, drinking can help recover about 80% of the time. Anyway, since you're human, I'll keep this wine. Don't worry, I'll keep it until you come to drink." Maybe it was Li Fan's illusion, but Dezina seemed very serious when she said this. At the same time, hearing the conversation from the cave, Dina, Anna, and Ing and others also came in. "Li Fan, you finally woke up." Dina was so excited she almost threw herself into Li Fan's arms, rubbing her head against his chest repeatedly. The young girl was probably frightened by Li Fan's previous appearance. Now she clung to him like a koala. Anna, who was nearby, was also not calm. She had just approached Li Fan, but suddenly showed hesitation on her face, then stopped and nodded at him. Ing was the most special. She directly walked to Li Fan's side, then merged into his shadow with a shadow fusion, without saying a word. Seeing everyone safe and sound, although Li Fan had expected it, he still couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Anna and the others then briefly told Li Fan what happened afterward. After killing Kai and Aer, Anna took Dina and headed to Dezina's location. Originally, Anna planned to leave with Dezina, but Ae, upon learning that Aer was dead, lost her mind. Anna didn't expect that these people could also go crazy for their loved ones. The two sides fought fiercely, and in the end, Dezina desperately held Ae for a moment, giving Anna the chance to kill her. When Anna returned with Dezina, the dwarf tribe had already fought to the death, killing all the members of the slave-catching group at the cost of over 10 lives. After that, Ing returned with Li Fan, who still had a small hole in his belly. At first, Everyone was very anxious because there was no one here with medical skills. Dina almost fainted from worry. Anna looked grim and silent. And Ing was full of anger but had no way to vent it. Soon, everyone noticed that Li Fan's wound was healing quickly. Dina, Anna, and Ing immediately understood that Li Fan must have used a special mid-level healing potion before losing consciousness. They had seen how amazing mid-level healing potions could be. Seeing Li Fan's wound healing so fast, everyone felt relieved and found a nearby cave to rest with Li Fan. Remarkably, Li Fan recovered almost completely in just 1 day and 1 night. Li Fan was surprised to hear he had only been unconscious for that short time. His injuries, which could have been deadly, healed in just 1 day. What a medical miracle. Li Fan thought about why he could recover so quickly. Besides the mid-level healing potion, he believed his natural affinity, which gave him a 0.1 times faster recovery, and his quick recovery skill, which provided 5 times faster healing, played a big role. He even thought that surviving such serious injuries might be thanks to these 2 special talents. Of course, his strong desire to live at the last moment also helped. Wait a moment, Li Fan suddenly said, his face changing sharply as if he remembered something. While everyone was still happy about Li Fan waking up, he suddenly spoke. He seemed to recall something and asked again, "Are you saying I only lost consciousness for a day and a night?" "Yes. Is there a problem with that?" The people in the cave found his question strange and didn't understand why he was asking. "This is very important. I need to confirm again. Did all the members of the capture team, including those at level 2 and level 3, all die?" "Yes. I haven't seen anyone alive." "Li Fan, why are you asking this?" Dina asked curiously. Li Fan didn't answer right away. Instead, he asked again to make sure. "Are you sure no one escaped?" "No," Anna answered this time. She seemed to notice the seriousness on Li Fan's face, so after carefully thinking for a few moments, she said, "I'm sure there are no omissions." All right. Li Fan was very happy and couldn't help but show a happy smile. "Shadow," he called out, and Shadow appeared from his shadow. "How is your recovery going?" Li Fan asked. "Except for my magic power not being fully restored, everything else is fine," Shadow replied. "Good. Next, come with me to a place," Li Fan said. Everyone listened to Li Fan's series of words, all looking confused. As Li Fan was about to leave with Shadow, Dazina finally couldn't hold back and grabbed Li Fan, asking, "Hey, where are you going now? You just got seriously hurt. Isn't resting more important right now?" "Of course there is," Li Fan answered. "What is it?" Dazina asked. "After cutting the weeds, of course, we need to get to the root," Li Fan said. Li Fan never forgot the root cause of all these events, Howard. From the beginning with the elves, then the orcs, and now the dwarves, the root of everything was Howard's greed. After this battle, it seemed the crisis was over, but the real mastermind, Howard, was still alive and well. As long as Howard was alive, everything was not finished. Anna was the first to understand what Li Fan meant and was immediately shocked. "Do you want to go kill Howard now?" she asked. Li Fan nodded. "Yes, I have to," Anna asked, somewhat confused. "Why?" Li Fan quickly explained, "Think about it. After we killed Babu, Howard only had 2 capable subordinates left, Kai and Hake. But then what did we see? Howard sent 4 level, 3 warriors, for level, 2 warriors, and over 50 level, 1 warriors." Hearing Li Fan's words, Anna, who knew the local strength well, understood how terrifying this force was. It can be said without exaggeration that this power was enough to sweep through any tribe's stronghold. If Howard hadn't worried about provoking the dwarves' anger and starting a war, he might have already sent his troops to sweep the entire dwarf settlement. Li Fan then continued, "Obviously, the forces behind Howard are very powerful. If Howard finds out that all his men have been killed, what do you think he would do?" "That's right. Next time he will bring even more people, maybe several times or 10 times more than this time. At that point, we will be truly in a desperate situation with no chance to turn things around." The facts are close to Li Fan's guess. If Howard learns that all his subordinates have died in battle, he will definitely leave the evil town immediately and go back to Winter City to tell his uncle, the master blacksmith, in exchange for benefits. Even a city lord cannot ignore the presence of a master blacksmith. At that time, Li Fan and his group will face the full strength of a city lord. Based on his guess, Li Fan knew that only a day had passed since the battle, And since the slave-catching team had no escapees, his first thought was to find Howard and eliminate him completely. If handled well, this matter might be completely resolved. Li Fan no longer wasted time and immediately set out with Ing. Dina, Anna, and Dozina also said they wanted to go with him. However, Evil Town is ultimately human territory. If Anna and the others go together and are discovered, it could cause big trouble. Ing, who is good at stealth, not only avoids this problem, but can also quietly find Howard with Li Fan. She is clearly the best choice. Outside Evil Town, Li Fan stood at the familiar valley entrance. Evil Town is really built in a good location. 3 sides are high mountains forming natural walls, and the only valley entrance is only about 10 meters wide. Building a gate, there would be almost like a natural fortress. But at this moment, the town's gate is unguarded. This is strange. Although Evil Town is just a gathering of profit-driven people, they still arrange guards at night to ensure they can wake up alive the next day. Today, however, there is not a single person in sight. It's the same as before, no mercenaries hunting monsters, and I don't know what's going on. Hopefully, Howard didn't run away, Li Fan said, letting Ing scout ahead. He followed closely behind into Evil Town. As expected, there are very few people inside, only a few drunken men scattered around. Li Fan saw this, and, with Ing, headed straight toward Kadwa Manor. What reassured Li Fan was that there were many people inside the manor. Although it was late at night, the entire estate was lit up with countless lights, making it look like daytime. This scene was not suitable for sneaking in, but it was still no problem for Ing. Ing activated stealth and easily jumped over the wall outside the estate with a quick run-up, then quickly blended into the shadows of a nearby tree. 5 minutes later, Ing came out again, having thoroughly investigated the situation inside the manor. In her assessment, most of the people inside were ordinary folks, and the strongest were only a few level 1 guards. Ing nodded confidently. Li Fan continued to ask, "Is Howard inside the manor?" Ing nodded again. Li Fan was very happy. He immediately asked Ing to lead the way. The two of them bypassed several guards and soon stopped in front of a study. There was light coming from inside through the door crack, indicating Howard was not yet asleep. Ing was about to open the door and rush in. Li Fan quickly stopped her. If they barged in suddenly, Howard might immediately call for guards. Although the guards were not very strong, their presence would alert those still in the town of evil. Li Fan still had some questions for Howard and didn't want to kill him right away. He thought for a moment, then walked to the door of the study, took a deep breath, and gently knocked. He said, "Young Master Howard, Lord Kai has some news." "What?" Howard's surprised voice came from inside, and the door was hurriedly opened. But before Howard could ask, a cold dagger was pressed against his neck. Li Fan then stood in front of Howard. He raised his right hand, placing his index finger on his lips, and softly said, "Dear young Master Howard, please don't make loud noises, or we might end up tearing your tongue apart in an instant." As he spoke, Li Fan wore a friendly smile. 2 days had passed, exactly 2 days and 1 night, and the slave-catching team had not sent any news back. Howard felt a bad premonition, but he knew very well the strength of Kai and the others. In this forest of evil, no one should be able to match Kai and his team. Howard felt like a trapped ant on a hot pan. Without the talent for practicing fighting energy, his only way out was to do business. He had already given up on the Winter City Guild. If he couldn't even catch that high-level dwarf blacksmith, his future would be very dark. At this moment, Howard was like a powder keg ready to explode. Because of this, he had already killed 2 servants in a fit of rage, and Charlie had even run away because of it. Tonight, when Howard was anxious and couldn't sleep, someone suddenly reported that there was news about Kai. Howard almost stumbled as he rushed to open the door to his study. But he never expected that what he was about to face would be a cold dagger in Li Fan's face, which he hated deeply. The shadow controlled Howard into the study, while Li Fan slowly closed the door after entering. This action immediately made Howard panic. He opened his mouth and shouted, "You." Before he could finish, Li Fan grabbed his mouth and looked at him with cold eyes. "Oh, dear Lord Howard, I want to remind you again. Please don't speak loudly for your own sake. Otherwise, I promise, this will be the last time you ever speak loudly in your life. Do you understand?" Li Fan's hand was ruthless as he held Howard's mouth. Howard was in so much pain, he almost cried. At that moment, He realized his current status and quickly nodded. Good. Li Fan smiled and released his hand, then immediately got to the main point. Tell me, how did you come to target DUI, the high-level dwarf blacksmith? Li Fan had always been curious about this matter. If it wasn't resolved, even without Howard in front of him, countless new Howards would appear in the future. So, he had to find out the truth, or DUI and the others would never have peace. Howard carefully looked at the dagger on his neck, not daring to hide anything. More than 10 days ago, a dwarf sold the information to a slave trader. A few days ago, that slave trader sold the information to me. Li Fan and the Shadow were both very surprised. They never expected that DUI was betrayed by a fellow dwarf. Li Fan's first reaction was that the dwarf leader, who had lost his son, was responsible. The leader also had a strong motive. Since Dezina was a high-level blacksmith, Li Fan thought he wouldn't dare to take revenge himself. Instead, he considered using human slave traders to do it. Knowing this didn't solve the problem, but it helped him stay alert. It was at least a small gain. Li Fan was about to ask a second question when he suddenly paused. He thought for a moment, then moved closer to Howard. He reached out and moved away the dagger on Howard's neck, then placed his right hand on Howard's neck. In this strange position, Li Fan looked into Howard's eyes and asked his second question. Who else knows about your attempt to capture the dwarf this time? He wanted to find out everyone who knew, so he could eliminate them. Howard sensed the meaning behind Li Fan's words and quickly said, My uncle, Lord Catan of Winter City. Li Fan kept his eyes on Howard. Suddenly, he smiled and said, In my hometown, there's a special way to tell if someone is lying. For example, liars tend to have faster heartbeats and their pupils contract. Li Fan pointed to his own eyes and then to his hand on Howard's neck. His expression suddenly turned cold, filled with killing intent, and he looked at Howard. You were just lying. In fact, Li Fan didn't understand these methods at all. He just wanted to trick Howard. But the result was surprisingly good. Howard was shocked when he heard Li Fan. He didn't expect such a magical way to detect lies existed. He hurriedly said, I didn't. But after a long time, Howard couldn't bring himself to say he was lying. Li Fan saw this and smiled again. He was sure now, Howard was definitely lying. Being a native of another world, he hadn't seen so many tricks before. A small deception had already revealed the truth. The rest of the matter was simple. After catching Howard in his lie and under Li Fan's pressure, Howard finally told everything clearly. When Li Fan learned that this guy had hidden the information to monopolize the high-level blacksmith, he let out a sigh of relief. Since all the questions have been asked, Li Fan has no intention of keeping Howard. At this moment, Howard seems to understand his fate. Strangely, he is much calmer than Li Fan expected. Suddenly, Howard speaks. You can't kill me. I guarantee that if you do, you won't survive either. Li Fan doesn't care about this threat. He takes the twin dagger from Ying's hand. He wants to do it himself. Since he intends to eliminate the problem completely, he should do the dirty work himself. This also helps him get used to this dangerous, strange world, so he won't hesitate when it really matters. Howard remains calm and says again, You must not kill me. Otherwise, you will die this winter because this year is the year of divine punishment. When he mentions year of divine punishment, Howard seems to gain courage. His confident eyes, shaped like triangles, look at Li Fan. What? Ing can't help but look surprised. This is the first time Li Fan has seen Ing react strongly to a stranger, and the reaction is very intense. Li Fan asks Ing, What is the year of divine punishment? Ying's face shows worry. Before she can speak, Howard eagerly explains, You don't know about the year of divine punishment? Are you really from the magic continent? On the magic continent, every so often, a year of divine punishment occurs. It happens randomly, and only the Pope of the Church can predict it early through divine inspiration. When the year of divine punishment comes, this winter will be extremely cold, with longer duration and heavy snow. Even the crime towns surrounded by high peaks can't fully resist the cold wind and snow. No one can survive the winter in the Forest of Sins during this time. Howard continues, as if he feels it's not enough. Not only the crime town, but all the peoples of the 4 major nations will retreat to the borderlands. The Forest of Sins will be thoroughly cleaned by the cold winter, and no one will survive. You, being a beast, can't rely on hibernation to survive. You can only go to Winter City to get through the winter. If you kill me, Uncle Cato won't let you go. You won't even step into Winter City, and in the end, you'll die in the Forest of Sins. And this is exactly why Howard believed Li Fan didn't dare to kill him. Li Fan was very surprised to hear this. He didn't expect such a thing as divine punishment to exist in this world. Then he suddenly sneered and said to Howard, "But your Uncle Cato doesn't even know I killed you." Howard responded with a cold smile. "Li Fan, it seems you're not a noble, so you don't understand nobles. If you kill me now, tomorrow someone will spread the news of my death or disappearance in Winter City. Uncle Cato might not be able to find out who the real culprit, but if he treats everyone in the evil town as the guilty party, isn't that the same as finding the real murderer? You only need to let me go. Only if I live can you survive the winter in Winter City." Li Fan's face darkened after hearing this. He stared intently at Howard. Seeing this, Howard couldn't help but show a hint of pride. He thought his life was safe. Such a noble attitude. While speaking, Li Fan grabbed his mother's dagger and without hesitation stabbed it into Howard's chest. Howard's eyes widened in confusion, not understanding why Li Fan still dared to attack him. In that moment of losing consciousness, he seemed to hear Li Fan's last words. "Too bad. I said I would kill you, and I will. Not even divine punishment can stop me." Li Fan would never regret killing Howard. People like Howard, even if you let him go, will find ways to seek revenge if they get the chance. How could Li Fan trust such a person? Moreover, he managed to escape to Winter City with Dina and others, including the weak, orcs, and the criminal dwarves. Could they all escape together to Winter City? The most urgent thing now was to quickly inform everyone so they could prepare. But before that, Li Fan still had a few things to take care of. In the underground prison of Cato Manor, the flickering firelight cast shadows that danced on the walls. The guards were yawning when suddenly a shadow appeared. It struck the guard's neck with a hand knife, causing him to weaken and faint. "This is all the guards. Now, let's see if the captured dwarf is here." Li Fan and Ing quickly searched through the 3 levels of the prison. There are many slaves in the prison. When Li Fan and Ing appeared, they just looked with dull eyes, then went back to sleep or stared into space. Most of these slaves are humans. No one knew how long they had been here. They all looked dirty, thin, and ragged. Li Fan and Ing looked around briefly before moving to the next level. On the 3rd level, they finally found the dwarves. The dwarves immediately showed hatred in their eyes when they saw Li Fan, grinding their teeth in anger. But when they saw Ing, they looked shocked, clearly not expecting to see an elf without a collar. Li Fan glanced at Ing. At this moment, it would be more convincing if Ing explained the situation. Unfortunately, Ing rarely speaks in front of others and always looks cold. Li Fan had to speak himself. Facing the cautious dwarf slaves, Li Fan asked directly, "Who is Gully's son?" He looked around the dwarves and soon spotted 5 small dwarves protected by the others. The dwarves were very surprised when they heard the name Gully. Seeing Li Fan's gaze fall on the small dwarves, a white-bearded dwarf stepped forward. "Human, how do you know Gully?" This white-bearded dwarf was much calmer than the others. Unlike the other dwarves, who looked at humans with obvious hatred, he remained composed. Li Fan looked at the white-bearded dwarf, thought for a moment, and said, "You must be Mi Feng. Let me introduce myself. I am Li Fan. I was sent by Gully and others to rescue the dwarves captured by slave traders. Gully gave me this as a token. He said it was a birthday gift for his son when he was 5 years old." Li Fan reached into his waist and took out a small wooden sword, handing it to Mi Feng. The dwarves all stared with wide eyes, some looking at Li Fan in disbelief. Mi Feng was also surprised, but as he looked at the dark elf beside Li Fan, he gradually believed him. After all, they were just slaves at the mercy of others, and there was no need for humans to go to such lengths to deceive them. At that moment, the strongest of the 5 dwarf children stepped forward and took the wooden sword from Li Fan's hand. He appears to be about 10 years old, strong like a young calf. At this moment, he is holding a wooden short sword and excitedly says, "Yes, this was my birthday gift from my father a few years ago." This human is telling the truth. Hearing this, the dwarves finally believe Li Fan. Li Fan feels relieved that everything is going smoothly. Luckily, he had his friends Gully and others prepare in advance before setting out. Next, Li Fan takes out the key he found on the guard and opens all the cages holding the dwarves. However, Li Fan counts and finds that fewer than 30 dwarves remain. Mi Feng explains that the strongest group of dwarves has already been taken away by Howard's slave traders, likely into the human empire. It seems unlikely they can be rescued now. The other dwarves lower their heads, their eyes filled with bloodshot and hatred. It's easy to imagine that those dwarves they once knew might never be seen again in this life. Li Fan sighs, feeling helpless. Just as all the dwarves are ready to escape, Li Fan speaks up. After I and Ing deal with the guards in the estate, don't leave immediately. There's another place in the town of Sin that holds some slaves. Once we rescue them, we will all leave together. The dwarves have no objections. Seeing this, Li Fan quickly begins his plan with Ing. There aren't many guards in Carton Estate, but there are dozens of servants. Li Fan has no intention of killing innocent people. For these ordinary servants, he and Ing mainly knock them out. But for the level 1 guards in the estate, they are less gentle. Ing makes his move, and a few level 1 guards die silently. Seeing that everyone in the estate has been dealt with, Li Fan prepares to move on to the second estate. The second estate belongs to Charlie, the slave trader. Besides rescuing Charlie's slaves, Li Fan's other goal is to deal with Charlie himself. At this point, only Charlie in the town of Sin knows about Li Fan and Howard's feud. As long as the problem with Charlie is solved, perhaps the Lord of Winter City will never know that it was Li Fan who killed Howard. In Charlie's estate, Li Fan was disappointed because he didn't see Charlie's figure anywhere. After questioning a guard, Li Fan learned that Charlie had run away out of fear after Howard killed a servant. This result made Li Fan feel speechless for a long time. This guy is really lucky. He escaped just because he was too scared. Li Fan couldn't just leave everything behind to chase Charlie, so he finally decided to let the lucky slave trader go. As usual, Li Fan knocked out all the servants in Charlie's estate, then released all the slaves from the dungeon. He announced that as long as they listened, they could all be free. Li Fan's slaves were few, especially some hot-tempered dwarves who dared to speak out. Li Fan couldn't tolerate that and beat them up on the spot. After experiencing society's harshness, all the slaves became obedient. The rest of the story was simple. Led by Ing, Li Fan first took the slaves out of the evil town. Then, the two hurried back to Cadden Manor, took away the dwarf slaves there, and before leaving, Li Fan casually threw the keys to the human slaves still locked in cages. Whether they could escape or where they would go was no longer Li Fan's concern. Unexpectedly, among these slaves, there were a few clever ones. After getting the keys, they immediately realized what to do. They opened the cages quietly and followed Li Fan without making a fuss. Seeing this, the other human slaves also followed suit. When leaving Cadden Manor, Li Fan was followed by over 100 people. Such a large group finally caught the attention of the town's drunks. Li Fan and Ing worked together, knocking out anyone they saw. When they reached the valley's entrance, it finally caused a commotion. The remaining mercenaries in the town appeared, their eyes seemingly glowing as they looked at the slaves. Unfortunately for them, Li Fan and Ing had just crossed the valley's entrance and left the evil town without looking back. Although they escaped, Li Fan was troubled for a long time about how to deal with this group of slaves. After a brief count, he saw that there were 86 human slaves, 38 dwarf slaves, and 1 orc slave in front of him. The orc slave looked familiar. It was the 2-level strength orc bull that Charlie had recommended to him earlier. The dwarf slaves would definitely be taken back to the dwarf tribe and handed over to Dozina and the others. The orc slave was not many, so he would take it directly to Anna for disposal. However, the human slaves in front of him were not only numerous, but also all ordinary people who had not practiced fighting energy. Handling them would be very troublesome. After thinking for a long time, Li Fan decided he couldn't take these people with him. Li Fan knew very well that neither the dwarves nor the orcs would accept these humans. The reason the dwarves and orcs could accept Li Fan was because of his actions over time. But for humans, the dwarves and orcs were mostly cautious. Long-standing racial conflicts and the harm caused by slave traders over the years made it hard to let go of their suspicion. Li Fan was not a saint. Since he knew he couldn't help these human slaves, he stopped worrying about it. He took out all the food from his body and space ring and placed it in front of the human slaves. Then he said nothing more and left with the dwarf and orc, leaving the group of human slaves looking blankly at their departing figures. It was an unpleasant scene, and Li Fan's face was heavy as he walked away. It is said that when humans become slaves, they will bear a permanent mark on their necks, just like the weak, orcs, and sinners dwarves. With this mark, a slave status would follow them for life. If a slave escaped and someone encountered the escaped slave, as long as they caught him, they could claim ownership of the slave. This included the right to control the slave's life and death. So, the human slaves now had only two choices. Either return to the evil town and continue being slaves, or live as fugitives in the evil forest. Either way, the outcome for these slaves would probably not be good. The next morning, Bart arrived early at the mercenary guild. Due to the divine punishment year, winter would arrive unexpectedly this year. The guild decided to move to Winter City within these days until winter was over. Bart felt both happy and worried. The last time he used Li Fan's information to meet Lord Howard, he thought he could finally leave this terrible place and return to the cold winter city he longed for. However, he never expected that Lord Howard would let Li Fan escape. As a result, the reward Lord Howard promised him was now gone. Sigh. Thinking about facing that damn Baron soon, Bart felt unsure of what to do. Feeling troubled, Bart entered the mercenary guild. This morning, the guild was unusually noisy, very lively early in the day. Bart listened carefully to the gossip among the crowd. What? Lord Howard is dead. Bart was shocked to hear this news. He soon learned that last night, someone saw a young man with an elf rescue many slaves. Not long after, Lord Howard was found dead at his estate. Everyone guessed that someone killed Lord Howard to take the slaves. Knowing a bit about the situation, Bart immediately thought of Li Fan. Could it be Li Fan who killed Lord Howard? Does he already know I betrayed him? No. I must leave this evil town right away. Bart broke out in a cold sweat. Even if the Baron sends people to kill me, I will return to the cold winter city immediately. The next moment, Bart found a team of mercenaries heading back to the cold winter city. After paying them, he set out with them toward the city. As the evil town grew smaller in the distance, Bart's tense mood finally eased a little. Calmer now, some thoughts began to come to his mind. Maybe I should report to Lord Cato that Lord Howard was murdered and that Li Fan is the culprit. Yes, that's what I should do. Then Lord Cato will surely help me solve my conflict with the Baron. Thinking this, a sly smile appeared in Bart's eyes. At this moment, he even felt that Lord Howard's death was a good thing. Meanwhile, on another road, Charlie was sitting in a carriage heading toward the imperial capital. The scene where Howard went berserk and killed his servant had terrified him. He dared not stay near Howard anymore. With a heavy heart, he abandoned everything in the evil town and hurried onto a carriage back to the imperial city. As for Howard, he decided never to work with that kind of crazy person again. In fact, Li Fan did not forget about Bart. There were two reasons why he didn't go to kill Bart. One, last night was very dangerous, and he couldn't waste time looking for Bart, who might not even know where he was. Two, since Charlie, who knew more, had run away, it seemed useless to block Bart, who was just a small fish. However, Li Fan probably never expected that Charlie, who didn't reveal his grudge with Howard, was not the one to bring this matter to Winter City. Instead, it was Bart, who he had almost forgotten, that caused this issue. What kind of storm this will trigger in the future, he couldn't know. At this moment, Li Fan was returning to Dezina with the dwarves. The most excited was Gully, who gave his son, Gutu, a big hug. That strong little guy, like a calf, made Gully roll his eyes, probably experiencing what it means that fatherly love is as heavy as a mountain. Gully then expressed his thanks to Li Fan. Li Fan, I apologize for my rudeness earlier, and I thank you for not only saving us, but also rescuing my son. I will never forget this kindness. Just say the word, and I, Gully, will do anything for you. As he spoke, Gully patted his chest loudly and even planned to give Li Fan a bear hug. Li Fan quickly jumped away. Sorry, Li Fan, was not interested in big muscles. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 1 point of Dwarf Clan Bond. Dwarf Clan talent increased by 0.1%. Ding! Congratulations to the host. After the rescued dwarves were taken away by Dezina and others, the system's notification kept ringing. In the end, all 38 dwarves became friends with Li Fan, and his Dwarf Clan talent reached 7.2%. Li Fan quickly checked his main panel. Host, Li Fan level. Level 2 fighter strength. 2 300 constitution, 2 300 agility, 1 300 spirit, 2 300 talents. Elf talent 0.2%, orc talent 13.2%, dwarf talent 7.2% skill talents. Nature affinity 0.1, beast transformation 3, rapid recovery 5, level 1 poison resistance, level 1 magic resistance, immune to level 1 magic, strong resistance to level 2 and 3 magic. Insight skill, for 2 thrusts 10% bond points. 200 when Li Fan's dwarf talent exceeded 5%, he gained a new talent skill. Unfortunately, this time it was a magic resistance, which made Li Fan quite disappointed. In the magical continent, many races can use magic, not just elves. Dragons, vampires, and giants also have some magic abilities. Having a talent that grants immunity to magic is a good reward in the long run. But unfortunately, Li Fan has not encountered any enemies who use magic yet. This magic resistance might be useless for a long time. What? This year is the year of divine punishment. Inside the cave, both Dina and her sisters, Dazina and Gully, were shocked and opened their mouths wide at this news. In the next moment, all 4 of them looked hopeless. The situation was so serious that Li Fan, who didn't know much about the year of divine punishment, was a bit confused. Anna saw this and, rarely, did not try to explain Li Fan's lack of knowledge. She frowned, then suddenly looked serious and said, "This matter is too important. I must tell Baichi and Qingmu immediately. This isn't just about our orc race's survival. It also concerns the dwarves. Dazina, Gully, I officially invite you to return with me to the orc tribe. We need to discuss strategies together. When necessary, perhaps our 2 races should unite to get through this difficult time. When life and death are at stake, the differences between races become less important. In orc words, it's probably that only by staying alive can you eat meat. In dwarf words, only by staying alive can you drink wine. If even life becomes impossible to live, who would care about so-called racial conflicts?" Dojina and Gully exchanged a quick look and nodded at the same time. Anna and the others were almost racing against time, immediately rushing with Dojina and Gully toward the grassland. In their urgent rush, the group reached the orcs' grassland in half a day. Li Fan had just stepped onto the grassland. "Take this," a clear but annoyed voice suddenly rang out. Then, a blue figure swiftly charged forward. Next, Li Fan felt dizzy and fell to the ground. The small blue girl who had just dodged Li Fan now sat angrily on top of him, her bright blue snake-like eyes glaring fiercely, scolding. "Li Fan, you finally came back." As she spoke, the girl revealed sharp, crystal-clear fangs and opened her mouth to bite Li Fan's shoulder. It was clear she was really angry. But no matter how angry the blue girl was, Li Fan didn't want to test how strong her venom might be. He quickly cupped her face with both hands to prevent being bitten. Then, with a mischievous smile, he said, "What's wrong, Ego? Haven't seen me in a while and are worried or missed me? Nobody misses you." The blue girl quickly denied, then suddenly realized something and retorted, "You're Ego? Humph, I'm worried about Dina and Anna. You dared to take them away for so long. Tell me, did you take them to do something bad?" "Bad? Bad things? What bad things? Where did you hear that? Why did this girl suddenly come up with such a word?" Li Fan felt confused. The blue girl frowned and replied, "I don't know for sure. My grandpa told me recently. He said I should be careful of you, especially not to be alone with you, or you might do bad things to me and Xiaobai." Big question marks appeared on Li Fan's forehead. Then he seriously said to the blue girl, "Xiaoqing, is it possible that your grandpa isn't very smart?" The blue girl's eyes widened. Though she didn't know why, she felt that what Li Fan said might have some truth. Dina and Anna nearby shook their heads repeatedly. They thought that if Xiaobai faced this problem, she definitely wouldn't doubt Bai Qi like this. Inside the underground cave, Dujina Gully sat on one side, Bai Qi Qingmu sat on another, Dina Anna sat on a third, and Li Fan and Ing sat together. Anna repeated the news about the divine punishment year. As expected, Bai Qi and Qingmu looked shocked and hopeless after hearing it. Anna, being the princess of the Silver Wolf clan and experienced in the world, had already recovered from her initial shock and despair. She immediately identified the 2 most urgent problems to solve. "We need to quickly choose a place to stay for the winter and find enough food to survive. The place to live is very important. During the divine punishment winter, the underground cave where the orcs now live will likely be completely blocked by snow and wind in just a few days. It's not a good place to survive the winter. The dwarfs' mountain cave isn't much better. The best place to spend the winter is undoubtedly a big city like Winter City, with tall walls to block the snow and wind. However, as weak orcs and sinners dwarves, they are not allowed to enter their own clan cities. So, they can only find a place that can withstand the snow and wind on their own. The group discussed for a long time, but couldn't find a good place. At this moment, Li Fan suddenly spoke. How about the Sinful Town? Then Li Fan described the geography of Sinful Town. It is a valley surrounded by cliffs, which is undoubtedly the best choice so far. But everyone hesitated, especially Bai Qi and Qing Mu, who had experienced the divine punishment winter once before. They shared their experience. When we were young, we experienced a winter during the divine punishment year. At that time, Qing Mu and I still lived in a city of the Orc Empire. We thought the tall city walls could block the cold, but we quickly realized we were wrong. You can't imagine how it feels to have your arm exposed to the air for just a few breaths. Your arm can be completely damaged. The wind was like knives, and the snowflakes like arrows. No one dared to go outside. We wrapped ourselves in all the animal pelts we could find, curling into balls, and struggled to survive. After winter was over, a whole million orcs in the Orc Empire had died that year. Countless orcs lost fingers, toes, and ears. Bai Qi sighed as he spoke. He didn't mean to hurt everyone's confidence, but wanted to help them understand how terrible divine punishment years can be. Even cities with tall walls and strong buildings can't withstand the cold winter of divine punishment years. The cliffs around the evil town are no different. Li Fan suddenly said, maybe the cliffs around Evil Town can't stop the cold winter, but if we build warm houses inside the town, we might have a chance to survive the winter. Duozina shook her head and said, it's not that easy. Even for dwarves, building a good house takes about 3 days for a few dwarves. Winter can come at any time, and there's no time to build hundreds of houses. Both wood and stone need a lot of time to process before they can be used to build houses. So Duozina's 3-day estimate assumes dwarves have the talent for building. Li Fan smiled confidently. It might not be impossible. If we have cement and build dormitories instead of individual houses, we can quickly build enough space for hundreds of people to live. Cement? Dormitories? The other 7 people looked confused at these new words. It was the first time they heard them. Li Fan explained what these words meant. Wow, there's cement. With this, we dwarves can build enough houses for everyone in just 10 days. Gully pounded his chest happily. The only problem was how to make cement. Li Fan immediately exchanged for books about cement from the system. As he absorbed the knowledge sent into his mind, he frowned slightly. The best cement is undoubtedly modern cement and Roman cement. Especially Roman cement, which is even better than modern cement in some ways. Ports built with Roman cement, after being battered by waves for 2,000 years, remained as strong as when they were first built. It's like a miracle. Whether choosing modern cement or Roman cement, they can build the strongest houses. However, both modern cement and Roman cement require one condition: the presence of volcanic ash. There is an active volcano inside the Forest of Sin, located within the inner area of the forest. Not only does finding this volcano take time, but transporting the volcanic ash out of the area filled with level 2 and 3 monsters is also a problem. These issues all need a lot of time to solve. Unfortunately, Li Fan and his team are most short on time right now. Fortunately, Li Fan remembered that he had seen a way to make cement using wood ash. After searching through the books in the system shop several times, he finally found the method to make cement from wood ash. This type of cement is naturally not as good as modern or Roman cement, but Li Fan only needs it to build houses that can last through the winter. How many years such houses can stand is not his concern. Now that he has a clue on how to get cement, the team immediately started taking action. Every second now is extremely precious. Howard once said that when the year of divine punishment arrives, the 4 major tribes will evacuate their settlements. Li Fan plans to move to Sin Town as soon as the humans leave. So, Li Fan sent the Shadow to explore Sin Town. As soon as the people leave, the Shadow will return to report. Meanwhile, they began trying to make wood ash cement with the dwarves. To make wood ash cement, they naturally need wood ash. Getting wood ash is very simple. There are many trees in the forest of Sin. They collected fallen bark and leaves, burned them completely, and the remaining ash was used as wood ash. They put this ash into a bucket filled with water, stirred thoroughly to dissolve the potassium alkali in the ash into the water, then poured out the water containing the dissolved alkali. The remaining slurry was the main material for making cement. Actually, at this point, the slurry could be considered cement, but it couldn't withstand rain. It would dissolve when it rained. So, it needed to be calcined again. Li Fan scooped out the settled slurry. It was still somewhat hot, but not too serious. He shaped the slurry into balls and then burned them in a fire until they glowed orange-yellow. Afterward, he took them out and let them cool on the side. After the gray mortar balls cooled, they were placed back into water for curing. The curing process involves an exothermic reaction where calcium oxide in the mortar reacts with water to form calcium hydroxide. To humans on Earth, this is just a normal chemical reaction, but for Dina and her friends, it was an amazing sight that immediately drew everyone's attention. As everyone watched in amazement, the reaction finished, and Li Fan knew that the cement made from wood ash was ready. Li Fan then gathered sand and small stones and mixed them with the wood ash cement. He shaped the mixture into bricks. After about 5 hours, the cement bricks started to set. At this point, the bricks were as hard as wood, and over time, they would become even stronger, reaching their maximum hardness after about 10 to 20 days. During this period, the dwarves could build all their houses and just wait for the cement to fully harden. Looking at the plain-looking cement brick, both the dwarves and the orcs were very happy after testing its hardness. Thanks to this magical cement, they could build enough houses for hundreds of people before winter came. The next day at noon, Ing finally returned. The humans from the evil town had all left today. Immediately, Bai Qi and Qing Mu gathered all the orcs and told them about the divine punishment and other important news. As expected, the orcs became a bit restless, but with Bai Qi and Qing Mu being respected leaders, their agitation quickly calmed down. Most of the orcs were considered weaker and didn't have the hot temper of ordinary orcs, nor did they look down on the dwarves. When they heard they would be living with the dwarves, they quickly accepted the idea. Under Bai Qi and Qing Mu's arrangements, the orcs packed their things and headed toward Evil Town. At the same time, Dozina and Gully returned to the dwarves' home. Unlike the weaker orcs, these criminal dwarves were not so easy to deal with. When they heard about living with other races, some of them immediately got angry. Seeing this, Gully knew it was time to use force. After a tough fight, the dwarves finally agreed to listen. After Dozina, a lot of time was spent convincing these dwarves. The dwarves are not unreasonable. They understand that surviving the year of divine punishment is the most important thing. Finally, with the persuasion of Dozina and Gully, they agreed to cooperate. Soon after, nearly 100 dwarves packed their belongings and headed toward the town of Sin. The orcs' migration went smoothly. Their large, powerful group scared away the surrounding monsters, so no one was attacked. Just when Li Fan thought everything was going well, the leader of the orcs suddenly brought bad news. When Li Fan and his team arrived at the scene, they saw the orcs all stopped at the entrance of the valley near the town of Sin, looking alertly toward the valley. Then, a group of orcs seemed ready to turn back. Li Fan and his team hurried forward and found that inside the valley, dozens of humans were holding sticks and confronting the orcs outside. Because of this, the orcs thought they had been tricked by the humans and wanted to run back to the plains quickly. Li Fan frowned and asked his shadow, "What's going on? Didn't we hear that all the humans from the town of Sin had left?" The shadow emerged from Li Fan's shadow and quickly checked the situation. Soon, the shadow returned, looking a bit complicated, and said, "It's those human slaves." Li Fan immediately understood. The humans in front of him were the ones he had freed from the dungeon before. These humans chose not to go to Winter City to avoid becoming slaves again. Instead, they waited until the town of Sin was empty and then took over the place. When they saw over 100 orcs suddenly appear, they thought the orcs came to attack them, so they raised their sticks in defense. Li Fan knew he had to step in to clear up this misunderstanding. While Bai Qi Qingmu tried to calm the orcs, Li Fan walked alone toward the human slaves. At first, the humans were nervous about Li Fan approaching, But when they saw he was also a human and alone, they didn't react aggressively. Li Fan had almost reached within 20 meters of them. He stopped and called out, "Some of you probably still remember me, right?" When the people in front of him heard this, they looked seriously at Li Fan, then suddenly remembered. "It's him, the one who freed us from the dungeon yesterday. I remember now. Yes, he's the one who gave us our freedom. But he also abandoned us, didn't he?" "Yes, yesterday he left with the orc tribe without looking back. If he had taken us with him, Ali wouldn't have died. My brother also got bitten by a beast because of this." Listening to their words, Li Fan realized that the number of people in front of him was about 10 fewer than yesterday, leaving around 70 people. The 10 or so who were missing stayed behind in the forest forever when they encountered the beast last night. After all, the forest at night is no place for ordinary people. Surviving these remaining 70 people was already quite lucky. Li Fan sighed. Of course, he didn't think this was his fault. If he could help, he would. If he couldn't, he wouldn't feel guilty about these people. On the contrary, if these people planned to stop him and the orcs and dwarves from entering the cursed town because of this, Li Fan was willing to become a real villain for survival. Just as Li Fan was about to speak, a clear, somewhat childish voice suddenly burst out from the crowd across from him. "Is this shameful? The person in front of you really saved us from the dungeon. Did he do anything wrong? Is it wrong not to abandon us? Do you still want him to keep providing us with delicious food, beautiful clothes, and warm shelter? Stop being greedy and be ashamed of your actions." Although the voice was still a bit childish, its tone was very strong. After saying this, the people around looked ashamed and lowered their heads. Li Fan then saw who was speaking. It was a girl about 17 or 18 years old, with long flax-colored hair. The girl had a fair face and a delicate appearance. Although her clothes were a bit ragged, they were still neat. She seemed to have a special aura about her. She was the kind of person who, simply standing among the crowd, could quickly attract attention. Li Fan looked at her carefully for a few moments. He seemed to have some impression of this girl. Then Li Fan remembered that the girl in front of him was the same girl slave that Charlie had wanted to sell to him for 80 silver coins. Li Fan's impression of her was so strong because Charlie had specifically emphasized that she was a virgin and had been trained to serve well. All right, Li Fan admitted that this statement was very memorable for someone like him who was quite lecherous. However, at that time, Li Fan was mainly looking for a foreign slave, and in the end, he decided to give up on her and the beastmen. Now he realized that this girl had not been taken away by Charlie and was among the slaves rescued yesterday. But yesterday was dangerous, so Li Fan didn't notice her. He remembered once discussing with a slave trader whether to buy her, and now Li Fan didn't know how to start talking to her. Suddenly, the girl approached Li Fan on her own. She lifted her ragged long skirt and politely bowed to Li Fan, saying, "Hello, let me introduce myself. My name is Alicia. Thank you for rescuing me from the dungeon earlier. I want to express my gratitude properly. But before that, could you tell me what your group and these beastmen are here for today?" Alicia was very polite and seemed calm, but when she spoke, there was a hint of nervousness and caution in her tone. It was clear she still felt some fear of the beastmen. Li Fan saw this and directly explained his purpose. "My name is Li Fan. I plan to move with these beastmen into the town of Sin." Alicia couldn't help but frown and then said, "You should also know that this is a gathering place for humans. Even if those people have left for now, they will come back eventually. When they do, conflicts or even wars with the beastmen are likely. On this point, your slaves will face the same problem. If they return, they won't just let you stay free." Alicia had no words to reply. But as ordinary people, what could they do? Staying in the town of Sin could at least help them survive the winter. If they left, within a few nights, the monsters would eat them all. Li Fan suddenly spoke and said, "I know why those people suddenly left the evil town. It's because this year is the year of divine punishment." Alicia was stunned for a long time after hearing this. Everyone behind her also remained silent and shocked for a long time. Impossible, how can it be? Why is it only this year that it's the year of divine punishment? So, those people left Evil Town because of the year of divine punishment. We're all going to die. Are we going to Winter City? If we go there, maybe we have a chance to survive. No, I won't go. I don't want to be a slave anymore, even if I die. The shocking truth threw this group into chaos. Their faces showed deep despair. It seemed like they had agreed on something, because after hearing the words, Year of Divine Punishment, everyone looked the same, worried and hopeless. Alicia, who was braver than others, also looked very shocked. She was so overwhelmed that she almost lost her strength and swayed, nearly falling down. No one paid attention to her at that moment. She supported herself and looked up at the sky after a long time, saying, "No matter what, do we have no way to escape this tragic fate?" As for the idea of fate, Li Fan always scoffed at it. If everything was already decided, then why bother trying? Li Fan looked at the group of fellow humans in front of him and said seriously, "We decided to migrate to Evil Town to survive the winter of the Year of Divine Punishment." No way. Evil Town doesn't have proper shelter, warmth, or food. The winter of the Year of Divine Punishment can appear suddenly, without warning, maybe at any moment. How can we resist that? Alicia looked very hopeless. If we don't try, we definitely won't succeed. If we try, there's a chance we can succeed. Now, we need to do everything we can, as quickly as possible. Li Fan wanted to tell Alicia and the others not to hinder him, but then he thought, they are still his own people, so he said, "If you want to try, you can come help us. Maybe everyone can survive. If you don't want to join us, don't block us. Otherwise, we won't be polite." After speaking, Li Fan nodded to Anna and the others behind him. Then, the orc tribe, led by Baichi Qingmu, moved toward the valley. This time, no one stopped the orcs. Alicia watched as the orc tribe moved forward in order, then looked at Li Fan walking alongside them. Suddenly, she jogged over to Li Fan and asked, "Why are you?" With the orcs, the gap between humans and orcs mainly comes from human greed. The biggest conflicts are caused by bloodthirsty potions and reckless slave traders. However, several wars between the human empire and the orc empire made humans see orcs as fierce enemies on the battlefield. Most people think of orcs as brutal and irrational enemies. Similarly, orcs see humans as cunning, greedy, and ruthless, based on their experiences with enemies and slave traders in battle. The misunderstanding between the two races has lasted a long time. It's not surprising that Alicia cares about Li Fan being friends with the orcs. Li Fan could have explained many reasons to convince her, but time is too precious now. So, he pointed at the orcs and then at Alicia and said, "The ones who are alive are orcs. You are human. If we all die, we're just rotting meat. There's no difference between us. Don't think too much, girl. Right now, think about whether you want to plant a flower next spring or use your body to grow a flower." After saying that, Li Fan looked around but didn't see any flowers. He casually pulled a blade of grass and placed it in the girl's brown hair, then continued walking toward the valley. Alicia stared at Li Fan's back, stunned for a long time. Then she smiled and said firmly, "If I'm going to plant something, I want to grow a field of enough wheat to feed everyone." Then Alicia jogged after Li Fan. The people behind Alicia saw this and looked surprised. They heard Li Fan's words too. No one wants to die, especially these slaves. While most hesitated, a woman with long silver-gray hair stepped out of the crowd first. The woman was wearing a long dress and had thick, beautiful hair that could make many bald people jealous and distort their faces. Her exaggerated hair was spread out, completely covering her face, making it hard to see her clearly. When this strange woman came out, none of the surrounding slaves seemed familiar with her. They just looked at her coldly. The strange woman didn't react at all. She said nothing and simply stepped forward to follow Alicia. With a leader, some others quickly followed. Most of the remaining people were indecisive and, seeing no other choice, also followed. Anna and the others had no objections to Li Fan's decision, but they clearly stated that these humans also needed to work. People who didn't contribute didn't deserve to share in the rewards. Li Fan thought the same and had already planned for this. Although these humans were ordinary, they still had roles to play. The cement made from ash and plant matter required a large amount of bark and leaves. It would be a waste to have orcs and dwarves do the collection of bark and leaves. Li Fan immediately arranged for all the humans to go outside the valley to collect bark and leaves. While collecting, they also burned the plant matter to produce ash. Then Li Fan demonstrated the steps to make ash-based cement and told them to follow his instructions. The orcs' job was to collect sand and small stones. In the forest full of trees, it was hard to find these materials, but a little farther away, near the salt mine, there was a rocky area. They could bring back the stones from there and crush larger stones to get sand-like gravel. Soon, the dwarves arrived at the small town of Sin. The dwarves didn't start building houses right away. Instead, they discussed some details about the construction with Li Fan. Li Fan also gave his suggestions. Based on what you said, during the winter of the year of divine punishment, the biggest threat besides the cold and strong winds will be heavy snow. The snow could pile up to several meters, even over 10 meters high. Therefore, the building sites should be on higher ground, preferably on mountain slopes, to help with snow runoff. Houses should not be built too tall, as the strength of lime and mud cement is limited. It is best to build only one story, with a triangular roof to prevent snow accumulation. Actually, what Li Fan described is similar to a traditional northeastern farmhouse. Thinking of the Northeast, Li Fan also remembered a double-layer exterior wall insulation method used there. The outer wall of the house can be designed with 2 layers, with mud filling the space in between. This double wall can provide good insulation. Thanks to Li Fan's series of suggestions, the dwarves were all surprised and a bit confused. At one point, some of them even wondered whether they were the master builders or if Li Fan was the real master, since he seemed to know more than they did. With Li Fan's advice, the dwarves quickly chose a location near the cliff on a hilltop. Next, the building project officially began. In the town of Sin, 3 races gathered together for work, a rare sight over thousands of years, with clear divisions of labor. 70 humans split into 2 groups. Most collected bark and leaves, while a smaller group made lime and mud cement. 134 orcs also divided into 2 groups. One transported sand and gravel, and the other collected square-shaped stones to replace bricks. 72 dwarves were also split into 2 groups. Most built houses, while a few returned to the dwarf settlement. The main reason for returning to the dwarf settlement was to get iron ore. According to White Flag and Green Wood, the winter of the divine punishment year had extremely heavy snow, often causing houses to collapse under the weight. If this happened, there would be no chance to fix it in the harsh snowstorm climate. After listening to Li Fan's advice, the dwarves decided to add iron support beams in the middle of each roof. It's a bit late to start smelting iron now, but the dwarves had already evacuated from the settlement, leaving behind many forged iron blocks and even some valuable metals. The departing dwarves probably didn't expect that during the divine punishment year, someone would target these inedible metals, so they left them unguarded. This naturally gave Li Fan and his group an advantage. Hearing that there was already a supply, Li Fan did not hesitate to use his remaining 200 bond points to upgrade his space ring to 3 cubic meters. He then lent the space ring to the dwarf. Zwazina was very surprised when she saw this, and she also lent out her 5 cubic meter space ring. Now, they had a total of 8 cubic meters of space. Since 1 cubic meter of iron weighs about 7.8 tons, 8 cubic meters equals approximately 124,800 gene of iron. If they made several trips, using all this iron to build houses would not be a problem. Everything was proceeding smoothly, and even Li Fan was helping the dwarves. The speed at which the dwarves built houses was truly impressive. 5 dwarves took less than half a day to build a 30-square-meter house. The houses were small but well-insulated, and this size was enough for living. Li Fan remembered his middle school days, when his 15-square-meter room held 6 iron bunk beds, sleeping 12 people. Compared to that, these houses now felt spacious, enough for everyone to live comfortably and still have some space to move around. Thinking of iron bunk beds, Li Fan had a good idea and immediately drew a plan for a 3-tier iron bunk bed. This design amazed the dwarves. With such a bed, just 6 bunk beds could accommodate 18 people in one room. Currently, in the town of Evil, there are 277 people, including public toilets, kitchens, and storage rooms. Only about 20 rooms need to be built for everyone to live comfortably. 5 days passed quickly. During this time, everyone worked together smoothly. The dwarves had transported countless iron blocks, stacking them like a mountain. Li Fan also bought some seasonings now and then to reward the workers. At this point, it's worth mentioning Gray Feather, a woman with long gray hair that covers her face. Gray Feather had a great talent for cooking. Li Fan only showed her once, and she could perfectly replicate the dish. Not only that, but for some reason, Any dish she prepared turned out to be especially delicious. Li Fan felt that the food was much tastier than dishes from those so-called 100-year-old restaurants. It was so delicious that it seemed almost unfair. Li Fan could only think that this was due to some special talent. Since then, Gray Feather's main task has been cooking. Thanks to Gray Feather's meals, all three races showed incredible potential. Everyone worked hard, just to eat more bowls of Gray Feather's food during meals. Because of this, in just 5 days, over 30 houses were built. The 30-plus simple houses were neatly arranged on the hilltop, connected one after another, like a coiled snake spreading outward in layers. When entering one, the first thing you see are 6 cozy 3-tier iron beds, followed by a large black support pillar in the middle of the room. Each house also has 2 doors leading to neighboring rooms, allowing people to walk through all the rooms without going outside. This design makes it easy to reach the communal toilet and dining hall. Additionally, a hollow iron pipe runs through all the rooms, connecting them. The pipe starts at the dining hall, and whenever the kitchen starts a fire, warm air flows through these pipes into each room. Basically, it's a heating system. To survive the winter, Li Fan used everything he could think of to prepare. He also considered firewood. Out of the 30 rooms, only 20 are for living. The rest are storage rooms for firewood. Without coal, cooking and heating in winter rely on firewood and charcoal. So he built more than 10 storage rooms, all on the outskirts, to block some wind and snow. Li Fan and the others toured all the houses and were very satisfied with the current buildings. They also felt more confident about getting through the winter. Although the houses are finished, there is still a lot to do. The storage rooms are empty now, the firewood needs to be burned, and they still need a large amount of charcoal. Li Fan also had to thank the dwarves for their strong support. As a dwarf race that makes a living through forging, they have no shortage of metals and charcoal needed for metalworking. There is nothing much to say. Gully immediately took his space ring and 2 other level 2 dwarf warriors, taking turns to travel between the evil town and the dwarf gathering place. By the way, Li Fan can now gain a total of 108 bond points each day through interactions that boost his favorability. In 5 days, he has accumulated 540 bond points. To make Gully and the others work more efficient, Li Fan immediately, reluctantly, upgraded his space ring to 8 cubic meters. Combined with Dezina's space ring, they can transport about 5 tons of charcoal per trip. Gully and the others make the fastest trips between 2 locations, and in a whole day, they can make about 5 or 6 trips. It is estimated that in a few days, they will fill up a dozen or so wood storage sheds. As long as heavy snow doesn't arrive tomorrow, the charcoal issue is basically settled. Now, the only remaining problem is food. Winter City, a frontier fortress city with a population of tens of thousands, is at the border between the evil forest and the human empire, and also a key barrier against the Orc Empire. Under the protection of a massive 30-meter-high city wall, the citizens should be living peaceful and happy lives. But ever since the news of divine punishment spread across the entire human empire, the city has fallen into panic. The wealthy and influential families are doing fine. They can use their power and money to prepare well and survive the long winter ahead. However, most ordinary citizens are not so lucky. In panic, prices have risen. Black bread, which used to cost 1 copper coin, now costs 2. A pound of wheat, previously 2 copper coins, has risen to 5. The essential winter fuel, charcoal, is also hard to come by. Most common people understand that they probably won't make it through this winter. They are confused as to why the so-called divine punishment is punishing honest, hard-working common folk like them. Bart ignores the desperate faces of the commoners on the streets. He quickly walks toward the city lord's mansion, feeling anxious inside. He returned to Winter City 2 days ago, but despite multiple attempts to meet Lord Keton, he has not yet been granted an audience. Bart didn't know when the enemy Baron would realize he had already returned to Winter City. He only hoped to see Lord Carton as soon as possible. Finally, today the Lord agreed to meet him. Excited but nervous, Bart followed his servant into the Lord's mansion. Lord Carton, Bart has been brought in, bring him in. As the study doors slowly opened, Bart finally saw the master of Winter City, Lenny Carton. He had short silver hair, a stern square face, and eyes that looked sharp like swords. In just one glance, Bart couldn't help but kneel down before the man. Carton seemed used to this and didn't tell Bart to stand up. He casually said, I heard about Howard's death 2 days ago. I asked people who returned from the town of Sin, but even the mercenary guild doesn't know who the killer is. And you say you know who the killer is? Yes, Lord Carton. I happen to know some details, Bart said honestly, telling him everything he knew. Carton nodded. It was an advanced blacksmith. No wonder Howard gave up my test. I already have a general idea. I will help you fulfill your request, but only if what you say is true. Now, go down. Bart's face lit up with joy. He quickly got up, bowed respectfully, and then left the study with the servant. At this moment, a man who looked very similar to Carton came from the other side of the study. Father, should I send someone to kill Li Fan right now? And bring back that dwarf blacksmith? Carton looked at his son and shook his head. Yulin, I've told you many times, think carefully before acting. Howard, who is already dead, did better than you. No one can say when the snow of winter will fall. Acting now is a gamble with your life and the lives of the knights. It's not worth it. Yulin Carton angrily slammed the sofa in front of him. So, did Howard die in vain? Of course not. Lanny Cardon sneered slightly. That Li Fan, if he dares to come to Winterfell, can't escape. If he doesn't come, he won't survive this winter, even if. Lanny Cardon looked at the distant mountains, as if seeing the fierce monsters lurking there. Even if he finds shelter in the heavy snow of winter, he can't escape the coming beast tide. It's a pity he's a skilled blacksmith, but we must be ready for the beast tide that could appear at any time. The house was finally finished, and charcoal was continuously being brought back. Just when Li Fan thought he could relax, Anna came to find him. Anna had a reason for coming to see Li Fan. As they had discussed before, besides staying warm, there were 2 main issues to solve to survive the year of divine punishment. One was where to live, the other was food. Food was just as important as shelter. How can a body without enough fat survive the winter? After the house was built, hunting and storing food became the top priority. Anna was worried about how to store the hunted meat. She had no clear idea and instinctively looked for Li Fan. After all, no matter what problem she faced, this person always seemed to find a way to solve it. Anna didn't realize that she had unconsciously become very dependent on Li Fan. Li Fan listened quietly to Anna's worries. After hearing her, he understood what was going on. The danger of the divine punishment year was not just the wind, snow, and cold, but also how sudden it was. Maybe yesterday was a clear, sunny day, with temperatures as high as summer. But as soon as snow fell, the next day could turn icy cold. In just a few hours, the temperature could drop by dozens of degrees. Such things only happen in disaster movies on Earth, but during the winter of divine punishment, they are real. Originally, orcs stored food for winter by drying meat during normal days. When winter approached, they would hunt a lot during the mild weather, then place the hunted meat deep in cold caves. The cold prevented the meat from rotting. When winter officially arrived and snow fell, they would put the meat in the snow to keep it fresh all winter. On a winter day during the year of divine punishment, it was impossible to predict when it would snow. Hunting too early would cause the prey to rot, while hunting too late would lead to food shortages. This winter was destined to be especially long, making food shortages even more severe. After hearing this, Li Fan immediately thought of making dried meat and salting meat. However, making dried meat was complicated, and even with all hands working, they couldn't produce enough to last the entire winter. Salting meat was even less feasible, since orcs mainly ate meat. If orcs ate salted meat for 4 or 5 months straight, they wouldn't be able to handle it. Moreover, if meat could be preserved with salt, why not vegetables and fruits? Humans are different from orcs and dwarves. They rely heavily on vegetables and fruits. Besides these 2 methods of food preservation, Li Fan first thought of freezing. Freezing could preserve meat well and also keep vegetables and fruits from rotting. However, freezing isn't something you can do instantly. Li Fan could get a freezer, but unfortunately, freezers don't store much food, and each one costs dozens of bond points and needs electricity. Li Fan couldn't just exchange for several generators to power the freezers, right? Thinking this through, building a cold storage seemed like the best option. The biggest problem with building a cold storage was how to get ice. Mastering math, physics, and chemistry means you can travel the world without fear. Li Fan deeply felt how true this saying was. To make ice by hand, chemistry was essential. Of course, If there was a fairy nearby who could use ice magic, then Li Fan would just be talking nonsense. But there was no such fairy beside him, so he had to find a way himself. Almost instantly, the idea of making ice with saltpeter appeared in his mind. This ancient method of ice making was one of the simplest. The only difficulty was obtaining saltpeter. The system shop sold saltpeter, but it was expensive. 1 gene, about 0.5 kilograms, cost 3 bond points. Making ice with saltpeter required a lot of it. Without hundreds of gene, he could only make small ice blocks for fun. Li Fan had just upgraded his space ring and didn't have enough bond points to waste on such a large amount. Fortunately, nitrate is not hard to find. It can be found in the corners of houses, pigsties, toilets, and horse stables. This is because natural nitrate usually forms when nitrogen-rich organic matter in the soil decomposes and oxidizes into nitric acid through bacteria, then reacts with potassium in the soil. Places like pigsties and stables are the easiest spots to produce nitrate-rich soil. However, this time, Li Fan collected nitrate-rich soil from the streets and alleys of the evil town. After all, this is a magical land without public toilets, so everyone is used to relieving themselves anywhere. Li Fan used 1 bond point from the system shop to exchange for a book about extracting nitrate. He gathered some free people to help collect the soil, then followed simple extraction steps. After a whole day, Li Fan managed to get several hundred pounds of nitrate. Next, he would use this nitrate to make ice. The history of making ice from nitrate dates back to the late Tang dynasty. Since ancient people knew how to do it, there's no reason Li Fan couldn't make ice too. He asked dwarves to help cast 2 copper containers, 1 large and 1 small. The large copper container was made thicker and the small one as thin as possible. First, he poured drinkable water into the small container and sealed it. Then, he placed the small container inside the large one. He added half of the water into the large container, then half of the nitrate, and stirred well. The reaction between nitrate and water absorbs heat, causing the temperature inside the large container to drop rapidly, soon falling below 0 degrees. At this point, Li Fan had someone seal the large container and wrap it with several layers of animal hide to keep it cold. After 1 or 2 hours, they opened the small container, and the water inside had frozen into rectangular ice blocks. Dina and a few other curious girls watched as the clear water turned into ice, their faces full of amazement as they looked at Li Fan. Li Fan, I didn't expect that you, a human with thick eyebrows and big eyes, are actually an elf. Otherwise, how could you have ice magic? Xiao Qing stared wide-eyed at Li Fan, looking like she couldn't believe her eyes. Li Fan didn't bother explaining the science behind it. He first gave Xiao Qing a gentle tap on the head, then broke off a few pieces of ice and handed them to her and the other girls, trying to send them away. However, seeing Anna next to him, looking like a curious baby, Li Fan finally had to give a simple explanation of the principle. He had only spoken halfway when a few little girls ran off holding ice cubes. Only Anna listened patiently to the end. When she heard that everyone in Li Fan's hometown knew that saltpeter could be used to make ice, Anna's eyes widened in surprise, showing a very cute expression. That look seemed to say, everyone knows? Why don't I know? The ratio for making ice with saltpeter is about 1 to 1. This means that 100 pounds of saltpeter can produce 100 pounds of ice. Saltpeter can be reused, as long as you use cooling crystallization or evaporation crystallization methods to recover it for reuse. With this, thousands of pounds of ice can be produced in a day, quickly enough to support a cold storage. Seeing this, Li Fan asked the mole people, who are good at digging, to dig underground caves. Then, he had dwarves use straw and animal skins to insulate the caves. Only after that did they start moving ice into the caves. Once a large amount of ice entered the cave, the temperature inside dropped quickly enough to be felt on the skin. By adding more ice from time to time, the cold storage could stay at a low temperature all the time. Looking at the cold storage, Li Fan and Anna both knew that as long as they could hunt enough prey, they might really survive the winter of this year, a winter that many people despair over because of divine punishment. According to the orc hunting method, it was basically 3 words: head-on attack. The process was simple: find prey, draw weapons, and if you win, I eat you. If you lose, you eat me. Li Fan thought this method was too unsafe and inefficient. As expected, he gave a good suggestion. Anna was used to this by now. She felt that the man in front of her seemed to know a little about everything. In fact, Li Fan, the surfing expert, did know a bit about everything. Although he only understood a little, it was enough to use. This time, all level 1 and above people in the town of Evil set out. First, Ing was tasked with finding hunting targets. After 2 hours, Ing found a group of about 50 level 1 wild bulls. Most of these large creatures weigh around 5,000 jin. Although they are only level 1, if they attack together, they can instantly crush level 2 warriors into meat. Even level 3 warriors would probably have to retreat if faced with hundreds of these wild bulls charging at them. Li Fan and his group have 150 level 1 warriors, but 99 of them are weak and might not win against these wild bulls even in a 2-on-1 fight. The remaining 51 dwarves can each hold off one wild bull. However, when the herd charges, the dwarves will likely suffer more injuries and casualties. To avoid unnecessary losses, Li Fan plans not to confront the herd directly. "I found the cliff you mentioned. It's just a few hundred meters away," Ing suddenly said from behind. Hearing this, Li Fan immediately ordered all the beasts and dwarves to start chopping trees to make barriers. They built the barriers from the wild bull's side all the way to the cliff, Ing pointed out. Once the barriers were finished, Li Fan had people light many torches. Then, the beasts and dwarves raised their torches and moved toward the herd. They waved the torches to scare the wild bulls away. Although these wild bulls are magical beasts, they are still afraid of fire. Seeing an escape route ahead, they started running in groups toward the front. The beasts and dwarves chased after them from behind. Guided by the barriers, the herd unknowingly ran to the edge of the cliff. Looking at the cliff in front, the wild bulls stopped their hooves. A few of the front runners were pushed off the edge and fell to their deaths. At this moment, the beasts and dwarves continued waving their torches to drive the herd forward. But seeing no way out, the remaining wild bulls turned around, seemingly ready to fight to the death with the humans. Li Fan then exchanged some firecrackers and fireworks. As the firecrackers exploded like thunder and the fireworks shot out like rockets, they burst in front of the herd. This scene, like a natural disaster, even scared the humans and dwarves into retreat. The wild bulls were even more frightened. During their panicked retreat, one by one, the wild bulls fell off the cliff. Some died, others were injured. When only a few wild bulls remained, they refused to retreat any further. But by then, it didn't matter whether they retreated or not. The next moment, the orcs and dwarves surrounded them. A wild ox weighs 5,000 jin. With a 50% meat yield, it provides 2,500 jin of meat. 50 wild oxen would give 125,000 jin. When Li Fan heard this number, he initially thought they had collected enough meat for 4 or 5 months for a group of people. But in reality, it was not enough at all. Why? Because orcs have a very large appetite. Although orcs are called weak, they do not eat less at all. In Li Fan's words, they may be small in strength, but they eat a lot. Besides, dwarves also eat quite a bit. Although these guys, who spend all day training their bodies, are half the size of orcs, their food intake is almost the same. It is estimated that each orc and dwarf needs to eat about 30 jin of meat every day. Humans, on the other hand, are easier to feed, needing at most 10 jin of meat daily, plus some vegetables and fruits. Calculating this, Li Fan realized something alarming. Their group of fewer than 300 people consumes nearly 7,000 jin of meat each day. Over 5 months, they would need to prepare more than 1 million jin of meat to be enough. When he calculated this number, Li Fan's head was buzzing. For a moment, he even wondered if they would have to wipe out all the magical beasts in the entire sinful forest just to survive the winter. Anna's answer was, "Don't worry. The 4 great clans have occupied the sinful forest for countless years, hunting countless magical beasts. Even now, the number of magical beasts in the forest hasn't decreased, so Li Fan's worries are unnecessary." Hearing this, Li Fan felt relieved and shifted his focus back to how to hunt enough prey. To quickly hunt a large number of animals, they had to go into the inner areas of the sinful forest, where enough magical beasts for hunting were available. However, the inner area is home to level 3 magical beasts. After transforming into a beast, Anna truly had the strength to fight level 3 magical beasts, and Ing could hold off one. But if they encountered more than 3 level 3 magical beasts, casualties might be unavoidable. Li Fan himself still needed about 10 to 20 days to officially reach the level of Tier 3. By then, heavy winter snow would likely have started falling. Li Fan thought for a moment and suddenly looked at Anna. He asked, "Anna, you mentioned before that you're close to advancing to Tier 3 warrior. How much longer do you think it will take?" Anna guessed Li Fan's plan. She shook her head and said, "I'm not far from Tier 3 warrior, but I don't know exactly when I'll break through. It could be tomorrow or in a few months, so, as long as there's external help, you have a good chance to advance immediately," Li Fan said, then took out a magic core. He had traded for this with orcs, exchanging it for salt. He had kept it unused until now, but it might be useful. Anna looked at the magic core and frowned. Without purification potion, the magic core can't be absorbed directly. Li Fan had already thought of this. He explained, Shadow's dark magic can absorb impurities from the core, leaving only pure energy. Anna still looked worried. Dark magic can absorb impurities, but it also consumes a lot of shadow magic. I don't think Shadow can purify too many cores. Li Fan considered Anna's concern. He then exchanged a low-grade energy potion from his system space. Low-grade energy potion instantly restores some energy in the body and speeds up energy recovery for the next hour. Use once per day, costs 10 bond points. This was the first time Li Fan had exchanged a low-grade energy potion. When he explained its effects, everyone present, including Anna, widened their eyes. Such a potion was unheard of. Even witches might not be able to craft it, yet Li Fan had it readily available. But recalling the similarly incredible healing potion, Anna and others quickly accepted it. With this low-grade energy potion, Anna no longer hesitated. She had been stuck at level 2 for nearly 10 years and had long wanted to break through to level 3. Now that she had the chance, she was very hopeful. At this moment, everyone dissected the wild ox below the cliff, taking back its hide and meat. At Li Fan's repeated request, the orc, with some confusion, still brought back some of the ox's internal organs. Finally, Li Fan did not waste the remaining miscellaneous items. He stored some in his space ring, possibly to use as bait later. Then, everyone returned along the same path. At dusk, they arrived back in the small town of Sin, where Ing immediately began purifying the magic cores. Dark, liquid-like shadow magic flowed out of her body, surrounding a level 2 magic core. After about 10 minutes, the shadow magic disappeared, leaving behind a transparent, round sphere. In the center of the sphere, a white energy was flowing. 2 hours later, Ing had purified a total of 12 level 2 magic cores. At this moment, sweat was running down Ying's forehead. Her face, whether it had turned pale or not, Li Fan could see that her magic power was almost gone. Li Fan quickly handed her a low-grade energy potion. Ing drank it in one gulp. Everyone saw that Ing immediately looked more energetic. Then, dark magic power surged out of her again. Another hour passed. During this time, Ying's magic power should have been completely used up, but the powerful recovery from the low-grade energy potion allowed her to purify 6 more level 2 magic cores before her magic finally ran out, and she stopped. In total, Ing had purified 18 level 2 magic cores. At this moment, Li Fan picked up one of the cores and tried to absorb its energy. All the energy in the core was quickly absorbed by him, but he noticed that the liquid fighting spirit in his body hadn't increased much. This result was expected by Li Fan. After all, going from level 2 to level 3 usually takes more than 10 years. Even Anna had been working on it for nearly 10 years and was still short of a little. Li Fan only needed a month, which was clearly related to the various talents granted by the system. Under the influence of multiple talents and top-grade fighting spirit, his speed of absorbing and condensing liquid fighting spirit was already terrifying, almost reaching his body's limit. This meant Li Fan was practically training with magic cores almost all the time. Absorbing more energy from another core naturally wouldn't give him much improvement. Because of this guess, Li Fan planned to let Anna break through to level 3 first. Anna is different from him. Anna had been working for nearly 10 years without making a breakthrough. Her speed of absorbing and gathering energy and blood was definitely not at its limit. With the help of a magic core, supported by a large amount of energy, she could suddenly break through her bottleneck and become a level 3 warrior. However, how many magic cores Anna needed to advance was uncertain to Li Fan. Every day, it could only purify up to 18 second-level magic cores. Based on this, Li Fan hoped Anna could advance quickly. Otherwise, when it started snowing, it might be too late. Anna began to absorb the magic cores. The white energy inside the cores was absorbed by her, transforming into her source of power, energy, and blood. She drained the energy from one second-level magic core after another. The empty shells turned to ashes in her hands. But even after the 18th second-level magic core turned to ashes, Anna still hadn't advanced to a level 3 warrior. She opened her eyes, but there was no disappointment. Instead, she looked excited. I feel close. I think about 10 more second-level magic cores will be enough to reach level 3. Li Fan was happy to hear this. However, he had only exchanged 20 second-level magic cores from the orcs using salt. The rest were first-level cores. He wasn't sure if absorbing first-level cores would also work for Anna. As for Anna, she didn't have any magic cores in her possession. The cores she had exchanged with the orcs gathering place long ago had been turned into salt. The situation was similar for the criminal dwarfs. They exchanged more of their magic cores for poor-quality beer. The next morning, Li Fan and his group hunted while waiting for Ying's magic power to recover. This time, they planned to clear the area near the evil town. After thoroughly clearing the surrounding monsters, ordinary humans appeared. They scattered around, searching for edible wild vegetables and fruits. As for how to tell which wild plants and fruits were safe to eat, Li Fan had exchanged relevant books from the system shop to teach them. Some dwarves and orcs also shared their own experiences. In half a day, about 70 people gathered several hundred gene of harvest. These wild vegetables and fruits don't taste very good. After trying some, Dina and the others lost interest. However, Li Fan believes that once winter comes and everyone gets tired of eating meat, these wild vegetables and fruits will become the most popular food. Li Fan immediately decided to gather more of them. To do this, the hunting team, mainly consisting of dwarves with some beastmen, continued to patrol the area around the evil town, hunting monsters to collect meat and ensuring the safety of the human team. By evening, Li Fan and his team had hunted 50,000 gene of prey, and the Shadow's magic power had recovered mostly. Seeing that night was approaching, Li Fan led the team back to Evil Town. Inside Evil Town, the Shadow began to purify the magic cores again. First, the remaining 2 magic cores were purified in 20 minutes. Then, the Shadow started purifying level 1 magic cores. Almost 1 magic core was purified every minute. After adding a low-grade energy potion, the Shadow purified a total of 2 magic cores and 150 level 1 magic cores. Anna held these magic cores, took a deep breath, and then began absorbing their energy. At this moment, not only Dina stayed by Anna's side, but also by Qi Qing Mu, Xiao Qing, Xiao Bai, and all the other, weaker, orcs anxiously waited nearby. The reason these orcs are called weaker is because their basic attribute points are very low. Most weaker orcs have only 1 point in each of the 4 basic attributes, with a total of just 4 points. This means that weaker orcs are always the weakest among beings of the same level, and their limited talent also restricts their maximum strength. It's unlikely that any weaker orc can become a level 3 or higher expert. In the dangerous forest of evil, it is very hard for these weaker orcs to survive. Therefore, these orcs desperately need a strong protector. The most likely candidate to become this protector is Anna. Anna is not a weaker orc. She left the Orc Empire because her Silver Wolf clan was betrayed, forcing her to flee with Dina into the evil forest. Before meeting Li Fan, she had already interacted several times with the weaker orcs in the Forest of Sin, trying to bring together those orcs who had been expelled due to their low talent. The weaker orcs did not oppose Anna's desire to become their leader. They cared more about her strength. Anna was undoubtedly strong. Her real combat ability was enough to let her defeat enemies from a higher level. Once Anna advanced to level 3, she could fight against level 4 experts during the beast transformation period without losing, and might even turn the tide in battle. Level 4 strength was the highest in the Forest of Sin. If Anna could successfully break through, she would gain the power to protect the weaker orcs in the forest. At that point, the orcs would probably truly see her as their leader. Therefore, the current situation was very important not only for Anna but also for the weaker orcs present. Anna slowly absorbed 2 level 2 magic cores. When she finished absorbing the last bit of energy, she did not advance to level 3. Seeing this, Anna immediately grabbed a handful of level 1 magic cores to continue absorbing. The energy in level 1 cores was only 1/10 of that in level 2 cores and less pure. But there were many level 1 cores, and Anna could feel her vitality growing stronger inside. Finally, the last level 1 magic core turned to ash in her hands. While Li Fan was considering whether to exchange for a mid-grade energy potion, Anna suddenly released a powerful aura. She had finally succeeded in advancing to a level 3 warrior. Dina was so excited she jumped up, hugging Anna. Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai also happily grabbed Li Fan's hands, shaking them up and down. The white flag green wood, and all the orcs cheered loudly. The nearby dwarves and humans, who had been watching the celebration, also seemed influenced and joined in the cheers. Let's celebrate properly. Tonight, we'll have an extra meal, Li Fan shouted loudly, waving his hand behind him. The already prepared gray feather quickly brought out a variety of beautifully presented and delicious dishes. This time, there was enough food, and many new dishes were added, such as various kinds of organ meats. Aliens from another world do not eat internal organs. They simply cannot taste their deliciousness and only eat some when they have no other choice in the wild. In the wild, how can you handle internal organs? Usually, you just place them near the fire to roast and eat, adding some salt if possible. Such organs are not tasty at all. So, when Li Fan first asked them to keep the cow's internal organs, both orcs, dwarves, and humans couldn't understand. But now, when a bunch of dishes, roasted and braised organs, red oil-covered beef offal, dry-fried lung slices, marinated liver slices, are placed in front of them, they are all stunned. Especially when they smell the tempting aroma. Almost everyone can't help but swallow saliva. No one in the evil town doubts Gray Feather's cooking skills, so they have no hesitation and immediately start eating. As they take a bite, almost everyone's eyes light up. Turns out, internal organs are so delicious, way better than meat, 1,000 times. I'll only eat organs from now on, not meat. At this moment, a group of people seem like hungry ghosts, their mouths never stopping. Luckily, there was enough leftover organs before, or they couldn't handle their eating. Xena sees how lively the scene is, a trace of pain flickering in her eyes. Then, she grits her teeth and takes out all the wine Li Fan gave her earlier. Since that's the case, how can we not have some wine? Other dwarves also contribute some of their hidden wine. The scene instantly ignites. Everyone eats and drinks together. At some point, people from the 3 races start mixing, shoulder to shoulder, toasting, and sharing food. They no longer see race differences. They are just a group of friends celebrating together. Li Fan, watching this scene, can't help but smile. A banquet is always the best way to strengthen friendship. At this moment, he suddenly feels that the system's idea of a world where all races live peacefully might really exist. Today, we will go into the inner area of the evil forest to hunt. Unlike the past 2 days, we will encounter not only level 3 monsters, but also many level 2 monsters. So, we need to be more careful, and our battle plan must change. Perhaps because most decisions recently involved Li Fan, he often offered useful advice when problems arose. Thanks to his suggestions, they solved many difficult issues. Unconsciously, everyone in the evil town has become used to following Li Fan's commands. Li Fan also did not disappoint this trust, organizing most things very well. Now, Li Fan has become the center of this strange mixed team of 3 races. Of course, his position is not overly lofty. For important matters, he still needs to discuss with the orc leader Baichi Qingmu Anna, the dwarf Dezina Gully, and the human Alicia Greyfeather. Today's meeting is about entering the inner area of the evil forest for hunting. Since Anna advanced to level 3 warrior, everyone has had the ability to operate in the inner area. However, for their core team, which is only at level 1, hunting in the inner area is still quite difficult. After discussion, they decided to mainly use traps for hunting. When it comes to traps, dwarves are key. Although dwarves are not good at making traps, they can forge various weapons, which, combined with traps, can be very effective. Early this morning, Li Fan asked the dwarves to forge hundreds of iron short spears, iron shields, over 100 recurved bows, and nearly 1,000 arrows. He also added nearly 100 modern engineer shovels. The raw materials were iron blocks provided by the dwarves and tendons from monsters. With high-quality iron blocks ready, 72 dwarves worked together and finished all the equipment Li Fan wanted in just one morning. Li Fan had each level 1 orc carry 3 iron short spears, a recurved bow with a quiver of arrows, and a shovel. Each level 1 dwarf carried a large iron shield. At this moment, there were still 30 orcs, 17 dwarves, and 70 humans on the field, all below level 1 in strength. Li Fan arranged for these people to continue gathering wild vegetables and fruits around them. Since the surrounding monsters had already been carefully cleared by them, Li Fan was not worried about these level 0 people encountering danger. Let's go. At the next moment, following Li Fan's command, a group of people headed toward the inner area of the Forest of Sin. After 2 hours of traveling, Li Fan and his team finally reached the inner zone. The number of monsters around had clearly increased, and occasional howls could be heard. As usual, Li Fan sent Shadow to scout for suitable monster groups for hunting. While Shadow was away, the others did not stay idle. Not every time could they find a good cliff. So this time, Li Fan decided to set traps in advance. The simplest and most effective trap was digging a deep pit, placing iron short spears inside, and covering the surface with dirt. However, when facing many monsters, such a trap might kill the monsters at the front, but once triggered and the pit was exposed, the monsters behind would not jump in. Especially for those with strong jumping ability, they could leap dozens of meters in one jump. To stop them, they might need to dig a pit hundreds of meters deep. Digging such a large pit would be time-consuming and not very effective. Li Fan thought for a moment and ordered the dwarves to cut trees on both sides to create barriers, just like last time. Then he told the orcs to start digging small pits, about half a meter in diameter and 1 meter deep, in circular shapes. They dug one every 2 meters. In this way, the orcs dug nearly 1,000 such pits along roads within a few hundred meters. This was thanks to the engineering shovel design diagram Li Fan provided. This tool could be used for digging, sawing, chopping, stabbing, cutting, clamping, hooking, prying, hammering, and measuring. It easily cut through tree roots with a few shovels, especially when digging holes, making the process very easy. Even the weaker orcs could dig a suitable pit in just a few minutes. In less than half an hour, they finished all the pits. The orcs looked calm and unhurried, showing no signs of fatigue. Soon after, Shadow returned. She finally found a suitable target. About 3 kilometers away on a hillside, there was a nest of one-horned wolves. Ing roughly estimated that there are probably more than 200 one-horned wolves in this den. Li Fan was happy to hear that the wolves were old acquaintances, one-horned wolves. However, his previous encounters were with lone wolves, so he didn't have much experience. This time, he would face an entire pack of wolves, and according to Ing, there was even a level 3 alpha wolf among them. It is well known that wolf packs and lone wolves are essentially different species, and packs with an alpha wolf are different from those without one. Although most of these one-horned wolves are only level 1, Li Fan still didn't dare to be careless. Li Fan called Gully Duazina, and Adina, and others to discuss together. Soon, they came up with a plan.